Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and we've got ourselves conference championship weekend. Two extraordinary games lined up today. The Eagles and the Washington Commanders, the Cinderella Commanders, the Buffalo Bills going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. Can they stop this run of the Chiefs? Can they stop the Mahomes magic? Can they overcome the officials? Well, we'll see. We'll see on that. I appreciate everybody checking out the channel today. We will be live all day long covering both of these two games back to back. And we'll be doing the live reaction play-by-play throughout it on these games. Really interested to see how these things play out. I think we got a couple different matchups that are interesting for kind of a couple different reasons. But we also have our Seahawks offensive coordinator search. It's turning into the Odyssey. You know, we're going through our travails. They got a word for it in the Odyssey, but your acts or whatever it is, and we're going through it. It would seem as it's one candidate after another that we turn over. I don't know who we're going to grab, but just hopefully we grab somebody, and somebody soon. As this thing has definitely taken a good amount of time to kind of set right here. So we'll be talking a little bit about that, I'm sure, as well today. Some of the reverberating effect of Coach Carroll over there with the Raiders, the head coach, how that might kind of affect our Hawks a little bit at certain times. But other than that, we'll have open discussion and just, be doing, like I said, the play-by-play on the games. Hope everyone's doing good. Kevin, it's good to see you, man. Sean, how are you doing? Slowby Juan, put a girl on. What's up in power? Thanks for reminding me, Kevin. Please do, guys, as you walk in the door, doing that favor. First walking in, just hit that like button if you could. Helps out the channel implicitly. Form, this says, love that shirt. Thank you, man. It was a Christmas gift. So my mom got me this one. I dug it too. I was like, ooh, that's nice. I like that. You like it too, huh? You like it? Yeah. Pumpkin's turned up today. She knows it's playoff football. You know it's playoff football, huh? Yeah. You love playoff football. What's your favorite? Absolute favorite. All right. Brian says, B, thanks for being here with us to fan out. Absolutely, man. I enjoy watching these other games. It's kind of nice doing it where, obviously I love watching our games and doing the play-by-play for that, but it is nice with these where you don't necessarily have a huge rooting interest. You're just enjoying the game and watching it play out, and, what happens kind of. So I kind of dig that part of it. We might do more kind of generalized games next year, play-by-play wise too. Kind of turning that around a little bit as a possibility. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you for all of you guys too. Kevin, Sean, Slovy Juan, Brian, all of you being members of the channel as well. What's up, Ace? How's it going? So the Commanders will take the ball at the 30-yard line after the kick goes through the back of the end zone. Looks like we got a little bit of a windy day here at Washington, and they're going to go empty just to start us right out the gate here. Jaden Daniels dropping back to pass. He is going to almost be sacked by Jalen Carter and falls forward before he's eventually corralled by Nolan and Jordan Davis. So Carter already making his presence felt, flushing Jaden Daniels up into the pocket. And Carter just whooped his man pure. You're not going to be able to one-on-one that guy throughout this day. They're going to need to give him some help. That center's got to get over there and help. Carter destroyed him. 2nd down and 9. Again, empty look here for Washington. Quick throw out to the flat, quickly tackled by Darius Slay. Silver Ace, did you see the football analysis channel I told you a few days ago about? I haven't had a chance to take a look at it quite yet, but I will take a look at it on it. I've been running around the last few days, which is a couple of offline things trying to get done, but I do plan on taking a look at it. I do think we'll maybe do a little bit more of the generalized content maybe as we get into the next year a bit on that, especially for the Clips channel side of it. 3rd down and 6 throw. Looks like the ball got tipped, but I think Terry McLaurin on an in-cutting route was able to reel the ball in. Jalen Carter again supplying pressure. I think almost tipped that pass. Somehow Jaden Daniels got it through the hands of Jalen Carter there to complete it for a first down. 1st down and 10. Another tip pass here. This one wasn't Carter. You're very talkative today. You got a lot to say, huh? You got some things on your mind? You got some stuff to get off your chest? Second down and 10. 4 wide here for Daniels and company. They've been living in shotgun early on here. Play action pass. He's going to flip it out there to the tight end for a short gain. Jaden's a calm, cool customer back there in the pocket. He will, no jumpiness to him, very poised, very confident in how he goes about his business for a rookie. Nathan says Seahawks should have natural gas in the stadium. They should, Nathan. I agree. I don't like the artificial turf. I think you should have grass. Seems like the only reason they don't do it is because they don't want the increased cost. Am I going to have to pet you all game? Empty look here on 3rd and 6. Jaden. Ooh, flips it up. Oh, he got the first down. What a great play by the receiver. Jaden threw the ball and caught he caught to the read late, so he had to kind of just short arm the throw a little bit. The receiver was able to pick it up and then get up and then start just grind his way for a couple of yards for a first down. So the tough opening drive here for Washington. They're fighting here. Pistol look formation, handoff inside here to Brian Robinson. He'll get it for about 3 or 4 yards. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is very impressive. I mean, just going through reads like this as a rookie, just bam, 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 bam. It gets back over to read 4. Henry says, Brandon is a Geno Smith Crusader. Who do you take, Daniels or Geno? Daniels. I take Jaden Daniels. That one's an easy one. He's having the most impressive start for a rookie quarterback, I think, that we've seen maybe in history. I think there's a good argument for it. A little bit of an errant throw here on 2nd and 5 to Ertz. And then he's not able to reel in. But the type of rookie season that he has had is just pretty crazy. And it's not even one where you can say he's done what he's done here with a stacked Washington crew. He's got Terry McLaurin, and I don't think he's got another Pro Bowl lineman up front in front of him there. You know, Brian Robinson's okay. Certainly the defense isn't great. So he's doing this as well on a unit that's not exactly a juggernaut. And that makes it impressive to me too. So I can't deny what he's done. He's been so good. Going to roll out here on 3rd and 5 and throw it up for grabs here a little bit. Cooper DeJean with some good coverage down the field, tips it away from Eckler. Trying to find his running back down there, but Cooper having a good rookie year himself is able to knock the ball away. Jaden just couldn't get enough on that throw to really let Eckler get down the field. And it looks like Washington's going to make an analytical decision here and decide to go for it on 4th and 5. They are creeped into the Eagles' territory here, so they're at about the 43-yard line, Eagles' territory, just on the outset of field goal range. 4th and 5. Quick throw on an out route to Ertz. Ertz makes the catch, and he will get a first down. Washington with 3 conversions on this drive that have been very, very money for them. Another good decision there by Jaden Daniels. First and 10. Ballsy approach from the Commanders pays off here. Shotgun look again. Bubble screen out here. Can't ever say this guy's name. How do you say this guy's name? I got to learn how to pronounce this thing. Zacharias? I pronounce this damn thing. Olamide Zacchaeus. I think it's Zacchaeus. I'm going with Zacchaeus. What's up, new master? How you doing, man? Hand off inside. Gain of only about 2 yards there for Robinson. Third down and 2. Shotgun look, trips to the far side. They're going to run a bubble screen to Zacharias, and he is not able to catch that ball. Jaden had to pump a little bit of extra juice on it. Felt like the Eagles were kind of feeling that play coming, and Jaden sort of had sped it up, it felt like, a little bit with the velocity out there on that throw. 4th and 2, you went forward once, you're going forward once again here on this drive, not taking the points. Aggressive, very aggressive here by Washington, but 3 conversions on this drive already to start things off. It's worked out well for him. Jaden going back into shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. He's looking, he's got pressure. He's going to go find himself a first down here. Gets his shoe torn off, but does get the first down. Nice little escapability by him. Thomas asked, what's my opinion on Stenovich of Green Bay for OC? I don't really have a lot of opinion as far as to Stenovich himself. I don't know a ton about him, Thomas, and it's another one of these guys where it's just kind of there's not a lot there to really go off of, aside from really looking at the Packers offense and what's going on with that and how they run it. And they're a balanced offense. They can, attack you from a variety of different directions. Could be an interesting guy in this mix. But I just don't have a lot of background. Got a first down run for about a yard inside here to Eckler. I just don't have a lot to go off of with him or a lot of these candidates. I don't have a really good feel for him. I certainly don't. With me, I wanted the track record with the guy that we hired that's had success calling offensive plays and has a good history doing that. And it seems like a lot of these candidates we're looking at are more of untested completely. And so then in being untested, it's kind of hard to say what exactly. It's hard to kind of be super excited or really know what you're really getting. 2nd and 9, empty look. We finally get a blitz here from the Eagles. I think that's the first one they ran all game. Speeds up Jaden just a little bit, but he gets it out to his running back in the flat. Able to recognize that blitz coming smartly of Jaden. Goes out there and gets it to his... Oh, that ball hit the ground. We're going to get a challenge on that play. Oh, no, they just ruled it right. Good job, officials. Good job. Eagles dial a little bit of pressure up here. They've been sitting in 4-man fronts on this drive to begin things off against Washington, so they're definitely not trying to send too much. We got a 16-play, 48-yard drive that's consumed 6 minutes and 27 seconds off the clock. And just what the Commanders wanted here to start this off, I would guess. We got to throw out to the flat. Austin Eckler will make the catch, and he'll be drugged down far short of the first down. I'll bring up 4th down and probably a little bit too far away to go for it on 4th down here. You're about 3 or 4 yards away, and you're much closer on the kick, so you probably just take that. New Master, thank you, man. This is best tuber in the business. I appreciate that, New Master. Mom in the house says, why Rosie say hi? Tell him I say hey. Come in and say what's up if they want. We got some people over at our place today, folks, so we have a little family affair over here today a bit around this. Nicholas, I wanted Seattle to go after Daniels. We just didn't have the picks to do it. Now you're going to have to give up a bundle to go up there and get him, and you're right. We just didn't, especially missing that 2nd-round pick like we were. Sean, it is kind of odd we don't have an OC, and the field goal was good. It is odd we don't have an OC, and I'm getting a little impatient along with you guys on this one, where it's like, come on, let's get this thing handled. Let's figure this thing out. We've been dwindling away here on this one, and you want to look for evidence of the fact that they've got something in mind of what they're looking to do, rather than they're just kind of scrambling through a variety of different candidates. But I think they'll land on the right guy. Slopey one, I do think LaFleur calls plays in Green Bay. That's that thing too with that, where I don't have a lot of that track record to go off of on it there. So it's like, you just kind of go, well, I mean, he's part of a good offensive program. Yeah. I agree, Thomas. I wish they'd make the decision before the Senior Bowl too. I'd like to have my guy out there being able to look at the players, so he can give his input. You think that would be important? Zombie, I still don't know why Kubiak isn't the OC yet. Hire the man. He has the experience. He has the record to prove it. Just hire and stop playing these games. I'm with you. It's John's the kid at the dance, and there's a lot of girls sitting on the side of the walls, and he's like, I just want to wait till one that comes in that's super hot. Like they're all right over there, but I really want I want the dime, man. I want the next level in here, man. I want it's like, look, Good girls over there on the side, you know. Hand grenades. Did you all see the trade proposal? We trade DK Geno to the Raiders and we get Raiders first, third, and their tight end. I did see that as a proposed trade. I don't know if that's something that would be in play from the Raiders' perspective of things, but it would seem like the value there would be probably pretty right if that was, we're talking about whether the value is correct or not. Interesting trade. Cool Breeze says it clears up a crazy amount of money and gets decent return. It would be a decent way to move to the next phase. I agree. It would have a lot of fans, of course, very upset, and we'd have to do a lot of, kind of guiding people through the waters that we're rolling through on this one to take that mode. But it is, anyone listening to me on this channel here has said that I can understand if the team wants to take that approach. I can understand if they want to take the elite approach or the let's go be elite approach and let's go try to do everything we can to make this happen. And we're going to be way more aggressive than we've been in recent years. And I can understand them going that way too. But to me, there's a solid argument to be made on either end of that one. Thomas says, my belief was why Kubiak isn't OC is because he didn't impress McDonald. If he wanted, he would have been hired last week. Good point. Probably very, very likely the scenario here, I would say at this point. And we got a nice return here by the Eagles. Kick returner, he gets it all the way up to the 41-yard line for them. Nicely done there for them. Michael Hatt says, I'm interested in getting Warren. We just did, Michael, we did a Warren breakdown on the members only channel on Monday. And I'm going to try to get that, at least some of those cut-ups for over there to the Clips channel if I can. But he's a fun player, Michael. Fun player. All right, the Eagles are going to take over here. They're going to call it the 40-yard line. Boy, I just picture the Eagles Stadium being so gross. They've got trash floating all over the field here. I feel like just the East Coast, man. I lived in New York for 4 months. It's just, there's some... Pitch play out wide to Saquon Barkley, and he's loose right from the jump. He's busting out. Saquon Barkley's got a big play. He spins out of it, reverses his field, and it's touchdown city. One play, one score for the most dangerous man in the NFL, Saquon Barkley. Took the pitch play wide, 20 yards, got spun, and off the spin, rerouted back to the middle of the field, breaking tackles all along the way. He is pumped up, you know that, and what a hell of a run by Saquon Barkley. Let's go. He's juiced. Wow. Just a pitch play wide. You get things sealed, spun around. Boy, Bobby just can't get over there anymore to that kind of play. I mean, you could see how late Bobby was on the play where he's just 15 yards away from getting over to the pitch. And the kick will be just barely up and good. 7-3, one play, one score. Hell of a run there by Saquon. Bad tackling down the field by a couple of Commanders. And then he's gone. Damn, he's so dangerous. He is so dangerous. Addicted. Hey, Brandon. Hey, 12s. I got the 4 Bs here. Brandon, Bart's, Burger, and Budweiser. Ooh, you're set. Brats, Burger, Budweiser. That's a mouthful, Addicted. But quite literally, yeah. Cool Breeze curious why it's taking so long. They've been iffy on Grubb since the bye week. That's the part that I don't understand as well with this, Cool Breeze. It's sort of one thing if you have sort of the coach at the end of the year came in and he said, I want to go back to college. I'm kind of done doing this. And you go, okay, all right. We'll scramble to try to figure something out. It's another thing when you knew around the trade deadline that you wanted to move off this guy, and yet we still find ourselves here so deep into the process where it doesn't seem like they have a clear idea of what they want. And that's the part where you go, this isn't, it's not a good look. And you do start to get a little bit to that point of like, you guys just have nobody you're sold on. And it's a little bit like last year too, where you land on Grubb, nobody you're sold on. It's like all these offensive minds in the sport that exist. You can't find a bright candidate out there anywhere. Like it's almost like the way that they've gone about this hiring. You'd think it's a wasteland out there for OCs, and they're just trying to make do. Green Earth, what's your stance on DK trade if we're trying to go for it? it's probably not the move that you're looking to make if you're trying to go for it in 2025 Green Earth. A big thing in saying, in the DK trade, and if we're going to make that trade, it's one thing to where, folks, we got some guests here. Who's there? Come here, Rosie. Come here. Come on. You can go over here. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Say, what's up, Hawks Nesters? Say, what's up, Hawks Nester? Say, hey. This would be my niece. This is my niece, Rosie, and this is Wyatt back there. Say, what's up, Wyatt? Give him a hey.
Hello.
You got my... Hello. Oh, Pumpkin's like, what's going on here? What's happening here? You having a good day, Rosie? You like football? Look at that run he's just made. It's a pretty crazy run, huh? He's going off there. Look at that. He's a bad man pajama. Show him your Frozen doll. We got our little Frozen doll here. She's very, very cute. Look at that hair. It's a lot of hair. She's almost got as much hair as you. Huh. Well, come on over. You can come over, buddy. Say hi to the Hawks Nesters. Come on, you guys speak in the mic.
Hi, Hawks Nesters. Hi, Hawks Nesters.
Ah, there we go. They say what's up. They're like, hey. Hey. Doll's pretty crazy here. You like my mic?
Speak.
What's up?
Speak.
What's up?
Speak, Uncle Brandon.
All right, we got a 1st and 10. Football's boring. Thank you for jumping in, guys. Bye-bye. We've got 3 and 6 on the ages there. Yeah, we're gonna get them brought into the Hawks Nest as they grow with age. I'm gonna slowly bring them along and indoctrinate them into the channel, and we're gonna have them as personalities on the channel. That's for sure. All right, 2nd and 6 here for Washington. 3-7 Eagles. Daniels dropping back to throw, hits Ertz underneath. Commanders utilizing very much a very short passing attack here to begin things. Now this is a bit of what you're going to get with the air raid Cliff Kingsbury offense, but they're certainly not trying to push too much. They're going to just take their time with these drives today, which makes sense. Control the clock and all that. Port Towns in the house. Kevin Kirby says, why not do an 8-man box against Saquon? Let Hurts beat you. Yeah, the thing that's the hard part about it, Kevin, with that, and part of why the Eagles have been so successful there with Hurts, even though, to your point, there's some limitations there as a passer with him. 3rd and 1 here, shotgun look. Eagles bringing a 5-man front there that does not get the job done, and they get the first down there. So the weird thing with Hurts is that he doesn't necessarily have a very good arm, but he does throw a really good 9 ball over the top. And once you bring the 8th man down to the box, you're typically leaving yourself with the safety over the top. And between Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, they have 2 guys that can beat you over the top if you want to put that safety there. And most safeties in this day and age aren't going to be kind of Earl Thomas. Little tunnel screen here to De'Ame Brown on 1st and 10. He'll get in about 5 or 6 yards. Fumble! Cooper DeJean rips it out. Blankenship recovers it. And wow, the Eagles are on it right now. They are locked in right now as a team. Is that Zach Bond? Zach Bond coming in and doing it. Defensive Player of the Year candidate for the Eagles. Came in late on that play. Peanut Tillman punched the ball out. Man, it wasn't even that good of a Peanut Tillman punch. He kind of hit his hand. Just caught him just right. Just caught him just right. I am grooming my successors. That's right. But that's the issue with throwing it up over the top, is that you bring that 8th man in the box, you create vulnerabilities to the back end. Hurts has done this in the past where once that safety comes up, now he's just going to attack. It's a very simplified brand of offense, this Eagles offense. It really is. But it works because the talent is so good up front. Running back is so good in Barkley. And that's really just the counterpunch. That's the punch counterpunch, really, when it's all said and done on that. Which is just that, okay, you go light box, you want to go cover 2 shell, we run into your cover 2 shell. You bring down the 8th man in the box, now we're going to hit you with 9 routes over the top. And football gets really simple really fast at that point. If you have the guys that can be effective on those, you have the guys that can beat over the top, of course, and then the quarterback that can actually throw those 9 routes, which we know with a lot of these quarterbacks, good, bad arm, there are sometimes just quarterbacks that don't throw a particularly good 9 ball. Misfit says, we will hire an OC when we're damn good and ready, and not before. Exactly. That seems to be the case. Yeah, Pumpkin was like, kids, no. She's not a big fan of kids. She's like, Pumpkin, out. Fed AM says, hello from Ventura, California. Finally got some rain. We got some rain today. We got it down here too. Thank goodness. Boy, it's long overdue this winter, getting a little bit of some goods. Zombie, at this point, I don't even know why they fired Grubb if they didn't already have a candidate they liked. If Kubiak has been this unpopular so far, then I should have just never moved on. Starting to feel a little bit that way too right now at this point, especially if we're going to end up landing on what's going to be a lesser candidate. That's a bit of the worry, I think, in taking all this time and seeming to be this unsure about what you want to do. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, can we model our offense after the current Eagles? You could. You certainly could. You do need your offensive line in place to get that done, because that's where this thing begins from. It doesn't start like a lot of offenses do with the quarterback position. It more starts with the offensive line. And yeah, I mean, that'd be just the quickest, easiest place to go to if you're talking about replicating this, is that go, and we come back around where all roads lead back to this. Be calm, right? We have all these questions that come up, but all the roads lead back to this very answer, which is that invest in the offensive line. It's a good thing. Hurts and shotgun now. Start this off 1st and 10, 5:45 to go. They're going to start out here from about the 48-yard line, already in Washington territory. A.J. Brown unable to hold on to the ball. Lattimore knocks it free there on just a quick little slant route. Second down and 10. Play action pass. They're going to throw it out to Dallas Goedert in the flat. Dallas will make the catch and get the first down on that. Kevin Kirby says some people blame Grubb for being a pass heavy. Look at Kingsbury. He's having success. He is. Yeah. I think that the main difference you see between the two sets there, Kevin, is that there's a little bit more commitment, I think, from Kingsbury to stay in some of that short passing attack to get around some of the bad offensive line play. Where I think with Grubb, they both run air raid, but I think Grubb's air raid version and a throw out, boy, Devontae Smith at the catch, 25, 30 yards down the field, just wide open. I think with, he might have stepped out there. We might have a bit of a review. His foot looked like it was right on the line there. You got to toe tag, drag, swag that thing. See if Washington challenges it. Nope. Quick snap. Not able to challenge it. Miles Sanders right up the middle for a gain of 3 out of shotgun. But that's the one place I think where Grubb that they probably were a little bit annoyed with was the pass heavy nature was probably annoying to McDonald. But the thing that probably really he was lamenting was as much those deeper drops and looking to try to hit the ball down the field. We see in the Commanders here on these first couple of drives, or the first, 2 drives, 9 of 14 for 50 yards. So Daniels is averaging 3.6 yards per attempt. He's not really trying to push the ball down the field. And I think that if Grubb had kind of operated more from that style, throw here to A.J. Brown, and he'll make a nice move after the catch to extend the play for a first down. Eagles moving again here and moving with some ease. I think that there would have been a little bit more rope there for Grubb on that if he just didn't seem so embedded, where it's both the lack of willing to run and then you're trying to hit passes down the football field that you don't have the pass protection to hit. Handoff inside here. Barkley bounces it outside, and he's going to walk his way just about into the end zone here after doing that. And the Eagles are quickly threatening to run away with this football game. So be calm. You can definitely do it. Thank you for the donation. It will be the key on that one is really to me get that line in place. Make that the strength of your team. Build yourself up a top 5 offensive line in the sport. Then you can get there with that. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donations. Sorry to say, but if it's Chiefs, Eagles, I'm not watching. I don't think that's going to have a lot of people necessarily super hyped to go and see that game, feed me. So I think that there'll be a lot of fans that'll be like, no, no. The kick will be up and good. 14-3 Eagles. Don't blame me in the least there, feed me. Don't blame you in the least. And boy, I don't know if maybe Dan should have thought about, they've only shown a couple of replays of that one catch over there on the side, but also maybe just couldn't make a difference where Washington just needs to get the momentum back here, where it's slipped away a little bit here over this first couple drives, and they got to pull this thing back. Be calm. Thank you for the $2 donation and the double donation at that, man. You've been very kind here at the channel. It says, why are we taking so long to hire an OC? I don't have a good answer on this one. I could give you possibilities, but I can't give you a lot of certainties. It would, I think that we can definitely say that the candidates that have come in have not really impressed. I think that's one of the reasons why they've done these interviews and they've just come away going, we want something more than what we're hearing or seeing from them. But it's elongated. It's taking a little bit extra time, and it doesn't make a lot of sense why it's taking so much time. Is it maybe that there's a guy in the playoffs that they want to meet with? Okay. I don't see a guy that's in the playoffs right now on any organization that's really some guy that's just, you understand why they're, like you understood last year why they're waiting for McDonald and they didn't have the head coaching going down. Where you're turning over candidates like Mike Kafka and the Patrick Graham guy with the Raiders, and you go, okay, I can see why we're waiting for McDonald. I get that. There's a bit of a difference between these names we're talking about versus that. But here, there's not really that. I don't think there's that same situation going on when it comes to what we're looking at with the OCs right now, where there isn't that many great candidates out there, and we've had a couple already that we've had roll through here that would seem to be good enough for what we're looking to get done. But I don't have a good explanation for it. Be calm. It's frustrating, I think, a lot of the fan base right now, because it feels like now you don't have as much of a plan when you're taking this long. It feels like you're uncertain in your approach, in your way. Thomas says, can Hurts make plays when they're aiming in the box consistently? Yeah, he can. Thomas says, Jalen Carter's good, but he is truly better than Witherspoon. With Seattle, 2 players that when they reach their potential can be scary. I think they're both going to be very scary players in this league, but Carter's becoming the guy that we thought he could be when he was drafted, that's for sure. Green Earth says, apparently, Kyle McCord lit it up in the Shrine Bowl. I think he's worth a flyer if we're going to let Geno play out the last year of his deal. I'm expecting John to probably pick a guy, whether we keep Geno or not here this offseason. I think John's going to grab a quarterback in this draft, Green Earth. Somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th round, I think he'll pick one up, and makes sense. Power says, Wagner's definitely lost a step. Yeah. Especially after a long season like this, where your older legs are going to have a little bit also extra juice probably pulled from them. He does not look at his most sprite. Thomas says, all Seattle has interviewed as lesser candidates. Farley wasn't a high-profile candidate. Udinski's a assistant quarterback coach. Kubiak called plays for a bad Saints team. It's true. It's true. I think, to me, that's just an extension of fact. I don't think there is a lot of good candidates to be had this offseason, Thomas. I think it's a pretty thin crop. Okay, 1st and 10. Ball will be at the 27-yard line to start things out here for the Commanders. They'll start out in shotgun with 3 wide to the far side of the field. Eagles stayed on their 4-man front defensively against this look as they've been kind of living in. Handoff inside to Robinson for a gain of 2. Thomas says, I've been preaching the Grub should have had one more year, and I got Seattle will get Dave, and I got Seattle will get Daboll, Stefanski, McDaniel. I did get fired. Did get fired? No. Was their plan to get the next OC? No. True. Jaden Daniels, another handoff inside here to Robinson out of shotgun. And again, a very short gain there. Eagles defense is on it here early on. Angry Day B, what do we need to do to get no line like the Eagles? You got to beef up the interior offensive line in a major way. You're this year, if the Eagles interior of their offensive line played at like a, A- to A level, your interior of your offensive line played like D+. So you've got a continental divide to cross. Throw over the top, almost intercepted there. 3 Eagle defenders all around McLaurin. Jaden just tried to fit it in there on 3rd and 6. So you've got to hammer it. That's where we come back to. It's got to be made plan number 1, priority number 1 at the forefront, building this offensive line into a strength. And it's going to take it a lot further than where it is to reach that. Esteban says Philly at Buffalo. That'd be awesome. I think it'd be a fun game. I definitely want to see Buffalo in there. That's for sure. Yeah, I think, Thomas, I get the whole keep and grub too. I do. I'm not completely against it on that. I do just think it does come down to there was probably just a real tough dynamic between McDonald and Grub. We got a fake punt. Oh my gosh. It worked. Oh my God. The punter threw a seam ball 25 yards down the field with touch, fitted it into a spot. What a throw. That might be one of the best throws I've ever seen a punter make. Oh my God, he fitted in between the safety over the top and the trailer behind. I thought he overthrew him when he first let it go. I was like, he's overthrow him. Commanders are coming to win this game, man. That's like the 3rd, 4th down go for it they've had already in the first quarter. Pistol look here for Daniels. Play action. Ballsy. Ballsy as hell. Daniels drugged down for a sack. Oren Burks there. The punter has a better arm than Hurts. You see how he spun that thing after he got it? He got the laces to his fingers. Like, he spun that thing like a pro, dude. Like, that guy definitely, that's an athlete right there. Yeah, he's got to dirt the ball there on that sack he just took. Jaden Daniels, 2nd and 16. Dropping back to throw, finds De'Ami Brown, I think, for a first down. Nice job there. Good catch, good throw there. Perfect. Not the biggest of windows to fit that throw in. He's got to squeeze that thing. Commanders down to the 29-yard line here. 33 seconds to go in the first quarter. 2-man backfield here for Daniels. He's going to hand it to one of them, Brian Robinson. Robinson, nowhere to go here early on. Yeah, at this point, I agree, Hand Grenade. At this point, why not just hire me to be OC? I'll bring in the right consultants. I'll have this offense humming. And Zombie, somebody was asking again. I don't know if I got through the full answer on that with the DK stuff, but the DK thing definitely. If you're probably moving him it's what I've said with this is that if you're taking a step back, there's a possibility of you doing that if you're taking the step back approach. But I don't think that if you're taking we really truly believe we can be a contender in the 2025 approach. I don't think there's any way that you make that move. It really is. If you're making that kind of trade, it is a trade to say we do realize we have to take this one step back to get the 2 steps forward in 2026. And I don't think a lot of people want to necessarily hear that. I don't even know if the team's going to take that approach to it. But I think that this is a possibility of approach for sure. Yeah, be calm. Hopefully they know what they're doing. Hopefully it'll prove that they got this will be smart when it's all said and done on that. Blaine Stover, I live near Philadelphia. I'm cheering for Washington. Don't want to hear all the obnoxious, filthy trolls. I love how you spelled that. So he spelled filthy Philthy. I love that. Filthy trolls. Screaming about how great they are. Yeah, Washington is the good story, the fun story. Eagle fans can definitely get a little obnoxious. They've got a bit of a reputation for that. I dig Jackson Dart's my favorite, but maybe lower round Dylan Gabriel, I think. Gabriel runs a little. I'm not sure. No, the quick way with Dylan, I think that this is the easy one with him as far as comparison goes. Just when you think of Dylan Gabriel, think of it like a left-handed Brock Purdy. He's like a left-handed Brock Purdy. About the same things they have working for him and against them. And Jackson Dart's fun. I was reading up some stuff last night when I was doing some draft research here. He supposedly is really rolling up the boards right now. So do not be surprised at this point if we might start to see Jackson Dart as a guy looked at as more of an early second round guy to a late first round guy. Because it sounds like NFL teams are getting kind of sold on him a little bit. Like they're starting to really warm up. Ethan says, hey, Brandon, Jackson Dart's my favorite quarterback coming out of college. What would be your quarterback in the draft this year? I think Jackson's probably it's sort of probably like Jackson and Will Howard are kind of tied there for me, Ethan. I don't know if I'm not as, some people really like him a lot, Ethan, in our fan base and are really there with it. I like him, I like him. I'm not like head over heels swooning kind of thing, but they're good. But to me, Campbell and, or not Campbell, but Howard and Dart are to me kind of right on top of each other. They're right there. Second down and 10 here as we come back into start of second quarter action. Jaden Daniels going to get a little bit of a fire zone blitz here from the Eagles, and he's going to just whip it over the top there. Eagles just dialing up that five-man pressure look when they want to go to it. They're not trying to send a lot at Daniels. What a throw by that freaking punter, dude. What a stud. I mean, they showed the 22 angle on that from behind, and he's got to just put that thing right up over the top. I mean, he's not back 7 yards in shotgun like a quarterback. He's 10 yards back in that punter spots. That's not an easy throw. Not an easy throw. Daniels, empty look here, 3rd and 10. Eagles. No, don't run into Jalen Carter. No, he's going to have to loop this over the top and just throw it away. Smart decision there by Jaden Daniels. The Eagles are going to have to try to attempt another kick here. But Jackson's fun, Ethan. I think he's rising up. I think he's rising. Prime says Grubb doesn't strike me as having much of an O-line development trade in his bag, and that's been a thread sought. Yeah, good point. I think that's fair. Commanders trying to just stay within shouting distance here of the Eagles. Kick is up, and it is good. That is helpful. So 6-14. Kevin says Commanders are in good shape for that fumble. Yeah, that fumble turnovers in the playoffs. It looms even larger than it does regular season-wise. You tend to get less possessions. Games get shorter. Losing those turnovers, just you can't have it. Greeter says both of the last couple of Oregon quarterbacks are transfers. I wouldn't pay as much attention to the school nowadays, given the biggest teams can just bring the best players in through the portal. Yeah, and I wouldn't take a guy like a Dylan Gabriel high necessarily. You're going to take him definitely, probably to me 4th, 5th round is what you're really looking at there. All right, the kick here from the Commanders. land about the 2-yard line here. They'll bring it up. And good coverage there by the Commanders to stop him about the 27-yard line. Nick Bloor. I got a Nick Bloor sighting. Nick Bloor in there making a tackle on the kick coverage team. Let's go, Nick. Sanchez, good to see you in the house, brother. Thank you for the $5 donation. I subscribe to Raider Nation to kickstart the Fire Pete campaign. Who knew it would be a transferable skill? Oh, man, come on, Sanchez. They haven't had any reason to be excited for years down there. You know what I mean? They're like, we're getting a Hall of Fame coach. The Raiders are back on top. We got to give them a little bit of time to fly high for a bit, don't we, before we bring them back down to earth? Hurts in the 1st and 10 here. Handoff inside there. Swallowed up hole, though. Nice job. Jonathan Allen makes a great play inside there to cut that down in the backfield. Barkley getting the back of his ankle kind of worked on there on the sideline prior to coming out here. Maybe a little bit twingy. Cold weather like this can make it hard to kind of get loosened up. You can't kill their hope this early, Sanchez. You got to let them have a little bit of that hope. It's been years for that franchise. They've been moved 3 times. 2nd and 13. Hurts dropping back to throw. Loops it up over the top there. Finds A.J. Brown open. They found the hole in the zone. Commanders ran a little bit of a short stack zone underneath. Drifted the safeties to depth. And then they just hit Brown on an out route in between. You're running kind of a flood zone concept with the underneath guy going to the route. The underneath guy dragging the underneath defender to that out route in the flat. And then you get the out route going 10 yards down the field. Just a nice layered passing concept there. Hurts under pressure, 1st and 10. He'll throw this up and away. A.J. Brown's looking for a flag. I don't think he's going to get it. Good coverage. Zerzon Newton, the rookie, was able to generate some pressure there for the Commanders and force Hurts to have to get flushed out and throw the ball. 13:21 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Ball at the 41-yard line in Eagles territory, 2nd and 10. Hurts back in shotgun. Devontae Smith goes into motion. And Commanders got the Eagles to jump there. But, hey, man, keep that skill going there, Sanchez. Give him a couple days at least, you know? Give him at least like 2 or 3 to feel good about themselves. B. Comsey, clearly, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, laughing out loud. My brother said Oregon is quarterback bust university. I mean, he's not wrong. You go back to him, man. I mean, there was the kid that was taken back in the mid-90s, was it? You guys remember that guy? Who was the guy the Bengals took at like number 1 or number 2 overall from the Oregon Ducks? Just horrible. Just never. Hurts, I'm going to look it up here in a second. Hurts drops back to throw, hits Miles Sanders for a short little 4 or 5 yard gain on 2nd and 15. I got to look up this name. Achilles Smith. That's who I'm thinking of. So you got Achilles Smith. Didn't we have Joey Harrington? Wasn't Joey Harrington be calm? Another one of those guys. I mean, Herbert's never been able to quite realize his potential. A lot of backup type quarterbacks that have come through the league. Marcus Mariota. I mean, he is on to something here, isn't he? You'd think that they would have hit on one by now. Quick throw, good catch, stays on his feet, does Dowd go dare, and he's going to get a 1st down. Jalen Hurts makes some good throws here on some of the more short to intermediate throws in this game. Props to him. He's looked good. I mean, hell, look at the University of Washington during that same time period. If you want to go down to like the early 80s. 1st down and 10. Handoff here to Gainwell. I keep calling him Sanders, by the way. It's Gainwell. Wrong Eagles team. I think Saquon's got a little bit of an issue with that ankle, I think, going on. But look back to the 80s. You have Warren Moon. You got Chris Chandler. Chris Chandler played in the Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons, former UW quarterback. I'll get back to this point in a second here. 2nd and 9. Ball at the 40 in Washington's territory. Throw out here to the flat to Gainwell. Gainwell working his Gainwell just dives, throws his body, and spins it into air to finish the run there for a extra couple of yards at the end of the run. That was inventive. Just kind of tossed himself into the abyss. 3rd down and 1 here. Tush push time here for Jalen Hurts. He's going to try to push through. I don't know if he got it. Yeah, he got it. The second effort allowed him to sneak through there, and the officials are going to give him to him. Looked like they stopped him initially, but then able to push through and make it go. So you got Warren Moon, Chris Chandler, Mark Brunell, Billy Joe Hobert played for a moment. I probably didn't have a really good career there with Billy. Damon Heward was a high pick, but definitely, more, nah, he wasn't a high pick. He was a late round pick. We played for many years. Brock Heward, of course, Seahawks high draft pick, played for a few years, but obviously he'd be more around that kind of bust territory of things. Washington's had their few. Just Washington's had more. Just had more in total. Barkley back on the field now here. 2nd and 6. 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Commanders showing a little 5-man fire zone blitz here. Let's see if they bring it. Yeah, they're going to bring it. No, he dropped out. Good job faking that. I think he faked Hurts out. Hurts very unsure after he got back in that pocket. He thought that guy was coming for sure. Great job by the defender to fake that. He walked right up in the line, and he had that line of scrimmage thinking it was happening. Lattimore, great coverage on A.J. Brown down the field on the 9 route. Nowhere to go. Yeah, I agree. Howard, I think Howard and Dart are both third rounders. Dan Fouts, Oregon Duck, Hall of Fame. There we go. You just got to go back to 72, AI. You just got to go to 1969. The graduating class of 69 at Oregon. I think that Dylan Gabriel had a 72.3% completion percentage, completing rating, and 114 QBR. I think he's accurate and can maybe scramble, but agree his arm is not a long ball arm. Brandon's comp, Purdy seems fair. Yeah, I think they're right in the same kind of mold. Right in that same mold. Jake Locker. Yeah, I miss Jake Locker too. What could have been, man. Probably the most talented, pure quarterback that's come through the University of Washington in my lifetime. Maybe with the exception of Warren Moon. Warren might be, when all things are considered, the most talented. All Spy says even WSU has Bledsoe. That's true. Well, I guess they have Dan Fouts, All Spy. As long as they're willing to go back to 67, they're fine on that one. 3rd and 6 here. Blitz look. They got him. Great call. Frankie Louvu, very good blitzer. Came on the blitz there nicely. He's the guy that I think faked that blitz a previous play. Came this time with the double-A gap mug pressure. Both Bobby and him was coming. And they never even... Cam Jurgens just let him go right past. I think Cam Jurgens thought he was getting help there from the tight end. So a bust there in pass protection for the Eagles. And this is going to put them right on the outset of field goal range here, by the way. Cold conditions you've already seen on a couple of kicks here from the kicker of the Eagles, Jake Elliott. Not confident kicks necessarily coming off of his legs just on the extra points. This thing's going to be a 54-yarder. Windy conditions. Snaps down, kick is up, and it's drifting. Yeah, see, you can see this one coming, man, where the previous 2 kicks with Elliott were already a little dicey there. And this one, bad miss. I mean, he missed that thing by a good 5 yards to the right. Commanders are Rolling. Thomas says, I wish DeBoer stayed at UW and Lanning stayed at Oregon. It would have been a heck of a rivalry. It really would have. Yeah. That would have been cool to see. It really would have been cool to see. Who knows? DeBoer might end up feeling like he should have stayed too as well. Flag says, Dan Fouts? That was 55 years ago. Oh, we're going to beat up on Oregon today. I'm with it. I'm here for it. Sanchez says Ohio State had a run of nobody quarterbacks until Stroud. That's true. That's absolutely true. Ohio State was a lot of the same kind of place where, I mean, there's people for years that have said you don't draft Ohio State quarterbacks because it's all the program. It's the program. And I mean, it's hard not to say that they were right, where there were so many that have come through into this league that just haven't been very good. But maybe CJ finally kind of broke the chain. Josh Sass says Elliott went from all pro to bum in one season. He doesn't look comfortable today kicking, Josh. Now, you saw it on those extra points. The first one, he just barely tucked inside the right pole. And the second one was even a little bit dicey. You could kind of just tell. It's like, yeah, something's off today. He was good last year, though. These kickers, we dealt with the same thing here, Josh. We've got an ongoing joke with our kicker that we call him Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, because every season he has every other year he's great, but then every other year he's also bad, and it's nobody has any explanation for it. We've gone to a voodoo priestess. We've tried to consult with soothsayers, and we're not getting any answers. Just not getting any answers. Kevin Kirby says, I wonder how much Locker regrets not leaving after junior year. Would have been #1 pick. Probably. Yeah, probably so. I think there was a bit of a question there with Locker too on how much, did he really love the sport and want to, drive into it in that way and being a pro. I think he wanted to get through and do the college thing, but I think he was a guy that had this talent, but and was this ability, but it wasn't necessarily coming from the pure love of the sport kind of side of it. That was the impression I got from him a bit. Kevin O'Connell, we getting Monday morning news for a coach? Place your bets on BetUS. Can you place bets on BetUS for coaches? For our OC? I hadn't seen that over there. Hopefully by Monday morning we've got an answer. Jeez. All right, the Commanders in a position to make some noise now. They've got good field position here at the 44-yard line. They're in shotgun, 1st and 10. Jaden dropping back to throw. He's got all the time in the world. He's going to go ahead and scramble with this and run it out of bounds for a gain of 5 or 6 yards. Josh says it's not too bad today as far as temperature, but it's a bit chilly and it's a bit bad overall. Seems like there's a little wind there too. It might have calmed down, but especially early in the game when they had some of the kind of the trash you could see on the field blowing around, that it was definitely, seems like it's at least a little bit whipping around just a tiny bit. Maybe not like horrible, but just enough. 2nd and 4. Jaden back in shotgun again. Quick throw underneath here. Finds his tight end for a 1st down. Thomas, is there rumors that Stevanovic is a coach? I know that they've interviewed with him, but I haven't heard it. Unless this is just breaking news that's coming down right now. Hand off inside to Robinson. He'll be taken down. Bubble screen here that's knocked down. AI, you'll have to let me know on which years you're thinking that are the years that he had good back-to-back. my impression has been, and I'm looking at his stats right now, AI going back through it. It's one good year, one bad year. That's the way it goes. One good year, one bad year. There's not back-to-back good years there with him. 3rd down and 3. Jay Daniels, empty look. Eagles showing a little bit of a pressure look up front. Throws it on a slant route to Terry McLaurin. McLaurin still keeps his feet after the catch, and he's loose in the open field. Terry McLaurin's fighting hard. He's going to drag a defender, Darius Slay, into the end zone for a touchdown. Washington Commanders. Simple slant route, and Terry goes crazy on it. Scary Terry McLaurin. Former Ohio State receiver himself. Jaden Daniels, great throw there on the slant, put it in the perfect spot to make the catch and then instantly turn into a runner from McLaurin's standpoint of things. And Washington's back in this football game. Not that they were completely out of it, but it was starting to slide in a bad direction there for a moment. Sanchez, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation there, Sanchez. Are they going to say he was a little short? Man, they're saying he's short at the 2-yard line? God, I thought he got in there. Oh, no, it's the 2-point conversion. Sorry. Boy, early to go for the 2-point conversion here. Got to be sure. Throw out to Eckler in the flat, and he's going to get cut down. I don't know if I go for 2 that early in this game at 7:02 in the second quarter. I don't like that call from Dan Quinn. That might come back to haunt them. I do not like that call at all. Sanchez, thank you for the double dip dono on the $5 donation. Says, I'm convinced we're hiring Nagy, the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. There's no other excuse for being this derelict. Well, that one would certainly calm, I think, a lot of the headspace of the 12s in that you got the guy that checks the boxes of the thing that we're looking to get if we're bringing it in here. Where the last 2 coordinators you brought in were untested, had never called plays before. I think by and large, for the most part, we're wanting to see them not take that same route once again with this OC hire. And Nagy would certainly fit to that mold of he's done that stuff. He knows what he's doing. He would come in with a certain amount of certainty. He'd have certainly an extension of coaches throughout the league that he could build and bring in to help build up his offensive staff. So it would make a lot more sense on this waiting game if that's the conclusion of it, if that's the guy that they're going to land on, Sanchez. I'd be perfectly fine to understand, okay, I see why you waited. You waited for really that good candidate versus just, okay, we've got this guy named Bob Smith who's been a passing game coordinator with blah, 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 and he's now going to call plays, and fingers crossed. No, I don't want to do that. So hopefully so. You might be onto something, Sanchez. You might be onto something with that one. It's definitely derelict is a good way to put it. Starting to feel a little bit like that, where it's like, we're taking a little bit extra time here. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Slay needs to be cut. He cannot cover anything. It's definitely winding down for our guy there. And I think that I haven't seen Quinyon Mitchell out there for the Eagles, so I'm guessing he's getting a lot of run. Quinyon Mitchell out. They were hopeful he was going to play, but I don't know if he's played yet. I'm guessing Darius, one way or another, is going to be taking up a good amount of his snaps. One way or another on that one. Dig Docs, Brandon, have anyone heard from Garth lately? I miss his humor. Yeah, we had Garth on the bar. I think Garth was on the B&B show a couple days ago, Addicted. So he showed up there. He's a late night guy, so we got to be on the later streams for him to jump in. He's not up at this time of day. He's just waking up. Kevin says money's on Stevanovic, but honestly, if we get Slowick or Kubiak, we're good. I'm happy with that too. Tailgating UW such a fun, unique experience. I never got a chance to do it. I would have liked to have done it. It's one thing that I don't like about the Hawks Stadium is that you can't tailgate at Seahawks Stadium. God, we'd have such an awesome, if we were able to, imagine how cool that would be. Thomas says Kubiak was OC and Udinsky was PGC. I'd be saying what took so long. Definitely. Short kick here. Gainwell fumbles it for a moment, but regains it right back in, but it will be a short return on the play to the 27-yard line. Dixon says, F and Nanny stayed here in Seattle. I'm too lazy to run to a tribal casino to play some fun bets. Also too scared if I flew to Vegas, I would just stay there laughing out loud. It is as Herbicide says, Vegas can get old quick once you're there. It's fun for a couple days, but then you're like, all right, I'm good. Thomas says, I heard Carol James died, Don James' wife. Oh, that's sad to hear. Rest in peace, Carol. 1st and 10 for the Eagles now, up 14-12 with 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Ball at the 27, 28-yard line there. They're going to go with a fly sweep to Devontae Smith. He'll take this for a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. About. Second down and 2. Hand off to Barkley. He's going to get swallowed up right there. Nice play. Is that Holmes? All right. Trevor agrees with me. He says it was too early to go for 2. And the Eagles got Landon Dickerson over there kind of limping on the sideline, which is not a good sign for them. He's got a surgically repaired knee multiple times over from college. He is out there on the field right now, but something to monitor and track. Actually, I guess he's in there at center. So it looks like Juergens is out for the Eagles. And they're in the tush-push situation here, and they'll get it on 3rd and 1. He calls and says, yeah, it's Matt Nagy. Matt Nagy, I'll be with Matt Nagy. I'm good with that if they do that one. Dig to Brendan. Laughing out loud, you echoed my comment about the 2-point play. Save that for 3rd or 4th quarter. Now you got to get an extra field goal just to stay in the back and 4th game. Yeah, that's my thing with it. Is this is not a game right now where you know for sure that you need that 2 points. It's not like a tight game where it's like we're never going to be back down here again. We're never going to have the opportunity to be back here to get these points. And you're like, just stay in the flow of the game, take the points. You know, you're on the road. The whole point on this to me is getting into that second half and keeping this thing close, especially considering how it started out. Hurts dropping back to throw here. He's got about 3 years in the pocket to figure out what he wants to do, and he's finally swallowed up by Jonathan Allen when he tries to scramble up through the front of the pocket. Yeah, it just don't make a lot of sense to do that there. What's up, Megan? It's good to see you. Closer game than I thought, too, especially the way this thing started out, Megan. We're like, ooh, this is going to slide sideways quick. Zombie says, which name for our home field did you like the most? Quest, CenturyLink, or Lumen? I kind of like CenturyLink because of the clink, but I don't like Lumen. And I'm an old head with this where I want us to go back to the old school stadium names. Handoff inside. Saquon Barkley will take it for a gain of about 12 yards there. That's an easy 12 yards. Big hole for him. Or 10 yards, sorry. I like the old names though, like Kingdome and Arrowhead Stadium and Candlestick Park. And there was something to there was a romanticized element to it when the stadiums had those kind of names. Now it's kind of just, the worst is the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. Like, come on. Read option keeper here by Jalen Hurts isn't going to go for much. Bobby Wagner's all over that thing. Yeah, Clink was the best moniker. I agree, Prime. Judson says, wonder where JS is strapping the old feed bag today. Dig to Brandon. Vegas never closes and never gets old. Just got to be good at sportsbook and craps. Hey, used to work for NWA. Fly to Vegas for free. Love that city. I'm fine. I'm gonna go there with the buddies from Washington here. We're gonna meet up here this offseason, go have some fun out there for a couple of days. I'm gonna go get it out here once we get through some of the free agency draft stuff. Looking forward to it. Another handoff inside to Saquon Barkley. See, I'd be just giving Saquon the ball all day long right now if I'm the Eagles. I'd force the Commanders to stop this. Saquon right now, 6 carries, 77 yards. Yeah, he's got the 60-yarder, but he's averaging. So I guess essentially he's got 5 carries for 17 yards, right, on the outside of that 60-yarder. But I'd still just stay with it myself here. 3rd and 5. Eagles in shotgun, 4 wide. They're sort of mirroring the 2 wide receiver sets on either side here with them stacked up. Quick pressure there by Washington. Forcing a fast throw by Hurts, and he cannot get the ball into Barkley out in the flat. Incomplete. Good job by Commanders. Commanders had that thing. Just quick pressure. A little bit of a zone blitz look from them. Fourth and 5. Eagles look like they're going to go for this. 2:14 to go in the second quarter. This is a big play in this game. You get the first down, you can wind pretty much all the clock down here from the Eagles' perspective into halftime. 4 wide. Barkley in the backfield. Blitz coming from the Washington Commanders. Hurts going to throw it up top on the 9 route, and he gets it to Brown. So that's exactly what I was talking about earlier with Hurts. Not necessarily the greatest of throwers of the ball when it comes down to it. But if you give him the one-on-one on the outside with the Brown, or you give him the one-on-one on the outside with the Devontae Smith, he can hit those throws. He's kind of a bit like the inverse of Lamar Jackson, where Lamar on these kind of throws in the playoffs, in the weather conditions that are cold and windy, he can't make these kind of throws over the top like that. You see him struggle with those throws. But this is what Hurts can do, and so this makes it really hard in playing him, where you bring a blitz like that there, or you're going to stack the box against the run, and he's got a method to go over the top with you on that. They're going to bring the blitz there as the Commanders, because they want to try to stop the first from happening on a 4th down. They don't think you're going to go for the 9 route over the top and even take that chance there, but you do, and he can hit it. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, would you eat McDonald's for a month for a playoff W? No. I think McDonald's is pretty much just about pure poison as far as food goes. There's no nutritional content. There's a lot of non-food content in McDonald's. I would literally feel like I'm eating poison every day for a month if I did. I'm not a fast food guy at all. Like, they've drawn those ingredients down to the lowest denominator as far as having, we're one step away from it. From them being like, well, they put cyanide in the burgers now. Why do they put cyanide in the burgers? It's just it helps with the flavor, and it's a small enough thing that it's under FDA standards, so you can have that much in it. It's okay, if it's at that low level. It's cyanide though. Why do they need to have cyanide in the burger? It's a flavor saver thing. No, I will not be eating that. Arturo says Arrowhead Stadium is rooted in racism. I miss Kingdom, however. It's just kind of the phrase was a cool phrase. I didn't mean too much of the depths of the situation. Just the stadium itself is just kind of a cool name. Jurgens was out before the game. My bad. I didn't see that he was going to be out. Cool Breeze says Hawks shooting themselves in the foot, not having true tailgating. The 12s would go so much crazier, sad. Yeah, they would. I think it would help, especially to get the environment more raucous. Agreed. Vet AM says should be TheSeahawksNest Stadium. Oh, well, I'll sign off on that one. It should be. That name would be right. Thomas says, I get the Washington is in the NFC Championship game, but the defense, LOB Dallas level, I think the defense is 2021 defense Pete used. They hope they can close and then turn loose Jaden Daniels. They hope they can keep it close and then turn loose Jaden Daniels. Handoff inside here to Barkley after the 2-minute warning break, and he'll take it for about a gain of 3 or 4 yards. And well said on your part. I think that Quinn's made some adjustments from the Carroll Legion of Boom days with his defense. You see that with some of his willingness to blitz. But to your point, Thomas, it still comes down to a pretty simplified scheme when it's all said and done. It's a pretty simple system when it's all said and done. BB says, not a meal every day, but at least once a day. Yeah, I don't drink Coca-Cola. I don't drink any soda. And I would never, I can't do McDonald's. Every time I eat McDonald's now, and the only thing I ever like to eat is like the breakfast burritos or something like that. And my gut reminds me that I ate McDonald's hours and hours after I ate it. Artos is no Vegas for me, no gambling for me. Hey, you gotta stay away. I mean, sometimes this stuff can get you. 2nd and 8, 1:56 to go here in the second quarter. Hurts dropping back to throw. Ball's a little bit high there. That'll be incomplete. Somebody was asking about why no flags, by the way, in this game. You're going to see this in the first and the second game, I think, overall, where they're going to let these players play. They're going to let them decide and determine who wins this game. DK's son got bullied. Flag says fast food's nuts. If you don't eat it for a long time, you can feel the chemicals. That's how it is for me. It's like I can feel like, did I just eat acid? Pure acid? My butt starts to erupt. It's not a fun time. 3rd down and 8 here for the Eagles. And the play clock wound down there. And they did not get a timeout off. Come on, Nick Sirianni. You got to be there with the timeout there, buddy. You can't have me to 5 yards on this. Not good. What were you looking at, man? That's your job, head coach. That's your job in that moment. Third down and 13. 4 wide. Eagles, Commanders showing a double A gap blitz again. They've run this a few times. They're running it again. Boy, they feel like they can get after the Eagles' protections here. Oh, pass interference, Lattimore. That's why I'm a little Dan's going a little too blitz heavy here on this. You don't have the corners on the outside that you can trust in there, especially with Lattimore where he's at. That's pass interference, man. I mean, he's mauling him up the field there far beyond. He's pulling and yanking, and you can't do that. Even if they're going to let them play in moments here like this game. But it's set up by the fact that you're blitzing, and the problem is your double A gap blitz, and then Hurts just breaks the pocket off the double A gap. So he rounds off the pocket to give his receiver enough time to get the route run. The whole thinking here is that you run the blitz to speed up Hurts so that he has to get the ball out of his hand before he can get the ball to the sticks. But if you let him break pocket like that, where your edge rushers aren't mush rushing off the outside, then the blitz is kind of irrelevant, even when it gets home that fast like it did there. Little too much blitzing there from Quinn's perspective on that. He's been hit a bit on a couple of these. He did with the A.J. Brown route, and he just got hit there with it too. And Hurts is going to run the brotherly shove-in for a touchdown. That's all. I always wondered why we don't have tailgate culture. Yeah, exactly. It should be absolutely should be a part of what we got out there, what we're getting out there. Got a flag here after the touchdown. A lot of yapping back and forth by the teams. Lattimore and A.J. Brown going at it. DK told Brown that he's got to do Lattimore dirty this weekend. It's like, I did him dirty once, you got to do him dirty once this week. Brown's just doing that. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I had to apologize to Ryan Day. F Ryan Grubb. I don't think you'll be having any moment like that with Ryan Grubb in the future. Be calm. And I think as well, there was quite a few Ohio State fans, who probably were in the same place you were with Ryan Day. Especially, I mean, how mad were so many Ohio State fans when we got a 2-point conversion here. So you have a penalty on Lattimore, which is going to take the ball to the 1. And the Eagles are going to do a brotherly shove play. They're fighting through. It looks like they will be a little short and they will not get the 2-point conversion. So very interesting there, because they think, hey, we're within a yard. We can just do the brotherly shove off the penalty with Lattimore. But Washington, I think, has been one of the few teams this year that's been able to stop the brotherly shove. And Luvu in there, making it happen. Looks like a painting almost from above. So Lattimore actually ended up saving his team an extra point. But be calm. I think like that Michigan game this year, like it was where Michigan's planting their flag on your guys' turf, and Day's just sort of standing there watching without any kind of control or intensity in the moment of that, of like, what are you doing, man? But he, you got to give the guy props. He stayed the line. He did a good job of keeping so many of those players coming back last year. You're from your Jack Sawyers, your JT Tuimoloas, Williams on the inside there, your nose tackle, Donovan Jackson. I mean, they had so many guys they were able to bring back this year to make sure that team could be, at its strongest to make this kind of run. But props to Ryan Day getting it done over there. I never trust a man who pencils in his beard, but can't deny it, pretty good football coach, and congrats to your Ohio State team. It's a big win for you guys. Notre Dame made it interesting there a little bit at the end, but you guys basically had that one from the jump. Thet AM, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, in the U.S., Food and Drug Administration is crazy. Oh, it is. We're bought and paid for all the way down the line by all of the big food interests out there that'll do whatever the hell they want, and we're basically guinea pigs for them. So, we just barely finally got the red dye, that's supposedly super harmful to humans and all that. We just got that thing finally out of the system. And you look at all those foods over in Europe where you'll see the same, I'm sure many of you guys have seen it, where you see the same packaging for the same brand of a food over in Europe, and then over here, and they'll have like 4 ingredients, and then ours has got like 75 ingredients for the very same bag of chips or cereal. And you go, what are we doing here? What is the possible reason for this being good for us? It's wild. You walk through a grocery store in the United States, you're just walking through basically aisle after aisle of just about pure poison, from the seed oils to the we're horrible with our food here. It's horrible. Brian Myers, thank you for 7 months as a Hawks Nest member, my man. Says, hey, B, would you give a 5th for Mark Andrews? I like how A.J. Brown tears off Lattimore's helmet and then just sort of sticks his hands aside from the ref like, I didn't do nothing. What'd I do? I didn't tear her helmet off. That's an interesting proposition. Let me take a look at Andrews on the cap count side of this real quick. Oh, no. Fumble by the Commanders on the up. Oh, dude. Commanders fumble the ball. Oh, no. Oh, wow. The kick returner just didn't see the guy. Like, he just ran into the guy. He never saw him coming. Oh, and then it got kicked backwards by a Commander player, kicked it back to the Eagles. You can't have these turnovers in these games, especially when you're the underdog and especially when you're on the road. You can get away with one of them. I don't know if you can get away with two of them. Jalen Hurts is not going to throw the ball up for you. He's not going to give you any opportunities on the turnover front of it. You're almost guaranteed to lose this turnover war at this point. That's a big play in this football game. Washington had a chance to still go down and bring this close at halftime. Instead, you're going to see the Eagles potentially open this up with a 2-score lead. Play action pass, throw out here to the tight end in the flat. Gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Jeez. Second and 3. Hurts is going to run this in with these. There is a flag on the play. Might have been holding on Bobby. They got him in there. Landon Dickerson, they're showing, is really struggling on that knee right now that he's trying to operate off of. And yeah, they're going to call him for the hold there. He got out in the second level on Bobby, and then, yeah, he pulled. There's definitely a tug there on Bobby to keep him there. And that's just Dickerson can't move right now the way he wants to move. So he's having to kind of try to get by here. Bobby's a hard guy still to block at his age. That's a good call. That's a good call. Dropping back to throw is Hurts. He's going to roll out here, and he's going to throw that one away. They got a weird contract here for our guy. Oh. Boy, Dickerson's really limping on that left knee right now. Not a good snap there to Hurts. He's being a warrior. He's trying his best, but you can see it's definitely a struggle. 3rd down and 10, 57 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Hurts dropping back to throw. Quick pressure. Flushes him out to Saquon Barkley in the flat. Saquon gets drilled out of bounds. And there's going to be a penalty marker flag. Sanistril saying that he hit him in bounds. It was very close on that play. Bang, bang. I sure wish the officials wouldn't call that flag there. Barkley's extending the run as far as he can. He's not a quarterback. There aren't protections here. To me, don't give him the flag here on this. Pick that flag up. That's one that doesn't make any sense. Not a smart move by the rookie Sanistril either. It's on the line. It certainly is worthy of being called. You like this game. It's a playoff action. This is going to be the kind of hits are going to happen where team players are trying to be good with it. Auto first down though. Washington definitely self-inflicted wounds are hurting them here in this game. God, you remove any chance now that you have another opportunity with a possession too. Handoff inside to Barkley. Gain of about 6. Yeah. Brian, it has him as a $7 million base. If he was just coming in on the $7 million base, that'd be one thing. But I think you got to come in with there's a $4 million roster bonus that Andrews is also going to be picking up. So that means then I got to spend $11 million on Andrews next year. And that would be after Brian releasing Noah Fant, where you're going to lose, $4 or $5 million of dead money there. So between the dead money of Noah Fant and then the increased cost of Andrews, you're going to work your way up to like $15-16 million of just what the tight end cost is coming between a Fant no longer on your team and Andrews. So if it was a $7 million base, you could maybe talk me into it at that spot, but and he may very well be a cut candidate for the Ravens because they don't have a lot of cap space as it stands right now, and they have Isaiah Likely, who's kind of emerging for them. So maybe he's just going to be a free agent on the market. 2nd and goal here, 47 seconds to go. 1 timeout remaining for the Commanders. Hurts and shotgun. Heavy look here from the Commanders, and Barkley will get drugged down there in the backfield for a loss of a half a yard. Good idea for a trade, though. I like the idea. I like where your head's at on it, Brian. But just the cost to be a bit... I don't want to be spending that much for a tight end unless I really have a game changer, not a kind of an aging tight end who has a pretty rich injury history, as Mark Andrews does. Mike says, God, the Hawks need an offensive line. Yes. Amen. Amen. No word on the OC yet, Mike. We're waiting with bated breath, though. Brian says, great info. Thanks, B. Yeah, anytime, Brian. I love the idea. 3rd down and goal. Big play in this football game here. Hurts in a pistol look. He's going to throw this out to A.J. Brown. Just an easy touchdown. What route are you playing there? What do you think they're going to run? God, it's a 4-yard route, and he's got 2 yards of separation on the play. I mean, how do you not at least, like, if you're operating out the slot, if you're Sanistrel, how do you not at least play the leverage to like a fade ball, which would have you easing to the backside of the end zone? Like, you're not playing the out route at that point, but you're playing for you're not playing for an in-cutting route. You know they're going to probably draw that to the outside with Brown in the slot. Sanderstill's a rookie there, but a couple of plays on that drive at the end there that were showing off some of his rookiness. And boy, Elliott does not look comfortable kicking the ball right now, though. They get the touchdown. The extra point does go through. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's just put flags on everyone. FFS. Yeah, in a playoff game, I get a regular season kind of the late hit there in a regular season game, but a playoff game like this where they're trying to go get the first down and the defender's trying to prevent the running back from getting to the first down marker, that's what's driving it. He's not trying to be, I think, dirty there per se. I can get the call. It's not egregious. It's understandable on it, but you're letting them play today. You know, you're letting things go where they're, as you should in a playoff game. I'd kind of like to see more of that. Have a good one, Megan. Have a great day. Hope you're doing well. Me too says, I swear these flags ruin football. Make it a pansy-ass sport. Kind of do, yeah. I'm glad you're kind of in the place where I'm at with it, where it's just like, look, I get the call can be made, but like, should it be made? Is the spirit of the rule there that should be called there? To me, no. Have the officials come back, you initially throw the flag, they come back, they talk, they're like, okay, look, he just stepped out of bounds. His foot plants out of bounds, he smacks him. If it's on the line, you pick it up. D-Man says, I want Washington to win, but could they have picked a more dumb team name? As people are saying here in the chat, D-Man, there's a lot of buzz behind Washington returning back to their old name. There's even some potential Native American tribes that are pushing for it on their side of it, so we'll see if that does become the case. I will say that even if they don't go back to the old name, can we please pick something better than the Commanders? The Commanders is god-awful. And I think everybody's in uniformity of agreement on this. Washington fans, national fans. It's the same thing that happened to the Guardians with Cleveland. These teams were so burned by the fact they had picked a name that had gotten them in trouble that they went for the most milquetoast, boring name that they could find out there for for the replacement. And no, come on. You can pick anything in the world. Commanders and Guardians. Anything in the world, that's what you pick. Sugar says corners are cooked once they get in their late 20s. It's a position that doesn't have a long shelf life. It's been pretty wild to watch Gilmore still be able to go out there and play at a pretty good high level through his 30s. But that is the exception to the rule, to your point. That is their logo looks like a college football team. It does. Even the logo's boring. A W? Like just a W? They could construct a badass George Washington looking character or something, Go with something. Immortal E-Tech's gonna suck if the Eagles get their second Super Bowl before the Seahawks. Yeah, it wouldn't feel good. Tasha, what's up, Tasha? I think it's worse that people are calling the Commanders commies. Have you heard that? I have heard that. Yeah. And one more thing is, like, when they're going in the room, Tasha, the Washington staff is, and we got 39 seconds here with Washington at the 30-yard line. Daniels is going to try to get this thing down the field. That's not going to get it done, Jaden. Throws a little throw to the flat and Eckler for about a gain of 3 yards. Or a gain of about 3. I have heard that, though, and that's part of the reason why when you guys are having your brainstorming session in Washington, and you're in the room and everybody's talking it over, and they're like, "Hello, Commanders," and somebody should be in the room going, "Hey, somebody's going to call them, start calling them commies." That's not what we're trying to get done here. Quick throw underneath here to the tight end for a first down catch. Jaden's going to have to push this ball down the field a little bit here. These 2 throws are not going to get it done. Jalen Carter just pushed over the center. Tyler Bodish. I think he got his fingers in the eye of Bodish. That was a weird looking play. Oh, he got him right in the eye. He hit him before he even snapped the ball and just pushed him over, but he got him right in the eyeball. Biotish is making his case. It should have been a 15-yarder because he got him in the eye, but Carter wasn't trying to be dirty. He just jumped off sides there. 1st and 5 now. Ball's at the 41-yard line. The Commanders have got to push this ball up the field here from Jaden's standpoint. Last couple of throws have been short throws and they're eating too much time. Come on, push it. Push it. He's going to try to scramble for it. Get it out of bounds then. Get it out of bounds. Get it out of bounds. Get it out of bounds. Get out of bounds. He jumps out of bounds. Almost gets tackled in bounds. He just flings himself to the sidelines and is able to get out of bounds with 13 seconds to go here on the clock. Gain of about 15 yards there. Eagles brought a blitz from one side and Jaden was able to escape out the other side of the pocket once the blitz came that way. They are already now in field goal range. You got to be careful here as a quarterback with 13 seconds and where the throws you make because Eagles are going to take a timeout. Eagles taking the timeout. This actually helps out the Commanders more than this helps the Eagles. Because the Commanders there could get themselves in a little bit of trouble, especially with Jaden's penchant for sometimes throwing a little bit of the short throw there where you could eat up the rest of the 13 seconds on this clock because they do not have a timeout. So something worth tracking here. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. You could be the Browns and have no logo. Oh, there's another team that's just ridiculous. Like, the name is ridiculous. The lack of logo is ridiculous. I don't get why they're so married to that one there in Cleveland. I know the whole Mike Brown, the whole Brown thing, the Brown family thing and all that, but like, just no. Change it. If any team should change it and try to want to change the energy, there's a franchise that should want to change the energy. 1st and 10, 13 seconds. Here we go. Jaden drops back, completes the pass to the tight end. Tight end bangs his way out of bounds. Ertz gets him another 10, 11 yards there, and that's probably going to be that. Bring out the field goal kicker and let him go get the job done. I don't like the Browns logo, though, either. It's like, ugh. Mythics is Washington should rename to the Warriors. Washington Warriors rolls off the tongue well, and they get to keep the Native American theme. I like that. There's a compromise. There's a little compromise. Thomas says, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I remember Washington as the Redskins. Their history was all Redskins in my mind. Mine too. It took a while for me to get to Commanders. I was calling them Redskins for the first couple of years. Hope you're having a good one, Tasha. Good to see you in the house. Arturo says, Hawks, that's nothing wrong with being a commie. Well, it's a tough sell in this country. It's a tough sell in this one. I don't think it's a term of endearment when people call them the commies. I don't think they mean it that way. Kick is up and right through the uprights. Well done there. So Commanders hanging tough. 15-27 in this contest. One reason you take that extra point too from Quinn earlier where he went for the 2 points, just take the point. Just keep taking the points. Prime says JSN special, but I stand resolute. Carter would have been my pick. Well, of course it wasn't JSN 2 Prime. It was Witherspoon instead of Carter. Carter was good. He says Mora would have loved Carter. Yeah, he probably would have. See, Lord of Bravos, you simply cannot draft a quarterback that doesn't have some sort of mobility in today's NFL unless they are otherworldly talented from the pocket. Amen. I agree. I think this is a necessity now. It used to be something that was nice to have, and then it used to be something that was, okay, it's a little more necessary now than ever before, and now it's become Bravos. You have to have this. You can't go without this. Kickoff here to the Eagles will land at the 2 yards deep in the end zone. He's going to bring it back and then just slide down. Jordan Lynn says, good to see you live. Feels like it's been a while. Well, it's good to see you too, Jordan. It has been a minute. Thanks for checking out the stream today. Appreciate all of you guys watching. If you can for me, we're going to have people looking all day today for, streams to watch while these games are live. We're going to be streaming all day long, but if you guys could do me the favor on this one and hit that like button, maybe sub up if you get a chance as well, as this will help people. They're looking for who are searching for, hey, who's doing the live stream on this Eagles Commanders game? I'll pop up on the search function once you hit that like button. It helps out considerably by you guys doing that. I do appreciate it too. So we will go to halftime here. Commanders down 15-27. Brian says just use the old arrow logo. Oh, there we go. I'd be fine with that too. Better than the Commander logo. That's for sure. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Can't deny Nick Sirianni wins 100%. He does talk ish. Hey, he's been successful there with Philadelphia. Can't deny that. I mean, he as bad as he's got a punchable face and he's got a kind of a weird personality, but he gets the job done. To your point, you can't deny the results. You don't just win in this league by luck. You don't win by happenstance. You don't win because you just kind of fall into it. You got to be doing something right to make it happen. Zombie Central says, I'd like to rebrand them to the Washington Daniels or the Texan Strouds. Those kind of actually roll off oddly off the tongue in a weird way. Saving sense, his Spoon will last longer than most as long as he can stay healthy. Probably so. Yeah, I agree with you there. Prime says the F. Patton was right. Kevin Collins says the Washington Natives and keep the logo. There we go. There, I think we're coming up with some compromises here that could work. We're finding some middle grounds. Sanchez says if quarterbacks need to be mobile, then that puts an expiration date. Then CF Russell. What do you mean on that, Sanchez? Can you elaborate on that? Or then that puts an expiration date. Kevin Kirby, one of the reasons I love Josh Allen, takes a hit. I'm tired of these quarterbacks sliding and not taking a hit. I definitely think that that's one of those rules. There's a variety of always rules the NFL looks at every offseason where we can maybe kind of improve things, and this is a little bit funky. I think the sliding rule I know they're doing the quarterback protections with this, and that you've got to keep some of that to a degree, but it has probably gotten overload to a certain point on this, and that there's room for there to be correction. I, for instance, think that the officials should be able to penalize a quarterback who is trying to trick defenses. You know, I'm gonna head to the out of bounds marker. You think I'm heading out of bounds? Instead of heading out of bounds, I'm just gonna cut it upfield and go get another 15 yards. Like, no, we're trying to protect you. You don't get to use that against defenses like quarterbacks are. Be calm. Why does it feel like they're down more than 12? I think because Philadelphia has just moved things so easily offensively when they've gotten up the field, and there's the turnovers, and it should be a worse game. Washington is very lucky to be within 12 points in this game. There, you lose the turnover battle on the road. You allow the Eagles to average 5.6 yards per carry in the first half, albeit a big part of that's that 60-yard run they had. You combine that up with Hurts going 12 of 18 for 140. Yeah, you go, yeah, this should be a lot more worse. Video game sports, thanks for the $5 donation, Video Game Sports. And you guys are kind as ever here on the channel today. I really appreciate that. The worst part was when they were called the Washington Football Team. Yeah, where they had to wait like 2 years just to decide on this crap-ass name, Video Game Sports. Like, have something ready and chambered to go if you're going to go pivot off that. The Washington Football Team was... And I don't know. It's just like the Washington Football Team, Washington Commanders. It feels like just about the same name. It's almost as boring. It's not quite as boring, but it's just about as boring as Washington Football Team. But yeah, that was dumb. Gosh, there's so many names you can call things. There's so many cool monikers out there that you can come up with to land at Commanders. So boring. Just so boring. Spaces, I hate the way Mahomes acts like he's going to slide and then doesn't slide. Yeah, I do. I think that it's not good for the game. And again, he's taking advantage of the rules. These rules, which are already ones where you're being a little bit extra protected more than the other players on this field. And now you're going to kind of take advantage of that. It's bad. It's not a good thing. Kevin Kirby says, why would the I think you mean the Eagle player take the ball out of the end zone and fumble just to take a knee? Why would the Commander player take the ball out of the end zone? I think you mean the Eagle player. The Commander guy fumbled, but the Eagle guy just took it out. I don't know what he was doing exactly. Maybe he started taking it out and one of his teammates was like, get down, get down, get down. Or he just wanted to see if there was going to be a crease there. Just bring it out a couple yards, see if the crease opens up. If it doesn't, then you just slide down. Thomas says, I look at this way. Seattle got spooned, probably the best nickel corner. JSN, an upcoming receiver. Murphy, who went in the lineup, was 6-2. Knight, Barner, LeMay shows talent. Indeed. And thank you again, Video Game, for the $5, man. Appreciate you. Ethan says, forget naming them the Warriors, the Washington Wagners. There we go. Washington Red Natives. SL, who gets the ball at half? The Eagles get the ball after half. I think. Didn't they start out with it? Yeah. That's right. The Greenlanders. Sanchez, as quarterbacks lose mobility as they age. Yeah. Well, I see what you're saying with that, Sanchez. Sort of then there's less of a preference than to some of these older quarterbacks as they have been kind of raised up in recent years as being commodities. And now maybe they become less commodities because the mobility is so much of a requirement than it was in the past. It's a good point to your point on that. Where we come back around to this aging quarterback thing that's been a thing in the sport with Brady kind of kicking it off and it being kind of carried through with a couple of these guys, that maybe this kind of hits a bit of a wall because of that necessity for the mobility, Sanchez. I think it's a really good point. Something to pay attention to. Thomas, has anyone heard of Grady Stadowski? Dan reporting that he could be the new OC. Don't know anything about it myself, Thomas. Prime says the Oklahoma Flat Earthers would be cool. That would be a cool team name. Montana Goat Ropers. I don't know. That's got a little bit of a... why are you roping goats? Don't you have a sheepdog for that? What are you roping them for? Kevin says the Commanders need to make this a one-score game going to the fourth or it's over. Yeah, agreed. This game's in a very, very bad, not a great spot from their perspective of it. And this could slip outside their grip really quickly, especially this opening drive by the Eagles. Grandy Stadinsky. They're reaching so deep in these names now, Thomas. I'm like, that's not a real name. That's a fake name. Maybe I would take Spoon over Carter every day of the week. Spoon will be probably an all-pro one day. Yeah, I think these guys are both going to be great players. And I think that then for what they both bring on both sides, I think there's an argument to be made that they're going to be equally great in what they do at the end of the day. Maybe Carter's got a little bit more of an upside for what he can do on the inside. They affect the game in different ways. But again, too, I see some revisionism at times from the fan base when it comes to Jalen Carter, and that revisionism is the off the field stuff, where it's like John made the pick between Witherspoon and Carter, and it's just he liked Witherspoon more, so he went with that one, which wasn't the case. The driver and the reason you didn't take Carter was because of the fact that he had the character concerns that were huge, and you couldn't overlook them. And we can't overlook that now when we look at why that pick was made at the time. We have to take that part into account and understand of how big that swayed that decision. And it's easy for people to say, well, it shouldn't have swayed the decision. You should just overlook the character stuff. And the thing I always like to say about that to the folks that say that is like, hey, how are the view from the cheap seats? Because it's very easy to tell a guy like John Schneider in that moment, hey, take this career risk on this one player. You have this other player who's right with him as far as his upside goes. Go take this risk on this guy that's going to just completely throw your career into, if it doesn't work, into hell. But go take that risk because he's this much more better of this player over there. And that's why I still support it to this day, even though, look, I was as big a Jalen Carter as any guy out there and girl out there. Because I knew the talent, I saw the talent, but character risks are reality too. And you've got to make that kind of prediction from a general manager standpoint as well when looking at these players, not just to project where they're going to be as a football player, but to project where they're going to be as an adult making millions of dollars in this sport. It's both have got to be taken into account, or you're only taking into account kind of half the story on a player. Sea-Lord says Phillies was uniquely suited to pick Carter. He worked out great for them so far. He has. He really has. And they were uniquely set up to do that. And they could take the risk. They had another first-round pick in that draft. So if Carter failed out on him, there was a freebie first-round pick that they had gotten for a trade from the prior year. If it didn't work, they had Nolan that they had at least drafted. They could lean back on that and say, hey, okay, well, the first one, we got our edge, so that'll be fine. But it was a risk. It was a risk for the Eagles. It would have been a risk for us. There were 9 other teams in the first round that knew he was a good talent that passed on him because of that risk, those character concerns. It wasn't just us. It wasn't just John being scaredy pants there when it came to Carter. It was 9 other teams being scaredy pants when it came to Carter too. He would have, in most drafts, with the character concerns were clean, he wouldn't have gotten to us at 5. He wouldn't have lasted through the first 3 picks. But it affected all of that. Kevin says what they should do in football is let every NFL team host one Super Bowl. Don't have it at the same place all the time. I'd be open to that. I think the elements part is the thing that people would say, well, you don't want to have that part come into play where you want it to be played on an even keel thing where it isn't the elements that drive it. But I don't know if I'd be against that as well. I don't know if I'd be totally anti having elements potentially be a part of playing into the game a bit. I can get how people get a little bit mad about that coming in, but I'm kind of one of those old school folks too that kind of likes the elements. It's kind of like how I feel like football should be played. Ryan says Super Bowl cities have to have the nearby hotels and gathering spaces and infrastructure to host. Seattle does not. It's true. None of our hotels are near the stadium. You gotta, and especially with our traffic problems there, Brian. It's a good point. That shouldn't be understated. Addicted Brandon, you're on point again about Schneider and Carter, but I've always said a college kid in Texas having too many beers. Robert Irsay still is a team owner. Just my thoughts though. Amen, man. Amen on it. And look, I do love Carter, so I get the people lamenting the loss of him because he was going to be the next Cortez Kennedy. I mean, that's what he's becoming, and it's hard to be that right on an evaluation and know you had him in your hands. But I think Carter had as much baggage as any prospect we've had in recent years. Ooh, nice hit there on the kick return here by the Eagles, and it's not to be understated. That part's for sure. It was substantial. Josh Johnson, we're going to kick it off here now. The second half just starting up. Peter Van Gent says, I was yelling at my TV when we passed on Randy Moss because of character issues, and the same with Warren Sapp. Character concerns can sometimes land insane value right into your lap. To your point on this, I had a discussion with Randy Mueller, Peter, who was, we had an interview with him last June on the channel, and he was the general manager for your Seahawks during the time that Warren Sapp was available to be picked and Randy Moss was available to be picked. Looks like Gainwell's still on the ground for the Eagles. After that, he tried to block there and got dumped. Some hitting there on the opening kickoff. So a little intensity. I like it. I was just on a point about something. I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, there we go, Peter. So I asked the general manager at the interview about those two specific players, because I was like you, a young kid, wanting both Randy, wanting both Warren, wondering why it wasn't obvious to the team that these guys were as good as they were. With Warren, the baggage wasn't as bad, according to Randy Mueller. It was as much that you had drafted Cortez Kennedy and Sam Adams. And so you just didn't have the room there to bring in Warren, or even if I don't think even Sam was necessarily drafted, but you would have had to decide between Warren Sapp and Cortez that one of them would have had to have been a 1 tech. One of them would have had to have been a nose tackle, and both those guys were pure 3 techs. 1st and 10 for the Eagles at the 31-yard line starting this off, up 27-15. Jalen Hurts is going to try to keep this on a read option keeper. Bobby's going to chase him down, push him out of bounds for a negative yard gain. But he said on Randy, especially Peter, that would have been more of a possibility. He said Randy, and that's, I think the equivalency here is that Randy had the kind of baggage that Jalen had, which is why so many teams passed on him. Goodness. Second and 12. Jalen dropping back to throw. He's going to be under pressure, and he's going to be ridden down the ground by Doris Armstrong. A little bit of edge pressure. Haven't gotten a lot of that in this game from the Commanders. Able to get it there, though. He just stole the edge on Matella. Well done. Third down and 19. Hurts and shotgun. Going to throw a little bubble screen out here to Goddard. He'll take it for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards, and that'll bring up fourth down. So great opening stop here by the Washington Commanders. Nice 3 and out. That's just what you want to give to this offense and give them a chance to get some momentum going, get this thing closer. Zombie Central, after brainstorming the last 20 minutes, I have a few Washington names. Washington Storm, the Capitals, the Washington Monuments, and the Washington Brigades. Kind of like the Brigades. That's kind of got a little bit of a ring to it. The Washington Brigades take on the Philadelphia Eagles in an action-packed session of drama. Here's the punt. Short little punt here. We'll take a Washington Commander bounce and then an Eagle bounce and then back to a Commander bounce, and that's where they will down it right there. Philadelphia will come back out, or Washington will come back out here with an opportunity. And I will be right back here. I'm going to get some coffee, and I'll be right back. Step inside. All right, all right, all right. Let's rock and roll. Don't. Alien Wizards, Stevanovic, Kubiak, Slowick. We're going to get a Polish man for our OC, Alien Wizard. I don't know who it will be. All I know is that they will be Polish. Aren't those all Polish names? Kevin says Silver Cloud right next to Lumen, and there's not a lot of hotels near SoFi, and they hosted. Oh, okay. I think it'd be the weather more than the hotels, probably. Handoff inside on 1st and 10 for Washington. There'll be a gain of about 3 yards here for Robinson. It's been tough sledding today for the Commanders running the ball. Jaden Daniels has been the best carrier of the rock. 4 carries, 31 yards. Robinson, 8 carries, 24 yards for a 3-yard average. Eckler, 2 carries, 5 yards for a 2.5-yard average. Second down, 8. Jaden dropping back to throw. He is under pressure. He is going to be brought down. Jordan Davis, is that who that is? Jordan Davis. Nice play there by the big nose tackle. He's a nose tackle. It's good against the run, but he can give you a little bit of pass rush too as well. He's playing a good game. Another one of those bulldogs up front, and he just kicked his man's ass quick. Jaden had, ooh, we got a no call on the, well, he did a good job of not keeping his hand on the face mask. Boy, that was just a beat of a moment. You could really only see it on slow-mo. 3rd and 20. They're going to go here with a little bit of a screenplay to Eckler, and that's not going to get the job done there. 4th down. Uh-oh. See, Lord, says, I feel so bad for folks trying to get in the housing market in the Pacific Northwest these days. Thank God I paid off my mortgage in 15 years. Yeah, it's tough sledding right now if you want to buy a house. Especially if you, yeah. Especially if the prices aren't seemingly ever going down. I think if I got a house, I'd get a place more out away from the city just to get more house and property. Go up to like Arlington or something. It's probably getting expensive up there though now. Predicted Brandon, a polished Polish OC sounds good to me. A polished Polish OC. Slowly one, if that was Leo, that would have been a face mask, bro. You speak the truth. You speak the truth. We have a different set of rules we got to operate on here in Seattle. He is a massive human being, see, Lord. He is a monster-sized man. Prime says, doing Sunday laundry, go to make the bed. A kitten is sleeping under my sheets. You can't mess with the kid when they're sleeping. You got to let them sleep. Just got to get back to that bed later on. Kevin says, I don't know why Payne ain't playing if I'm in the playoffs. I'm a coach. I'm playing everyone that can walk. You have 8 months to heal. Hate him much, these baby millionaires. It was pretty bad. The dislocated finger was in pretty bad shape. Like that bone was completely separated from his thumb. I saw an x-ray that they showed of it where like this part of his finger was like floating up here and this part was down here. But maybe you could put a cast on it or something, give them one of those club casts that they can do. We don't see a lot of defensive linemen do that stuff though, or use those, work with them and operate them. Brian says, chat, hot take, Pete Signs, Drew Lock. Nah, he's going to get something better than that. Martin Lawrence, all draft picks are essentially 50-50 chances of success. In Carter's case, why would JS take a chance for the team and risk his job if there were character issues that concerned him? That's my feeling on it as well, Martin. I think that, make sure I read that right. Why would JS take a chance for the team and risk his job if there were character issues that concerned him? Yeah, that's my thinking of it too, Martin. I just think it's you're not taking that risk. I think if there wasn't maybe a Witherspoon or a talent maybe that was very what Schneider would have considered equivalent to where Carter was at as far as upside goes, then maybe it makes it even a harder decision to go at that point. But being that you did have that as well on the other side of this, that it made it a little bit more, made John probably a little more amenable to going a different direction. But the risk cannot be overstated that was there with the character concerns. Carter, as I've said, has had as much baggage in covering these drafts in recent years. Let's just take the last 5 years of doing this channel and looking in depth at all these drafts. There's not been one prospect that's had the kind of baggage that Carter's had coming out, especially not on the high end side. Hurts throw here on 1st down. Little stop route here to Brown. He'll take the catch and roll upfield for a gain of about 15 yards. Eagles coming out a little bit aggressive now here on this drive. First and 10. We'll throw out there into the flat to Dallas Goedert, makes the catch, and he'll gain about 7 yards on the play. Continue to be aggressive. Feed more Seahawks. You heard the Darrell Bevel rumors to Raiders Hawks Nest? I hadn't, but that was my guess. That was just my blind guess. That's who Carroll was going to bring in, and not a good indicator from Carroll's perspective about the fact that maybe he's learned his lesson. The DC is going to be very important. Eagles dropping back to throw here. They're already into Philly's Washington side of the field. Another throw out there to Dallas Goedert. It's like he just runs a little wheel route there. They got open. Boy, he's getting open a lot here against this Washington team. Boy, not even a wheel route. He just kind of took an odd angle up the field to the sideline there. It's kind of like a quasi skinny fade to kind of just a 9 route up a little, like off the seam a bit. Kind of a strange little pass play there, but it worked. First and goal for the Eagles down to the 9-yard line. Hurts from shotgun's going to take the carry. He's looking to bang this one in, and he's going to bang it in. Touchdown, Eagles. Hurts. Second rushing touchdown of the football game. He's playing coldly efficient here. You got to give him credit. He's making some good intermediate throws. He made a good 9-route throw. His decision-making has been on point. No fumbles, no turnovers, no near picks that have happened here. He's playing a really, really clean game. Thomas says, what if the reason why Farley turned down the OC job in Seattle wanted him to hire Udinsky as PGC or something that will not let Minnesota keep him? I mean, it's kind of all guesses at this point, Thomas. It's hard to say on this what played out in the situation. You know, was it that he turned down Seattle? Did Seattle not get blown away by him in the interview? Was it that Seattle was trying to sell him on the co-coordinator role? Was it that it was really more of a decision for Fraley between staying as an OC kind of guy there with Lions and taking over for Ben Johnson, or then going to Chicago? Maybe that was more of the decision that was there to be made. There's so much of that that's conjecture and not known that it's kind of hard to know for sure which way that's gone. Ricky Ricardo says, watching these playoff teams is a reminder of the incompetence of our general manager, as they all have good to great offensive lines. Commanders fixed their O-line in one off season, so it's possible. It is possible, Ricky, and they haven't been the only team that have done that in recent years. I will say too, Ricky, that they did do some fixing this last offseason, but they were also a team that was in better shape even the prior year. Even with a guy like Hal getting sacked 50 times, I believe that even like their PFF ratings were somewhere in the neighborhood of like 15-9 as far as their offensive line play goes the prior year. So they did have a little bit more to work with to start off, but your point's still true. And that if you make this a point of emphasis, if you decide that this is what's going to be our centerpiece of our offseason, you can rebuild it. Now you're going to have to sacrifice necessarily addressing other things you'd like to or that you have addressed in the past with as much attention. But I think that we're all okay with that. And there's a lot of reason and room to believe that that's a fine approach to still potentially getting to a contender state quick, because you, for instance, defensively have a lot of your pieces in place. You have guys that are good to go. You don't have as many holes there to necessarily fill. Dixie got 5 years left on my 15-year mortgage. Let's go, Addicted. Almost got that thing paid off, man. To call him, we should prioritize the trenches. Flag, I was never a huge Eckler fan. I wasn't either. Even in his best days with the Chargers, I just thought he was always kind of just underwhelming. Thank you, Kevin, for reminding me. Please hit that like button if you get a chance to, folks. I'd really appreciate it. Jordan says, I like how the people are deep diving into flag statistics to try and defend the Chiefs and Mahomes. The Chiefs get favorable calls in big moments like 9 to 10 times. Let's stop lying to ourselves. I get as much, it amuses me as well in that place, Jordan, because we live in this age now where people want to tell you your eyes are lying to you. And there's a difference between we see something happen and we both have different conclusions that we take of what's happening. And then there's other stuff to where you're getting smacked in the face with the reality of what's happening, yet you have people that want to deny it. And it's the weird thing where it's just, I can understand Chiefs fans, for instance, being in this mode of things, and that, they've got a dog in the fight for their reasoning why they want to argue to the death that it's not the case. But when it comes to a national fan perspective and watching these games and seeing what's going down and what's happening, you get to the point on that side of it where you're just, you go, this has gotten ridiculous. This has gotten utterly ridiculous. I know what my eyes are telling me when I'm watching these games with Mahomes, and he's being hyper protected, and that Chiefs team is being given advantages other NFL teams, save maybe the Rams, don't get. And I'm going to be watching like a hawk this evening, this afternoon. We're going to be watching like a hawk that Chiefs game and how this goes down. And I'm going to be so mad for a Buffalo Bill fan if that game ends up getting ripped away for them because of some bad calls at key moments that goes in the Chiefs' favor, not theirs. You know what? I want a big moment in this Chiefs game that goes against them. How about that? How about we get to see that for the first time? All right, first down throw here by Jaden Daniels, and the Commanders have a lot of work to do. They're down 15-34. They got to get to scoring, and they got to get to scoring fast. Prime, ask Pumpkin. Seems like a legit segment, boss. I'm with it. She'd have a lot to say. One thing with her is I can always get her to talk, so all I got to do is just do this mere thing. Are you okay? Are you liking the game, or is it boring you? You thought it'd be more exciting? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to be like this. Maybe it'll get better at the end. Chiefs Bills game's coming up later. That will be better, right? You think so? Okay. He said it'll be a better game later. I don't know if I believe her, though. Got an injury on the field for the Eagles. I didn't see who was down. Flag says, man, somebody made an incredible Chiefs video on one of the memoir pages. Bonnie Tyler's I Need a Hero with the refs on white horses. Pretty damn funny. We're starting to also see, too, Flag, that the AI stuff is coming up now. And I'm going to try to get on this because this AI stuff, especially the video stuff that you can do with it, is getting next level with that. And we're this close away from being able to just have some insane video memes that we'll be able to do with that stuff. I gotta get ahead and start learning that stuff better than I know it. Changes, I live in Atlanta now in a huge house, nice neighborhood. Mortgage is less than my rent was. I do hear Atlanta's always been a place that you can kind of find some good spots. Plus, I've heard it's a pretty cool place to live. Big Docs, Brandon, I'm hearing KJ Wright might be headed to join Pete. Yeah, he'll become Pete's instantaneous linebacker coach, bare minimum. I don't know if Pete's looking to bring him in to be a DC, but I think that he would at the very minimum, KJ would be your linebackers coach. See, Lord Godera having a big game. Comms have no answer for him. They don't. 6 catches, 74 yards on 7 targets. And there's been some blown coverages in this game where they're not even picking him up. Elias says it's over. It might be Elias. Might just be. Prime, when does the drunk stream be? We're due for one, aren't we? We are definitely due for one. Maybe we'll do a Super Bowl drunk stream. You guys would like that, wouldn't you? Do a Super Bowl drunk stream. Have a couple pops throughout the course of the game. I'll definitely just be live streaming the Super Bowl. So, Zombie Central. Okay, for the Carter talk, I'm like 90% sure there was a possibility Carter went to jail for his role in his teammate's unfortunate death. There was some worry there too. Yeah, I mean, and you never know when they might pull some of those charges out. Certainly the Georgia police were being a little bit weird with the situation too and how they played it, right? Like there was the whole warrant, I think, out there for him after he was at the combine. He had to leave the combine early. Carter left the field there injured for a moment. He looks like he's going to be okay. He's been on the field for 40 or 44 plays here for the Eagles. Second down and 4 for Washington. Ball at the 48-yard line in Washington territory. Jaden dropping back to throw. Whips this here out to Zach Ertz. Both the 2 tight ends for both these teams are doing a good job. Ertz with his 6 catch for 55 yards. Dallas with 6 catches. Definitely attacking these linebackers in coverage. There you're going after the safety. Good throw by Jaden. Steelers says, hope the drunk stream isn't too soon because I'm going dry until late February. I voted for March 1st. Laughing out loud. Well, maybe we'll hold it off then. I know we're definitely due for one. So I got to get one ramped up here. Peter Van Gent says the Chiefs thing has gone from a hater conspiracy theory to something that's just undeniable now. Exactly. The thing about this is this has not been a 1-year problem. It's been going on for a couple of years now. And the more that you keep adding on to the top of the pile, the more ridiculous it starts to get. When there's nothing that offsuits it, when there's not any of those other moments we have to where it's like, oh, okay, this other team got back against them. Oh, okay, this other team got back against them. Just you can't. And it's stats like first down catch here. Nice job. It's stats like, the last 10 games the Chiefs have played in the playoffs. 9 of those games the opponent's been more penalized than them. It's Mahomes having more interceptions brought back due to penalties in the last 5 years than any quarterback in the sport. It's also then just watching it, not even needing statistics, just watching the games play out. I mean, you just throw out statistics all you want, just watch the games. Jaden Daniels is going to try to run this ball. He's going to get a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. Kind of got hit in the head there at the end of it on a little bit of an awkward slide. Yeah, the Commanders definitely got a score on this one. Robert says, yay, Super Bowl drunk stream. Let's go. Let's go. We could do 2 drunk streams. Oh, handoff inside. He's stuffed. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson made a nice play in there. Just cut down the back, short of the first down, 3rd down and goal. This is 2-down territory here for the Commanders, too. Sanchez, how much of a donut would it take for you to eat McDonald's? I'm not eating McDonald's. I'm not doing it. My gut pays too big of a price, Sanchez. There's too much pain that I've got to leave on a toilet after I ate McDonald's. The last time I went through that medieval torture session, I said never again. I'm never going on that McDonald's rack ever again. Jaden Daniels brings it in for a touchdown on a carry here right up the middle. Creative little run there, able to pick his way through traffic and get it in. And nice job by the Commanders to answer here. You had to. You could not come away with just 3 points even here. Was not going to get the job done. This is just almost kind of a wishbone sort of carry there. Sort of a college look to it on that play where they start him running out on kind of an outside pitch play sort of look. He's got the running back to his right outside shoulder, and then he just cut it up inside. Jaden showing you some of the ability he has as a scrambler and a runner with the ball. And the Commanders are going to go for 2 here to try to bring this within 11 points. Jaden's going to be in pistol. 3 tight end look here for Commanders. The ball will be caught by Zacchaeus. 2-point conversion is good. Commanders get back within 11 points. I just can't, Sanchez. I do literally think it's poison. I literally do think it's like a depopulation tool at McDonald's. Hans, I'm over it. Just draft Booker at 18 and Donovan Jackson in the 2nd, Tate Ratledge in the 3rd. That's a wrap. Who's angry about that, Hans? Who would be mad about that in the Hawk fandom? I say nobody. Nobody would. I think everybody would be applauding that move. Even on the reach for Booker. It's like, we don't care. Just get this fixed. Just fix it. Fix it. Jeff Checkle, we need a stud tight end. Seems like all the good teams have one. It's a good year to be looking for one, Jeff. You've got 4 second-round tight ends in this draft on my board. By the way, it's set up right now, and some good tight ends even behind that on the other side of it. So might be able to find that guy in this draft. Barner's looked pretty good, but I don't know if Barner's quite at the level of a Dallas Goedert or even Zach Ertz necessarily. He might be. I think there's some room to grow on his game. Jordan says it's impossible to live in the Seattle area now. It costs way too much. It's been one of the factors that's kept me from coming back in there at times, Jordan, and back to the place. On top of some other things in addition to it, but that it is just so pricey living there. I mean, just it's gone out of control. Randall in the house. What's up, Randall? It's good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, hey, buddy. How have the Eagles maintained the high level after paying Hurts? Because unlike other teams who pay quarterbacks, he's not the reason they win. Well, I think at the first and foremost point of it has been that they have done a very good job in when they signed Hurts to the new deal that they signed him to. They have kept down his cap hit at a pretty moderate level. So, for instance, let me go to his contract here, Randall. Hurts signs the deal in 2023. You have his cap hit taking up 2.6%. Let me show you this. Actually, I'll show you the. I think this will definitely make it real clear on this part. So this is the contract that Hurts signed, and what you want to pay attention to, Randall, is this stuff right over here. So we all talk about these quarterbacks, and we don't want to make it more than, 13, 14, 15% of the cap. You don't want them up at that spot when you pay them these high watermark contracts. And what the Eagles have done is, as we can see, the first year, 2.6% of the cap. Second year, this year in 2024, Hurts is only taking up 5.2% of the cap. Next year, he's only taking up 7.8% of the cap. So they've kept the individual cap year hits low. It's also why I always like to say, Randall, on this deal, fans get caught up at times with what the agent releases out. So the agent releases out, Jalen Hurts' agent releases the second the deal gets signed. He says, I just signed a 4-year, $230 million deal, and this is on average a $50 million a year contract, and look at how much he's being paid now. But then it really matters is what are the first 2-3 years of the deal really? Because that's really more a determinant on what really the cost is, because you can get out of a contract after 3 years anyway. What is the individual cost? What is the individual cap hit per year on that? And when you look at that deal, Randall, let's look at that verse. Let's say, let's look at another contract here with somebody that's kind of got them out in a big place here. We got Hurts back on the field here at the 31-yard line in shotgun, 1st and 10. Hand off to Barkley. Barkley fights through the first tackler in the backfield. He'll get drugged down after that, but nice gain of about 4 or 5 yards on his part of it. So let's see here. If we go to, let's go. Second and 5. Hurts drops back to throw. He's got some pressure. He's dancing around the pocket. He's got a lot of guys around him, just keeping his feet. Finally throws it at the end away as the guys around his legs. All right, Randall. So check this out. Here's Baker Mayfield's contract. And yeah, Jalen just had too much pressure. Good job by I think it's Jonathan Allen again there, putting the pressure right up the middle there on Hurts. 3rd down and 5. 34-23 Eagles, ball on the 36-yard line. 4:22 to go here in the third quarter. Hurts in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field, Barkley to his left. Double A gap mug, pressure from Washington. They're going to bring it. Hurts got time in the pocket. Washington picks up the blitz nice, finds Devontae Smith for a first down. So Baker Mayfield signs his deal here for 2024. First year the cap hit, like we saw with the Eagles a second ago there, Randall. They get this down to 2.7%. But then look what happens with Baker's deal then into year 25 and 26. 12.8%, 15.8%. So the cost now suddenly goes up that much quicker. And I would argue it. I would not argue it. I'd say that this is what tends to be what you see from the quarterback contracts. So in many ways, Hurts signed a deal that got himself his money early. Eagles got a little bit of help on the early part of the contract to where the pain wasn't felt as much, and they were able to really spread the numbers out then because of it. 1st and 10, bubble screen here to Dallas Goedert. He's going to catch it and get upfield for a gain of almost 10 yards. Nice job just kind of winding his way up the field there. He sort of spun around for 3 yards there as he was being tackled. And so they've just done a good job of keeping those cap hits down really low and really, his base is minimized there, Randall. And I think most quarterback contracts throughout the league that get up at this spot, let's take a look at, for instance, the Dolphins contract they signed. It's another one to kind of take a look at here. Hurts dropping back to throw. He'll throw that one away. So then you got the Dolphins here. Look at the same thing I was talking about, like with the Baker thing, Randall. First 2024 signs the deal, first year 3.7%. By the very next year, he's up to 14%. Then he's up to 19%. Then he's at 17% of the cap. So Eagles just, Roseman smartly structured this Hurts contract in a way to be able to maintain this winning status through these years with him. You know, they found a way to get him paid, but not get their cap hindered to where the first 3 years of the deal, his cap hit never gets over 8%. Barkley will take the pitch play out wide here for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. It's a good question, though, Randall. They've definitely been able to operate around it. Hell, you're able to still go out there and sign a Saquon Barkley and sign the Brown deal and still make it happen. They're also not really paying anybody on the defensive side of the ball any kind of real huge money. Carter, Jordan Davis are on the rookie deal. Nolan's on his rookie deal. 3rd down and 5. Eagles have worked their way over to the Commanders side of the football field. Commanders need to get a stop here, defensively speaking. Double A gap pressure again. Oh my gosh, Frankie Louvu with a great play. Bobby was sitting in the A gap pressure state, and Louvu brought the pressure up late. Really caught the Eagles off guard. He's done it a couple times in this game, just shooting right into the backfield and ripped down Barkley before he could even get started. Perfect timing by Louvu with the snap count, and he was not showing the blitz at any point there prior to the snap. Showed it late, brought it late, and it made all the difference there versus having the 2 double A gap mug pressure where you have both the inside linebackers just standing over the top of the ball. He kind of held that one back a lot. The Commanders don't have a lot of blitz packages. It's basically you're going to get the front 4 or you're getting double A gap pressure, but they're good at running that double A gap pressure stuff. The punt by the Eagles now. Great stop by the Commanders. That ain't good. And this ball will be down. Are they saying they got him in the end zone? I think they're saying that the ball went into the end zone there. What a play there by the punt. Are they going to let him down? I don't know there. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Pete, press conference is Monday, need to hear change. It's going to be the key with him, Feed Me. I dropped that Clips channel video over on the Hawks Nest Clips this morning in regards to what Coach Carroll needs to do to find success here with the Raiders, and I think it's very specific. It can be kind of he can laser in on these items. It doesn't have to be grand, big picture things. 1st and 10, 1:34 here in the 3rd quarter. Daniels drops back to pass. He finds his tight end, Ertz. Ertz with the catch, ridden down to the ground here by Blankenship, but not before he doesn't gain another 15 yards there on the play. That's just what the Commanders are looking for. And boy, the tight ends are slowly taking this game over. Ertz looking good. Man's like 35, 36 years old. He's rolling along well out there today. Jaden dropping back to throw. Ball tipped up, and that will fall down to the ground. Second and 10. But I think we want to hear from him and see if I think it'll especially show up even more than what Pete tells you. He'll tell you what the hires he makes. And if he brings in offense and defensive coordinators that are, guys that are going to run the own show and that they're going to, rather than just be yes men, I think that's the big determinant with Coach Carroll as to whether or not he can be successful in this stop at this with this kind of last chapter of his career. 2nd down and 10. Jalen dropping back. He's got pressure in his face. Can't quite, I think, get the pass where he wanted to. Ertz had the ball in his hands, just couldn't reel it in. I think Jaden had to kind of rush that throw just a little bit. Good job by the Eagles of getting some pressure. They brought that 5-man blitz thing that they did, and that's been effective for the Eagles today. The 5-man blitzes, when they haven't dialed it up a lot, but when they do dial it up, it's like the double A gap equivalent pressure stuff from Washington on the defensive side of the ball. It works when they do run it. 3rd down and 10. We'll see if they run another one here with it. Jaden going empty. Hard to go empty on a 3rd and 10. Yeah, they're going to bring the blitz on that. And he finds Ertz. Ertz with another catch. First down. Ertz is just wearing Blankenship out right now. See, they saw empty, and I think that empty just drew the Eagles in to want to bring that 5-man pressure look because you don't have a running back or a tight end in there to chip block. So you're like, man, we can get a one-on-one across the board here with some of our pass rushers if we can just drive that 5-man blitz up. Commanders pass protected well there, though. Allow that route to develop. Daniels throws it out to Eckler. Eckler fumble. Oh, no. Washington Commander Biotish comes up with the ball out of the pile. Damn. I think Biotish ripped it out of the guy's arms when he was on the ground. Three fumbles from the Commanders today. Austin Jaden had to get the ball. He had to fall down and get back up. When he got back up, another Peanut Tillman punch. Both of those two fumbles in this game there's been 3 fumbles in this game, but 2 of them have definitely been absolutely caused by the Eagles. Like, they've forced it to happen. Burks came in there and he was leading with that arm, leading with that punch. You've got to wrap up from an Eckler standpoint, getting up off the turf like that there, though. What are you going to go gain? You've got a 3-yard gain there to be had, right? You catch the ball, you land on your knees. That's the end of the third quarter. You land on your knees, you're getting back up. You're like, okay, I'm going to get back up and I'll fall forward for a couple of yards. Get both hands on that ball and then fall forward those couple of yards. Get what you can get from the play. It's I'll always like to say this with quarterbacks, but it certainly can be the case for guys like Eckler there in that situation too. Don't make a bad play worse. And know what you got to do in this game, which is the fumble cannot be a possibility here with the game winding down. We've got to be protecting this ball right now. And he got a little loose with that, getting up off the turf and decided he was going to try to do something. Bit him in the butt. Peter Van Gent. For a tight end, I kind of like Harold Fananen out of Bowling Green. He's pretty raw, but he's an athletic freak with a high ceiling. Would be a good 4th-round pick if he's still on the board. I definitely have him higher up than other people have him. I've got him up in sort of 2nd, 3rd round range myself. I like him quite a bit. I don't know if he's is he undersized? I thought he's pretty good size. Yeah, maybe a little bit. 6'4", 230. He's kind of to me, he's like a David Njoku kind of player. Maybe not quite as good as David Njoku, but sort of in kind of a same kind of territory. I probably got to move him off the 2nd round where I got him. He's probably more 3rd round. See, Lord of Bravos, to the knowledgeable folks in this thread, who would be the current NFL quarterback comparable to Jackson Dart? The closest guy, I don't think it's an exact comparison, but the closest guy that I would put would be Baker Mayfield. Lord says, I think the Commies are in danger of becoming my second favorite team, mostly because of the Jaden Daniels kid. He's having a hell of a game, too. It's not been his fault this team's in the position they're in right now. He's doing everything he can. He's been very impressive. Yeah, Slobby one, just get down. Just get down. Like, what are you going to do when you get up off your feet there, right? Like, what do you really think you're going to do? I'm going to shake him. I'm going to juke this guy. I'm going to spin through this guy. I'm going to run a 50-yard play down the field. Like, just, throw here to Dallas, go dare here. Boy, it's the tight end show right now through the second half. Misfits is Eckler the most washed commander after Wags? He's always been so over. We were talking about earlier on the stream, just overrated player at times. I mean, he's not looked at as being a star, but he's just yeah. Misfit says it's the DK play all over again. Get down. Get down. Like, you're not doing anything. Just it's okay. It's not your fault. Like, here we go. Saquon Barkley about to break this. He does down to the 1-yard line. This game's about to be put to bed. Nathan says, don't turn the ball over in the playoffs and you usually win. Yeah. And if you're gonna have 3 turnovers in a game, that's almost as close as you're gonna get to a guaranteed loss. That's the other side of that too. Ryan says, good comp on Njoku. Thank you, man. I do feel like it. And I'll say the Fanninen's got the thing going for him. I call it the weird tight end thing. That's my official term for it, by the way. It's not the most scientific of terms. I get you, okay? I call it the weird tight end thing. And that is that in NFL history, it's sometimes the weird tight ends that end up becoming really good players in the league, rather than it being that you see some guy that just is built in a lab, Madden create a player kind of tight end, right? So what I mean by this is Antonio Gates, kind of unusually built, kind of not your typical tight end kind of game. Rob Gronkowski, kind of stiff, kind of big and sort of just kind of a bullyish kind of player, somewhat kind of old school, like a little bit in how he goes about what he does, but also just kind of unique to himself. Gonzalez with the basketball background player thing that he had at the time, which was nobody else in the league kind of had that with how he played and how he used his body, especially down by the red zone, to box guys out like it was basketball a little bit. But there's all these tight ends that have a little bit of this kind of unusualness, kind of kitschiness for themselves. Like it's just and Fanninen's got that. He's got these knees that kind of like, it's like an inverse bow-legged thing going on. When he runs, it looks like he's cross-country skiing. But I could also kind of see how it maybe could kind of work in a really cool way at the NFL level. Like, because there are these just weird, unusual type talents at the tight end position that can just kind of work. Tasha says that was the DK play. Just get down. Kevin says, why doesn't Eckler just stay down? Every time you fight for more yardage, mistakes happen. Amen. Especially in a game like this where you've had a couple turnovers, where it's a first down play, you make the catch, 3 yards is okay. That's fine. That's a win for us on this play. Come back and let's get back at it, 2nd and goal. Frankie Louvu's trying to jump over this right now and time this thing, and it's not working too well. They're trying to stop the tush push here. Kristen Smith says, Brandon, how likely do you think it is that the Seahawks trade out of the first round? I wonder if they'll stockpile picks for a quarterback next year. Good question. I think John's always very interested in trading back. And I think that will be a once again the case here this year. When I look at the guys that are going to be available where you're picking an 18 Christian, I think that John very much could look at it and say, do I really see a difference of talent here at 18 versus 27, 28, 29? 2nd and goal. The Eagles just keep getting the Commanders to jump off sides. This is kind of silly. They're trying the Commanders are trying to get jumpy on this they're trying to get jumpy on this to get the snap count to beat the tush push. Because if you're gonna beat the tush push, you probably gotta be a beat ahead on the snap. And this is for game right now. So this is why they're being so deliberate in this. This is 3 false start penalties in a row here on the Eagles. They'll lose another about 4 inches. Can you just keep jumping off sides forever? I've never actually seen a team do that. Suppose you could. So I am expecting trading back, Christian. I to stockpile picks for next year. Makes a lot of sense because that's where there are probably more quarterbacks to come out at that point and more maybe a guy that John likes a little bit more in next year's draft. Second down and goal. Hurts is going to get the touchdown. Third touchdown of the game for Hurts. Tush push is almost impossible to stop, especially when they only need about 2 inches. And the Eagles put this football game away, and they are going to go to their 3rd Super Bowl here in about 6-7 years. They're running through this NFC here as it stands right now a little bit. So I think it's definitely possible in the trade back, Christian. I'm not sure if it would be necessarily for the picks for next year, because Christian, they might trade back to just, let's say, go get another 2nd or 3rd round pick and then look to kind of double dip as far as the offensive line goes early on the back of that approach, which then of course would be removed a little bit from next year's quarterback situation. But to your point, there also could be a, hey, let's set the stage for next year. We'll move back here now. We'll pick up an extra 2nd round pick for next year. We'll use that as part of our package of picks for next year to go up and get that guy. Makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense there, Christian, for sure. Feed Me More Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Is all fast food poison to you or just McDonald's? Pretty much almost all of them are. I will go to Chick-fil-A every once in a while. Every once in a blue moon, I'll do a Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich. But that's about all I'm touching. And it's only if I'm starving and I just don't want to make any food. We've gotten to that place where food companies and fast food companies and a lot of places that are like this, just they don't care if they're giving you something that could be a detriment to your health, just as long as their margins are right. There's definitely a lot of companies in this country that have sort of made their deal with the devil, and they don't care what happens to you, and it's wild how far we draw down the nutritional count here on our food in America. It's like we pull down the nutrition count. Doesn't matter whether it's our GMO fruit or vegetables or whatever else. Like we're gonna take that thing down to the bare minimum, where you're pretty much eating paper by the time you get down to it. Addicted Brandon, are New York Giants fans throwing eggs at Daboll's home right now? I forgot their general manager's name. I forget it too. Probably soon. Probably soon. Thanks for the donation, Phoebe. Superior Records says Taco Bell's bussin'. I don't care what you all say. Elias Perez, I don't think the Eagles can beat the Chiefs. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. How about Marshawn getting a movie here? Good for Marshawn. B. Fisher, but where y'all living these days, B? Right now I'm down in San Diego. I've been living down here near the fam, down here. Loving life. Warm weather. No more harsh winters. I'm kind of feeling that. Sean says, I agree, Brandon. Our food quality is very poor for the most part. It is. And it's just, part of why we're, as a nation, so sick and out of shape and stuff. And people want to just put it on people's shoulders with it of being like, You got to eat healthier. You just eat like such crap in America. You Americans just eat so bad. It's like, yeah, you walk into the grocery store and every single aisle is layered wall to wall with the stuff to put you in that shape. Like, what, I suppose people are supposed to be out there like doing their own gardens or something. It wasn't always this way where you walked into a grocery store like that and it's like everything's layered up with that. It's, for instance, like I got a thyroid problem. I can't eat soy. Everything everywhere has soy in it now. It's like, didn't used to be that way. C. Lord says, rumor is Chick-fil-A is coming to Canada soon. Canadians are about to be happy. I like me some Chick-fil-A. That spicy chicken sandwich with pepper jack cheese. McFrew, I can't believe the Cowboys made Schottenheimer the head coach. Well, when you're not working with many options here, you're an organization that's not going to draw the best and the brightest, and people are very well aware your owner is the general manager. You're going to have to make do with secondhand parts. And that's what the Cowboys are doing with Schottenheimer. That's not, if Jerry had his pick of the litter of any coach he could take in the league, it would not be Schottenheimer as number one on his list. Much like McCarthy wasn't number one on his list. Prime says the meat glue, the nuggets. Think of why cubes of chicken are your nuggies. Yeah, the meat glue. That's a good way of putting it. Just so processed and... So the Commanders are going to come out here now with 12:18 to go, down 41-23, and the odds looking long. Addis Gamer says, I'm definitely going to try Canes when they open it. I've heard good things about Canes. I'd like to try that out too. I haven't come across one. Rampazzi, I the Eagles beating the Chiefs is my preseason prediction. We'll see. Well called on your part. Well called on your part, Rampazzi. You nailed it. You got an itch? You got a little itch? I got it. I got the itch. What's down there? Well, I'm trying to get it. I don't know. You tell me where it is. It's the ear. Oh, that's so good. That's such a good rub. So good. So good. Oh, that's a good rub in that ear. Real nice. Jaden Daniels dropping back to throw on 3rd and 10, and he'll have to throw it far short of the sticks. Eagles defense just all over it here. All over it. Flags have it, they'll call it Canuck fillet. Canuck fillet? Canuck fillet? I like that. That's a good one, Flag. Canuck fillet. 4th and 6. Commanders going for it. Throw out here to Ertz. He'll make the grab. First down. Ertz slowly getting up. He paid the price for that catch. Christian Smith, Brandon, you said you disliked self-help books a few streams ago. What's your thoughts on them? I mean, if they work, I'm not against them if they work for people that like that stuff. I think that I think a lot of self-help books start heading into new ageism at times. And I think a lot of self-help books start to remove sometimes humanity out of the puzzle. And it starts to just become this sort of ego-driven, narcissistic tool to, rather than really bettering yourself as a person, there's something else involved that's going on. And so I just don't, I don't, number one, why do you need a book to tell you the right way to live in life and do the right things in life? It's not that hard. I don't think it's that hard. But then number two is that, well, again, I don't know. I don't always trust the nature of those books, especially the ones that want to do the old, secret crap, the make your own reality stuff, like when it gets in that, like, no, the woo-woo stuff, basically, essentially. A lot of it's very woo-woo. And I also think that we live in a world where there's sort of a one size fits all. Like this works for this person, so it'll work for this person, it'll work for that person. I don't think that either. I think everybody's individually different. But if it works for you, or self-help book, something that you found that has been helpful, I'm not against that. Certainly not looking to outlaw them or book burn or something like that. It's a general opinion. Flag says, why are orange cats so brutal? I don't know, man. She's mean to Xena, though. She don't want to let her up here. This is her space. They're very, very protective, and they're very possessive. Two things you can count on from orange cats. And Jaden Daniels on 4th and 12 is going to get drugged down here by Nolan. And that will be game. Game, set, match. So Commanders just turnovers. You didn't play a bad game. You could be in this game a lot closer than you are. But you turn over the ball 3 times. That's that. That is that. I bet Chicago kind of wishes they could do a draft over. I bet they do too. I bet they do too. Popeye's sounding good about right now. Chicken in general sounding good right now. Hey, congrats, Josh. Josh Ass, our Eagles fan in the chat. Well done today, my man. Well done. Your team played a hell of a game. You forced those fumbles. You offensively stayed true to your identity. You didn't try to do anything too extravagant or crazy. You didn't need to do anything extravagant or crazy. You got the one big Saquon Barkley run. That was all you really needed. Jalen's played a really smart game here from the quarterback position. You guys got this one right. Good job. Have I tried coconut amigos? It's a soy alternative sauce. I haven't. I mean, I'm not, the other part of it, Jesse, is I'm not a big soy guy. So I also just don't like soy. That just makes it the double dip of hating it being in everything. But I'll try to maybe look up and try that. Dan Lowe Music Brandon, I recommend growing a garden. Everybody can grow something. I'm definitely willing to teach. It has become an addiction for me. I love gardening. I don't have much of a green thumb. I've tried it in the past, and I really don't have the patience for it. The other thing is I just don't have any time for it either. It is a bit of a commitment to do it. You got to tend to them and take care of them. And I just want to get our grocery stores back to having some healthy food. That's what I really want. That's what I really desire. Sack of Mucus. Thank you for the $15 donation. Let's go, Sack. Thank you for the $15 dono drop, my man. That is very kind of you. Sorry, a little late to 10 minutes here. Didn't notice it had popped through. Says, good afternoon, Brandon. Are you streaming the Bills-Chiefs game as well? I will be double dipping this stream. So we're going to stay live here today. Kitty needs some loves. We're going to stay live here today. We're going to do both games back to back. So as soon as this one wraps up, we'll be going right over to the Bills-Chiefs game. So I'll be here all day, Sack and Mucus. But thank you for the $15 donation. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very, 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 very kind of you for that. And good afternoon to you too, brother. What? What are you doing? What? What? You want me to hold you like a baby? Okay. 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 I got it. I got it. Are you happy now? Okay. As long as you're not happy. Now you want back up there. Okay. You got to pick a lane, boss. Pick a lane. Okay? Can we pick a lane, please? Yeah, that looked like no call, and that looked like definitely a PI on that play. Probably should have been a flag there. He drug him down. The officials let him get away with it. Judson says this is the most boring playoff game in the last 20 years. It's definitely gotten a lot less exciting here and there into the second half, where it's like, oof. First and goal for the Eagles. 8:45 to go in this football game. Ball at the 8-yard line. They're going to go with a fly sweep to Dallas Goedert. Boy, Dallas has been a kind of centerpiece of this offense. I mean, he's almost been more at the forefront than Saquon Barkley. Barkley's got 14 carries, 1 catch. Dallas Goedert's got 7 catches on 8 targets, and then he's got 2 carries for 13 yards in addition to that. 15 touches for Saquon Barkley, 9 touches for Dallas Goedert in this game. Who would have predicted that? Caddy, you gotta mean. Both of mine gonna S when I drag a puppy home. Yeah, well, this one's definitely, she's definitely possessive. And Barkley will run this in for one more touchdown. Eagles are gonna start pushing close to 50 points here. Heath Riss, watching Carter play, I can't help but wonder why we didn't want that. Yeah, it wasn't a matter of not wanting that, Heath. I think John certainly believed in his talent on the field and what he could bring to the play, and that this could be the player that was realized if he did come to Seattle. It really came down to something that was outside of what was on the field, and that was the character risks. And that it's no small thing with Jalen Carter to just say that there's some character risks. It's to say that the character risks that exist there with Carter were crazy, Heath. You know, they were, if I pick this guy and then he goes out and gets arrested in his first year or something major happens, that I lose my job as a GM for that. I made a top 5 pick that was that bad of a miss. And if you remember back to Georgia a couple of years ago, they had a tackle that had no off the field issues at all, selected by the Tennessee Titans, first round pick. And that guy ended up just going off the rails right from the jump. Ended up not even, I think, playing a single snap in the sport. And so you worry a little bit on some of those players coming out of that Georgia program for that reason, Heath. It's been known for being a little bit of a wild child kind of program with some of those guys, and the driving and the racing and all of that. With Carter, there were multiple things going on with him, but it wasn't about the talent on the field. And it's great that he's realized that talent and he's got his head on straight and he's been able to overcome maybe some of these issues he was dealing with at college. But we can't understate the issues that existed either with Carter coming out of Georgia. They were real, they were vibrant, and they would be, again, if it went wrong, fireable offense for a general manager if something happened like a Malik McDowell situation happened with Michigan State. And that's the other thing to remember with this, Heath, is that you had in recent years a second-round pick who literally had the worst-case scenario happen with him that you were worried about with Carter. And so it's kind of, to me, understandable at this point why they did pass. You're not the only one to lament, though. There are plenty that do and have on the stream even today, but I think that's the part that does get missed in this puzzle piece a little bit in the pining for Jalen Carter, is that we sort of end up kind of forgetting about all that character stuff that was there. And it was massive, massive. Kevin Kirby, I don't understand why quarterbacks take a sack on 4th down. Just throw it up and have nothing to lose. I don't know either, Kevin. It's a good point, especially when you're in a game like this where you don't have any, like I say, nothing to lose. Throw it up. Did the Chiefs-Bills game start yet? Flag says Clint Hurt finally has the talent. He doesn't have to develop because that ain't his game. It's true. Agreed. I think that Jalen Hurts should be your MVP in this game. My opinion. His decision-making, how careful he was with the ball in this game. I think he'd be my player of the game. Barkley really had that 60-yarder and not a lot else, aside from that around that. Or Dallas Goedert, he'd be another one. Scooby Snack says Hawks fans need to get over Carter. I'm trying to get them talked into why they can get over it, but Scooby Snacks. It's definitely one that's gotten stuck in the craw of the 12s. They can't quite swallow this bitter pill on this one, that's for sure, as it does get mentioned quite a bit. Which I get to a degree, but in doing the draft deep dives that I do on these players and the research that I can do, when I'm hearing as much as that we're hearing from Carter from the character standpoint, it means that it must be just absolutely like a bullhorn for what's being heard offline by the investigators and talks with the coaches and all that. Primes is still high on Murphy. Playing out of position gives him a hell of a ceiling with better depth overall on defensive line. Agreed, Prime. Agreed. Bravos, it does absolutely no good to dwell on Carter or think anymore. Waste of time. I agree. Spirit Records, what a bunch of horse hockey. Yeah, Alien, turnovers will always doom you, and you can maybe get over it. You can get around it maybe in a regular season game. Very hard to do in the playoffs. It's part of what makes the improbable victory of the Seahawks over the Packers in 2014 that much more crazy, is you had 5 turnovers in that game, 5 interceptions. I think Rodgers had the 1 pick in that game, which was the 1 turnover for the Packers in that game. So you handily lost the turnover battle. And yet you were still able to go and win that game. Speaks to how good the Legion of Boom was, that they could kind of hold the line on that one through those interceptions. Kickoff Howie Roseman doesn't overthink picks and takes the popular pick, and it works. And it does. I've been lamenting a little bit on this, why this is a place the general managers need to start embracing. And they're going to be hesitant to do so because they all think that they're individually so much more brilliant than the other guy across from them, right? That's just the nature of the beast. But that's not what the data is telling us. And it's the consensus boards are the boards that are the most accurate. The consensus boards and the brain power of the masses essentially will illustrate to you better about where a player should go, where the right pick is to take a guy, what you can expect in a draft, and how the draft will play out for where players are picked. To me, this is very much a truth. And the smart general manager like a Roseman uses that to his advantage. The dumb general manager who just thinks he's so brilliant completely ignores it and ignores it to their deficit, ignores it to their team building process. But I agree. I think that Roseman doesn't overthink a lot of this stuff. You look at a lot of his picks, and it's not him, unearthing some rare diamond. It's him making what is the straightforward, smart pick to make. So if he was sitting there in the second round and a Creed Humphrey and an Eskridge is staring down Howie Roseman, he's just going to go take the Creed Humphrey. He's not going to overthink it. And one of the best general managers in the league, maybe the best general manager in the league. He's getting a team to the Super Bowl when everybody tells you have to have a magical quarterback. He's getting you to a Super Bowl without that magical quarterback by his roster building. He's basically rolling out the strategy that I very much am a proponent for, where everybody likes to say that it's all about this magical quarterback. And I'm like, look, there's other ways to get this done. It doesn't just have to be about the magical QB. That's a way to go. It's nice to have that, but there are other ways to go too if you can't get the magical quarterback. Thomas says if Malik McDowell worked out, I could very well see taking Jalen Carter. Schneider didn't want another Malik McDowell. Agreed. The shadow of Malik McDowell definitely hovered over the top of the Jalen Carter situation. Yeah, Tasha, Clint's a D-line coach. Alien Wizard Howard said, draft me all Georgia players. Yes, he did. Georgia East, Bulldogs East, the Philadelphia Eagles. Commanders kind of rolling this clock out now. They know what's up. Yeah, Alien Wizard, it's good to see you, man. What's up? And turnovers will always doom you. Last gamer, Murphy can still improve. I mean, he was a rookie. Didn't play to his full potential, but I think he'd get there. He was fine. They just played him a nose tackle at us. Once you move him out of nose tackle to the 3 tech and give him a chance to really play from his natural position, he'll be much better. Much better. He'll push for 10, 11, 12 sacks a year from the defensive tackle position. I promise you on that. But Murphy was having a defensive player of the year kind of caliber season for you at the 3 tech. Seahawks then wanted to have Jaron Reed there as the main backup to Leonard Williams at the 3 tech when Leonard went out. And hell, Jaron Reed had himself a very good season as well. One of the better ones of his career. So you just had a lot of strength there at the 3 tech position while you had a lot of weakness at the nose tackle. And so you had to go play where you had to go play. But he'll be fine in the future. Zombie Central. Hey, Brandon, have you had a chance to look at the Dylan Sampson kid yet? Not trying to nag you. Just really like the kid. No, it's no nag. It's no nag at this point. At this point in time of the year, zombies, I've got to be fully into this stuff and I need to go and I need to ride and I need to let it rip. So it's only when we're into sort of still mid-season and people are like in November, hey, what about this guy? And it's like, I haven't had a chance at that point to get into that. But yes, I have had a chance to take a look at Dylan Sampson. First off, let me show you an update for you guys right now. It's as good a time as any while we've got nothing really going on in this football game of any note. So I will show you. I can find the darn thing here. Oh, well, I have to do that. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Why isn't this coming up? There we go. There we go. All right. So I made some adjustments to my running back. I made some adjustments here to my running back big board list. As you can see here, I still have Amari and Hampton as my first guy at the third round. DJ Gideon's might be my kind of favorite running back in this draft right now. I mean, like I'm really getting sold on DJ. And the Seahawks aren't going to draft him, but he is so much fun to watch out of Kansas State. He was awesome. But Dylan, I've got him in that third round range, just behind Travion Henderson. He's a hard guy to kind of evaluate because he's 5'11", 205. So there's some lightness to him as far as the power side of that goes. But then he really is working off being kind of a downhill, violent kind of runner in the way that he wants to run it. And so he's got a running style at the pro level that's really better served to be more in the 225-ish role. Like one of the reasons that I have a Quinshawn Jenkins ahead of him, or a Hampton ahead of him for that matter, is that those guys probably have 15 to 20 pounds of weight, so they can run that hard style a little bit easier at the pro level. I think when you're in a sub 200 pound range of things, was that intercepted? What a pick. Was that Quinyon Mitchell? Mitchell is playing in this game. What a pick by Mitchell. Holy crap. How did he even intercept that ball? God, he high pointed that thing, tipped it up to himself, and then brought it in. Wow. McLaurin had a couple chances at it. Goodness. So Dylan Sampson, really, 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 really fun back to watch. A lot of fun. And the 20 years of age, just turned 20 years old, 20 years and 3 months of age. He's a baby. He is so young. So is there room there, Zombie Central, for this guy to add 10 to 15 pounds and then his running style will work perfectly fine in the pro level? Absolutely. There's a possibility of that. But you are doing a little bit of projection with him for that upside that you think is there. He's got a really nice kind of spin move that he uses off contact to extend runs. Really pretty good vision overall. He can bounce it outside. He's really just trying to kind of get downhill on you more often than not. But he runs really violent. He finishes runs. He's a little bit like Cam Scatabo in that way. Obviously faster than Cam, where he's got a little more of that explosive. He's got very close to what I would say would be almost very close to an elite burst for running back prospects. Not quite there, but very close. He is going to be a bit quicker than he is fast. So, there'll be moments I think where you're going to be able to catch this guy from behind. But he was really fun back. Really fun back. The lightness of weight for the running style has me just a tiny bit concerned, which is why he's more into the third round range versus, let's say, being up a little bit higher in the third round or up into more of a second round place, given his age, Zombie Central. I think he's going to run probably like a 4.5, so he's not going to be lightning fast enough, will kind of be at it. But then again, too, 20 years old, is there still some physical ability for him to grow overall? Can he get bigger? Can he get faster? Can all that stuff click in? And I think that there's somebody who can make an argument to me at 20 years old that he could absolutely do that. Good back, though. Fun back. Flag says, dude, I know Malik McDowell was a bust, but if you go back and watch MSU versus Notre Dame, he kicked the S out of Quentin Nelson all game. Kid was legit talent. And Will Shipley takes this ball all the way down to the 2-yard line. Malik McDowell was a phenomenal talent in that draft. And look, if he had the character concerns that were covering Malik McDowell, like I say, that were every bit as bad as Jalen. In fact, Jalen was probably worse than Malik. Malik was giving bad interviews at the combine. It wasn't good. He was widely recognized as the best inside defensive tackle talent in that draft. He was. It was just that the character concerns, I was hearing stuff like that was the worst interview that we've ever given as an organization with that player. This is what you were hearing about Malik coming out, where it was that bad. But when it comes to him on the game film, he was an absolute freak show. Absolute understand why John was enraptured with taking that guy in the second round. You would never have that type of defensive tackle talent come to you or fall to you in any of your recent drafts. So it made a lot of sense. He was a monster. I think Docs Brandon, who is your favorite pick at 18? No trade ups or trade backs. Kenneth Grant, edge. Pierce from Tennessee, assuming Kevin Banks isn't there. Josh Connerly, convert to the guard. My favorite pick at 18. It's a good question. Oh. My favorite pick at 18 would be the one that's probably not likely to happen, but I also think that there's a reason to think that there's a possibility of it happening, Addicted, and that being Will Campbell. Because I think that Will Campbell's better served to move into guard at the next level. I think teams are going to try him at tackle, and then that's going to be enough to have him picked in the top 10, 12. But I think as a guard prospect, I've got a blue chip grade on him as a guard prospect if you were to slide him into there. And I think that he'd be a really good pure fit. I do have a first round grade on James Pierce, more in the 20s. Banks is the guy that I've got to get in a first round grade status on. Josh Connerly is a guy that I'm not quite as sold on as other guys are sold on him. I thought that the tape is just okay with Josh. But I also have to admit that the place that's probably a hole in my scouting game is the guys that we're going to transition from tackle to guard at the next level. It's hard to exactly be able to pinpoint what we're looking for on that. Alien says simple equation for Eagles for us. Copy in Seattle. Very much so. I think this is a pathway that you can take as an approach, especially if you can't go find the magical quarterback. You can't go find the Jaden Daniels. You can't go find the Josh Allen. You can't find the Burrow, the Mahomes. Well, here's a way you can do this, I think. Frankie Louvu's played just an amazing game for the Commanders. That guy's been the most impressive defensive player for the Commanders on the defense by far. Yeah, I can't go with Kenneth Grant at 18. I think you got to go a little bit further back than 18 for Kenneth. He's more in the 20s. I do think he's a first round talent, but more in the 20s. Jalen Walker is a possibility, Alien. Definitely a possibility. My comp for Jalen Walker is Bruce Irvin. So, John once drafted a Bruce Irvin right around that territory of the draft once before. And edge could be the best value. Will Shipley with a touchdown with the Eagles here. Walker might be the best value for you. Edge might be the best value for you where you're picking at 18. But depending on how the draft falls, of course, with the opening of the round. Thomas says, yes, Seattle needs another young defensive tackle, but I wouldn't. But I would like Malachi Starks, the South Carolina safety, Jalen Walker, I think you mean, or Williams from Georgia, maybe Nazir Stackhouse. Heck, Kobe Bryant's good too. All good players. All those guys are going kind of different areas of the draft. I think Nazir Stackhouse more 4th round. I think Kobe's more 4th, 5th round. Emawari, you're talking about from, I think that's who you're talking about. Yeah, South Carolina safety. He's 2nd round. But I do think Williams and Walker, both from Georgia, are going to be both 1st round cats. B-Film, Bills. My brother from another father's team. They're all from there. It's their time. It is their time. Let's hope they can do it. Oh my God, the Eagles totally just about messed up the Gatorade dump. I never like the Gatorade dump unless it's the Super Bowl. I always feel like that's a little premature ejaculation on celebration. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you could jinx yourself a little bit with that Gatorade dump. Tasha says, what do you think we're going to do with K9? Are you thinking we'll move one of our other backs? I think K9 doesn't have a lot of, I don't think he's got much trade value, Tasha, unless we're talking about making some real major trade of some type where we're packaging multiple players together for picks or for some other player. You know, if you're putting a Walker together with a Woolen, maybe something like that, you could find some trade value there within it on him. But the fact that he's been injured every year, the fact that he's coming off the kind of the worst year of his pro career in 3 seasons means he's probably not going to have any kind of value to go out there and move for. I think what's likely is that you just find the Hawks moving to more of a rotational basis next year when it comes to this running back field. And it being less about the bell cow back and more about kind of just, let's move the carries all across the board a bit. And certainly in K9's case, I think you got to stop looking at him as this bell cow guy. He's got to be more of a touch guy. You get him 10 to 13 touches a game. You stop looking at him as a 20 touch a game kind of guy because he just can't seem to hold up. I mean, it's not like we've run this guy into the ground over the past 3 years, and every single year he is injured. Main Street Paul, well, Hawks Nest, Clint Hurt, that used to be the defensive coach. Now he'll be going to the Super Bowl for the first time. What a waste of trash giving him away. Well, I mean, Main Street Paul, this is the Eagles' third time to a Super Bowl in about the last 6 or 7 years. I don't know if Hurt was the differentiating factor that got them over this particular hump. He's probably helped them out, but I think I'd probably more Main Street Paul rather than giving the credit to Hurt on this one for going to the Super Bowl. I'd probably look to give it more to a guy like a Fangio and what his defense did today and taking over last year for Desai as he did in the scheme that they have running out like they do now. I'd give more credit to being able to add a Quinyon Mitchell and a Cooper DeJean to the secondary. And that is an improvement over where they were at with Bradbury and Slay in so many ways. But I don't know if, bringing out a new coach, I don't know if you would have had any way. Hurt's not going to want to go back to being a defensive line coach in Seattle after he was a DC. You just don't ever see that kind of thing. See, Lord, every mock I do, I try to trade back to get an extra second round pick and draft an interior offensive line, defensive lineman with an emphasis on size and nastiness. It's a good approach. Bravos. It's a good approach. One that I think John's going to try to replicate here in his draft. The key will be a part of this of recent drafts. It's been very hard to move back. Teams just don't seem to want to give up those picks like they once did. John moving back from 18 to 29, 10 years ago, maybe you get an extra second round pick for doing that. Now you only are going to get a mid third round pick for that kind of move back. Is that worthwhile to do so at that point from John's perspective? And we'll see. We'll see on that. But that would be the one part with moving back there where I don't know if you can get that back, that second round pick, even if you move back substantially in the first round, unless you're just moving back to the top of the second. But I do the same kind of thing. Thomas, I like Grant. I just believe he may not be there 18. Plus, I believe Seattle needs more secondary help. Fair points. Fair points. D-Man says, playoffs. The Lord says, if Schneider doesn't address the line in a serious way this offseason, I'll officially be joining the ranks of his critics. I think he's earned that. I think that's the reality of the situation here. As I've said, it's going to be pitchforks and torches time if he goes through just this offseason. I don't think they're going to have to even get to the start of the season. If you go through an offseason again where you've short-sold this offensive line once again, I think the fans are going to be very much at their wits' end. Sean says, do we got breaking news here, Sean? We got some news? We got some breaking news? Let's go. We got some breaking news. It sounds like Clint Kubiak is going to be the next head coach for your Seattle Seahawks. Let me get on Twitter. I need to confirm these details. Woo! Let's go. Come on. Come on. All right. We have confirmation. Thank God we did what I wanted to see us do. Okay. So, let me bring up the information here for you guys. Yeah, that's good timing. I like this timing. Right as we're already live. So your Seattle Seahawks are hiring Clint Kubiak as their next offensive coordinator after an exhaustive process. Seattle and coach Mike McDonald lands their top choice, as reported by Ian Rappaport. So you can put that one down, and that is a good to go situation on that side of it. So Clint Kubiak, my number one option this offseason. My hope that this was the guy that we would go to of the available candidates that were out there. It was not operating from a vacuum cleaner that we'd get all these options of this guy here and that guy there and this guy there. You got what you got available to you out there in the landscape of things. That's the reality of this one. It's not a who's who of former guys. We didn't have a a laundry list of former great offensive minds that were let go of head coaches this offseason. Instead, there was a lot of places where teams were retaining these coaches this offseason that we thought might be let go, a McDaniel type or DeBoll type, right? And so you go, man, we don't have a lot of great options out here. And then you did have in Kubiak that guy. He checks my box as being a former OC. He's called plays. He's got a track record of his father. Don't undersell the fact that he's got his dad in his hip pocket with this. Don't undersell the fact that Kyle Shanahan is able to go to Mike Shanahan on the often to help structure and guide his offense through, especially when it comes up to some tough problems potentially. That's a big mind to have in the building to help you out in that way, like Kubiak's going to have with his dad in tow. But this is a guy to me that took that New Orleans offense, and I know you can look at that offense from New Orleans and you can look at the pass protection and the run blocking and how they performed overall if you were to like look at a PFF thing or yards, and you go, well, they were actually kind of at the bottom of the barrel. They were actually kind of not as good last year, so why do you like him as much, Brandon? And I think what you've got to concentrate on with the Saints team is more of what they did at the top of the season, more of what they did before they had fired their head coach, before Carr had gone down to an injury, right? Like these were big points that kind of upended what they had kind of cooking and what they had going early on in the year. And early on in the year, he was elevating that cast of characters. And if you're looking for offensive line play and looking at and doing some of the investigation that I've done with Kubiak on this, if you're looking for the guy who has who has improved his offensive line, if you've got, and I'm going to show you guys this eventually on this with the PFF stuff. Everyone on that offensive line for the New Orleans Saints this year played better than they had the prior year. He got improvement from everybody across the line in what he had done. Now, whether that's him coaching it up, whether that's his play calling, because a lot of the play calling is in doing some review, it's a lot of play calling where you'll get plays that look very similar over and over and over again, but you're running different iterations off those same plays. And you cannot predict prior to the snap what he's going to do post-snap. So I think this is a fantastic move by the Seattle Seahawks. I think that this was the best hire that you could potentially make that was out there. You don't have to co-OC this. This guy knows what he's doing. He's got connections through the league. He should be able to build a very strong staff. He should be able to bring in a good offensive line coach with him. He's going to know what he needs to do right from the rip. This is going to be somewhat of some precision passing attack stuff going on at times, and how you're going to want to run this, wanting the good route runners. But last year there was a drop off. Once you had you essentially had Carr get injured and you lost Olave, all he had at that point was Shaheed out there on the outside to really work with. You had Taysom Hill and Kamara got kind of beat up as the year went along, but he had Kamara playing really well early on in the year. So he did a great job last year. Make no mistake that. Don't harp on Kubiak because he had to have Spencer Rattler starting for him at quarterback through the last 6-7 games of the season. Right? Don't take that as an indicator of who this guy's an OC because he couldn't get that fifth rounder to perform at a high level in his rookie year. But fantastic hiring by our Seattle Seahawks. To me, this is a B+, A- kind of hiring. And that's with really understanding too, that there wasn't a lot of tremendous options across the board. You were gonna potentially get really far out the box again with this one, taking a coordinator who had never called games before, trying to co-OC it up, trying to go in this direction that I think would have been fraught with failure. I think it would have been a bad road to go down. And I can't guarantee the Clint one is going to be a success, but I have a lot more faith in this being a success than I could have applied to a Waldron or a Grubb situation, which were much more riskier. Hope it works out, but I don't know what we're exactly going to get for sure either. And you're going to have to go with those guys. If you're going to go hire that coordinator who's never done it before, you're going to have to go through all of those bumps in the road. You're going to have to go through all of those ups and downs of their learning how to be a coordinator in the NFL before you eventually get to the fruits. And we're just going to get to the fruits from the jump here with Kubiak. So great hire here. Love that they landed on the right guy, in my opinion, on this. I'm glad they did an exhaustive process, but this was the right hire. You guys had asked me about some of these other candidates that were out there, and I just kept coming back to it again and again. I don't know anything about this guy. This guy's untested. This guy's unproven. That's not what we need right now. We have a coach right now, Mike McDonald, that's learning things, who's figuring it out. We don't need that to be all across the board on your coaching staff. So love the hire, tremendous hire. Hopefully it will work out. But the Seahawks went with the best. They went with the best guy here. They really did. They went with the best guy. Flag Sabbath, thank you for the $2 donation. And William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. Flag says, just hired Kubiak. William says, Clint Kubiak, baby. Go 12s. Hey, go 12s. Feel good about this. This is good news. This is really good news for our Seahawks on this. So be very, very encouraged by this being the way that this has played out. Flag Sabbath with another $2 dono says, we hired Kubiak. Hallelujah. Pass the Tylenol. There we go. Pass that Tylenol. Hawks could have gotten this one wrong, and some of these names that they were talking about had me worried that they were going to get this wrong. Had me worried that they were going to try to overthink this, essentially, is what I was really worried about. You know, and that you just, it's one thing to get outside the box. It's one thing to get yourself in a whole nother county. And it was starting to feel like we were going to end up in a whole nother county on this one, you know, and they didn't do that, thankfully. This Kubiak hiring is a good one. This guy is on the rise. This guy's going to be a good get for this team. So thank you. Woo! Dodged a bullet, folks. Dodged a bullet. By the way, this could have gone in other ways. Very encouraging news. Megan with a $2 donation says, so damn happy. Called it last week. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. We got our guy. We got our guy. And it feels real good. Jim Campbell says lots of injuries to the Saints last year. Lots of injuries. They lost their center. Derek Carr was beat up. Chris Olave was done after about 7 games for the season. They were scrambling, you know, yet he still had them performing really well. And I watched a couple of their games as we were kind of doing this process early on with the OCs and looking at a couple of the Saints early season games. I still like to look through it a little bit more, obviously, as we're going to do some studying on them to get a little bit better idea of what he brings to play. But in looking at and studying, it just stood out to me again and again, watching it snap after snap, that he makes things look so similar play in and play out of what you saw from the prior play. And within that, it becomes very hard then to really predict what they're doing pre to post snap. And that gives the players an advantage. That gives the players an advantage. He's going to run a balanced offensive attack. It can still be explosive. Like, he's not going to be necessarily Shanahan-like where it's just going to be all short passing and he's not taking his shots over the top. He'll take his shots over the top too. So he's got that built within as well. Catalyst says create cap space and make Tevin Jenkins, Trey Smith. Please, somebody on the interior offensive line. Get it done. Get it done. Ethan says, OS, we got him. We got him. We got him. We got him. Brian says, can we guarantee success? No. Will we call this a reach? Also, no. Well said, Brian. Amen. That's what this isn't. And there was a lot of these guys we're talking about that would have been reaches, where maybe it's proven to be smart when it's all said and done, and we come to find, oh, these guys were really like knowing what they're getting, and they went outside the box, and it was smart, and it worked out well for them, and it makes sense. That could have been the way it would have gone, but it would have been, it would have been definitely risky. Very, very risky. Especially if this team is we're trying to get in a place, I don't know where we're going to go this next year as far as if they're going to really drive for contention or if it's going to be a step back. Are they going to kind of try to get this refixed? We don't know yet. But if you were going to try to go to be a contender in the next year in 2025, how could you look your team in the face? How could you look yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, we're going to be a contender in 2025 with a completely untested, unproven offensive coordinator? Especially if you're trying to say that with certainty, and especially if you're trying to say that with certainty, because in that certainty, you're going to have a lot of extra moves you make down the line driven by that certainty. When the certainty shouldn't exist, when it should be much more of a question. If it was going to be the place you rolled with on that. Dacian 23 says, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Prime says Matt Schaub was no Geno Smith. That's right. Geno's got beat. Matt Schaub beat every which way but loose. Better arm, better mobility. Matt had a good career. Tasha says, what a weak time to announce it. Should have waited till Monday. Mid-game announcement. Kind of odd timing on that one, Tasha. Yeah. A little bit strange on this one. It's going to be a long night for your boy. Once we wrap up this Chiefs game, I'm going to have to wrap it up fast once we get to the end of that so I could get my video kicked out tonight. But, yeah, strange timing. Maybe they were kind of sensing that people were sort of waiting on this one and with bated breath and getting a little impatient. Catalyst, we probably stick with Olu at center. Center's really weak in this draft. It's rough, Catalyst. My first center that I have going off the board is not until the 4th round on my list. Olu will be a part of it. He definitely gives you some solidity there as far as the floor goes with him, which is helpful. I do get the impression that the team is also going to move Christian Haynes to center as well. So you'll get a bit of a competition. And let's not forget, we also have Sundell coming back. So you'll have them kind of all duke it out. Elaine says, Coach Mike was testing Kubiak. Maybe on that one. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. Does the Saleh hire concern you? Yeah, it concerns me in the way that I think that the last, I don't think that they were committed to Wilkes. I certainly don't think that they were committed to the defensive DC coordinator thing that they had set up last year, which was this weird thing between Staley and the other guy. So I think the last couple of years you could see where that was not helping them the way that they set the two coaching structures up. Whereas Saleh is not that. He certainly understands these players. He understands Shanahan. He has shown that he can make this essentially Coach Carroll like system still kind of work, being that, he wants to he runs the wide 9, which of course Carroll wasn't a wide 9 guy, but essentially the front 4 gets the job done. We drop everybody into coverage. We're not going to be tremendously complicated in our coverages or what we run pre to post snap. We're not going to blitz a lot. He knows what he is. He knows how to get that done. I think there is a big difference between what Saleh has to work with on that front right now versus what he had to work with when he was there and got hired to become a Jets head coach. That talent has taken a step back. They're probably about, 80% as a defensive line of what they used to be. And so, and I think that's a key point. It's a lot like Carolyn with the Raiders on this, in that if this system is going to work, if a wide 9 Saleh system is going to work, or the 4-3 under Coach Carroll system is going to work anymore, those are going to work. You have to have the dogs up front to make it go. And you got to have 4 dogs up front to make it go. And that's where the Niners right now, you look at him and you go, Bosa, no more Armstead, no more DeForest Buckner. What else do you have there you feel really good about? I mean, Malik Collins is okay. Hargrave has been a disappointment for him. It's light. It's lean for them. So I don't know if that system's going to work as well, William, with not having quite the same level of talent that you had there once. Maybe they reinforce those ranks with the draft, and they have drafted well. But it's a good hire for the Niners. They make, by and large, good decisions there in that team and that organizationally wise, and they're going to still be a tough team to deal with next year. They're not going away. The Super Bowl window hasn't closed. They're not suddenly going to just go into the can now. They're going to get older. It is going to get harder. The cap's going to get tighter for them. So the pathway only gets narrower for them to get through, but there still is a pathway for them to get through. Empower Code. Thank you for the $10 donation. Empower Code says, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Go Hawks. Hey, we got him. We got our number 1 candidate. Nailed it. Nailed it. Thank goodness. Team got us nervous. They had us on the edge of our seat with this one a little bit. They made us wait. But ultimately, they rewarded us with the right hire. Clint Kubiak is your next Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator. He's got the lineage. This isn't Schottenheimer, right? I mean, Schottenheimer, you're going for the Nepo baby, but you're going for the Nepo baby who comes from Marty Schottenheimer. How many Super Bowls has Marty Schottenheimer won? How many Super Bowls has Gary Kubiak won? Plus, he was a part of all those Elway teams and the Shanahan staffs. A couple went Super Bowls in there, actually, quite frankly. I think he was the quarterback coach for Shanahan when Elway was there. So, a little bit of a different Nepo. A little bit of a different Nepo feel here. A little more pedigree. A little more pedigree. It's like, do you want the son of a Jeff Fisher as your next OC? Or do you want the son of a multiple Super Bowl winner? I don't know if it's worth anything. Thank you again, Empower, for that $10 dono drop. Very kind of you, brother. I'm glad you're stoked as I am on this one. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, the amount of time makes me feel like we settled. It's always hard to say on this kind of thing, Sanchez, and we don't know necessarily behind the walls of how this played out exactly. And it didn't always feel like it was a process that they had a real clear motivation and drive for what they were looking to try to do, other than be exhaustive. I do think it does fit a little bit with what we saw last year, Sanchez, where you saw in their head coaching search last year, it was like this a little bit. And we had some wonder last year in that head coaching search at one point or another, where we said, is the team kind of unsure about what they want? Why is it taking this long? Why do you have 2 interviews with a Kafka? Why are you having 2 interviews with a Graham? Why are we talking to these guys that don't make as much sense here as somebody else could? And they eventually got back to McDonald's. So it seems like last year's process was one where it was really they were taking the right process to it. And it was really just them merely being as much anything exhaustive. We got the opening beginning of the game here with a Josh Allen read to start things off here for the Bills as they take over at the 30-yard line. As the second game will kick off here, we'll be live streaming the game here with you guys today on this, and we'll be discussing this Clint Kubiak hire in addition to that. So full open chat here today on the channel. I'm sure we'll be discussing a lot of this with this, but I think I might change my deal too to the. I don't know if I should. Yeah, I got to update my thumbnail. 1 second here, folks. Josh Allen in shotgun, 2nd and 6. Play action pass, dropping back to throw. He almost throws an interception right to Brian Cook. Ooh. That wasn't good. That was a bad throw by Josh. Bear with me 1 second here, folks. I'm trying to get my... How did I not get the other one up? I am a moron. God, I thought I had that one done. Incomplete pass on 3rd and 6. Bear with me 1 sec here, folks. I got to do a couple things here. Yikes. Yikes. How did I not get that done? I had a thumbnail created here for the second game, and I can't find it. So I probably didn't download it. Here's the punt by the Bills with a quick 3 and out. Bear with me on a couple of the donuts here. I just got to fix this thing real quick. I hate when I forget to do stuff. Did I put it over there? Is that what that is? Huh. Interesting. First and 10 here, 13:38 to go in the first quarter. Chiefs take over from the 21-yard line, their own territory. Throw is going to be here to... Who is that? Who's that guy? He's got too much hair. I can't read his... Play action pass here on 2nd and 1. Mahomes dancing around. He's going to keep it and get drugged down from behind. Tripped up by Epinesa, but it will be a first down. Nicely done. Okay, I got my thing changed. Sanchez, thank you again for that donation. Very well be that we settled, but it's hard to say. Hard to say on that one. Long live the king. Thanks for the $2 donation. He says, I'd personally love if Shaheed comes over too. It's a possibility. Long live the king. You know, a guy like that's got familiar with the former players like that, then you might make a guy like that a target. And if you're losing Lockett and looking for a big play replacement guy that's really come on as a receiver in recent years there, you know, kind of a development guy that's come along for that team in a nice way. Maybe a guy that they look to as that deep play kind of threat. Don't think he'd cost a lot. I don't know if he's a free agent or not, but if he is a free agent, I don't think he'd cost a ton of money. Very well possibility there, King. Thanks for the donation. Got a reception here to Worthy. First down. Chiefs got a nice opening drive going here. Catalyst, thanks for the $5 donations. As you should watch the Saints-Cowboys game from week 2. The Saints were healthy then, and it gives glimpses of how effective Kubiak's offense can be. I did. I watched that one. It was the first 3 games of their season I watched Catalyst. For that very reason, I wanted to look at where they were prior to some of the injuries hitting and how good they looked. And that offense was humming. It was hard to predict. It was multiple in their approach. It was balanced in its attack. It was willing to hit deep, work the short passing attack, kind of hit you in a couple of different places. There was pre-snap motion, a lot of high candy that sends you looking this way, but then you come back over that way. So there's a lot of that built into his offense. And it was very impressive. Quick throw, quick catch here again. Juju Smith-Schuster is up the football field after the catch with a nice gain. First down, big play. Chiefs offense rolling to start things off. But I'll try to Catalyst if I can, grab a couple of those plays from those opening couple of games too, even if I only put it over on the Clips channel, just to give a couple of plays to you on that you can take a look at that, not you, but for some of the folks out there, to your point on it, to give them an idea of what you're getting with him, which is it's different from Grubbs, less spread concepts. You're going to have more under center stuff, more play action from under center stuff. But it's got a lot of variance to it too. It's not just boring in one note. That as well. It's got some creativity to it, and it's going to be a fun offense. Handoff here to Kareem Hunt. He bounces past the first tackler and almost able to break that one. Nice 9-yard gain. Cole Bishop with the tackle. But thank you, Catalyst. If you are just joining us, we do have Clint Kubiak is your next offensive coordinator for your Seattle Seahawks. It has been announced. AI, don't get too excited. I don't think we have ever had an OC we didn't complain about their play calling or did end up firing, laughing out loud. Oh, that's true. We haven't had an OC that's ever gone on to be a head coach after being an OC here. I don't think ever in Seahawks history. Handoff inside, first down run for Kareem Hunt there. Just a couple of yards, but it got the first. We have fired every single one in our history. That's true. Three-man backfield for the Chiefs here. Handoff inside to Kareem. He's got a little bit of movement here. Nice job. Horrible tackling by the Bills defense on that drive all the way around. Awful tackling, and Kareem Hunt bangs it in. 2 broken tackles on that run. Good hole opened up by the Chiefs offensive line. But the Kansas City Chiefs just walked the ball down the football field. CD Woods, I think Shaheed would be a good player to help stretch the defense and really open up the middle of the field for JSN along with DK. Could be a good addition. Could be a real good addition. Let me see where they're at right now. You guys are speaking about it like he's maybe a free agent. Let's double check it though. So he's currently still on the hook with the Saints. He's on a very feasible deal. You could trade for him for sure, but you would have to move and make a trade for Rashid Shaheed if you do go for him. He's on the hook for the cap at $4.2 million or $4.45 million in total. is his cap hit next year. So he's not going to be a cap casualty by the Saints. They are $50 million over the cap. So they got some work to be done. But I don't know if there'll be a way for us to necessarily give him. I don't know, especially considering with the Saints, they don't exactly have a real deep receiving core. That Sinners kind of has a from dusk till dawn kind of feel to it, doesn't it? Zombie Central, another Tennessee prospect, center Cooper Mays. He was, from my point of view, all right. Definitely Tennessee's best O-line player, but probably a second or third round pick. I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, but I will write him down. I don't think I looked at him quite yet. Did I take a look? I'm starting to get to that place with some of these prospects where I'm like, I think did I look at that? No, not yet. Not yet, but I will take a look at him. Thanks for the suggestion. Rogers, when John signed Luke Jokel, they should have fired him. Joey Hunt was a fireable offense too. You don't like offensive lines, does he? Tyler Muir, Clint Kubiak's a solid choice. I thought he was the best choice available. I did too as well, Tyler. That was my outlook and feeling on it as well. So I thought this is the best guy we have for this job. Steeler says, this does not bode well for us pulling for the Bills, which most of us would presume. I would presume. Long game. Let's see. Definitely not the start that they wanted. Dick Docs, Brandon, more DK under center, more Sharps up the middle. I think he meant more Geno under center. Trade K9 for draft picks, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I'll take it. Just keep DK and Geno. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do on that. It's possible they go a variety of ways, but that's one of the possibilities. Seahawks Gaming, Jefferson had 1,600 yards with Kubiak as OC in 2021. Woo! Based on one of Fraley or Kubiak. I think Kubiak's going to make a lot of people smile. Tony says, honestly, I don't mind the Chiefs. They took 2 Super Bowls from the Niners. Can't hate them like the Pats. Yeah, I don't quite have the same hate for them that I had for the Pats. It is getting harder at times, though, with the calls. They get so many in their favor. You're like, they don't need that much help. Come on. Stop giving them the help. But they're not hateable. Certainly, Mahomes is an easy guy to root for. Thomas, I want to be excited, but I need to see how good this guy is. I want to see if he is a head coach material. Sean says Patrick Mahomes just has that confidence. Does Josh Allen? Just needs to throw the ball better than he did in that first drive here. Taking over back at the 30-yard line. 8:56 to go here in the first quarter. Hand off to Cook. Cook bouncing around. I think maintaining some balance will help the Bills, though they're going to get a holding call here on this play. Cal says, to be honest, I'm glad we got Kubiak. I think he can really get the best out of our guys. And I got faith in Mike McDonald for the defense. Me too, Cal. I feel exactly the way you feel about it. I've got faith in Kubiak. I think that this is a good hire. This is a good match between these two guys. I feel good about this. Good direction they went here. Mr. Dog, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house, Mr. Dog. He says, Kubiak, let's go. We got our guy. We got our guy, Mr. Dog. It was looking dicey for a minute there. It was looking a little, I was getting nervous. Who was the guy they were talking about today that was on the, like the Bills staff or something? Stevanovic. You're just going, no, don't do that. Don't, please, no, not that. No. Rogers says Kubiak hopefully brings different types of runs, not line up behind the quarterback and run right behind a bad offensive line up the middle every time. No, you're going to get stretch stuff. He's had a spell of a time with the Niners, and you're certainly going to get the stretch stuff with him. I think that's especially going to be something they're going to utilize with Kenneth Walker. Will be a lot more of the outside stretch, outside zone kind of runs, where you sort of just stretch everybody out to get the defensive line going lateral, and then you have your back sort of look to pick the hole that he can cut it upfield on. On top of getting more of Walker to the edges. Hand off inside here on 2nd and 4. Wrapped up and thrown down to the ground is Ty Johnson for a loss of a half yard. Wharton there, making a good play. Kirby just wants to see different teams. Even though I was a Chiefs fan, I wouldn't want to see them in the Super Bowl every year. Kind of gets old. Especially when you have a team like this Bills team that hasn't seen it in so long. You know, they've been waiting for so long. Catalyst is Adam Stenovich. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah. We just kept looking at more candidates with more vowels and syllables in their name as this thing was going on, you know. Stenovich, Alski, and Naski Maskuska. You know. We were getting to like the 24 letter last name here as we kept going along. Throwing a completion here to Khalil Shakir. Nicely done. I'll get him a first down for the Bills. I think we're going to get a high scoring game here. So I think we just got to strap in for a game that's going to be a little bit back and forth. And I think both these teams are going to put up their share of points. 1st and 10. Ball at the 49-yard line in Buffalo Bill territory. Josh Allen under center. Play action pass. He's going to roll out, fake it. He's got to throw that away. Just throw it away. Oh my God, he's trying to do something. Interesting play there by the Chiefs. They kind of ran the guy out of bounds. Josh. It's a crazy throw by Josh there. 2nd and 10. Addicted Brandon. The only way I can cheer for Buffalo to win today is the hope they lose their 5th Super Bowl. Make me forget my Vikings losing 4. Just teasing. Oh, you feel so bad for this fan base if they had to go through another loss in the Super Bowl, especially after this magical year. Completed inside to, is that Cooper? Oh, we got Amari Cooper making some catches. That's a good sign for the Bills. 8 or 9 yard play on the game. Yeah, Chris Jones definitely a beast. Rogers Green, they'll be fine with Kubiak. Yeah. That's the part of why so many of us liked it, for some of you to be on the fence. Why we liked it so much is that you're a little bit more of know what you're getting. You know what you're getting in this guy. He's going to put a functional offense together. He's not going to have you screaming at your television doing brain dead things. You might get frustrated with him, but you're not going to see him doing brain dead things that just make no sense as we kind of have often seen at times between both Waldron and Grubb in recent years, where you're having games you're scratching your head going, what are they doing? What is the plan of attack here? You'll understand the plan of attack with Kubiak. He's going to be specific in how he goes about his business. Cook with the carry on 1st and 10. Bill's got a nice little drive going here. Wilbur Great says OC search over with Kubiak finally hired. Finally hired. Finally got this guy brought in. So took a while, but we got the right guy. I think most people are pretty hyped on him. On the team, could K9 do some of the Camaro stuff? Absolutely he could. Absolutely. There's going to be some good stuff built in there too with a guy like K9 for some quick throws out of the backfield to the back, let him work in space. The screen game is always going to be top notch coming off of a Kubiak, kind of the Shanahan tree of things. Josh Allen fumbles the snap on 2nd and 5. Come on, Josh, get it together. Get it together. Good hire though, Wilbur. Great. Brand says, now bring in your own line coach, Kubiak. Huff ain't it. No, he's not. Bring your guy. Ooh, Cooper on the Hawks. I could dig that. He is a free agent this offseason. Mari Cooper. Got a little bit older. Injuries are starting to kind of factor in. I don't know if the hands are as good as they once were. 3rd down and 9 for Allen. Drops back to throw, finds Khalil Shakir. Shakir trying to drag his way forward there to get the first down as he was very short of the sticks there on the catch. And he will still be very short of the sticks. The Bills are going to have a very interesting decision to make right now on 4th down. It looks like they're going to try the field goal unit. Pretty long kick here. Conditions aren't bad today. It looks cold, but it doesn't look like it's particularly windy. But this is going to be a very long kick, like 55, 56 yards. Bass, 4 of 4 on kicks over 50 yards for the year, 53 yards. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up. Good. 7-3. Silver Ace, Brandon Kubiak. I think he definitely wants a fast receiver like Tez. Could be. And you have a need for that right now, Silver Ace. You have a need on this roster for that. So maybe a guy like a Tez Johnson be that guy. You know, he goes, no, I don't need Shaheed. I can go get this guy. This guy's just like Shaheed. Ethan, Hawks Nest, and you have to prevent a field goal. Ethan's the Hawks Nest. Remember, the last Chiefs-Bills AFC Championship game, if you're calling the defense in that final 13 seconds, what would you have done? Remember, Tyreek was on that team. The mistake was not made for that play necessarily. I certainly would have called something different than they called. The problem with that, Ethan, was that they needed to, the kickoff needed to be one where you what's the word I'm trying to think of here? Not muff the kick, but you kick it where you kick it to on the ground, you roll it up to the kick returner, because you try to get it to where you run off 5 or 6 seconds on the kickoff. And instead, I think they kicked it into the back of the end zone, thus giving them that full 13 seconds to work with being the Chiefs. So that was really the mistake, was McDermott not deciding to just kick the ball into the dirt. Maybe you give them the ball at the 30-yard line, but you roll off a very key 4 or 5 seconds off the play clock at that point. Kirby, I don't know why they didn't do the PI on that one with the Allen throw. I think that they would have just maybe said it wasn't a catchable pass. It did look like he was offended with. Steelers is my rotator cuff would have imploded if I tried throwing a ball like Allen just did. Yeah, he's insane. And he threw that thing freaking 50 yards, jumping in the air, rolling to his right. And just a little flick of the wrist. I would have too. Probably blown out both my hammies as well. Steven says, heck yeah, Kubiak. Kubiak, man. I'm glad to hear you guys are excited by this one as I am too. It's great hire. Great hire. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Kubiak, Clint got hired as OC. Great hire, MJ Seahawk. Strange kind of timing of the news breaking here as we're in the middle of playoff action, but cool to see nonetheless. Very, very cool to see. And great hire. Great hire. This was the best hire to make of the options that were available to us. I really believe that. There just wasn't a lot of hot commodities out there. And this guy, I don't know if you want to go fully hot, but he's very warm. Very warm. And I think that this is going to make the fan base feel settled down and comforted, this hiring. It should at least. Randy God, if that was Mahomes, there'd be 6 flags. It'd be 6 flags over Georgia up in that bitch. I think Doc Brandon agreed K9 has some home run ball thing going for him, but I will be happy with Sharps 4 yards in a cloud of dust every time, plus better pass blocking. Not sure what you can get for K9. I don't think that there's just much draft capital to return back for K9 unless you're packaging him together with some other players. If you're putting him together with like a Reek Woolen and trying to find some kind of marginal draft capital return back for those 2 guys, you could. But, then does a guy like John Schneider want to sell low on a guy like Walker? Just kind of offloading him for the sake of offloading him. I don't know if that's going to be in Schneider's bag to do that. Ironically, if he was coming off more of like a 1,300 yard season, you might have more of an ability to make that kind of move. But especially in addition to this addicted to Hawks, there's going to be so many running backs taken between the 3rd and the 5th round that are really good, high quality backs that why pay the extra unless you're really sold on Walker as a player. Deep throw on 1st and 10 here. Well defended down the field by the Bills cornerback. Oh, that's Hollywood Brown. He's been out the whole year, right? Is that who that was? I think that was Hollywood Brown there. I think he's been out the whole season. Almost. 2nd and 10. Mahomes dropping back, throw out a shotgun. He's going to scramble out wide. He's going to roll, and he's going to have some movement to go here. Gets free. First down run by Mahomes. He's so good with the mobility stuff, despite the fact he shouldn't be able to do that. He just always gets those freebies, doesn't he? Hosea says, want the Bills to go win, but it looks like light's too bright. Might be the case. Might be the case. Long football game. Bills defense does need to step up, though. I agree. Handoff outside here to Worthy on a fly sweep. He is going to take it for about 8 or 9 yards. CEO of Drip. How do you believe Clint will utilize the running backs back room? I think he'll introduce a load balance system and we'll switch between K9 and Sharps in the running game. Yes, that's my belief as well, CEO. I think some of this is driven a little bit by having to sort of take stock of Beneford. Was that Beneford that got hurt there, or was that DeMar Hamlin that got hurt there? Somebody got dinged up by the Bills. Was that Friendly Fire? Boy, he's holding his head. Definitely a concussion, I'm guessing. I'm expecting that some of this is going to come even separate a bit, CEO, from Clint, in that the Hawks are going to take a little bit more into account that they got to be careful with Walker. And that means you just can't be on the constant giving him 20 touches a game, game after game after game. So that's going to lead to, I think, a little bit more of a load balance, and it should. There's no reason to have to run Walker 24/7 when you have the talent in the backfield that we have. The other thing I will say about this is that there is a background with Kubiak that goes back to Shanahan systems. And he has been informed in other ways, because Gary Kubiak did separate from that Shanahan system and started to run some of his own stuff. This is the way it works, is every individual offensive coach is going to grow and change as they leave, but that you do still have the influence of the sort of Shanahan system there. And one of the main influences that I will go to on this when it comes to the running backs is that what you tend to have with a Shanahan running back is you're going to have these guys that, aren't necessarily the creative, dance around a lot. You're going to have these running backs more run kind of like a robot, and that's going to lend itself better towards a Charbonnet-like running back, where they're going to want a guy that's a little bit bigger, gets downhill. You'll get a lot of 3 yards in a cloud of dust plays. You should theoretically get a lot less negative plays because of the zone system you're running. But that when you look at Shanahan through the years, and you look at Shanahan at Washington and even Shanahan there with the Niners, where there's been a bit of an adjustment from his dad. His dad looked usually for guys that were a little bit bigger. I think the son has looked for guys that are a little bit faster, but still looking for more of those robot-like running backs, less of the guys that are going to be artists back there. They're not looking for freelancers. They're looking for guys that are going to hit the hole and hit the hole hard. And so Charbonnet is more of that kind of guy, of course, the CEO. Even McIntosh is. But that doesn't mean you can't find some kind of sense of balance there between all of them and how you roll it. BP, thank you for the $5 donation, BP. Man, Brandon, we got a new OC. Things are looking bright. Don't leave the YouTube space. We need you, man. I won't, man. I won't. I'm still riding here with you guys, and big loss for the Bills. They're going to lose Christian Beneford, who got just absolutely his bell rung. You can see he's struggling there. He's trying to just breathe deep. And you feel for the kid in a game like this. That's got to hurt. And that could be a major loss to this Bills team, because Mahomes is going to pick on this all day long. He will pick on this. And I won't, man. I won't. I just wanted to, when we were talking about this last week a little bit, it's just the discussions on just some of the stuff that I'm dealing with you guys, on it, and just trying to kind of find my footing through this and find my way through it. But you guys have been damn encouraging on your side of it. And you don't want me to go nowhere. I won't go nowhere. Just to take stock period thing as much as anything there, BP. I just want to take stock and see where people's heads at, and if a general sense of what I was feeling was what was reality or what not was reality, with that. But I'm here, bro. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Pressure here. Fumble! Oh, no. We got a flag on the play as well. We got a flag on the play as well. Buffalo's got the ball. Let's see, though. There's a flag and the Chiefs have a turnover. There's a flag and the Chiefs have a turnover. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, offsides on the Bills. How did I know? How did I know? Oh, I must be a psychic. I got to start wearing a turban. I need to go get myself a golden. I didn't even see the play that happened. I didn't even see what the penalty could have been caused. I was just able to call it blindly. Isn't that amazing, folks? I didn't even need to see the snap. I just saw the yellow and I knew. I saw the yellow and I knew. Saw the yellow and I knew. But they're telling us our eyes are lying. Yeah, I noticed that they're not showing a lot of the replays of the false start, are they? Jason says that was actually a perfectly timed rush there. No offsides at all. I don't see a lot of replays, do you? Isn't that interesting? Come on. Come on. Let him just play it. Have a good one there, Flag, man. I appreciate you. Says I gotta be up in 4 hours. Get some rest. Dick said if Mahomes heard you, he fumbled on purpose. Teasing. Second and 2. Mahomes in shotgun. 3 wide. Single high look here from the Bills. Fumble! Let's go. Get it back, Bills. Come on now. That's right. That's right, Nitro Hawk. That's right. Ball don't lie. Ball don't lie. Ball don't lie. That's why we say that. That's Esteban. That's right. That's karma. Good. There's still justice in this universe. God still exists. He's still here. Thank God. Mythic Brad, I'm so glad to hear that you're not leaving, man. Can't wait to watch this offseason, upcoming season with you. Well, thank you, Mythic. And you guys were tremendous in your effusiveness and wanting to say, don't go, don't do something on this side. Stay with this. As I've said, I'm doing this for 5 years, and it ain't just about donations with this. It is much about just discussions with you guys and where the headspace is of the fans and what's wanted and what's not wanted. And I just want to always make sure what I'm doing here is always something that is welcome and wanted, and I'm not doing to force anything myself on you guys on that. And we're 5 years in, just wanted to sort of take stock on that and see where people were at, and getting a bit of a feel for it, But I appreciate all the kind words and the absolute nothing but encouragement down the line from everyone, to a man, to a woman here. And I'll keep riding, man. I'll keep riding and dying with you guys for sure. JG, they got it back. Thank goodness for that. Man, if the Chiefs had gone down there and scored a touchdown, Like, ugh. Holy crap. Will Ferrell looks super old, doesn't he? Man, the years are adding on. I can't talk. I'm getting old too. I got to shut up. Who am I to speak? Ball don't lie, Nitro. Ball don't lie. Thank you too, BP, for your $5 donation and kind words too, man. I'm riding with you. I'm riding with y'all. I can't quit you guys. This is like Brokeback Country. Though I don't want to wish to quit you. I don't want to quit you. D-Man, it still says Eagles on the thing. All right, let me change that up. I'm a little slow on the button today. That's for sure. I got to get with it here. Let's get this sucker changed. Thank you for reminding me of that. Bills at Chiefs. Boom. Straight money. Hand off to Dalvin Cook here out of shotgun. Nice carry by Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook is almost loose there. Got 11-yard gain. Boy, he almost broke free there. Close one. Close one. Football gods do exist. Of course, Esteban. Dicta says, Brandon, sorry, there was no justice in the universe. Just Mahomes getting paid by Vegas to throw the game. Just kidding. Brando Country, let's ride. That's right, Zombie. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, this is almost 150 likes. Do it for Brandon. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, folks. It does help this channel out. There are people looking for live play-by-play coverage of this Buffalo Bill Chiefs game right now. You can help them find that good coverage by hitting that like button and showing me up on the old algorithm. Be calm. See clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Finally now, address the offensive line. Go Hawks. First thing up, get your OC. Next order of business, let's start addressing this offensive line. I'm with it. Be calm. You're with it. The majority of the fan base is with it. And I'm talking 99.99999%. Hand off here to Cook on, they're going to call it 2nd and 1, huh? Boy, they didn't give him the first on that, eh? All right. He bounces around and gets the first on the carry inside. Only a 2-yard gain, but that'll get the job done and be the last play of this quarter. So the Bills hanging tough. 7-3, big turnover there. Big swinging, changing turnover there in that moment. But I'm with you, Be Calm. Now the time is let's go get this offensive line figured out. Hammer it, hit it, make it. It's the two-step. It's a two-prong process. Make it your number one priority. Turn it into a strength. Make it the number one priority. Turn it into a strength. That is the 1-2 punch that we need to do in addressing this offensive line. I think it's a brand. That's the best name I've heard in days. Cool. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Dalvin Cook, I'm old Rogers Green. I mix up names all the time now. I was calling Kenneth Gainwell Miles Sanders earlier in the stream. I'm always good for one a game at least. James Cook. It's James Cook. The younger bro. Yeah, James is a good player. Very good player. Phil's Dirty Gut 8. Clint Kubiak. We got him. We got him, Phil's. Made the right hire. Jason says, I believe in the football gods. My father was dying of cancer in 2012. A few days before he passed, he looked at me and said, I'll talk to the football gods on the other side. Let's go, Jason. Let's go. Hell yeah. He got it done for us, man. He got it done for us. Alpha says, be staying with us, happy tears. I've never quit you guys. I can't quit you guys. Would never want to. Michael Orton, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, finally the Seahawks hired a competent OC in Clint Kubiak. Looks like he'll bring that West Coast offense to Seattle. He will indeed. He will indeed. And we've had it run through here before in this stadium. And it is one that can be very effective. You're gonna move the chains. You're gonna grind out drives. He's also, what I do like about Kubiak is he's a guy that doesn't just, he's not a West Coast purist where there's still going to be the willingness to throw deep when that time opens up. In fact, he's going to be pretty aggressive in that way. And so you hired a competent OC. You hired a guy that's not going to have to learn on the job, Michael, that's going to have those growing pains, learn what he can get away with and what he can't get away with. You got a guy who has an understanding of that day one walking in the door. And I think we're going to get the benefits of that in this offense immediately from game one then because of that. Because the last couple of offensive coordinators, I think you have been having to kind of work your way through these guys learning on the job. And I don't want to make those kind of hires anymore. I don't want, let somebody else have somebody else they hire to learn on the job. We get the competent, we get the true, we get the real, we get the bright, we get the guy that hits the ground running. And that's what you've gotten here in Clint Kubiak. So this was the best of the hires. I'm not just saying that now as he's been hired. You guys have been listening to me for weeks, and I've been saying Kubiak. Throw out to the flat here, and James Cook. He makes a nice move out there and gains himself about 15 yards, and the Bills got themselves a little drive they're working with. But a tremendous hire, Michael. I think that this was more about the taking too big of a swing once again, and that would have been problematic if you had done that. Some or offensive coordinator role thing that they would try to pull off. No, that doesn't work. That's not going to work. Just get the competent guy, get the guy that's done it, get the guy even that's done it that still has some upside to him as a play caller like Clint does. So the Hawks have made the right move here. And I think, to your point, every fan that I've seen put their sentiment here in the chat, every single one so far, I don't think that I've seen one real pure negative comment about the Kubiak hire since we learned it 45 minutes ago. Allen rolling out on 1st and 10. He's going to throw it up. Please don't throw it up for good. Jesus. Josh, be careful, please. Please be careful, Josh. We do have a flag on the play there. He tried to throw it up there to Keon Coleman. I don't want Josh Allen just throwing up for grabs in this game. I know he's got to make plays. He's got to do some things here, but throwing it up into double coverage when he's rolling to his left, there is a hold on the Chiefs there. Jason says, my father's funeral ended up being 12-12-12, and Seattle scored their first points in the Super Bowl in 12 seconds, and 12 seconds again on the opening kickoff of the second half. Maybe your father giving you a little bit of a wink there, Jason, you know, or a couple winks kind of there. That's cool, though. That is awesome. Oh, to have your funeral on 12-12-12. Hell yeah. I mean, nobody wants to pass, obviously. You'd rather your dad be alive, but hand off to Ty Johnson. He'll carry it for about 3 or 4 yards before he's pulled down. Nick Bolton with the tackle. That's cool, though. What a nice story there, Jason. Hand grenade. Y'all don't remember? I'm a messenger of the football gods. Let's go. Yeah, see, Lord Josh not using his legs too much so far. Kind of just staying through the pocket, trying to hang in there. $13:39 to go here in the second quarter. Ball up at about the 34-yard line in the Chiefs territory. Josh back in shotgun. 4-man front with a 5th man showing up as a blitz here. It looks like they're going to bring a little run blitz there. And whoo, great play by Reed. Safety shot up there and took Khalil Shakir right down to the ground on the bubble screen. He read that all the way. Yeah, Reed was playing 100 miles an hour post snap. He saw that thing coming from a mile out. Bills would be better suited here to stay with a little bit more of the run game to cook. Little pass happy here early on and how it feels. You could definitely run a little bit more here, especially with the Josh Allen ability to do so. And you're kind of ending up in these 3rd and 9s now when you're not running the ball as much. Blitz look from the Chiefs. They're bringing it. Allen's got to get rid of it. He finds Cooper. Cooper bobbles the ball for a second, but he does reel it in and gets the first down. Very good job by Josh Allen to recognize the blitz was coming there early on. He saw it and found his hot. Yeah, they got that picked up really well from the Chiefs. They saw that kind of coming a mile away. Well done by the Bills. Well done by the Bills. Allen 7 of 10 here, 60 yards. 1st and 10. Fumble. Josh Allen just picks it up with one arm. Wow, that was impressive. Very impressive by Josh there. He fumbled the ball there, and usually quarterback have to fall on it, but he just has that long arm. He just kind of picked it back up off the turf. Boy, nicely done there. That was scary. This also now puts the Bills back in a position with a really long kick here now on 4th down. They're not making the job. Oh, no. 2nd and 20. Why did I think it was 3rd down there? All right, 2nd and 20 there. Get some yards back, Josh. There you go. Good completion to Mac Hollins. He'll gain about 9 yards there on the play. Gets back some of that lost yardage. 3rd down and 11. Tucker says, thank God you're staying. I'm a Seahawks fan on the East Coast and work night shifts. You get me through my mini nights with your 6-hour marathons. Go Hawks. You're the man. Well, thank you, Tucker. I appreciate you watching all the way through on those streams. And yeah, I just was considering some things through completed there to Khalil Shakir over the middle for a first down to the 5-yard line. Very nice throw by Allen, showing off the arm strength there. Fits that ball into a tight window over the middle to Khalil Shakir on an in-cutting route. And the Bills are threatening. But I appreciate you watching that way, Tucker. And the support I get here is second to none, both in the donos and in how much you guys watch. And I really do appreciate that, even as we head into this offseason. Even right now, is well over a couple hundred people in here, and many are in the offseason. And football's a long way, and that just shows your guys' dedication here on the channel in that way. Touchdown to James Cook on an outside run there. And the Bills able to come back and answer. 18th rushing touchdown this season for James Cook. Just a outside run out of read option. Just does a good job of sliding and bouncing his way to the outside there. Very quick. Good run. 10-play drive, 72 yards, consuming 5 minutes and 32 seconds off the clock for the Bills. Good patient drive. Very good patient drive. Be calm, see clearly. Thanks for the $2 donation. Jag fans wanted AEW champ Jon Moxley to be the general manager. Well, be calm. When you've suffered with Trent Baalke for years, just about anybody else will do. You know what I mean? When you're at the bottom of the barrel, when you've hit an all-time low as a franchise from a general manager hiring perspective, anyone, literally anyone but this guy. Thank you, be calm. Appreciate you, man. Catalyst, apparently guards are overdrafted and overpaid. Schneider, we have the worst guards in the league. Yeah. Worst time that he could have come out with that quote last year. Like, just the worst timing in that quote. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Someone was just asking about you earlier, where you were at. Thank you for the $5 donation, says Brando. I'm digging Kubiak. Hiring probably for the name Malone, but I dig Shoddy when he was here. Hey, to your point of digging Shoddy when he was here, the man's just named head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. So certainly hasn't failed since he's left Seattle, Garth. And in Kubiak, he is a name, and a familiar one with that, but he's also a guy that's a name, and he brings the goods. And he's a guy that has done really good work last year, and that you can see him as a guy that it was worthy of this job, worthy of being the best candidate for this job. Elevated that cast last year with the New Orleans Saints before injuries really took hold. Like, he elevated where they were from a talent standpoint and got way more productivity out of that offense than he really should have, considering where they're at from a talent standpoint. And that's what we want in our coordinators. Elevate the talent you have. I give you this talent, you're able to elevate them. It's on me as a general manager to give you grade A talent. So what you're elevating is grade A talent rather than taking B talent and elevating that. But he has shown that he is able to elevate. And that's what I want to see from my coaches. I think Mike McDonald, as a head coach and sort of a de facto DC to your defense, elevates the defense with his play calling and how he sets up his scheme. And this is how you become a winner eventually, as you set up all of these advantages across the board, and how you draft and how you develop and the coaches you bring out there and your game calling and all of that. And it's all of those little advantages that come together to make it the separator to turning you into a contender. And so I think they are marking this box, Garth. I do also think that Kubiak is a better hire than Shoddy. Shoddy didn't come from a background of having some tremendous amount of success. He was going to be a yes man. He was going to run that old school Marty ball kind of offense where there's going to be a lot of running and fit to what Coach Carroll wanted in that way. But in Kubiak, you have a true modernized offensive coordinator. He's not some I'm married too much to the run kind of guy. This is a guy with an offense at the forefront who's really worthy of being excited about in a way that's even more beyond what Shoddy was to me, Garth. You know, I don't think Kubiak walks in and he accepts being told that he has to inherit 70% of his playbook like Schottenheimer did. I think he gets to just bring his whole playbook with him. But a great hire, Garth. I think this guy's going to do some really good work for us. Yeah, addicted. That was Cook on that play. He's got some juice. Kubri says, shit, we just hired Kubiak? I was out running errands for an hour, shaking my head. I know, you walk away for an hour, cool stuff happens, man. You got to stay locked in here. And indeed, he's our new OC. Yeah, Catalyst, no hero ball from Allen in this game unless you really have to. Trust your offense, trust it like you have throughout this year. Use your legs at key moments in this game, but don't force like that roll out, throw 50 yards down the field thing. Please don't. Out route throw here to DeMar Hamlin to Kelsey, makes the catch, and it'll be a short gain, but a nice gain, 6-7 yards there. Ethan Hawk says, put the Clint graphic in the bottom left screen from our perspective to your right. And so let's see, could be in the bottom left screen. Okay. Where is that at? There we go. I'll lower it down a little more so people can kind of see here a bit. I'll put it kind of in there as we're going like that. Josh says, I'm happy you're doing this game too. Go Birds. Yeah, I got to watch this game. I was looking forward to this one. Short gain on second down by the Chiefs is going to be on third down. Christian Benford is out for the Bills here with a concussion. So slot corner spot's going to be a little bit tough for them here as we go through the rest of this game. Is that Kyer Elam? Yeah, they got Kyer Elam out there in his place. Elam, fun fact, the original guy, and great stop by the Bills on third down. They cut down Kareem Hunt. Was that Milano? Milano in there making a play. Matt Milano, very good inside linebacker for the Bills. He got back there and cut the running back down. Are the Chiefs going to go for fourth down in their own territory here? Don't jump off sides. I think Allen and company are going to call a timeout here and think this one through. Mahomes and company are going to think this one through. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. I very much appreciate you guys. You're amazing as ever on the donos. Says, hell yeah, we're going from one of the most predictable play calling to one of the least predictable styles. Go Hawks. Very much so. How many games did we see this year? How many times did we see this year where the defense seemed to know inherently prior to the snap what we were going to do post-snap over and over and over again? You can't win that way. You can't be a successful offense. You certainly can't be a consistent offense when that's the way that it's trotting out week after week after week. Even if it was only on half your plays, you still couldn't have been a very particularly efficient offense running that way. And you're right. At the heart of this is that what he's going to try to do is that we want to make everything look the same to the defense. You see this play and we run a fly sweep out of it with this pre-snap motion to here, and then we come back to the next play or two plays later and we run that same fly sweep motion look. But now we're going to run a play action with a post route. And we got a read option keeper here from Mahomes. Pretty inventive little run, kind of a naked boot for him to the outside, and he goes and gets the first down. Good game plan call there, and ballsy call from the Chiefs in their own territory. I think both these teams understand they got to score points in this game. This is not going to be a 15-14 game at the end of things here. It's obviously high scoring here to begin things, but got to be well aware of the offense on the other side of the football that you're going up against too, and making those kind of decisions. Hand up inside to Kareem Hunt. He'll get about a yard. About a yard. But yeah, Peter, that's the key with it, is that it looks the same over and over again, but you do not know what you're seeing. And that just makes it that much more of an effective as an offense. It makes it easier for an offensive lineman to block. It's one of the reasons, Peter, I was pointing to, if you want to look at it, and we will be looking at this eventually at one point or another with Kubiak. All of those offensive linemen for the Saints, to a man, all of those offensive linemen played at a better, higher rate from the prior year under Kubiak from when he wasn't there to when he was there. Yeah, this improvement was across the board. Completion out to Worthy here, and he'll gain about 11 yards there. A lot of dancing after the catch, but not a lot of places to go. But go Hawks, Peter. And I think people are really, really stoked about this hiring. Everyone feels really, really good about this hiring. But yeah, least predictable play call styles. He'll be balanced. It's going to be hard to tell run or pass. He's going to get you into a lot of third and shorts to where you can still be open up to run to the ball if you want to run it out of that or pass. And this should work really well to help make our offense improved with the talent that we have there, especially if we can add to the offensive line. 1st and 10, about the 44-yard line. Another quick completion out there to DeAndre Hopkins. Looks like he's going to gain 11 and a first down. Now the Chiefs got a little bit of a drive going. Kind of two similar routes with both Worthy and Hopkins here. Just preying a bit on the off coverage there, going after Kyer Elam, who's filling in there for Benford. My nickname for Kyer Elam when he came out was the Moment of Truth Mangler. Guy really competitive at the catch point. Doesn't have good hands or any of that, but he'll just mangle you when the ball's coming in flight. Handoff inside. Bill's doing a good job of swallowing up the run game right now for the Chiefs. Isaiah Pacheco has nowhere to go there and only a gain of 1. Josh Allen has a sickness. What is wrong with him? 5:42 to go in the second quarter. Fast-moving half of football. Bills up 10-7 on the Chiefs. 2nd and 9. Ball onto the Bills side of the football field at the 32-yard line. Mahomes back in shotgun with a 2 tight end look here. Another handoff to Pacheco. Pacheco fighting hard. He'll gain about 4 yards there. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. Garth says, Brando, I'm a Chiefs guy, but I would love to see the Bills lose another Super Bowl. Yeah, you're not the only one, Garth. Someone else was here rooting for the Bills fan base to have to take another L. Like, that's so mean. It's such a small little fan base and you know, come on now. Just such a tiny little fan base. You gotta give them a little bit of room there, Garth. Can't be mean with them on that. Come on now. But I want to see the Bills. I don't want to see the Chiefs in another Super Bowl here. Give me the Bills in another Super Bowl. Or not another Super Bowl, but back to the Super Bowl. I think the Bills-Eagles would be a fun matchup between those two teams. Chiefs guy. Okay, Garth. I didn't know about that. Okay, you're still a bit of a Chiefs guy. All right. I would have thought you'd been a Bills guy. A little bit on the underdog front of that. You like yourself a good underdog, man. Yeah, there's only 4 carries for James Cook. Yeah, that's it. And I was saying earlier on this, it's good they're up by 3 points in this, but from the Bills' offensive perspective, it's certainly a little bit of leaning into probably being a bit too pass happy to open this up. 3rd down and 4. Chiefs call another timeout there to kind of get the right play. They've got a 9-play, 43-yard drive consuming 5 minutes and 44 seconds off the clock, but this is a very important play here as you're not probably going for it on 4th down. Want to make sure they have the right call. 3rd and 4 in shotgun, 3 wide. Running back goes in motion prior to the snap. 4-man pressure look. Wide open. Wide open is Worthy there, and he'll get a first down. Do have a flag on the play. Let's see what this call is here. Looks like the Chiefs are pointing at the Bills. Hold on the Bills. Oh, personal foul. Face mask. Kyer Elam. I told you guys he's a mangler. He's physical. Sometimes too much so. 15 extra yards added onto that penalty. Brings him down very close here. Third penalty for 21 yards for the Bills. 1 penalty for 5 yards for the Chiefs. Shocker. Mahomes dropping back to throw. Another little out route to Worthy. He's been working that kind of route this whole drive. You just start Worthy, I think, in from the slot. He just starts up the field and then just cuts it out. I think they completed 3 of those passes on that drive. 2 of them to Worthy and 1 to DeAndre Hopkins. Just runs him out, and then runs it out. And the Bills are in off coverage on that stuff, so it's opened. That's definitely a touchdown there for Worthy. He got it in. Garth Knight with another $2 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all your support to the channel, man. Very kind of you. Says, people, there's 211 in here. Like and subscribe. Well, yes, please do. If you could for me, do please, folks, hit that like button. It does help this channel grow tremendously when you do that. I know it seems like a small, weird thing, but it's actually a weird thing that does help out quite a bit. If you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed up. We're right on the edge of turning this thing over, I think, into 18.8. So we're almost to 18,800 subscribers here if we get a couple more today. So right on the edge of that. But thank you for reminding me that there, Garth. Please do hit that like button, though, if you could for me. It does have a real tangible effect on the stream showing up under the search stuff. Tasha says, wow, I stepped away to eat a little lunch and it's almost halftime. These playoff games go fast because there's always going to be a little bit of just the clock getting grinded and teams taking a little bit more of their time and being a little more careful than they would even be in the regular season on some of what they're running. And that's what we're getting. Josh says, are we rooting for KC in here? I think it's more Bills, Josh. Just feel bad for that fan base a little bit, like they've earned the right to get back there, you know. They're dedicated. They love their team. Small market. Nitro, are you guys doing a roundtable this week, or are you already doing the every other week show? I think we're doing the every other week show, Nitro. So I think we're not back till Super Bowl week, I believe. Catalyst is Milano's their best defensive player. He's just got to be on the field and on the RR, you know? Yeah, he probably is. He's a game changer for them at the inside linebacker position, especially how they defend the run. Ethan, you're awesome, man. Thank you, but you're awesome, brother. Zombie with our curse. Kubiak completely fails as General Geno Smith takes 50 sacks, and we have neither running back get to 800 yards in the season. Please, please don't let this be the case. The curse got broken. We hired a good OC, so the curse is fully broken now. Rogers Green, Brandon, is Kubiak's system similar or the same as the Niners? I would say similar, and there is definitely a lot of there is a lot that echoes very much across the board between the two. He does have some time actually specifically with the Niners organization too when Shanahan was there. So not only do you have the connections between the Shanahans with his father and all of that, but there's the reconnections between him and the current Niner system. So it is a little bit hand in hand. I think the big differences for me with Kubiak's system is I think that Kubiak's got a little bit more aggressiveness to his system than Shanahan. Shanahan's a little bit more, I will just work my way up the field on you and we'll stay in that pocket. Whereas with Kubiak, he'll have those moments of, I'm going to go take my shot play. I've got them creeping up. I'm going to go hit them up over the top. I mean, that's the real major inherent difference, I think, between the two. But they're much more similar than they are different. The outside zone stuff, you know, the outside zone that gets wound back inside, you know, to kind of set you up and make it look like that. Pitch plays outside, use of the fly sweeps. Bubble screen game is going to be a part of it. Pre-snap motion one direction to come back the other way. Also something that you see within this Kubiak scheme. Alphabet is Blooms. Not sure if anyone said this yet, but Kenny Polamalu was the Vikings running back coach in 2021 while Kubiak was OC there. Watch him to stay for or possibly get promoted to run game coordinator. Ooh, good catch there, Alpha. Definitely a possibility. Polamalu also might go with Carroll down there to Raiders because there's some pass connection between those two guys there too. Jason says that turnover by the Chiefs was massive. 14-point swing. Big play. 1st and 10 for the Chiefs, or for the Bills. They're going to take over here at the 30-yard line. 4:13 to go here in this half. Play action pass. Josh dropping back to throw. Ball will be ripped away from Knox there. Good coverage by Bolton out there. He's a hell of a linebacker. I wish Buffalo would lean a little bit more into running the ball in this game. Make them stop the run. Don't stop yourself on the run. Come on, Brady. We do have a false start on the play by the Bills, so I guess it's defunct. John, I think he'll probably bring the think I'll bring his offensive line coach from John Benton is the guy's name. Second and 10. Blitz look here from the Chiefs. They fall out of it. Low throw that just can't quite be reeled in there by Curtis Samuel. Third down and 10. Josh dropping back to throw. Pressure mounting. Josh. Yeah. Boy, 3 just ugly plays back to back to back to back. Just, that was completely disjointed. God, why do these offensive coordinators hate running the ball so damn much? Run the ball! God, run it. Josh Sass, I think that Jalen Carter's got the potential to become the best defensive tackle in the sport. I think he's on the rise. I don't think he's there quite yet. You know, I do think that Leonard Williams had a better season than Jalen Carter did from the defensive tackle position. I know Jalen was technically the all-pro out there, but you have to understand with this too, Josh, it's harder for us West Coast teams to get all-pros. The majority of the voters are East Coast voters. A lot of them don't even watch West Coast games very much. So it's just harder to do. It's not an indicator necessarily that this player is better than that player. And I love Carter, and I think he's on the right track, and the Chiefs had an insane return here. Big time return by the punt returner here. Oh. So many missed tackles from the Bills. They've had a couple of that. They've had some moments in this game where there's just some bad missed tackles. And that's a big punt return there. All the way up to like the 34, 35-yard line. First and 10, 3:39 to go. Chiefs just want to bleed this whole clock out. Hand off. 5-6 yard run there. Ugh. So Kareem Hunt's a little bit injured on that play. He'll come off the field. Brian Kitticott, hey Brandon, maybe at halftime, can you do your 5 to 10 minute take on the Clint Kubiak OC hire and clip edit it for later? Save time, just thought we'd support. I'll try to. We did a clip on that initially with it. I did when we initially announced it on it, but yeah, I don't mind kind of breaking down again a little bit more once we get into the halftime. Get a little bit more. I expand back on it. I don't mind. News was just breaking, so it's understandable. Ball screen here out to Kelsey that he can't quite reel in there. Ugly pass from Mahomes. Yeah, Tasha, that return hurts. 3rd down and 5 for the Bills here. They're showing a blitz look of Mahomes. God, I don't like this. Oh, he fell down, but there was pressure. Oh, did he catch that? Oh, he caught it. Oh, my gosh. Mahomes just threw it up. It looked like a Bills player had a chance at it, too. I think it was basically simultaneous catch. Worthy having a hell of a first half here for the Chiefs. Hell of a first half for the Chiefs. There's a flag on the play. Do we wonder who it's against? Oh, look, it's on the Bills. Shocker. What a surprise. That's a good call. DeMar Hamlin completely wrapped up Travis Kelce off the line of scrimmage. I mean, he didn't stop hugging him. He never got both of his hands off of his hips the whole way through the route. What a catch by Worthy. He does not have a big catch radius, but that guy went up there. And boy, Bishop had a chance at it. Cole Bishop had his hands on it first, and Worthy just took it away from him. First and goal. That's why I say the whole Golden Tate Hail Mary thing that people get caught up on, where they go, no, it was actually a catch to the Packer player. I go, doesn't matter if the player hits his hands first. If he's up flying in the air and the other offensive player grabs him before he gets his feet down, you're going to get a simultaneous catch situation. That's what happened with the Golden Tate play as well. Where Golden went up, that guy had his hands on the ball first, but he's floating in the air. Tate gets his hands on before the feet come down. It doesn't matter who has their hands on the ball first. You know, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter on that. It does look like McDermott's going to kind of try to challenge this play. Oh, might have a good call here on this. We're back to that old, if it touches the ground, is it a catch thing? If the ground helps you, is it a catch thing? This is still one of those plays I've talked about. Just, I don't know what is really a catch. Garth Knight, thank you for the freaking $10 donation. Let's go, Garth, with a $10 dono drop. I appreciate you for that. Brando, I'm a Chiefs guy because I think the Swift hate is pathetic. Do I listen to her music? No. But don't think she should be targeted like Jessica Simpson was when she dated Tony Romo. I don't have a real care about it too. I've probably bitched and moaned about it a little bit as how many shots they go to her up in the thing and all that. But at the end of the day, it's also, I'm kind of where you are with the Garth too, where I don't really care at the end of the day, you know. There's a track record of this happening in the past. So, you know, it does occur. But I think it helps when they don't also go to the shot of Taylor 35 times every game. You know, Garth, I think that people would be more willing to be okay with it if it was like, let's just cut down to like 10 times a game we go to the shot of her up in the booth, you know? But yeah, hard to hate on Taylor Swift. I mean, she's pretty likable overall, isn't she? At the end of the day with it. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate the $10 dono. Jessica was definitely, yeah, people definitely hate on Tony for that too. You're going to go to Cabo with Jessica rather than train during the bye week, man? You're not going to study? You're just going to go out there and be just with your little bubbly blonde out there in Puerto Rico? Good for you. Well, we want to win some championships here, Tony. Remember that story, Garth? When he went to like Puerto Rico with her for a thing and they're like, what is he doing on the bye week? He needs to be grinding. Catalyst, why do you not run the football in the playoffs in Buffalo? I don't know what somebody informed me in the chat. In watching this first half of this Buffalo Bills offense, what are they trying to accomplish against this Chiefs team? They're not trying to run the ball. What's their passing attack trying to accomplish? There's a lot of deep rollout throws by Josh Allen, throwing it back across his body late. And yeah, that's an incomplete pass. That's a great angle. That's incomplete. Very nice challenge by McDermott. You kind of have to challenge that, but it's a good challenge nonetheless. Oh, they gave him the pick. Am I high? I mean, I might normally be like maybe on that, but like also, what is a catch? Somebody, for the love of God, tell me what a catch is. Because there's some games where the ground can aid you. There's some games where the ground can't aid you. It sort of just seems to depend. Second down run here to Checo for a gain of 2 yards. Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but no, you guys are saying the same thing. Tasha, like, they showed the great angle. They showed the great angle when they came back from commercial. The ball obviously was aided by the ground. The ground aided the catch. Whoever made the damn catch, Bishops or the other guy, it was aided by the ground. Yeah, the ball even moved. That's the thing that everyone's like, tell me, well, if the ball doesn't move, then because there was that whole thing, remember, with the Cardinal and Rams game at the end of the year where it was determined whether we get in the playoffs or not. We had to have the Rams lose, and there was that last play there, which sort of started me on this whole thing where I'm like, man, every time I watch football, I still don't know what a catch is, especially when it comes to the ball hitting the ground. I still have no idea. There's no way that that was a catch. There's just no way that was. They aren't even hiding it anymore. Says that ran. I mean, I'm trying not to be that guy. I really am not. And look, I don't really have a huge dog in this fight, but we were going to be kind of watching for this walking into it, right? We were going to be kind of like paying attention to this. It's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Hand grenade, what happened? It was a throw up. They threw the ball up in the air, and then Cole Bishop touched it. He came down. The ball seemed to touch the ground. Worthy reeled it in, and they called it a catch somehow, but it looked like the ground absolutely helped it. Barry records, not even the refs know at this point. I guess so. I guess so. I can't believe they ruled that a catch. Well, look, I don't know what a catch is. So when people in the future ask me about these kind of plays and this happens, I'm going to reference moments like this where I'm like, you tell me, flip a coin. Yeah, Josh, I'm lost on that one. I just, can we not give this team so many calls? I mean, Josh, you should be kind of sensitive to this too. You had to have your Eagles team play this Chiefs team in a Super Bowl where they didn't call one defensive holding call throughout the whole entire game until the very final drive for the Eagles, the game-winning drive, where they were about to have their drive killed because they had to stop by your Eagles. And now suddenly they want to come up with the flags all of a sudden for them. You know? So even your Eagles have suffered from this. I really feel sick for Bills fans though on this. I don't like this for Bills fans. I wouldn't like it for us. I don't like it for the Bills fans either. Tasha says, I'm still bitter about the non-catch by JSN in the Dallas game last year. I use that as a reference point for that catch with the Rams and the Cardinals game, Tasha. I put it up on my Clips channel. It got so many Rams fans mad, by the way, you guys. I triggered so many Rams fans on my Clips channel when I put that video up. And Mahomes is going to run this in on 3rd and goal. No problem. Just another naked boot touchdown. Ugh. Ugh. But Tasha, I brought that up at that one, and the Rams fans were like, no, it's 2 different catches completely. No, it's 2 different situations completely. I'm like, I don't know. I think these are a lot more similar than they're dissimilar. And if this one's a catch here, then this one should be a catch there. But our one, of course, JSN in the Dallas game was no catch. That Rams game was a catch. This one is a catch. I'm still confused. I'm just confused. That's how it all breaks down for me. Rams is like, we never get calls like that. I can. Slubby one, corny refs. Corny refs is right. Be more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. You said you'd go off on the RT if the Bills get screwed. Yeah, and you know, I'll have Z-Bot there. He'll be like, no, let Brandon speak. No, just let Brandon get this out right now. This is very important. So Kelsey's over there talking trash, and they threw some flag. I didn't see if they called that on the Bills for what they're going to penalize them out on the kickoff or not. But of course, Kelsey can just sit there and pop off and taunt all day, and it's no problem. But I'm going to go off, Femi. I will go off. Because I feel for Bills fans. You know, they haven't been like us. They didn't get a Super Bowl in their lifetime. They haven't won one. We've been to 3. They haven't been to a Super Bowl since the 90s. And you finally get back there with by far the best team that you have to go win it and get back there. And then I'm not saying that they haven't certainly done their share of stuff to be down in this football game and have the Chiefs up on them, but not up by 11 points. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, look, I'm all in on the Chiefs, but that was not a catch. Yeah, they came back on that angle, Garth, right after the commercial. The angle they showed right after the commercial with the slow-mo down to the ball touching, the ball moves, it hits the ground. It hits the ground before Worthy's even got his hands on it. It's still in Cole Bishop's hands at that time. It's not even in Worthy's hands where you can go, well, Worthy was controlling it, but it hit the ground, but he was controlling it. No, it was in Cole's hands when it hit the ground. Tough. Thank you though, Garth. I appreciate it. I appreciate the $5 donation. Sean says Bills are such a choking franchise. Crap offensive play calling today. It's been pretty bad. Josh Allen's got 15 attempts. You've got 9 rushing attempts in this game. I don't know why that would be what you want to lean with on this one, especially if the passing attack has been weird. Cook's got 4 carries for 23 yards and a 5.8 yard per carry average, including a touchdown run of 9 yards. Allen's that guy. I get that, all that stuff, but Gar says if the Dez catch wasn't a catch, then who knows what is. I don't know. Yeah, I'm the same way. I still just don't know. Just don't know. Mark Sanchez in the house. What's up, Mark? Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I really like the Kubiak hire. I love the Kubiak hire, Mark. This was the best and brightest candidate by far of anybody that was out there. And the other guys that they were out there interviewing were not drawing any kind of excitement for me. I didn't want Fraley. I didn't want any of these other guys that they were talking to. Thomas Brown. No, Kubiak was the best of any of them by far. And I was getting really worried after Texans let go of Slowick that they were going to try to go grab Kubiak. And good that our Seahawks were able to retain him instead, because that would have been brutal if Kubiak went there and then you're wondering, oh, wow, did we get turned down by Fraley? Did we get turned down by Kubiak? Are we now just taking like our third, fourth, fifth best option here at this point? Is that how this is playing out? So Kubiak was great, though. He's going to check he checks all the boxes of what we wanted. He's got success. He elevates the cast around him. He's got the pedigree. You're not going to go through the growing pains with this guy. It's a grade A hire. Grade A hire. Our line will be better next year across the board. Mark my words. Thank you for the $5, though, man. Appreciate it. Dropping back to throw. Allen flips this up to Khalil Shakir. We got 1:43 to go in this half. Bills have 2 timeouts remaining. I know there was a flag for the Chiefs, so why even the challenge? It was a first down anyway. Well, I think it's just that it was such a deep throw down the field, Nagasa. First 5 yards, it would have been otherwise. Nice throw, nice catch in here to Coleman. We do have a flag on the play. Now Kelsey flopping, says Ethan. That's right. We got pass interference on Jalen Watson of the Chiefs. Ugh, that is a... He got held, but that was also an ugly release by Coleman. Yikes. He's got a ways to go. 123. First down here for the Bills. Ball on the 36-yard line in their own territory. Chiefs showing a 5-man pressure look. They just drop into a zone blitz. Throw it out there to Amari Cooper. Well, you'll take that all day if you're the Buffalo Bills. Chiefs just dropped into hella depth there. They were dropping to out to the Statue of Liberty on there with the coverage. 1:17 on the clock here. Handoff inside to Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson's going to get the first. Lower his head there. Finish the run nicely for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Quick snap here. Handoff again back to Ty Johnson. They just ran the same play back to back. Just give out a shotgun. Don't take too much time here, Buffalo. You need to come down there and go get a touchdown. This ain't about just getting the field goal here. Back to throwing. Don't start running the ball now with less than 2 minutes in the freaking clock. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. There we go. First down catch by Coleman. Gets out of bounds. 35 seconds to go. Still the 2 timeouts for Buffalo. Down 21-10 here to the Kansas City Chiefs. Dick said, Brandon, one more year with the roundtable. Thank you. Say hi to Walken, Pacino, and Nolte. I will. Say hi. Al. Addicted says hi. Oh, tell Addicted I said hi. Now, how about you, Nick? Don't ask me a question about that. Yeah, if DK was John like that after a touchdown especially, they would definitely hit him with the taunting flag. That is big facts. Big facts. Slopey One says Rams fans are dumb as F. Bro, I had someone tell me you don't know ball because I said that Witherspoon can catch as not a pick. They said the same thing to me, Slopey One. They went off on my stream. It was like, why do I have so many Rams fans watching my Clips channel? What are you guys doing in here? Why do you even care? Me doth think you protest too much. That's a little bit of what I was thinking too. It's like maybe I hit a little bit of a soft spot on you guys on this one, huh? Maybe you're kind of recognizing this on this one. And one thing's for sure, be it the Chiefs fan and Ram fans, they don't like ever hearing about the fact that they're getting a little bit of a benefit of the doubt from officials or officiating crews. I don't care if you don't like it, that you don't get it. You're still getting it. Josh Allen, throw it away. Throw it away, Josh. Throw it away. There we go. Well done. Brian says, this is really looking to F my happy day. I'm going to feel sick for the Bills fans if this plays out like this. I'm okay if the Chiefs beat them, but just beat them legitimately. They don't, and by the way, they don't need any help. Even without the help that they've got in this half and a couple times, they still would have had the lead. As I always say with this, they don't need the help. Andy Pinto says the NFL wants the Chiefs in the big game. F the Swifties. Rigged. Allen drops back to throw. He's going to let this rip deep over the top. Woo! What a catch by Mac Hollins. Not exactly a deep threat, but a absolutely wonderful catch by Mac Hollins for a touchdown. Buffalo Bills. Beautiful throw by Josh Allen over the top. He was interfered with, was Mac Hollins, and still reeled it in. The barefoot wonder kid right over the top. What a grab. That is a perfect throw by Josh Allen. I mean, absolutely perfect throw. Not bad coverage on the play. Not bad coverage by McDuffie at all, I think that is. Allen just put it in just the right spot. Wow. Wow, what a throw. There we go. Big time play. Let's go. Let's go. F them reps. Esteban says the NFL would make more money if they let the Buffaloes get to the ball. So many more fans would watch the Super Bowl. Yeah, I agree with you on that, where I have the same thinking with it. I don't buy this whole thing of that it would be a less watched matchup if Buffalo wins instead of Kansas City. I think that there's a thinking here from some teams out there, that the dynasty is the best for our sport. Having a dynasty, having a team like that is the best for eyeballs. And I don't agree. I don't. Not with the modern fan. And especially not in this sport, particularly football, where parity is such a big part and a driver of this sport that everyone feels like they have that opportunity and true chance to win it every year. And you remove that when you start making people think that you're favoring one team over others. And that's not good for the sport. Ultimately, that does more damage, more harm than good by whatever you get on the offsuit side of it. And as I've said to this Chiefs situation at times, it's like we're going to get a 2-point conversion here by the Bills. And that's not going to go anywhere. That was ugly. So no go there. Trying to get within a 3-point score there. After a penalty there on an offsides by we saw the Eagles kind of do the same similar thing here in the first game. That's kind of wild. You never see that ever in many NFL games, and where there's a offsides, and so it takes it down to the 1 from the 2-yard line, and then they don't get the conversion when they go for it. We've seen that twice today with both two teams. Eagles won theirs, so maybe that bodes well there for the Bills, as it happened to Eagles earlier too. Good drive there. Alien Wizard says, Brando, who is your favorite Star Wars character? So I grew up on Star Wars. I was right at that magical age that the initial 3 movies were me growing up at that time, where I was at the right age for those movies to come out. So the guy that is by far for me that one of the childhood sort of hero kind of characters in anything would be Luke Skywalker. He was, one of those original guys you really looked up to. As you loved the character as a kid, loved him. Hate what they've done to him I hate that they basically destroyed the character with all the remake crap that they did, and they basically kind of crapped on that memory of that character. But Luke's an awesome character, really is, and by far my favorite in the Star Wars universe. This is goodness gracious, take the points. These teams are getting jumpy here, aren't they? Get a little bit jumpy. Andy Pinto, Brando, how many ex-Hawks players and coaches are going to be Raiders? Certainly think there's a good amount. There's a good chance of a lot of ex-Hawk coaches that were coaches here before that become coaches under Coach Carroll again. He's going to put that staff together probably very similar to how it's been structured before, especially for those guys that don't have jobs in the NFL. I think the only guy on the current staff that's a possibility of moving is Paul Lumalu. I think he's the only guy that he's worked with Carroll in the past, worked with him at USC. He might be a guy that goes with Carroll, but he might just as well stay too. Players wise, I think there are pretty quick. There's pretty straightforward players that would be the guys here that I think that Carroll would be looking at. Jaron Reed as a free agent is a guy that I'd certainly would look for the Raiders to target as a veteran presence on that defensive line to help bring that line along. Trade wise, I think that he could look to target a Woolen. He could look to target a Kenneth Walker, a Geno Smith, a DK Metcalf, a Tyler Lockett, an Uchenna Nwosu. I think all of those guys are potentially guys that they look at. I don't know if there's a lot of guys past that would be in play at that point. But those would be the guys, Andy, that I think would be potential prime targets, if I was to guess. Ranthicus is Darth Maul. I understand he was a cool character too. One of the cooler villains we've seen. Femi says, B, I'm hearing a lot of fans say they want a rematch of the Eagles and Chiefs. Might be one of the least watched Super Bowls in modern times. Yeah, I agree. I don't think anybody's excited for this one. Kickoff taken up here to the 22-yard line. I imagine the Chiefs with no timeouts are probably going to just sit on this ball and close this up to halftime. More like the Kush push. D-Man says, no more Star Wars. Just let it die. Disney did. Yeah, Disney's killed it. It's done. Like, the franchise is dead, / it needs to go away for like another 10, 20 years and have a chance to reset. They have completely messed it up as Disney. They've done the same thing to Marvel. It's what Disney does. It's kind of their thing. Brian Kennicott, breaking. Vegas Raiders have hired Marshawn Lynch as the Skittles ambassador. Don't fact check me. Jason says, I don't understand the Grossi hype. When he does streams with Perna, he's insufferable, constantly talking over Perna and his stupid faces in his thumbnails. A lot of people love themselves Grossi. I think he does pretty good work over there on what he does. You know, he's got a specific style and what he rolls out, and they're cooking. They've hit the right mark with it, Jason, on what they do, you know? So, I think he's just got a different way of going about it than some others do with it. And, I think a lot of people too, Jason, love a lot of the stuff he does upload wise, you know, some of the acting stuff he does and some of his skits and bits. I think that's as much as that's driven a lot of the people to the channel there for him they're there for the live stream stuff and whatnot with that. I don't think he's as intricately as knowledgeable about ball necessarily, you know. He's got kind of a bit of that surface view of things a bit with it. Wheeler, Brandon, did you see the Hawks hired Kubiak? I did hear that we hired Kubiak. I think this is as good a time as any as we're just heading into the halftime here as to kind of address this a little bit. This was my number one hire for our Seattle Seahawks. This was the best guy I think that they could bring in. There was not a lot of great candidates out there to be had, and you had a really good one in this one. He is a guy that took a New Orleans Saints offense that was not the most supremely talented offense in the sport, and before injuries really wrecked them throughout the course of the year, before Derek Carr got wrecked and Kamara got wrecked, and they lost Chris Olave about 6 or 7 weeks into the season, you know, before they lost what little bit of talent they had, especially at the skill positions, they were rolling and rolling right, and he was elevating that cast above where they were. When you look at, for instance, things like, just look at PFF scores for all of those Saints offensive linemen from the prior year last year to this year with Kubiak, and look at how they performed and how different it was. All of them were improved. All of them, to a man, were improved. Even a guy like McCoy, for instance, a really good center, a top 5 center in this league, a guy that's had a lot of really good recent years there for the New Orleans Saints. Even before he went down to an injury this year, another guy that they lost to injury, by the way, on that offense, even when he went down to injury, he was having and on pace for having maybe his best year of his career. So every single offensive lineman on that Saints team was better this year than what they had been prior last year. I think that says something to you. It's one thing if it's 1 or 2 guys. When it's everybody across the board, I think you can more point to the impact of that offensive coordinator and that it's him bringing that into play. It isn't as much of just, well, it's just the talent of your offensive line getting that done. So he elevated that cast. He had Carr playing as well as he's ever played in his career up until that point of an injury, with those really few skill position players he had to throw to. So this is a grade A hire. This is a guy that checks the boxes for what I wanted to be, a guy that's coordinated before, who's got a history of doing this, who's had success doing it, who's elevated a cast prior. Maybe he hasn't been a coordinator for 5 or 10 years like we'd maybe really love to have. But let's face it, those guys coordinate that long, they're going to tend to be head coaches by that point in time, if they're any good, if they're worth any salt in what they do. So this is an awesome hire. This was the best direction this team could have gone, in my opinion. And this is a guy that's going to help us out considerably now and moving into the future. So offensively, he's going to have a lot of echoes and mirroring a little bit to what you see from the Niners. It's not exact. There's more stuff conceptually built in with him, I think, to take more of the deeper shots, to be a little bit more aggressive down the field. But you're going to see a lot of the same stuff that you do see from Shanahan, especially the outside zone, the stretch plays, the pitch plays wide, running motion one direction, come back the other way, right? Give them all the eye candy going over here, and then you come over here. So you're going to get a lot of that stuff still back now with Kubiak coming into play, but he is his own guy. You also get a little bit of the benefit of his dad coming to the flux with it, where you know his dad's helping him out and developing some of these game plans. I would even guess throughout the week, why wouldn't you use that kind of resource if you had it to use, right? You know that Kyle's using it with Mike. So great hire for us. Great hire for us. R. Sanchez with the $2 donation says, no praise for our OC yet. Prove it. Well, now he does have to prove it. It's the two sides of this. You know, there are the hires that are smart on the surface of it. Now, it was an intelligent hire, but now you do still have to prove it. I think that there is the part that you go to Sanchez where you do go, Shane Waldron. Did that feel like a really hyper-intelligent OC hire? Or was that a hire that you had to make because people were well aware of the fact that Carroll was not going to let his OC just OC? That it was going to be partially Coach Carroll's offense along with yours, that there's a Schottenheimer guy that inherits 70% of his playbook. So was that just the purely most smartest hiring you could have made in that moment? Was it the best and brightest candidate? No, it wasn't. In Grubb's case, you had to wait so long with Mike McDonald to bring him on as a head coach that you didn't have a lot of bright candidates for the OC position once McDonald was brought on. They had already been hired. They were off the board. So you had to make do with what you had and what was available to you. And so it wasn't necessarily the brightest or best candidate. Now, in this case, right now, where we stand this offseason, given the candidates that are out there and available to us, Sanchez, this third hire of these three, this one is at least the best and brightest candidate of the possibilities you had to hire. Now, he still has to prove it. He's still got to show he's got an ability to get it done. But at least as far as being a smart move, where you're picking right now and what we can be educated by in this situation and knowing what is, he does at least hit that marker. So yeah, he still does have to prove it, but it was at least them taking the direction of a smart hire rather than just going completely outside the box for something that had a high probability for failing. And I think if you went with some dual OC coordinator role, if you went for some guy who'd never called plays before, I think you were heading a lot closer down the line of getting into that dangerous land. And I don't think that the team wanted to be there. Be calm, see clearly. Clint, Barton, Kubiak. Better not piss me off. Do good. I know it. I know it's on when you're running across Grubb in the open and in real life. So we can't have two guys that it's that way for you. Be calm. You know, we can't have two of guys that you got to be ready to start throwing knuckles there the second you see him. But I don't think he's going to piss you off. If it doesn't fail here with Kubiak, I don't think that we're going to come back to looking at it like Kubiak was just so bad. I think we'll come back to looking at it as more personnel was lacking. John didn't get his job done to get the interior of the offensive line up to snuff. I think that's much more likely what we're going to be saying. If it doesn't work, then we're going to be saying, oh, he just wasn't very good. Man, why did we get that guy? That guy was just a complete miss. I would be shocked if that was the situation with Kubiak. Really shocked. Not shocking to me the Waldron didn't work. Not shocking to me the Grubb didn't work, because those were big swings and there was a high failure rate potential with those guys. Also a high hit rate. Could have been knocked out of the park too with those two guys, being that there was that unknown. But that's not the same thing here with Kubiak, I don't think. He better do good being calm. Garth Knight, thanks for the $5 donation, Garth, and all of your support to the channel today. Do we know whether or not Kubiak thinks The Last Jedi is a good film? By the way, it's a terrible film. It's an awful film. It did the thing that you just can't believe that they did, which is it actually hurt. You have, Luke Skywalker now, how he's viewed, you hurt the character. Like, you have this character that's a no-brainer and what people want to see, and they did this whole thing with it where they said, well, we're going to subvert expectations. So we're going to have him on this island giving up being a Jedi, and he's going to drink this blue milk from some weird animal on the island, and it's going to be, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Like, it was a purposeful thing to do to destroy the character. I almost just about think that. It was such a bad decision for a character of that. And even Mark Hamill was saying it about how they treated the character. Like, this isn't Luke. And it hurt me. It hurt me as a kid that grew up on that as a child. Those childhood memories are always special for you. And watching, I couldn't even get through all of the new trilogy. I couldn't. It was such awful, remixed, unoriginal, paint by the numbers crap that I couldn't even get through all of them. But watching what they did with Luke was just, how dare you? How dare you? Those SOBs, Garth. No, there's no way Kubiak thinks The Last Jedi is a good film. He's too close to my age group of things. He's an original trilogy guy. And if not originally, then he's the second trilogy. Which, as much as I wasn't big on the second trilogy in the 90s when it came out, early 2000s, that stuff looks like classics compared to J.J. Abrams. Freaking God, I hate him more than any filmmaker, by the way. Like, J.J. Abrams can fall off the face of the earth tomorrow and nobody would be sad. That man makes god-awful films and he's got no creativity or vision to him. Most overrated filmmaker of my generation, by far. Alien Wizard, do I think we should keep Scott Huff? No, I think we let Scott Huff go. Clint's got enough connections throughout the league that he'll want to bring in his own guy. Superior Records, Tom makes good content. He does. I mean, the upload stuff he does, especially with that, and it's different, and he does different things, you know. And he's found that right spot of what hits right. He's also, it's hard to do when you're in a, like where I'm at, you know, it's hard to always kind of find the right way to be able to expand out and do more of the generalized NFL stuff, you know, that your fans and the people that are subscribed, you want you just talking about this team, just talking about this thing. And so to find the way to get outside of that and be able to cover up other stuff is not easy to do. And he has found that way. Mythic R says, what do you think of the Seahawks podcast? I think they do great work. I think that those guys, you know, there's no reason guys like the Seahawks podcast or Seahawks Forever podcast, Dan Viens, that these guys shouldn't be every bit as big as me, if not bigger, on certain respects of things. So I think that they deserve a lot more love on that side of it than they've gotten, and they're doing well. They're cooking along, but they do good work. They do really good work. I think the Seahawks content creators on this sphere of things, I think everyone's got a little bit of a different perspective. I think everyone really works hard at what they do, and they're really committed to it. They love the team. And I think we're really lucky in that way with the content creators that are on the YouTube, and that these guys this is how they operate. You know, I think it brings up the content. I think that there's more of us. The more of us that are able to bring the good content, the more this will raise the tide up. The more viewers and the more eyeballs that'll be on YouTube looking for hot content. Gary Daniels says, I love the old Star Wars books. One of the places that Disney completely went off the rails and you knew this was going to go wrong right from the jump is when they didn't want to have any of the extended universe brought into it. So you were going to have, they're going to deny all of this sort of fan fiction type of like stuff that's been created. It's like comic book movies where it's like, you go make a comic book, we're going to do this original, rather than using all of these decades and sort of cherry picking out the best stories of those decades that are timeless, that you know are winners, that you know are great stories that could play to the movie. You're going to come up with your own thing. It's like, oh, all that stuff, all those decades of all that brain power going to creating these great stories around these specific characters. We're going to ignore all that because we're much smarter now in how we're going to run it. And same much thing with the Star Wars thing, where that Disney said we're not going to use the expanded universe. And man, there were so many great stories in there to utilize off the expanded universe. You know, you could have almost just thrown a dart at one of those books and they would have been better than what they created. Big Hawk, is Lady Gaga available for Dalton? I don't know. Beamer Seahawks, I heard the new Marvel movie is going back to the old CGI. Brian says Mandalorian's pretty good too. I have heard good things about Mandalorian and Andor. Those are like maybe one of the couple places that they've been able to kind of get it right around some of these misses. Andy says, true, Disney milked Star Wars dry. They did. They were like, we paid $4 billion for this thing. We're gonna use it for all it's worth. And they rode this thing like a rented mule up the Grand Canyon Trail. And they got their money out, but I don't think that they've moved the franchise. They've only done harm to the franchise since taking it over. Hey, Lynn says, love the orange tabby, Brando. Thank you, man. She's a good cat. She's always my co-pilot here. Tommy Central says John Snyder's fired Kubiak after he asked John to spend at least a 7th round pick on a guard. John was quoted as saying, 7th is still too high for guard. Overpicked and overpaid. Oh, Ethan, I don't think there could exist a worse Star Wars than Attack of the Clones, but they made The Rise of Skywalker about poke my eyes out. Yeah, I realized what they were doing after the first film, and I checked out of the next two. I did watch some of what they did on clips with Luke in the next couple of movies, but I could tell after the first movie, all they did with the first movie is just remake the first Star Wars. That's all they did. Beat for beat, beat for beat, beat for beat. Little slight changes, but all they did is just basically just take over that old story and just rip it. They just ripped it. And not even do it a good way. Just the most poorly constructed rip job you've ever seen. Alien Wizard, Kubiak will have a safer quarterback. You would want him to, Alien, that's for sure. You absolutely want him to. Seattle KO, Gino's probably here for another year. Much more of a possibility probably Seattle KO to this happening with Kubiak brought on than maybe some of the other coordinators they might have been looking at. I think you might be right about that. Kevin Kirby says, what's up with the Jag situation with the coach backing out and then going back after Barkley is fired? Confusing. Well, the whole problem that started out with this was that you had an owner there that wasn't sold on his general manager, but then he didn't have the stones to actually fire him. So he did this whole thing where literally on an interview, Kevin, he said, we'll let the next coach decide on the general manager. He told us that was going to be the case of this, which was kind of an interesting take from the owner on that side of it, because what owner ever does that? Is the general manager good enough or not? It has nothing to do with your coach. And why would you want your coach to have the oversight of that? Unless you're giving the coach the power of the general manager. Return here by the Chiefs to start off the third quarter. Won't go for very much. Let's see if this Bills defense can stifle up a little bit. So that was where this all kind of started, Kevin. And then you had the Tampa Bay OC, who was the guy that the Jaguars wanted. But then they essentially had to pay him all the money and get rid of Barkley in order to get him to come, rather than, as he had announced, he was going to return back to Tampa Bay and just go another season as an OC. So he was able to drive that. He was able to use his leverage to get what he wanted in that. But the owner also created this with his stupid quote about the next coach can decide who the general manager will be. It's like I say on these teams that are bad for all these years and over again, they're bad for a reason. They're bad for a reason. And it does always start, as I also say too, with ownership. And Khan over there, I'm really less sure than ever before of him being a good owner. In fact, I think he might be a bad owner. God, if he had just bought the Rams, if they just let him bought the Rams instead, we'd be in so much of a better shape. Handoff here after Mahomes scrambles for a 10-yard gain. Kareem Hunt fighting hard, gets 3-yard gain off of what looked like a negative 4-yard play there. It's a weird situation though, Kevin. Ryan says, I think I give Grubb a 4 out of 10 this year. If Kubiak can get to a 7 out of 10 next year, we could probably win 13 plus games next year, possibly. It's possible. I could see that. 2nd down and 7. Mahomes in shotgun. Quick throw. Trying to get to his receiver. Oh, come on. Come on. Ah, jeez. Give me a break. Reverse to a trick play to Patrick Mahomes, throws it back to the running back who falls down in the backfield for a gain of 2 yards. Ethan says Worthy asked for a flag and they threw it. Holy S. Yeah, they didn't float the flag, and then Worthy turns around and begs for one, so they throw it. Come on. Handoff inside here to Kareem Hunt. He'll take it for a gain of about 3 or 4 yards, bring up a 3rd down. Seattle Chaos says, I think if TLJ didn't have the Casino Planet scene subplot, probably would have been a better movie. Haven't seen the movie, so I'll have to take your word on that one. Definitely those films pissed off Star Wars fans more than anything else. Superior Records says one does not simply outbuy Stan Kroenke. I was reading that in my head. Superior Records too, like the Lord of the Rings Sean Bean. It's like one does not simply walk into Mordor. Throw out here to Hollywood Brown. He'll make the catch wide open in space on 3rd and 3, and that'll be a 1st down for the Chiefs. Ugh. Carter says the fix is in. If was a fifth. This is Jessica. Bobby says not the stroke. I'm just saying that's what the officials are doing here. Hand off to Kareem, you know. We're getting into full hand job city in Kansas City. Andy says Pumpkin says I poop on the refs. She does. She hates these refs. See? She confirmed it right there. Iowa Blackbird says penalty? I don't know. Mahomes looking around here under pressure, ball tipped up in the air, and it will be incomplete. And Hawks Breast. No need to spam, Hawks Breast. No need to spam. How you doing, Donnie? It's good to see you. Mahomes definitely out by a good O-line. Some officials in his back pocket don't hurt. 3rd and 11. Mahomes dropping back to throw. He wants to scramble this. Tackle. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Matt Milano. Oh, my God. I thought Milano was going to let him get away. Mahomes is going to do his like slow roll thing where he kind of like rolls out the pocket and then he gets you as a defender to kind of leave your feet or pump fake you and then just kind of slithers past you by some way or another. He was about to do that same thing it looked like to Milano, and Milano was able to make a nice sure tackle of him. Good job. Takes the Chiefs out of field goal range on 4th down. Big stop. Big stop by the Buffalo Bills. Good job. Alien Wizard, my spells are starting to take effect. Thank you. Hopefully I'll override this officiating crew. Dig Doc Pumpkin isn't upset with the refs, just wants more ears, neck scratches. Yeah, could be that too. I'll admit. It's a definitive possibility. And that ball will go in the back of the end zone, so the Bills will take over the 20-yard line. Esteban says, I wonder how it'd feel seeing the Hawks get the KC treatment. We'll never know. There's never going to be a place the NFL's like, yeah, we really want that Seattle team to get bigger. We need to get them a couple more Super Bowl trophies out there. It's what's best for the NFL. I think we'll have to get there through the hard way. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I appreciate you for that. Listen, if the Bills can learn to not touch receivers with anything more than a feather duster, they could still lose by less than 10. They got to put feather dusters on their hands, you know, Garth. It's like how you teach a kid not to chew his fingernails anymore. You put gloves on their hands. So we'll just put feather dusters on the other hands. Like, just use the feather duster. This is a training tool. It's our particular training tool here. Ryan Scarborough, the Hawks did hire Clint Kubiak indeed. He has been hired. We got our guy. Dick Docs, Bills can change the momentum with a tutty now. Game is getting interesting for sure. Let's go. Come on, Bills. Defense held up. Hey, grenade, it would feel great if we got the Chiefs treatment. And Phobia, we do have the best punter in the NFL. You're very talkative, aren't you? What? What are you doing? What are you up to here? Hey, Grenade B, we need to get Burrow. Then we can get the NFL treatment. Maybe that's the key, huh? Nick, my buddy who was a Chiefs fan says they have been good calls tonight, laughing out loud. I bet he has. They've drunk the Kool-Aid there. You can't tell any Chiefs fan that they're getting any benefit of the doubt. They will fight to their dying breath to tell you that that's not the case. Every other NFL fan will be like, yeah, that's BS. Ethan says, if a defender had the guts to clock Mahomes, we'd set up a GoFundMe to cover the fine. I just want to see it. So look, why my parents put hot sauce on my hands to stop me from biting my nails, nail biting, laugh my ass off. There were some techniques back in the day. That's one way to go about it. The glove technique was the one I was aware of. I was kind of a nail biter too, a little bit. I used to be really bad watching Hawk games. Like I used to just tear through my nails watching Hawk games. You know, do that move where you bite it and then you pull that skin point away and then you rip the skin, you get a little bit of blood and it hurts for like 2 weeks later, like you broke your finger. Swells up a little bit. I was a nervous boy, I gotta say. Space, we got ourselves our coordinator, man. 2nd and 5 here for the Bills from the 25-yard line in their own territory. Allen under center. Handoff here to Cook. There we go. Handoff. He's running up the field. He's loose. Cook still on his feet up the football field, and he's going. Let's go. James Cook, 6 carries, 61 yards. You've been hearing me beg for this Bills team to get back to the running game here. You're not down by a ton. You can afford to run the ball. Run the ball. Make them stop you, which the Chiefs have not done up until this point. I think they're loading up a bit much here for the pass attack of the Bills as much as anything else. Come on, Bills. 1st and 10, all the way down the 42-yard line in the Chiefs territory. Pumpkin does have a lot to say tonight, Rand. She's mad about the refs. Another handoff here into Cook. Cook winding his way in through the middle of the defense of the Chiefs, and he's going to get himself another 5 yards. Stay with it. Let Cook cook. Let Captain James Cook out on the open seas. Jacob Breedlove says this Cook guy looks good. Maybe, I don't know, you should use him, huh? Sometimes it ain't that hard, right, Jacob? This sport can be tremendously complicated, but it can also at times be absolutely just as simple. Cook goes out the game to get a breather here on 2nd and 4. Allen trying to change the play here. A lot of moving around parts. Just gets the snap off. Pitch play out to Ty Johnson wide. He doesn't have a lot of room there. He'll gain himself about 3 yards. So bring up a 3rd down and short. And I would estimate I'd be telling McDermott, if I'm the head coach to my OC Brady here, I'm saying you got 2 down territory here where we're sitting at 3rd and 3. Field goal doesn't really get us a lot. It doesn't really get us a lot. You're 2 points out. And this is, again, the difference of going for that 2-point conversion like the Bills did. Much like I felt like when we saw Washington do this earlier too. It's like, just take the points. Because you could take the field goal here and you'd feel a little bit better about it. But because of the nature of where the score lands on this one, you're going to have to kind of two down territory this one. Quarterback keeper to Allen. They've been trying to go to this too a lot in this game, and this thing hasn't worked either. So Cook's running great for you, and you're going to do a keeper to Allen up the middle? And as I suspected, they're going to go for this. It just doesn't, you go 16, you go 21-19, you still have the 2-point side of it, where if the Kansas City gets a touchdown, you're now 2 scores out. The field goal just doesn't, with 6:36 to go in the 3rd quarter, doesn't get you enough here. You've got to go get the touchdown. 4th and 1, shotgun. They're going to run with Allen again, and he's barely just going to get the 1st down. Boy, not the most imaginative of play calling here from the Buffalo Bills in this drive with Allen the last couple of plays. Allen says, Pumpkin's feeling my spells. She is a Patronus. She is a Patronus. She's a big, meaty Patronus. 1st down and 10, 6 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. This drive, 6 rushing plays, 0 passing plays for 50 yards. Go back to the run here again. Chiefs are starting to bring up some guys around the line of scrimmage, though. I will say that. They do go to the run play here. Still, you go get yourself 7-8 yards. They had 8 defenders down in the box to the Chiefs on that play. That's what I'm talking about here, where there's a real feeling from the Bills' perspective of we're getting some movement. Our big offensive line is getting some drive up front. Our backs are starting to be able to have some room that they're able to move with. Stay with that. Don't just leave it now just because you feel like you got to get back to passing with Josh. 6 straight runs on this drive. You're into a 2nd and 2. Ball in the 22-yard line. This has been a smart approach. Josh back in shotgun now. Johnson to his right. Handoff. Nope. Quarterback keeper to Josh. Josh takes it up the football field. Allen running strong. He will be stopped at about the 9-yard line. Another first down. Let's go. God, I love this approach from the Bills. This is what smart teams do, is adjust. Hey, we got out of the run game in that first half. Let's get back into that. First and goal. 8 straight runs here by the Bills to start this drive off. Now they'll throw it out to Knox on a little pop pass here for bubble screen. He'll take it down to about the 1 or 2 yard line. Nice job by Knox, the tight end there. Best drive of the day here for the Buffalo Bills. Right at about the 2 yard line. 4:15 to go here in the third quarter. Allen's going to bring Matt Collins across the formation here prior to the snap and then take this from under center. Chiefs think it's a run. It is a run. Cook trying to fight his way in for a touchdown, but he is going to be held at about the 1 yard line. 3rd down and goal. You wonder if Chiefs kind of run that, or the Bills run that, because they want to come back and do the quarterback keeper to Josh. Just get it to the 1 yard line. You know, we've seen there's sometimes a big difference between trying to run that keeper at a 1.5 yard line versus the 1. I think this is to Josh. He's going to try to take it up and he's going to try to squeeze this in, and he's going to be short. Jeez Louise. The play calling is predictable on this drive on sometimes. These keeper runs to Josh. I don't think that this is working as well for you in this game right now from a Bills perspective. They're trying to go to it. They've even gotten a conversion on this drive, but it's not working necessarily particularly well. 4th down and goal here. Josh will start out in shotgun on this play. Chiefs have a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. I think they think this is going to be a keeper by Josh again. And it does kind of look like that. Woo! James Cook gets it in for a touchdown. James looked like he got hit and stopped just short, but he extended out that paw and that ball past the end zone marker, and it will be a touchdown. Let's see if the play does stand. He got chopped down. It looked like a yard short, just sort of kind of and Josh says he thinks they got it. Let's see. He does a good job of getting that leg up in the air. God, he's up in the air. He's flying, puts an arm down. What a great job. Is he gets knocked once and then twice by Bolton, where he looks like he's going to come down short. He somehow has the wherewithal to extend the ball out past the plane and get the touchdown. That is a tremendous play by James Cook. Absolutely phenomenal play to be able to get that extended out there. I mean, you got to have that there. That's all or nothing. 2-point attempt here by Josh. And that's not going to happen there. So why do you go for... Oh, I see what you're going for 2. Yeah, I'd only get you a 2-point lead there at that point. That makes sense. The 2-point there is the right call. This late in the game, that's the right call. Spells are working, Alien. Let's go. Let's go, Bills. Let's go, Bills. That's an answer. The Misfits is play calling, layering. Offshoots are fun to see by the Bills. Good play calling on that drive, aside from the quarterback keepers. Those are the ones that sort of drove me a little crazy on that drive. It's like, come on. It doesn't have to... I understand you want to use Josh, but it seemed like the Chiefs were kind of ready for it, right? It seemed kind of like they were kind of gassing up for it a bit. I'll be right back here, folks. 1 second. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Go Buffalo. Nine carries, 68 yards for James Cook in this game. Work that ball back to him on the drive you get back. Especially controlling the clock like that on that drive was so nice from the Bills' perspective. B. Collum says, well, watching both games shows Gino's shortcomings. I still think our O-line is more of a problem. I agree. Yeah. 3 now would be nice here. Let's get that momentum rolling, Bills. Get the ball back to your offense, especially with the way they run the ball off of halftime. Let's start seeing if we can tire this Chiefs off defense out a little bit. Grace says, wish the Seahawks could do a drive like that. So, everyone, are you a smoker, Brando? I am. I'm less I don't go overkill crazy heavy, but I like more a smoke than I like a drink. I'm more to the smoke than a drink. Drink just makes me tired. I like a little smoke. I do. You guys know with me, I'm kind of wound tight, so it helps me kind of loosen out a little bit, Release the valve pressure a little bit. Jay Hallen, Clint Kubiak's our OC. He's good is he good or bad? He's great, Jay Hallen. This was the best hiring you could have made of the available candidates that were out there. Handoff inside out of re-option. A shotgun here is going to go for about a yard to Kareem Hunt. Bills defense has done a good job of cinching down the run game here in this game against the Chiefs. They have not let them get anything really done on the ground. Kareem Hunt, 12 carries, 47 yards. Mahomes, 7 carries, 28 yards. Isaiah Pacheco, 4 carries, 11 yards. The Chiefs have tried to kind of lean and hold on to the ball in that way in this game, and they've not been able to really do it. But he's a great hire for us, Jay. He's a modernized coordinator. He's done it in the past at the NFL level. He's had success in the past at the NFL level as an OC. He'll run a balanced attack. Less predictable in the play calling than what we've had prior. I think with both of the last two offensive coordinators, pressure mounting on Mahomes there, and he will throw that ball incomplete. Bills defense may be coming alive a little bit here. Ed Oliver making the play there. 3rd down and 10. Bills showing a pressure look here. They got a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. Ooh, false start by the Chiefs. I love me some pressure look. Don't tell me this is on the Bills. Come on, he jumped. He jumped. Yeah, there we go. Good job. No vaping for you in 26 days. Good job there, Misfit. It's tough to quit. Third down and 15. Bills still showing double A gap pressure here. They do drop out of it. They end up sending only 3. Mahomes is going to have some time. He's going to look, survey the ground. Oh, he had a guy open. Blown coverage out there on Hollywood Brown. And just a drop. Hollywood has some tough hands at times. I think he might have stepped out of bounds already, even if he didn't make the catch. So bad body control there by Brown. It wasn't like the defender forced him out of bounds. He just kind of floated out of bounds there on that play. Very good throw by Mahomes. Mahomes gave him a chance down there. This game's intense. I like this game. We had a boring ass game in that first one. This one's fun. Shakur is not going to get it very far here on the return, only about a couple yards where the Bills will take over. Hollywood nickname rejected. Yeah, you don't get a name like Hollywood if you're going to drop that pass in a conference championship game, right? Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth says, I call upon the ghosts of the 4 Buffalo Bills fails to realize KC is the more talented team and Buffalo is barely realized as a city in New York. It is a city, but is it really? Has anyone ever actually been to Buffalo, Garth? I don't think it really exists. It's just a neighborhood of New York, right? They need the power of those 4 Buffalo failures right now. They need to call upon that remedy now to turn this over, Garth. If you get a touchdown here for the Bills, right? If you do go score and you get up by 7, you got to go for 2 at that point, don't you? Try to go get the, I'd look to do that. I always like that if you're going into kind of a fourth quarter and score a touchdown like that, is go try to get the 9 rather than just make them convert the extra 2-point conversion on your touchdown. Keep cooking with Cook. That's right, Ethan. That's right. This fits this Marquise Brown stain. Alien says, my new spell should keep the evil Chiefs away. Whatever it takes at this point to keep them out of the Super Bowl. Ryan Ball says Hollywood's full of a bunch of actors. Maybe he's acting like a bad receiver. Oh, goodness. Dick, to being honest, I had an interview for a consulting programming gig a few years ago back. Glad it didn't pan out. Buffalo like North Dakota, only more snow. Ugh. Yeah, that'd be a tough sell job for me too. There's just not a lot out there, man. I mean, it's tough too because like you get out of that area of the country and it's just flat. You just look out around, there's no trees. It's just flat. Flat for as far as your eyes can see. Flat, dead, and cold. 1st and 10 here. Ball at the 30-yard line for the Bills. Cook gets it, bounces his way forward. There we go. 4 or 5 yards every time. Take that. Take that, take that, take that. No Diddy. Take that, take that, take that. Ooh, illegal hands to the face on the Chiefs. Automatic first down. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. He's pretty much right up there with the face. So he even did a little extra. He even gave him a little extra when he was holding it for all this time. And then he gave it a little extra push afterwards just to make sure the guy wanted to try to twist that neck up a bit. Interesting the officials to actually call it. 1st down and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line in Buffalo territory. 3 wide receiver look. Josh back in shotgun. Back to Cook. Back to Cook. There we go. Little counter gap run here from Cook. Another nice 8 or 9 yards. I don't think this Chiefs team can stop this running attack. I don't think they can stop it. Keep it going. MMA Bison. Buffalo has some rough neighborhoods. Okay. You don't hear a lot about the high crime rate in Buffalo, but I mean, hey, you don't hear a lot about Buffalo, huh? Don't overthink this, Buffalo. 2nd and 1. Grind this effing clock. Stay on the run game. Ooh, a little short here. A little short on a Ty Johnson run. He's cut down just a bit short of the first. Clock will wind down to 40 seconds. So we'll probably have our last play of this. I would imagine this will be the last play of the quarter here. Josh up in a brotherly shove kind of look here. He'll take it. This has not been successful. I keep telling him to stop doing it, and they don't want to stop doing it. I think this is the 4th or 5th time they've called it, and again, it's going to come up short. They got to stop with the Josh Allen dive crap. This is not working. Like, Chiefs saw that thing coming from a mile away, and it's partly because the Chiefs are seeing it come from a mile away. If you've got any kind of play action kind of look that you can roll off of this, run it, and it'll be wide open right now. They're kind of just trying to get by on these calls with Allen on the keeper things. You don't win these games by just getting by. You win these games by going and winning them. These kind of calls that we've seen over the last 2 drives here, and they got away with it in the last drive, just barely got away with it on the last drive. The lesson here should not be that we should lean into more of these Josh Allen keeper kind of plays. He's not exactly Hurts down there on the auto first down thing with a third and 1. Yeah, they're going to probably go for it. And I think you got to go for this here. Punting doesn't get you a whole lot, in my opinion, either on it. Misfits' Nance is talking about Josh Allen's package. Here we go. Ethan says 5 yards a carry with Cook. Why do a quarterback sneak? That's my point to it too. Exactly. Why are you going to this? That they've obviously prepared for this coming in, and when they see you going into that alignment, they know right where you're going with it, and it's getting stopped. They can't stop you running the ball. They can't stop you running the ball, especially with Cook. Make them stop what you're doing great. And if you're doing something great, stay with it. Don't leave it just for the sake of leaving it. These offensive coordinators will sometimes in this modern age feel like they have to go away for something because they have to remain diverse. It's like, no, you don't. Force the team to stop you. We saw this with Grubb too, where he'd leave the running game even when working at times. Like, no, force them to stop it. Force them to stop it, especially if they're leaning against the opposite of what you're doing with that. They're leaning towards wanting to try to take away Josh Allen's legs or the passing attack of what you're trying to do in that way. Snail, thank you for celebrating 22 months as a Hawks Nest member. 22 long months. Appreciate you for that. Says Kubiak hire will get us to 13 wins next year. Ooh, I like the confidence. Love the confidence, Snail. And beyond that, I hope you're 100% right. I hope you're 100% right on that. I would love to see it. 13 wins. That'd be a hell of a year. B-Film says Bills getting beat too often, needs to switch it up. Clearly, Chiefs practices this thinking, Bills and Philly. Yeah, getting too cute with it, Ran. That's the way I'd put it with it too. Just a little too cute with it. Yeah, Esteban, you got to go for it. You've got to go for it on this play call. This is not I wouldn't necessarily say this is like some defensive-minded game. You've gotten a couple defensive stops in this half. Some of it's that drop ball by Hollywood Brown there, right? So it wasn't just UBS purely stopping the Bills. Some of it's the Bills or the Chiefs stopping themselves. But this is the type of game as a coach, you got to kind of read that where it's like, look, we're fourth quarter with this Chiefs offense, but we're not stopping them. We're not stopping them right now. We're not going to punt this down inside the 20-yard line, and the Chiefs are just done as long as we can play our defense. You can't operate that way. You can't operate. You got to go for this here. This cannot be a Josh Allen keeper. What I do is I'd set it up to make it look like a Josh Allen keeper every way, and then I'd come back with like a fly sweep or just one of those fast pitch plays where they throw it out like this. It's not even a pitch like this, but you go and you just throw it out wide on a pitch play out to Cook. I'd run something like that here. The Bills 2 of 2 on fourth downs today. Of course, if James Cook's not on the field on fourth down. Okay. Bills are going to check the play here with 5 seconds to go. And Josh Allen's going to jump over the top and get the first. Okay. And we have a fumble. Looks like the Bills will retain possession. So, Bills are going to try to grind this one out on their leather ass. Ball was definitely fumbled. Dangerous play. Bills are flirting with losing this game on some of these calls. Alien, your spells are working, but just barely so. It's starting to wear off, my man. We've got too much of this football game left for this thing to be wearing off like this. I'm okay if we don't see another Josh Allen keeper. I'm okay with that for the rest of the game. Chris Jones walks off the field a little bit beat up there after that play. 1st and 10, 14:30 to go here in this football game. Josh Allen, handoff inside to Cook. Cook, stymied at the line of scrimmage. He will fall forward for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. Yeah, it looked like Chris Jones was crying on the sideline. Yeah, you guys saw that. Did you see that too? Did it look like he was like crying? He's back out there. I don't know if Cook's hurt. Ty Johnson remains out on the football field here for the Bills. 2nd down and 8. No, Cook had a run there on onside 1st down. Throw out here to Khalil Shakir. Kind of a bad bubble throw there by Josh Allen. He made Shakir have to step backwards a step there to catch it and pause. You really want that right into their hands so they can get upfield quick. Ball placement's very important on those bubble screens. Still able to get a nice gain. Bills are going to run hurry up. Bills are running hurry up here. 4 of 10 on 3rd downs. Throw out to Dawson Knox. Knox falling forward close to the 1st down, but he's going to be about half yard short. Here we go again. 4th and goal. You have to think the Bills are probably going to go for this. Too far field goal wise. Yeah, and you know this is Josh again. And he's going to maybe be close. I think they're going to give it to him on the spot. One official's giving it to him, the other one's not. The one that didn't isn't giving it to him. That looked like a first to me. It was close, but it looked like a first to me. The first official had the right spot, I think. The second official, not so much. Come on, Kincaid, push him. I told you guys they got to stop this crap, and they didn't do it. They've had so many times for this to be available to them to not run this anymore. Play will be under review. And Powers is on everything. He got it. I mean, it looks like he's got it to me. I thought that they went short on that with the marker. He went before the line. It looked good to me too. Ethan says, why don't you just run it, with Cook? Weird play calling from the Bills. Bills come back in this game and they lose this game. You're going to come back to some of these play calls and you're going to go, lack of running in the first half, and then this obsession with forcing Mahomes with Allen over the middle here on these quarterback keepers, which even if they're getting it, they're just barely getting it. It's not like you're getting it with like, oh, we can just keep running that with ease. That's working 100%. Glenn says, looks like the definition of insanity. Tried the same thing over and over again with the same results on the field. Yeah. We could see on the last drive, it wasn't working on this Chiefs front. You're getting push in the running game, but you're not getting push on the quarterback keepers. Especially if you lose this. Let's just say for the rest of the game, from the Bills' perspective, you've run it up until this point. Now you got to stop. Now you got to realize we got to come to other plays. And as I've said, you're screaming here for a fake dive that you just give as a pitch play or as an end around. It's that the Chiefs are loading for bear for that keeper. If you go to anything else off the keeper, it's going to work. Yeah, you can't leave it to the officials with the Chiefs. That's the thing with the Bills on this game. You can't leave it to that. Oh, God, this Superman looks horrible. It's going to be an awful film. Gary Daniels says, pick one, Jacob Green or Kenny Easley. Kenny Easley, Gary. I think Kenny is one of the all-time underrated centers in NFL, or all-time underrated safeties in NFL history. All right, the official's going to rule on this. They're giving it back to the Chiefs. It's wild to watch every close call for a particular team always go in the favor of one team. It's wild to watch. You don't eke your way to a Super Bowl, Buffalo. You got to go take the right to go be the representative. You got to go take it. For the people that are hoping that this is not going to be a game where the Chiefs are going to be looked at as like, oh, they got all these, yeah, you did again. Yeah, we got another game where there's going to be about 5 or 6 calls through the course of the game where you're like, every major call in this game swung away from the Bills. Every single one. It doesn't also mean that the Bills' call of keeper with Allen wasn't stupid too. In addition, that by that point it was absolutely just dumb as all hell. But it just blows me away. This one team just gets all these calls, and then people keep coming back to go, no, they're not getting anything. No, it's well played out games, totally evenly played out. Yep, just no officiating help. I do agree with you, Nagas. It's probably hard to overturn that call once you get to the replay booth, but I think that the initial marking was the one that was off. You had one official coming from the top side that was giving him a first down. The bottom side official wasn't giving him the first down. The bottom side official got to the ball first, and we got a complete pass to Juju Smith-Schuster down the field. That's my main issue with it, is that the spot should have been first down. Yeah, Thomas says making winning plays is how you beat the Chiefs. Make sure that the refs can't lose the game for you. That's true. And the Bills are giving them this opportunity for this to be the case. They could have gone and taken it on that drive. And you got, as somebody else said above, you got cute. First down and 10, Chiefs quickly down to the Bills' side of the football field here at the 27-yard line. Hand off to Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt will work his way for a nice little 5-6 yard gain. Yeah, Glenn, Bills are certainly doing their part. You can't just give it solely to the refs. The refs have helped the Chiefs, but the Bills have certainly done their part here with some of their offensive approach in this game. Handoff inside here to Kareem, out of read option, give and shotgun. He's going to get another 6-7 yards there in the first down. Jason says Josh Allen continuing to try to sneak left off of his guard is stupid. The Chiefs knew exactly what he was going to do. Yeah, they did. You could see it. All of their players were moving right to the gap he was headed. They knew exactly the gap he was going to take. And when they can predict it that well, it's going to yeah, I know this is a high converted play throughout the league, but that removes down the ability to convert it to a large degree if they can predict that well. Handoff inside here to Kareem Hunt. Oh no, a keeper by Mahomes. Mahomes might have himself a touchdown here. He's got it. He just kept the ball, kept his legs driving forward. Underrated guy when it comes to his ability to move with the ball in his hands. He's slippery. Touchdown, Kansas City Chiefs. They take a 5-point lead. They're going to go for 2 here. Esteban says Mahomes sucks at running yet still makes it work. I know he does, huh? It shouldn't work, but it just does. All right, here's a 2-point conversion. Chiefs 0 for 2 on 2-point conversions this year. Mahomes in shotgun. Throws it up over the top, and he will complete it there. For a good 2-point conversion, the Chiefs take a 7-point lead. Andy Hampton, it's like a broken record. Bills screwing up in the playoffs. They're going to kick themselves on this one. I mean, this one's really going to hurt. Because you got some control in this game and you have some ability in this game for this to not be sifting this way. And yeah, there's a couple things you're kicking yourself with on this one. Tasha says Mahomes is so slow. How does he do it? I don't know, Tasha. I don't know. He's the most effective running back here today for the Chiefs. 9 carries, 45 yards, 2 touchdowns. And whenever he wants to go to that scrambling ability, it always seems to be there one way or the other. It doesn't seem like it should work, but it just does work. Big Doc Brandon, way different sport, but this kind of reminds me of the old McEnroe versus Bjorn Borg Wimbledon years. Mahomes is McEnroe, Borg is Allen. Yeah, I like that comp. Borg was kind of a freak show. McEnroe was not as much freak show, but just would get the job done against the other guy. Kevin Kirby, I'm done watching football. The refs always bail out the Chiefs. Allen got that first down. It's frustrating. Thomas says, I buy the refs help, but Mahomes don't beat themselves. It's true. You got to go take the game. Josh says, it just reminds me of Brady so much, and I thought we were finally getting rid of that. Yeah, me too. We got out of that era, but nope. I guess we're right back in it here. We mean Hawks Nest, I swear, Brando, if I see this be the WWE next year with the calls, I'm going to quit. I didn't sign up for fixed football games. I've said the NFL's got a problem on this. I've said it for a while on this one. And, it's again playing out in this game. And I don't know what the NFL expects at this point, where when you do this over and over again with one specific team, and this is the story again and again and again, I'm not a rig guy. I'm not the game scripted guy. That's not me. But I also will say, what do you expect fans to think? What do you expect them to think when it's this overt? And I don't have a lot of things I can say to the other side of it. I mean, if a fan says that and looks at that, and look, I've had fans that have come in my chat through the years and have told me that same thing. Like in watching this sport in recent years, especially with the gambling coming into play, I feel like the NFL is, trying to kind of put their fingers on the scales on some of these games. And as I said, I'm not tending to want to be that kind of guy in that way, but I can understand how people are starting to kind of feel this way with it at times and watching these games where you're like, are you just letting them play? Or are we trying to coax this into a given direction? Henry Mars, can the NFL stop Mahomes? I suppose not, man. Josh says Brady retires and the rest pick a new favorite. This bit, I have no problem with the failed 4th down call by the refs. I'm rooting for the Bills. Josie says Chiefs are great, but I thought Allen got the first down. I did as well. Nick says to the Chiefs, if Chiefs, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. We'll watch your stream, but boycotting the game. Understandable, Nick. I get it, man. I wouldn't push back at all against any of the people that are frustrated with watching this, because you guys have watched a lot of these games. You're not just watching Hawk games. You've watched a lot of Chiefs games. And there's going to be a variety of calls you guys are going to be hearing about on the social media circles from this game if the Bills lose this one. And the NFL better be careful. They better be careful in this situation. Throw to James Cook for 10 yards and a first down. Because if you push this to the point where people start to believe this is WWE, you're going to lose eyeballs. And the NFL's real fat and happy right now. They're king of the pops. NBA's dying. Baseball's dying. So they get to be at that top rung. They kind of feel like they can do whatever they want to do, Like there is no mistake to be made by anything that we do. And that can lead to some problematic things. So hopefully it doesn't decide this game when it's all said and done. We'll see, though. They'll give Cook 9 yards there on the 9-yard completion on first down. Another little throw here out to Cook. He's got a lot of space to work with here. He's far up the football field to the 40-yard line. Chiefs just didn't even play him out of the backfield on that one. Gary says Hutchinson or Max Unger, pick one. Steve Hutchinson. Max a really good player, but he's never going to be a Hall of Famer. Hutchinson's, no doubt about it, Hall of Famer. Probably a first ballot Hall of Famer. See, Lord, I'm rooting for the Bills fans just as much as or more than I'm rooting for the Bills team. Same. First and 10. James Cook with 132 total yards in this football game. They're going back to him here. Probably pretty smart call. A lot of time left. That's right. D-Man, go back to the 1993 NBA Western Conference Finals, Sonics versus the Suns. Tell me that game wasn't rigged. Definitely a possibility on that one, D-Man. I remember that series, and there were some real tough calls in that series. I think you got Kemp in foul trouble in a couple of those games on some kind of dicey calls. And that was, of course, what we learned about with the NBA and Donaghy was the way that they would control and affect games is you just get a player into foul trouble early in the game and get him off the court. 2nd down and 8. Blitz package here from the Chiefs. Bills seem to have a counter to it with Johnson, but the Chiefs rally really well on an outside throw here, and it'll only be about a gain of 1. Glenn Carn, I question the intelligence of the Bills coach. Well, maybe rightfully so. Rightfully so. So it says the Bills turned it over twice, and they're still in this. I think that I don't think that they've turned it over once. They've got 4 fumbles in this game, but none of them are lost. 3rd down and 8. Buffalo on the 36-yard line here. Allen is going to go over the top. He's going to find Mac Hollins again. Mac Hollins down to the 2-yard line. He's only made a couple of catches in this game, but they've been big-time catches for this Buffalo Bills team. Nice seam throw there by Allen. Just fading right up the middle, up the seam, just straight up the seam. Good throw there. Play action fake here by Allen. He's going to be pulled down after only a yard gain. The quarterback keepers down are not working. We got to stop this. This is not a good call from your Buffalo Bills. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Six minutes and 45 seconds to go left in this football game. 2nd and goal for the Buffalo Bills. Allen going to be in shotgun here with sort of a trips look to his left on the far side of the field. Cook to his left. Chiefs look like they're loaded for bear here in the running game. Allen dropping back to throw. He's got a lot of time. Allen's going to break the pocket, and he is looking, and he's got nowhere to go with that football. He's just going to throw it away. 3rd down and goal. Thomas says Buffalo's beating themselves. Yes, the refs made bad calls, but it's not just this game. It's been all season. Yeah, I can't completely put wholly on the refs with this year. They've certainly given a good number of calls, but the Bills certainly have their own mistakes that they made on this that they've got to look to as well and go, yeah, but we did this and this and that and that. Lack of running the first half. Lack of staying with James Cook. Too many quarterback keepers. Too pass heavy that first half. 6:23 to go. I don't know if this is 2 down territory from the Bills' perspective here either. We will see on this one, and the Chiefs are going to call a timeout. Chris Jones calls the timeout, something going down there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Appreciate all your support today, brother. And I missed Brian. I missed yours too. My bad on that. Let me get back to yours too there, Brian, just a sec. Oh, Garth, I got a couple donations from you here. Okay. Garth first with the $5 donation says, Jalen Carter will come up big in the Super Bowl if he's facing the Bills. Definitely could see where he's going to be a problem for this Bills team up front there. That's for sure. And Allen, when you do get pressure up the middle on him, you tend to kind of cut off his ability to scramble as much because now you're going to force him into kind of rolling out. And then as we've seen in a couple times in this game, that's where you can kind of close him down, where he's not as able, it seems, to kind of turn that corner, get up there and use his legs. He just gets out there on the edge, and now he's just kind of looking down there to throw it. And a guy like Carter can create that quick pressure to flush you out the pocket like that. So, yeah, Garth, I could see him having a pretty good game. This is a good Bills offensive line. I think that they can hang in there pretty good against him. But you got Spencer Brown there, 6'8", going up against that 6'4". That's going to be a tough pull for him. And they go with a fade route to Keon Coleman. The Bills play calling. Don't go for it on 4th down. Take the field goal. Boy, my confidence level in this conversion here for the Bills is really low. You need about 4 yards here on 4th and goal. Allen's got his man in the back of the end zone. Curtis Samuel. Touchdown, Bills. Samuel wide open. Well-designed play there. Khalil Shakir was kind of rolling in orbit motion prior to the snap. I think that pulled the Chiefs out in their alignment of the coverage and opened it up on the backside there for Samuel to kind of just sneak through the back end of the end zone there. That pre-snap motion with Shakir definitely caused some, they were trying to communicate and get it figured out with him prior to the snap. And then just a blown coverage by the Bills. They sort of sat up at the front of they were squeezing down really tight coverages. So the Bills did a kind of a quarters across the board there right at the goal line. And then they left the whole back of the end zone wide open. So they were sort of selling out on that being a play that was trying to attack right at the front side of things. But a great job by Josh Allen there with no more room for error, and they get the touchdown. Very good throw. Touchdown, Buffalo. Thank you, Garth. I think Garth is going to have a good game in the Super Bowl, regardless of whether it is the Chiefs or the Bills. I think he'll play really well, as he did today. Had another really strong game there. Didn't fill up the stat column for the Eagles, but he was creating his share of pressures. He was good in the run game. Very good job on his part. Brian Kennicott, thank you for 16 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, I'm so excited for Clint Kubiak's first game. Imagine not knowing exactly every single time what play is coming. Play action, stretch runs. Hey, I can see the vision as well, Brian. I can see the beauty of the vision. And yeah, it's one of those frustrating parts last year. I think the main frustrating parts for me with Grubb last year, when you look at it, are kind of like three main things. A complete and utter lack of commitment to running the ball, way too much onus upon long developing routes and expecting your quarterback to have to hold on to the ball for a long period of time when those routes develop, and expecting your offensive line is going to be able to pass protect long enough for those long developing routes to get open and free. But there is a third part of this, and the third part of it that bothered me with Grubb was the predictability of defenses to see what was always coming. And everything would just be randomized. He wasn't really sequencing things. He wasn't really setting plays up. It was more of, let me try this formation. Let me try this formation with this play. Let me try that formation with that play. It was always just him sort of throwing things up at the wall. And in doing that, there was also a high amount of predictability behind it. And just, you could, when I see the play that I always like to reference is you have an inside power run with Walker against the Niners. And this was on the road against the Niners. And their outside corner read the play so cleanly that he bailed off his outside corner coverage, ran all the way into the A gap to make the play in the backfield because he was so sure of it being a run. And I saw so many of those kind of plays throughout the year where you telegraphed exactly what was going down. Exactly what was going down. And that's something I don't think you're going to get with Kubiak's scheme. You're right, Brian. It's going to be unpredictable. You're not going to know prior to the snap what you're going to see post-snap. It's all going to look the same by design to be able to keep that defense on their heels prior to the snap rather than on their toes. And that's something whether Kubiak's a great OC or not a great OC, I know he's bringing that to the table. I know that comes with him. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. Garth Knight says, I wonder how great the Bills would be if Trump had the money to buy them back when he tried to and fell short of owning a franchise. Well, maybe it would have been a little bit more of a cash-rich organization than they've been at times in the past, Garth. You know, as they've obviously had their share of issues in the past with, they don't seem to always spend a ton of money. Maybe they've been better recently on that, but they don't seem like big spenders necessarily. It's obviously hard to with getting free agents to come out to Buffalo in general. You know, you got to really be okay with sort of the small town kind of life out there. Sort of an odd team to have an NFL franchise, isn't it? It's odd. It's just the most strangest places to have an NFL franchise. Part of the reason, though, I believe, too, that if the NFL ever wanted to expand, there's a lot of room to expand, Garth, to go to some of these cities that you might not necessarily think on the surface of it that could handle it, but absolutely could handle it. If Buffalo could handle it, for instance, you better believe to me, Boise, Idaho could handle an NFL team. Certainly Portland could. So 1st and 10. They're going to throw this out here to the flat, and Kareem Hunt are the Chiefs, and they're going to get about 7 or 8 yards here. But would have been interesting if Trump had been able to buy the Bills. Garth, it did seem like there was a lot of push at that time. We do have a flag on the play. They're going to say it's a face mask on the Buffalo Bills. It's a good call. Matt Milano did a good amount of yanking and tugging and pulling on that play on the face mask. But you certainly can't say they would have been less successful, Garth. You know what I mean? Can't say that about the Bills team. You wouldn't say, well, they would have won less Super Bowls with Trump. We can't quite get to that place of it, can we? 1st and 10 for the Chiefs. After the 15-yard penalty, they quickly find themselves on the Buffalo side of the football field. They're going to throw this to Kelsey. Kelsey catches it, runs back inside, twists his way forward for a first down catch and run. 12 yards on the play, 5:38 to go in this football game. Chiefs are back to driving. Thanks for all your donations and support. Always here, Garth. It's one of the big contributors to the channel. I appreciate you on that. Hard to say on that one. Kelsey, 2 receptions, 19 yards on 4 targets in this game. Bills have done a lot of running, and Mahomes has definitely dispersed the ball all over the place here in this one. Blitz look here from the Bills. Kareem Hunt with the carry. He'll gain about 2 or 3 yards. Got to keep him to a field goal here from the Bills' perspective, don't you? Ran in the cut. Thanks for the $5 donation, Ran. Getting K9 involved in the passing game is what excites me most about Kubiak. Go Hawks. I would expect him to have a lot of specific plays dialed up to work K9 in, from the screen plays to the tunnel-like screens we saw from Grubb last year, to a lot of other things in between. Making the play look like it's going one way, coming back to the backside on a screen to Kenneth Walker. He'll do those type of things. Shoot. Completion here to Worthy. Worthy down to the 9-yard line. Chiefs are knocking on the door. But ran in the cut. I think that this is going to be a place that he's really going to utilize that. And he had Kamara really having a great year. Kamara had a bit of the injury bug bit him here at the end of the year on that one, but he was rolling there for Kubiak in that system. And I think that's a smart way with K9. So much of how we've run and ran the cut's been hammering him up in the middle, and just sort of having him go and try to run these kind of carries that are not really who he is. He's a guy you want to get to the edges. You want to get him out in space, get the ball in his hands and give him some room to work with. That's something throwing him the ball in the backfield can absolutely do. 1st and goal for the Chiefs. Mahomes is going to be sacked. Bills player is looking for a flag as he had his helmet ripped off. Says, "Where's the hands to the face for me? Ump." Yep. Boy, yeah, Juwan Taylor got his hands twice up into the headspace of the Bills player. Okay. We're not calling that, I guess. Second down and goal. Keep them to a field goal. Don't make a penalty here. Play smart. Bubble screen here at the ground. Worthy just can't ring it in. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mom. It's time for some cheese sticks, boys and girls. So you're going to have to suffer through your boy. Your boy's hungry. I've been streaming for 7 hours and I'm starving. I'm starving. 3rd and goal. Ball on the 18-yard line. Too high shell. Stay off coverage, Elam. Stay off coverage, Elam. Stay off coverage, Elam. Mahomes working his way through. He's going to throw that ball incomplete. No penalty flag. Nice stop by the Bills defense. Love it. Love it. Harrison out here to make the kick, or try to make the kick. 3:37 to go in this football game. Snaps down, kicks up, kick is through. Chiefs take a 3-point lead, but I think from the Bills' perspective, I think you got to feel pretty good about this. You've got 3 minutes and 33 seconds. You've got 3 timeouts. You have your full playbook and allotment to you. You can make the adjustments off how you've called this game so far, especially when it comes to still staying with the run on this drive. You don't have to get pass happy. You can probably look at yourself as being in 4-down territory at this point. You know? Let's go. Come on, Bills. You want to go to the Super Bowl? Earn your right in there. Don't expect yourself to back your way into it. Don't expect yourself to kind of fall into it. You got to go take it. The Seattle Seahawks back in 2013 conference championship game. 4th down. Do you have Hoska try to go out there and attempt a field goal that's just right at the edge of his range on a 4th and 7? Or instead you have Russ go out there, see if he can draw him off sides. If he draws him off sides, take the free play and take a shot. That's just what you do. You try to go get it, and you win. You took that game. You knocked the bully off the block. Bills have got to do that here. You want this game, you got to knock the bully off the block. And that don't mean you're looking for the officials to bail you out. That means you go and you take that game. James Cooks has 13 carries for 85 yards. He's averaging 6.5 yards every time you hand him the ball. He's got 2 touchdowns. Use what's worked well in this game. You're on 4-down territory as a play caller. Build that into what you're doing. Let's see what they do. Why are we going to Ty Johnson? So Ty Johnson has 6 carries and 19 yards for a 3.2 yard per carry average. Cooks has 13 carries for 85 yards for a 6.5 yard per carry average. What are we doing? Come on, Buffalo. Don't do stupid stuff. If you're going to lose this game, don't lose it being dumb. 2:57 to go. Clock is rolling. Cook now back in the backfield here. Allen dropping back to throw. Allen gets through pressure. He's rolling. There we go, Josh. Nice scramble there. 1st down. Let's go. I can't believe how counterintuitive this offense has been from the Bills today. Play action pass. Allen going to try to drop it here. Throws it up over the top to no man's land. Dangerous throw there. 2nd and 10. Thomas, man, they're making me really nervous with this play call. Come on, why are they disjointed? Second and 10. If you're not running the ball, just take a quick short completion and get yourself into a 3rd makeable place here. You know it's going to be 2-down territory into 3rd and 4th down, so you have 3 downs to get this done. Take the easy throw. Ah, damn it. Ball's tipped. Great job by the Chief defender to get his hand up. Somebody says, did Ryan Grubb get hired as Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator? And the Diggs Ox then follows it up with, is Shane Waldron calling the plays? 3rd and 10. Let's call a timeout here. 5-yard gain. They're going to throw a bubble screen to Amari. Yeah. So they go with a bubble screen on 3rd and 10.
bubble screen on 3rd down and 10. Whew. Yeah, Steeler to Bravos. This play calling is rough in the second half. They had that one drive where they ran the ball 7 straight times and it was magical. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. And then these last couple of drives have been just, as somebody says, this is like watching a Waldron Grubb kind of play calling system here in these last couple of drives. Green, it kind of worked, I guess. I mean, you are going 2 down territory there. I don't know, man. Tasha says, nice to have close games without the Seahawks butterflies. That's true. It's very true. It is nicer just to get frustrated with teams playing like, but there's no real emotional stake in it. You just call, those Hawk games make me have a heart attack. Phoebe says, can we talk more about the OC after the game, or do you have to get off after this game? We can talk a little bit after the game. I don't know if we'll do like a 10-hour night or anything, on that, Phoebe. Just, I might do some gaming tonight too, so I might be over streaming a little bit later as well, but we'll play it by ear. We'll go for a little while after the game's done. I'm not going to look to like just jump right off. Big Hawks, it's time to put on our Jedi big boy pants. I put on my Luke Skywalker sweats. Esteban says, well, it was nice while it lasted. Guess we'll have another bland Super Bowl rematch. 3 years in a row now. Might be the case. All right. Comes down to this. 4th down and 5. Josh Allen's going to go empty, 4 wide to the far side of the field. Chiefs are showing a pressure-based look here. Chiefs drop out of it. Oh, they end up with a bunch of free rushers. Oh, and he almost completed it to Josh. Just an insane play. Just about completed there to Kincaid. We do have a flag on the play. Oh my God. The Buffalo Bill offensive line completely blew the play. And Dalton had a chance to catch that ball. Glad had a chance to catch it to the Kincaid guy. Kincaid's supposed to be this great pass catching tight end. He's supposed to be this next level guy when he came out. God, for Allen to make that kind of throw and you can't reel that in that moment. You had your chances, Buffalo. You had your chances. Second down and 9, 1 minute and 50 seconds to go in this football game. Two more timeouts are remaining for the Bills. You got to get a stop here, though. That's the first and foremost thing that has to happen. And they're going to throw it out here to Pacheco, who's going to go get a first down. GG's. GG's. Bills, you had your chances in this game. Dalton Kincaid's got to make that catch, right? Like, he's got to make that catch in that moment. I mean, you've got to make that grab. Allen just makes this wonderful play to give you an opportunity. Reel that thing in, man. Especially you're supposed to be a pass-catching tight end. You're not here for your blocking ability. They drafted you high to be a pass catcher. The Bowers said this was the worst possible Super Bowl. You ain't wrong. Yeah. Josh agrees with me. He says, yeah, Kincaid's got to catch that. Like, there's not a defender rolling over you, right, Josh? I mean, you're running up to go catch that. You got to fall down and grab it in. Is it an easy catch? No, but the quarterback's giving you a chance. It's fourth down. Make that grab. Difference between champions and not champions at times on that. Somebody had to come out and make a play. Yeah, you got to, come on, catch that. And come on. You got to catch that. He's a pass-catching tight end. That's his one job. You got to catch that. I mean, Allen, just the Herculean effort it took from Allen to make that throw. Your offensive line completely blows their blocks. Almost everyone up front completely crapped the bed on that, on pass protection. You had free rushers coming from every direction at Allen. He fails back. Should have no business getting that ball off or getting that ball to the spot that he got it to for Kincaid. He does all the work basically for Kincaid on that. You just have to fall down and reel it in. It's not like the ball's coming in with velocity. You know, maybe it's got a little bit of a dead duck kind of feel to it a bit on it and how it's coming down, but you got to reel that in. Yeah, you get two hands on, you got to catch it, Josh. I'm a believer in that old adage. You're a professional. You get two hands on the ball. There's not a defender pulling at you or tugging or falling on you. You got to reel that in. They ran the cut. The Buffalo Bills did not lean on the run game today, to your point on that. Now, the Eagles will stay with the running game. They'll stay committed to it even when it's not Saquon, and they're going to go to Gainwell. They're perfectly happy to still keep it going there. Kansas City Chiefs have got 3rd and 9 now. Oh my God. Another first down. Holy crap. Boy. Kincaid isn't getting laid tonight, folks. Alien says I was outnumbered. They've got the dark magic on their side. There's only so much you can do, Alien. There's only so much impact you can hope to have with those dark magical forces that they have at their back. You got the Kelsey magical Swifty forces at the back. You got the NFL forces behind the Mahomes at the back. That's just too much dark magic for one man to have to overcome. Tucker says, I just scheduled to work overtime on Super Bowl Sunday. Another boring Super Bowl. No one's going to be hyped up for this thing. I agree. God, I can't believe they're going back again. Oh my God. Adrian X, I like Kincaid as a prospect. He was all right to me. He got a little overinflated, I thought. Like, people really fell in love with him going into the draft. Brian said there's a word for that. They call it a drop. That was definitely a drop. That's, you got to catch it. Well, Rich, it did kind of look like the Bills might have kind of given up there at the end. Two throws to the flat. Two throws to the flat for a first down. There you go. Philip, sorry you have to listen to me, my man. I've gone 7 hours today straight on the stream, so I just get hungry at the end. I got to get a little bit of food. I'm trying not to make it too ostentatious. You guys are too gross. But I'm having cheese. I'm having cheese sticks today. I got to watch the Chiefs go to another Super Bowl. I'm having some cheese sticks. X says, thank you again, and thank you for being so wonderful to the pumpkin. Absolutely. So we'll get some salmon snacks tonight. Appreciate you, X. Misfit, we will hear Cheap Pete plenty by the casuals. Probably. Bills didn't have the refs in their favor, but they also had a lot of opportunities to go out there and win this game. Josh says, night, y'all. A man named Jalen Hurts got y'all. He outperformed Mahomes in the Super Bowl once already. He's going to do it again, and the refs won't be able to save him. Well, best of luck to you, Josh. You guys played a hell of a game today. You earned the right to be there as the NFC contingent. No excuses given. You weren't given any ref help to get there. You just got it done by the good old-fashioned way. And best of luck to you guys in a couple weeks, Josh. Appreciate you hanging out there with me here today. Aliens tonight, Brando. Have a go Ox. Have a good night, Alien. Appreciate you. Ford Skyler says tight ends dropping the ball in critical moments seems to be a common theme this year in the NFL. Indeed, Skyler. Indeed, it does seem to be kind of a commonality. Zombie says when the Buffalo decides to collapse, they certainly don't half-ass it. No, they don't. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. He says, sorry, Josh Allen fanboys. Another year where fantasy football means nothing. He'll be back with the stats next year, though. Okay. I think it's fair to say Josh didn't necessarily play his best game of the year. 22 of 34, 237 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did have a 104 rating there. 11 carries for 39 yards on the other side of it. But it wasn't the most efficient version of Allen that we've seen. He didn't seem as steady as he's been throughout this year at times back there in the pocket. He threw a lot of balls kind of up for grabs that I haven't seen him throw up this year, Garth, where he kind of cleaned that part of his game up a bit. So there was a little bit, I think, where, the combination of bad play calling, maybe you have, not Allen on his A game, was kind of enough to hold them back in this one. But I thought, man, I thought they were making noise in this playoffs. I thought this would be the year they get it done. He seemed like he had really turned a corner this year. But there was a little bit of reversion there in this playoff game with Allen on kind of some of the bad Allen that you get. The play calling, though, too, is right there hand in hand with it. Where you go, man, that play calling was pretty bad in that second half overall. Through most of the game, I would say. Steelers said, what a disaster by the Bills. Late game portion, yeah. Bad. Ran the cut. They ran Allen about 4 too many times. Yep. You can't be, even a regular season game, you're not going to get by with being predictable. And the defense knows what's coming. How many times in that second half did the Kansas City Chiefs defense know what was coming from the Buffalo Bills, especially on those keepers? The offense of the Bills got very unimaginative in that second half, and they were going to just try to eke out a win. And you're not going to get to a Super Bowl eking anything out anyway. You're certainly not going to go to a Super Bowl going up against one of those really good all-time teams that's in the middle of a dynasty run by eking your way to getting there. And maybe it got tight with the play caller, got tight with the quarterback, got tight with everybody maybe a little bit there. but that's not going to get the job done. You want to get the Super Bowl, you got to go take it. You got to go take it. Josh says we'll meet again. LB, is the new OC more run-centered? Yep. More balanced in the approach, not looking to be pass happy. You might throw still more than you're going to run, but there's going to be much more of a closer relation. It won't get to 50-50, but it will be much more closer to that mark than it was with Grubb. You're not going to be living at 70% of the time throwing the football. So it will be, it'll be a very good run-centric attack. It'll be a variety of different types of runs, LB. So you'll work to the edges, you'll work to the inside. The fly sweeps will be brought back into play here, I think a little bit more so. But all of that will be worked around, I think, a bit. But yeah, he will be a little bit more run-centered. Hard to not be more run-centered than Grubb. He's about as less run-centric as you just about can get in the sport. Addicted Brandon, 2 FC tight ends drop the ball at the end of games. Now I know the Mafia's technique. Who's the tight end? The Eagles tight end again? Dallas Goddard. Dallas. Abdi, Bulls 3-peat versus Chiefs 3-peat. I'm going to give the Bulls probably a bit of the nod on this one because, no, it's probably more impressive the Chiefs doing it. Football's just got more parity to it. Bulls were such a top-end team at that point, and it's hard to do this in the NFL. This would be the first team to do it. That shows you how tough it is to get done. Esteban says, boycott the Super Bowl so the league can get their heads out of their ass. Maybe after they get them 3 straight, they'll finally ease it up, you know? Guard Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, what is the Super Bowl logo conspiracy? Let's see how I bring it up here, Garth. They say that the colors that they use on the logo are indicative of the predicted winner, and that they go back and they do that. They looked at the last couple of years of some, and you can kind of sometimes find the winner. I feel like they kind of have to force it to fit a little bit, Garth. But I'll show you, like, this is this year's Super Bowl. So here's the colors this year. So you have Kansas City red already in the Super Bowl. Could also say it would have been Buffalo red too, right? And is that, is that Eagle green mixed in there, Garth? I don't know. I don't know, but it is a conspiracy that gets brought up at times that the NFL is letting us know who the Super Bowl teams will be by the colors that they choose. I don't know. That seems too overt to me, but there's some that swear by it. Philip Price, I came in late, man. No worries. I'm glad I have you on mute. What's up, Philip? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, we're not getting Allen. We might have probably very little chance you're getting a Burrow either, but you're definitely not getting an Allen. They're not letting him go. Correct. You're right about that, Mr. Dog. BB says if Mahomes wins another ring, I'm putting him over Brady. Wow. Over Brady, huh? Okay. I don't know if I can quite get him over the spot on that one with it, but he's definitely raising his way up the ranks. That's for sure. Thank you again, Garp, $2 donation. Or did I forget? I got a couple other donations here. Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation, Real Cheese. Bruh, I swear I have better hands than most pass catchers in the NFL, man. Kincaid should have caught that. Andrews should have caught that. The ability to be calm under fire, Real Cheese. These guys are professionals, and you think about them as being guys that are unflappable or that the nerves are not going to get to them. Maybe hard a little bit in those moments that have happened with these two players where the adrenaline spiking prior to the snap. Your breath's going like this. You're just trying to keep yourself under control. And then who can steady themselves in that moment? Who can find the calmness in that sea of rough waters? And it gets the best of a lot of people in that way. And it has throughout all sporting history in that way of when you get tight, that we see these type of things that can be the most rudimentary of plays, the most simple of plays that can't be converted because the tension, the nerves, just it rises up too high. And I think that very well could have been definitely the case with Andrew's case. I don't know if it's as much with Kincaid. It was a relatively tough catch, but you do got to reel it in. And it is hard as a fan to watch that where you're like, dude, you can't make that catch. Like, what's going on there? So it is harder to understand, but the tough week, the thing that we can't replicate that they're going through in that moment is those nerves. Is you have all the eyeballs watching you. This is for the Super Bowl. This is for the biggest moment, the biggest stage, all the world to watch. You know, your heart's just rolling real cheese, and man, hands start getting sweaty, right? Even running starts to feel awkward. Adrenaline can do some funky things, some real funky things. Even overcome that muscle memory of catching and all that the tight ends do over and over again. I appreciate that, real cheese. Thank you for the $5. One thing is for certain on both those counts, to your point. Kincaid should have caught it. Andrews should have caught it. You expect those guys as professionals to make those catches. There's no excuse of, well, it's tough conditions. Well, it's a little cold. Well, it's just no. You got to catch that ball. You got to do it. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation, Chase. Chiefs versus Eagles is buns. If Weekend needs help, I might honestly pick up a shift. You're not the only person who's already said that they're signing up for overtime with this being the Super Bowl. And this is going to be one of the most uninteresting Super Bowls for any fans outside of Philadelphia and Kansas City that we've seen in many years. It is, I mean, the first Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl wasn't exactly bringing a lot of eyeballs to it. But, maybe it's not the matchup we deserve, but it's the matchup we're going to get, I guess is what I'll say to that, Chase. And I will be live streaming the game in a couple weeks. We will be here doing the play-by-play on that side. And we'll just be tracking it. And for whoever is still watching, Chase, if whoever wants to watch it, I will be here at least checking out the game, watching it, see how it goes. But I can understand there being a lack of interest on this one. Completely understand it. Thank you, though, Chase. I appreciate you for that. Got to pick up that shift. There's no real good outcome to that one either. Eagles are going to get one or the Chiefs are going to get another one. Both teams that have won themselves a couple Super Bowls here in recent years. Tasha, thank you for the $5 donation. And thanks, Tasha, for being a member of the channel and hanging out with us all day today here on the stream. Says, thanks for the stream, B. Good work as always. I'll pop back in for OC Talk if you're still on later. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of discussing here on the OC side of it. I know that that's going to be a little bit of an interest for you guys, so I don't mind going a little bit longer on this one if you guys want to discuss this with Kubiak. Certainly exciting that no matter what happens today, our Hawks got the OC that we I think the majority of us wanted. I think that the majority of us understand this is going to be a good hire. This was the smartest hire to go out there and get. There was no slam dunk, no doubt about it kind of guy to go get out there. They got the closest they could to that in Kubiak. So great hire there, Tasha. And I thank you again hanging out all day here with me and all your support to the channel. I really appreciate you for that. And we'll probably be hanging out here for a while. Rodney Prescio says, that was Allen's opportunity. He can never finish. It's what his girlfriend says all the time. You get me right up to the mark, Josh. You never get me finishing. Some guys are just built that way. This was his opportunity, Rodney. And I don't think he played a purely bad game, but I don't think played his best game. I think there's offensively, there's a lot of different people to kind of point to on this one and look at it and go, what were you doing today? The play calling was absolutely ass. I've watched more than a few Buffalo Bills games this year, and that was the worst called game from the Buffalo Bills offense I've seen all season long by far. Chiefs got a good defense, and they take it to you in that way, and they force the issue. But I felt like the Bills also helped them on that road a lot, in a lot of the play calling in this game, Rodney. But it's on Allen to prove that he can make this happen. And when you get the ball back with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and you got 3 timeouts, and you got all the time in the world, and you can run the ball, you can pass, you can use your legs, you got 4 downs. It's hard to find many excuses after that point other than saying, look, you got the opportunity to make this happen, and you couldn't push it past the finishing line. And a lot of people tell me that's the whole difference on a quarterback's value or not is, when the chips are down, when you got the one drive left, when you got no more room for error, this is when we learn about the mettle of a quarterback and how good you truly are. And did we learn a little bit of something on the Medal of Allen on this? Or have we learned a little bit about something about the Medal of Allen on this? I'm not sure. Maybe. But he certainly didn't close it out, Rodney. He certainly didn't do everything in his power on that to where he felt like, oh, okay, yeah, he really put the team up on his back and went and got. I mean, there's games this year against the Rams, for instance, where he just put the team on his back. And wasn't able to do that today. Play calling was horrible, though, too, Rodney. I hate what Brady did in this game. He's not getting hired on as a head coach with how he called this game. I mean, it was very much this was a Ryan Grubb-like offensive called game. That first half, you're running the ball well, and you're averaging like 7 yards a carry, and that you don't go to Cook. I mean, Ty Johnson almost ended up with as many touches in this game as Cook. Ty Johnson has 7 touches in this game. Cook ends up with 16. Not as many, but I mean, that's just why. Why was Ty Johnson the center point of their attack? Ray Davis with 2 carries. I mean, are you trying to preserve Cook? Preserve him for what? Give him 25 touches. It's the playoffs. There is no tomorrow. What are we doing? Jason said, I remember either Peter or Schneider wanting to draft Josh. Schneider went to Josh Allen's pro day, Jason. He also went to Mahomes' pro day, which did end up pissing off Russell Wilson on both accounts. But he was definitely very much enjoyed both of those two guys at the quarterback position. Mr. Dog Milkifer already getting his big board out of his garage. Green Earth says, I'm so down to root for Saquon Barkley in the UGA 2021 defense. Addicted Brandon, how many OCs have the Seahawks had since 2014? Glad Kubiak is signed, but I still worry we have an unsolved problem. Bevel, Schottenheimer, Waldron, Grubb. So this will be our 5th OC since 2014, Addicted. Thomas, I don't get it. You're successful running the ball. Why stop? Middle errors cost them. We saw it with Grubb here this year at times too. And I don't think that there's really a good excuse to be had, to be honest with you here, Thomas. You're running the ball that well, that efficiently, that good. There's no reason to go away from it. And maybe it is just that when you have the draw of a superstar quarterback like Allen, when you have one of those top 5 talents for the position as an OC, you're going to be like, well, we want to live or die with what we got with that guy. That's who we want this to determine the game, not the running back determines the game. And I can get a little bit of that thinking unless you're really seeing how well you're doing running the ball. And then also, I would say on the other side of that, Thomas, how ineffectual you were being in throwing the football, how efficient you were being in throwing the football. You see, you got to kind of take a bit of the read of what's happening in the moment as an OC there and then adjust. And they didn't adjust. And so they kept kind of doubling down. Philip, thank you too, man. Appreciate you, Philip. Heath Riss says nobody's stopping Saquon with that line. Well, I'll tell you this, Heath, the Eagles are not going to do what the Bills did. They're not just going to stop running the ball just for S and giggles. You know, they're going to, if you can't stop it, they will stay with it and they'll keep hammering it. So definitely the Eagles match up very well against this Chiefs team. LT says the Eagles will run for 300 yards and still lose. Esteban, I'm actually happy our Hawks aren't contenders right now because the Chiefs are clearly the ones that would make it impossible to win anything. Maybe so. Gary Daniel, Derek Thomas, Mike Singletary, pick one. Derek Thomas. Derek Thomas was one of the best pass rushers of his era. Singletary was a really good inside linebacker. You know, Gary, they're probably very closely aligned rank-wise if you're looking at all-time edges and all-time inside linebackers. Both of those two guys probably rank right around the same territory, where I think Singletary's probably a top 7, 8 all-time inside linebacker for the sport. Thomas is probably somewhere in the same territory, but then some of this too is Derek Thomas operated from a position that has much more of a deeper group of guys that would have been really good in this sport versus inside linebackers, where there seems to only be a couple of those a generation. But I'd give Derek Thomas. If I was starting my defense off with one of the two of those guys, I would start it off with Derek Thomas. Ran the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation, Ryan. I appreciate you for that, brother. Kind of you. Nothing that was in your message, just the dono. Zombie says, do you think we potentially shop for Allen after 3 to 4 years of constant losing? I wonder if Josh and the Bills are ready to move on from each other. I don't think so, Zombies. I've not heard of him being unhappy there or that there's any problem there. I do think that he's just about up for another contract extension here soon to be signed. So the Bills do have to re-up with him with some big time money. But I just don't think that the Bills would be willing to move off of him. I would be gobsmacked if that were to happen. Slobby one, Grubb hasn't been hired yet anywhere. Philip Price, do you think we have a chance to move forward this year or reset for the future? It's a really good question, Philip. One that I struggle to kind of answer because I think that there's an argument to be made for going in both directions. There's an argument to be made to take the one step back and get yourself 2 steps forward for 2026, being that you have 2 major contracts you'd have to sign in this year right now if you want to go be a contender. You'd have the 2 biggest contracts on your books have to be re-upped and signed this offseason if you think you're a contender into 2025. You also don't have a lot of cap space to be able to move through with this offseason as it stands right now. You can create cap space, but if you are looking at it of, hey, wait, we're tight against the cap this year, we're not tight against the cap next year, let's sort of punt this out into next year when we're clear fully of all the dead bad money, and now we can just bring on nothing but kind of good money onto the books and just build this super team kind of up in that way. So I think that there's really an argument on this to go either different direction of it, Philip, to say, look, you've been sitting in the middle here for 10 years. For the last 10 years, you've made the same mistake where every single year you talk yourself into being a contender, not a sub-playoff team. People get this lost, by the way. When I bring this up, people will go, ooh, sub-playoffs. I'm not talking about a sub-playoff contender. I'm talking about a contender. I'm talking about a team that truly can vie and push for a Super Bowl. And a team over the last 10 years has not been anywhere close to a position of being able to push or vie for a Super Bowl. So being that that's been a mistake and a mistake made 10 times over for 10 straight years, that's where we come back to, Philip. I think there's an argument to be made on that to say, look, part of our mistake has been misidentifying who we are and where we're ready to go by the next year. And the reason that this is so bad to misidentify yourself is when you do make that mistake and say, no, we're a contender this year, then there's always about 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 moves in conjunction with that have to do with you robbing for tomorrow for today to make that happen. And that's why it's so wrong to get that wrong. You got to identify where your team is accurately at and what they are truly capable of doing. It's one of the most important things to be done by any NFL organization every single offseason. And so I think that there's room there for the Hawks to look at that and say, hey, let's do that. But also on the same side of this, Philip, you got 10 wins. You beef up the offensive line in a major way with guys that already hit the ground running. You go, why can't we go get to 2 or 3 more wins? Why can't we then be a contender at that point? Well, solid there as well. Solid logic to that as well. He says, hire the best offensive line coach available. I don't know if there's a really bright one on the market right now, Heath. We're not an age where there's a ton of those guys and they're tending to already be hired. But we'll see who he brings in. I definitely think that Kubiak will bring in his own guy. Henry says, good thing the Seahawks didn't aim for hire. We cool. We Gino. It wasn't an easy catch, that's for sure, Mr. Dog, with Dalton. Kevin says, it's crazy that they won last week because of a tight end drop. Now they lose it by a tight end drop. I kind of wish Ravens would have went. I think they would have beaten the Chiefs. They might have. They might have been able to do it. Brian says, am I wrong? But I think Kansas City is the first team to actually be in the Super Bowl for a three-peat. All the other back-to-back champs failed to get there. That's correct. I believe that's true. Willard says, who going to dethrone the Chiefs next season? Oh, you're asking space that. Manny, Allen had a chance at the end. He did. Rand says, Brady and Mahomes share the same torch, the refs. Yeah, they kind of do. Aaron says, I'm late here. What are your thoughts on Clint? I think he's the best candidate that they could have hired here for this, Aaron. I think that there was not a lot of great candidates out there on the open market. They made the best of what was out there. He's an improvement over Grubb. He checks the boxes for what I personally wanted here in an OC, being a guy that has done it before, has had success before, has shown in that success that he's had prior before that he can take, here's where the talent stock is at, here's where I'm going to raise them to. If you go and you look at the PFF scores on this New Orleans Saints offensive line, every single person to a man on that Saints offensive line was improved under Kubiak. Now, was it his teaching? Was it his offensive line coach? Was it his play calling? I don't know, but I think it's very unusual that you would see all across the board everybody see their grades improve. Even those guys that have already been really good, like an Eric McCoy. So if you're already a great player, you're going to be even greater. If you're an average player, we go up to good. And he got that at that line, especially when they're kind of healthy and the injuries didn't kind of start to click in. And so that gets me very encouraged for what he brings to the table here as well. He's going to run a balanced offensive attack. It is essentially a West Coast offense with some big shot plays built in, would be the way I'd say. It's like Shanahan's offense, but with some more bigger calls to look to work its way down the field. A little bit more creativity than maybe at times than Shanahan always has, where there's a little bit more willing to have a more extra moving parts on a given play, especially in the name of kind of giving the defense eye candy over here because you want to run it over there. So there's a little bit more of that. You know, all these West Coast guys have their own kind of iteration of the style and brand that they run. But those are the specific ways that he goes about it. And he had that Saints offense humming until you got the injury to Carr and got the injury to Kamara, and Olave got knocked out for the season with a concussion, and Eric McCoy, maybe their best offensive lineman, got knocked out. You know, yeah, once those guys all got knocked out around midseason, then the offense wasn't able to be as good, but that wasn't an indicative of necessarily Kubiak not doing his job. MMA Bison. Only the Browns would get rid of a quarterback after losing the AFC Championship. That's true. At least we got Geno. We'll never lose because we'll never make it. And he's not got a lot of confidence in Geno. Jason said that ball was right in Kincaid's hands. You make millions to catch the ball. It being a tough catch is no excuse. That's where I would land as well. It's a tough catch, but you got to catch it. Hit you with two hands and you got an opportunity like that. There's no defender clawing at you or pulling you away or doing something like that. You got to make the grab. Yeah, Bills fans got to be feeling awful, Fritz. You had a chance, man. Yeah, the officials didn't really work in your favor in this game. You know, yeah, you had some calls really go against you, but you had a chance at the end there. And it wasn't the officials at the end there that cost it. Even as much as maybe the officials did have a bit of an effect on this game, I still come back to play calling is almost the first thing I go to here, where I'm just like, yeah, your play calling was god-awful in this game. Gecko says, Kelsey makes that catch 100%. Said this last game too. Yeah, Gecko, I agree. And I think it's an apt comparison because you're talking a little bit about like what's the difference between what makes a champion to what makes a really great player. And champions in those moments reel those catches in. Big players come up and make big plays in big moments. And even a diminished Kelsey, who's nowhere near where he was in his prime, is going to find a way to make that catch. And that's why they're going to 3 straight Super Bowls. You know? And while the Bills are still searching for their first appearance. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. That was Allen's opportunity. Can never finish. We might end up coming to find in his career here, Rodney, to your point, that was his opportunity. That was his greatest opportunity right here and now. That you have an AFC as we go into the future that's still going to have Mahomes, that's still going to have Lamar Jackson, that AFC East is not going to be as bad as they were this year for them to kind of work their way through that division as they were able to do so. That's going to get tougher as we go along. That there's going to be other teams that are going to start to come up and get stronger. There's a CJ Stroud Texans-led team, Harbaugh with the Chargers, Bo Nix with the Broncos, and the Broncos coming up. You know, the AFC is going to get harder and harder and harder. And this was the best chance you had from a health standpoint, your line being the place they were, to the skill position players you had to work the ball with and throw to. This might be the close there for Allen on that one. We will come to see, and I don't think he's done by any means. He's a great player, and he'll remain a great player. But I think that's pretty fair to say this might have been the best opportunity that he and the Bills had here to get in there and make this happen. As you say, can't ever finish, man. 12th Man Plays, thank you for the $10 donation. 12th Man, that's really kind of you. Thank you for the $10 dono drop. Just getting here now. I'm sure you've already been over it, but what are your thoughts on the new OC? Yeah, it's all good. I know this question is going to come up a couple of times here as we do the stream here, and I extend this through, so I'm all good with it. I know that's going to be the people are interested to kind of understand, but he good game planner. I don't know if you heard some of what I was just saying because you did 13 minutes ago, so I was just speaking on this 12 man plays, but a guy that elevated that cast of characters there in New Orleans. You look at that team through the first 8 to 10 games before all of those injuries hit in. He had that offense performing like a top 6 offense in the sport. And that was with Alvin Kamara and Shaheed and Olave as your main targets. You know, who's their tight end that they have over there that they're throwing the ball to? You know, not a lot to work with. And even on the offensive line, you couldn't say with Kubiak that he somehow had this monstrous offensive line. Like Eric McCoy was good, but Eric McCoy got injured very early on in the year at the center position. And Trevor Penning, who came forward as a player free from left tackle, is a nightmare in pass protection. Like he's god-awful in pass protection. He's a good run blocker, but he's awful in pass protection. Yet Kubiak worked around that. Nobody looks at Derek Carr and they're like, yeah, that's a guy that's going to carry you to the winning side of the column. But he had that Derek Carr playing like a top 5 quarterback in that through that span as well. So he elevates his talent. He's got the track record for success, 12th man plays. He's balanced in his approach. I wanted the new OC to be able to lean on running the ball and having that in his bag so that he wasn't just this, I'm a pass happy offensive coordinator. That's where I want to live. That's always where I want to drive to. We just saw today this Bills team really feel like they had an offensive coordinator who wanted to kind of pull to the passing attack, who kind of only wanted to run it for as much as just how much do I got to run it? Okay, I'll run it that much. I don't want to go past that though. I really want to get over here and start throwing the ball. I want Allen using his legs. You know, he was really where you could feel in the game plan today that he was almost calling run plays begrudgingly, 12th man. And I want an offensive coordinator who will continue to hammer that running game and can keep hitting. Hey, they're not stopping it. I'm staying with it. I'm going to stay with it and make them stop it if I'm getting success with it. You know, he's not going to overthink himself. He's going to understand that if the defense makes it simple for you, take the simplicity. You don't have to throw just because we're told this is how you have to win in the modern NFL. Sometimes, especially now with the way the league's gone in recent years, it's drifted back more towards there being an onus on running the ball with these cover 2 shells. All of his plays are going to be very hard to predict what's going to happen prior to the snap on the plays because so many of the formations look so very similar across the board and they run all these little iterations off of the same formations over and over again. And so every snap you tend to have the defense 12th man plays in a place of having to kind of guess. I think it's going to be this, but like what we saw last year with some of the pre-snap indicators, we had some of the stuff that we had where if we were in these kind of formations, like if we were under center, it was never going to be a run play under center. So you could predict with like a 90%, 95% certainty that the Hawks were going to pass if they ran play action under center. So defenses weren't even fading the funk then on the play action because you weren't really running the ball out of under center stuff, right? So like you've got to have that built implicitly in. It would seem straightforward that all OCs would have that implicitly built in 12-man plays, but they don't. Grubb didn't. I don't know that Waldron did. I mean, that was the whole thing with Waldron too. And the thing that I lamented talking to EJ Schneider of Bootleg Football and discussing with him what he saw from Waldron when he went to Chicago. And I said, you know, he doesn't look like McVay's scheme. And this is also part of what McVay's scheme is because the McVay's scheme, Niners scheme, it all comes from kind of some of the same branches. But a big key to it is that you can run basically 3 of the same formations through the whole course of the game, yet you can be completely unpredictable within it because you're running every kind of play iteration off of those formations. And that's, so it's ultimately it looks simple, but it's very highly complicated. So he checks off the boxes. He's the best candidate we could have brought in here, 12th man. There was nobody they were talking about and who they were looking at interviewing who was anywhere near the level of where he's at right now. Fraley might eventually get there. Thomas Brown might eventually get there. Any number of these other guys that you heard them talking about might eventually get. Udinsky at 28 years old, he might eventually get there to being this kind of coordinator. Clint's already there. There's no growing pains. There's no learning the lay of the land. There is, I know it works. I know it doesn't work. I know what my offense is trying to do. I understand how we're driven, and I'm going to operate from that. He knows who he is. And I think with Waldron and Grubb especially, there was a lot more of them trying to kind of learn on the job, 12th man. So it's a grade A hire. This was the best candidate that was out there available. And for that reason, it makes it a home run hire. Because they could have gone a lot of other directions here, which would have been much, much, much worse. Cameron, I see you're up on the donation next. Give me just a sec here. I'll be right back. Cameron, thank you for the turn off this game thing here. Cameron, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate that, Cameron. It's good to see you in the house tonight too, brother. You think if we had won Super Bowl 49, we would have had a great run like the Chiefs? I feel like the Graham trade would never have happened, and we could have been a dynasty. I think there's a good chance of that happening, Cameron. I think that I don't know if we would have had as long of the Chief run as they had, but I think there's definitely a good chance that you go out there and you three-peat. I mean, the momentum you have at your back at that point, everybody's happy, everybody's being paid. You're not really looking at you're not really going to be losing anybody that's on deck to free agency that was going to be horribly bad. So, yeah, I think that you would have still been able to draw off that momentum and keep it rolling. And especially considering the harm, Cameron, that was done in that Super Bowl loss to the locker room, where it's very obvious in retrospect now that we can say that Carroll lost a lot of that locker room as far as the trust goes with that. And I don't think it was fair, by the way. I don't think he should have lost the trust, but it is what it is. You know, the call, the play, the way the game ended, it did the opposite of galvanize you to another Super Bowl run. It took all the wind out of your sails. It removed all that momentum. And the players have said that they felt like if they had won two, they would have won another one, Cameron, that they would have just kept it rolling, that they were just a machine at that point. And I tend to agree with them on this. I don't know if you would have gotten 4 or 5, but do I think you would have had a really good chance to win 3 in a row? Yeah, I think you would have had a really good chance to win 3 in a row. It's a great question, man. That game and how one singular game could spin things out in the way that it did is pretty unbelievable in retrospect. It's a brutal call. It'll be painful all the time for us as Hawks fans, but also the way that it spun the future of the team out in the way that it did makes it hurt all that much more in retrospect, Cameron. It's a painful memory, but all the more painful because of that. For what you could have been, for how quickly that then drew out the doom for the Seahawks then coming down the track. All of it. All of it. Great question, Cameron. Thanks for the $10 donation. Ran of the Cut, thanks for the $5 donation, says, I like how these playoff teams are offensively dominant because we're defensively minded. Mike will lead us to contention. Go Hawks. Indeed. Indeed. You having Mike truly a smart defensive mind? Kitty's wanting some love and attention here. I know, Kitty. We'll be done in a bit, baby. Mike's a dominant defensive mind. You got all these teams going offense. He's a smart mind. He knows what he's doing. And I think that you get him in the playoffs, and I think that that's going to show out. It showed out last year, Rand, when you had the Baltimore Ravens where Chiefs got a couple of touchdowns. He made some smart adjustments. He completely shut that Chiefs down through the whole rest of the game. No more points were left to be had. And he's a very smart hire, a rightful hire for our Hawks. And if we can get the offense in the right mode, he's going to handle his business, to your point, on the defensive side of it. Just get the offense to the functional state at least. Let them hold up their end. And I will more than take care of my end. And I believe in that as well at this point, right in the cut. I do. He's that good of a defensive mind. And go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Randall McDaniel jumping back in. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. Says, just jump back in. I'm sure you've spoken at length on Kubiak. How do our current players fit to his scheme? Is he well-rounded? Current players do fit well to the scheme overall, for the most part. I would point to your interior of your offensive line needs to be built up better. You need to have a functioning interior of an offensive line to make any scheme work, but that's not really pursuant to Kubiak. That's pursuant to whoever the OC was that you brought in, Randall. The Shanahan offense, then the running back types that they tend to go through, Randall, there's an archetype through those years. You're old enough to remember, all the Bronco running backs that went through there, where you went from a Clinton Portis to Orlando Gary, from Terrell Davis, and it was one after another, and they were all, for the most part, what's up, kitty? Yeah, you need some loves? Been streaming for about 7.5 hours today, folks. So the kitties are going to start needing some loves here in a sec. They're wanting some lovies. I know. What are you doing? What are you doing? I know. I've been streaming all day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zena. That's my bad. Good girl. Oh, goodness. There we go. Look at Xena making an appearance here, guys. This is a rarity. This is a rarity. So interior offensive line, Randall running back style. Alfred Morris with Washington. They're looking for Ted to look for more of the Jordan kid the Niners had this year, Randall. This kind of running back, a little bit bigger than your average size running back, good explosion, kind of a robot running back is what you're looking for. The guy that's just going to hammer the hole, hammer the yard, stick his nose in there and go get the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, which is what you're looking for in a zone-based scheme. So that tends to be what he looks for in a running back by the nature of the past in that way. It doesn't mean you can't have some creative running backs that are really good on the other end of it, or that he can't use a guy like Alvin Kamara, or he can't use a guy like Kenneth Walker. I don't think he's really limited. That just tends to be the archetype running back that they look for in this system. As far as other players that fit to the scheme, JSN's a great fit to the scheme from what he does in the slot. No problems there. Is DK Metcalf as much of a fit for this scheme? I'm not as certain on that one. The scheme is very reliant upon route runners and guys that run their routes correctly, and they don't round out their routes, that they're precise in the route running. Some of this comes back to DK, where he's not a precise route runner by the nature of how big he is. But this goes back to even the Holmgren days, right? Again, Randall, I know that you're old enough to kind of remember some of these stories with this. And then remember with Holmgren, one of the reasons that you let go of Joey Galloway was not because of the pure talent of Joey Galloway. It had to do with the fact that Joey Galloway was not comfortable running this offensive system, of running the precision of routes that Holmgren wanted. And so I am a little bit concerned with this as far as a fit to a DK and a Kubiak and a West Coast offense. I don't know if that's as much going to be the best suited offense for a DK Metcalf. Short, quick routes where the onus is upon the receiver to generate a lot of separation. We'll see on that, Randall. Tight end wise, Barners is fine. He's fine. But I would say, as far as the one thing that stands out that maybe a bit of a difference is, I think you're going to see more of the carries go to a guy like Charbonnet, because he's going to fit more to that mold of what you would have looked for in those prior running backs I just talked about. A little bit more size than the average back around the league. Not necessarily a big back, but you got a little extra heft to you. You're going to fall forward. You're going to push the pile. Explosiveness, just get downhill and get after it. That's what they want from their running backs. They don't want the guys, and this is where it's maybe a little bit of a difference too, Randall, with a Walker, where, like I said, this worked with a Kamara, can work with a Walker, but the Walker type of running back is not going to be the running back that you're going to look for in this scheme. The inventive, creative, I ain't going to hit the hole, I'm going to bounce it way back out here thing. That's not what the offensive coordinators for the Mike Shanahan, for the Holmgren, for the Bill Walsh offense want. They want the players to get downhill and hit the hole. Actually, Holmgren was different because he ran man on man. He didn't run zone stuff, so I take that back. Holmgren was man on man. He wasn't zone based in his blocking scheme. But zone based blocking scheme, you tell the running back to go here and you expect he's going to go there. He doesn't get to be told to go there and he's like, look, the hole closed up. I decided to bounce it out. No. You're going to hit the hole. And this is, of course, more Charbonnet. It's more kind of McIntosh a little bit in his style. Is he well-rounded? Yes. He's going to run a balanced scheme, Randall. He's not going to be one of these West Coast attack folks that's really drawn to everything being about the pass and short passing attack at that. There are concepts he has built within to take the shot plays. I think if you're looking for the real major difference between him and a guy like Kyle Shanahan, I would say that there's going to be much more shot plays, much more aggressiveness in Kubiak's scheme versus Shanahan's scheme. Shanahan's scheme is going to be a little bit more, hey, we're perfectly happy to just slowly wind our way up the football field. But it's a great hire, Randall. It's a great hire. I think pretty much all the players do fit the scheme. Mobile-based offensive lineman, Randall. The zone scheme, going back to the Shanahan days. So Lucas, Cross, good fits there. You've got some good athletes aside from that on this team that can work within that. It'd be great if you get more of a hyper-athletic center, for instance. That wouldn't be bad. But that's where we come back to Randall. We got to get the interior of the offensive line needs to be rebuilt. It needs to be rebuilt on this, but the outside guys work good. Thank you, Randall. It's a great question. The short answer is pretty good overall. Pretty good. But there is work to be done to get it accommodated right. We do need to, Randall, get more yak guy in here. I need more of a guy who can throw the ball into his hands and let him go work in space. Especially as the replacement to Tyler at the Z. Rain in the cut. Thank you for the $5 donations. One thing I'll miss is Pete's way of turning practice squad players into starting cornerbacks. He was a wizard of it. He was a wizard at it. He was really good at it, Rand. Part of the reason that he was able to do it versus a guy like McDonald who can't do it or can't do that as much is going to come from the part about your utilization of cornerbacks. You know, when you're going to be living in cover 3 and you're going to be telling your corner, hey, all I need you to do is stay on top. Don't worry about giving stuff up underneath. That's okay. When you're making the responsibilities of the corner that much more lowered down as far as that goes, there's much more players that are capable of doing that. Versus the guy that you say, hey, we're going to have you run some man in zone. We're going to have you run some press, some off coverage. That's going to require more of a well-rounded player. And in Mike McDonald's defense, of course, the one thing he wants to do at the forefront is run a variety of different coverages, not just have 3 patented coverages that he's going to stick to. Where even when Carroll expanded, he was really just, it's like, okay, I'm not just going to be a cover 3 guy anymore. It's like, okay, Carroll, what are you going to be now? I'm going to be a cover 3 guy, a cover 2 guy, and a cover 6 guy. It's like, well, okay. All those coverages have a lot of similarities to them, number one, and that's not exactly very diverse. But Carroll was the cornerback whisperer because of this. He knew what he wanted at the position. He knew what he needed in the position, and he could coach that up. That part is very true, Rand. Part is very true. But some of it is the requirements and what you were trying to get. Save the Geese says Bills drafted the wrong tight end that year. Yes, they did save the Geese. Yes, they did. Wilbert says Joe Mother effing Burrow. You know that space. Thanks for the donations, you guys. I really appreciate you for that. Very, very, very kind of you. Gino's been bad in the red zone 2 years in a row with 2 different head coaches. Let's see if the data backs that up. I do believe I've got that data. Let's take ourselves a look. All right, so got his red zone productivity here. So this is just his touchdowns thrown. So inside the red zone in 2023, he had 6 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions. This year he had 8 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, so it was driven down. The previous year in 2022, he had 17 touchdowns and 0 interceptions in the red zone. This year was not good. I definitely would say that. And that's the part that there's very little excuse that I would ever apply to a Geno Smith for having the 4 interceptions. He is as an elder quarterback, should know better than to be throwing this kind of stuff up in these situations. But I think he has been pretty good overall. You take a 2-year period of 22 to 23 of those 2 starting years, he's collectively thrown 33 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in that time. I would hasten to say that that's probably about as good as you'd find throughout the league as far as efficiency goes inside the red zone through those 2 years. But he definitely got wild with it last year, and it's something of his game that needs to be cleaned up. Kevin Curry, why'd they not stay with Cook? I don't know, man. I don't know. I was bitching about it through the first half, and they didn't seem to get that much more committed to it in the second half, even though it kept working every time they went to it. I don't get it. Bases 6 first rounders and a bag of really good wheat for Burrows. Well, you got to get the 6 rounders. You can only trade away 3 first rounders worth of stuff. Can't do the 5-6 unless you're doing them within a 3-year period. Getting those extra picks to make it happen. Long looking, Allen needed that Geno clutch gene. Haha. GSE, what was the last Seahawks game you went to? I went to the Cardinals game 2 years ago in the stadium. So the one that was the one where Woolen got the pick on Kyler Murray at the end of the game. Had some great tickets. It was a great little fun little game to go to. It does get a little depressing for me in the last 10 years I go into that stadium. I end up getting more depressed at times about certain aspects of the stadium than anything else, but still a great experience. Awesome stadium to be in. Brian Kennicott, before people say 5 first-round picks is stupid, I'll let you in on a secret. No quarterback coming out of college in the next 4 years is likely to become close to Allen or... I agree with you there. Yeah, I think most 12s would be willing to give that up, Brian. I do. You'd have to find a way to, package some picks to get those extra first-round picks within a 3-year period. But I don't think that there'd be many 12s that wouldn't be willing to do it. I think they'd be on board. I don't want to speak out of school, but I think they'd be on board. Gary Daniel, thanks for replying to my questions. Love your channel. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate the questions, Gary. I appreciate you watching too. Ricardo says Reddit's having a meltdown over the game, calling the game rigged. Laughing out loud, it was rigged, but Buffalo had a decent chance of unrigging it. I think that's a perfect way of putting it, Ricardo. I think that's perfect summation of my outlook of it as well. But I'm not surprised Reddit's mad about this. I don't know what the NFL's doing with this. They're playing this game, and it's a very careful. Be careful, NFL. Be careful. And they're not showing a lot of carefulness in this, I will say, up until this point. It's quite the opposite of careful. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. Hawks met with Sanders over the weekend. News or no news? No news, really, Randall, given that the history has been in the last few years is that they've constantly always met with all the quarterbacks. So it's a due diligence thing as much as anything else, as much as it's an indicator of true, real interest. Remember in the year that CJ Stroud and Bryce Young came out and Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, they met with all those guys too, Randall. So I don't think that they're really that interested in Shedeur Sanders. I don't think Sanders is going to last to their pick. And I certainly don't think that John Schneider is looking to trade up to go get Sanders or Ward. Could you imagine giving up multiple first-round picks to go draft Shedeur Sanders? I'd have a hard time with that one. Like, what are we doing? But I just think they're doing due diligence there, Randall. Could be wrong, but I do think it's due diligence. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, what is Trevor Lawrence's dead cap hit if he is traded? So as I understand it with the dead hit on this type of stuff, Randall, the dead hit only applies to the bonus money, which is about $30 million left remaining on Trevor Lawrence's deal. He has yearly option bonuses, which would then kind of elevate a little bit of his cost to us. Not that it would make it crazy. You're still off the hook of all the bonus money on his contract. So it does lower down his hit a little bit. But it makes it functional, of course, because we've seen in recent years, players have eaten teams have eaten $30 million to move players or around that mark, including what our Seattle Seahawks had to eat to let go of Russell Wilson. You are going to have to give up good draft capital back in return for Trevor Lawrence because the Jaguars do have to eat the dead money, Randall. So it's the same situation of what Seattle ran into with Denver and what the Rams ran into with Detroit, where Rams had to essentially give up a little bit of extra draft capital because of the financial parts of it that were working into it to where they could get the Lions to take on the Goff contract to make it functional. So you have to give up a little bit of the extra draft capital than the fans would like to, where Lawrence is as a player versus what he's proven as a player. But the Jaguars are in a position to be able to make the move if they're open to it, Randall, on that side of it. because they really didn't work that much bonus money, pure bonus money into the deal, which is really the one you have to worry about mainly on these kind of turns. But 30 million when I last checked was about the amount that it was going to cost to move him. Save the Geese says, what X receivers are there in this class? Yes. They're not there, man. McMillan, Tatora. McMillan he's an X. Emeka Abuka is a slot. Luther Burton's a slot. Alec Ayamanor of Stanford is probably some X, some Z. I wouldn't call him a pure X. I think McMillan's a pure X. Matthew Golden is a Z. Jaden Higgins is probably more of a Z, though he could probably do some X stuff. Tony Horton can do some X stuff. Jack Betch, probably more of a Z slot. Isaiah Bond, more of a Z slot. Jalen Royals, more of a Z slot. Savion Williams, Z slot. Samuel Brown, a Z or a slot. So far of the guys that I've looked at, there's like 2 or 3. It's very lean on that. C. Lawrence says, Cody Wright slips right in for DK Metcalf. No problem. There we go. Space says, how about 9 first rounders and a large bag of wheat for the Chiefs O-line? I don't know if I pay that much for their current O-line iteration. Dr. Spencer Chatelain says, anybody got a time span for when he started talking to Kubiak? I'd love to rewind and listen. I will try to too. As a doctor, I've just spoke about it probably about 20 minutes ago. But I will, the first thing we do once I go finish up tonight is we'll probably see if I can maybe get a video to put together of a quick summation here. Of course, they did this on conference championship weekend where we're streaming all day. So it's like 9 hours of streaming and then let's go sign up for 4 hours of trying to put the video together. So if it doesn't come out today, you guys might have to give me a day on that one just because of the timing of this, and the Hawks are kind of screwing us on that one a little bit with this timing, but I will try to get a video out on that, Doctor. I should have looked at the timestamp when I started talking about it, then I could reference people to it. It's a great hire though, Doctor. He's really balanced. He's got the track record of success. He has elevated a cast of characters whose talent might be here, and he's able to get them up to here. He's the best candidate that was available on the market versus any others. He comes from the Shanahan scheme, from the essentially that old West Coast offensive scheme. So you're not going to have the predictability that you once had. You're going to have balance in your rushing attack. He's going to know how to construct an offense that's going to keep teams and defenses on their heels as far as trying to predict what the play call is going to be prior to the snap. He will use pre-snap motion. He will work to the horizontal side of the field as well as challenging you vertically. So all of those kind of set things. To kind of shorthand it, Doctor, it's sort of like it's sort of saying it's like Shanahan, but you got more built-in chunk play concepts, more built-in 9 routes, more built-in trying to push the ball down the field at times than Shanahan's offense will sometimes try to let rip. And he probably does a little bit more pre-snap motion at times than Shanahan will, though they both are heavy users of that. So, but much more similarities between the two than differences as well. Really good creative rushing attack, though, Doctor. He'll hit you from a variety of different areas. He's not going to just hammer the A and the B gaps. He'll run pitches. He'll run stretches. He'll run outside zone that's actually inside zone, and he'll set it up to where he has hold of the defensive line traveling laterally and then cuts it back up inside with a hard cut by the running back. Ethan says, have they given James Cook 20 carries, they win? Hell, 5 more carries, they probably win. Probably. I would agree with you. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. Randall, I'm going to get a little more water here, guys. Sorry, 1 second here. I know, Kitty, I'm back. What you doing? Let's get Xena into the shot here. She never says anything to you guys. She's never in the shot. Randall, thank you for the $5 dono and all your donations today and support. Randall, as always, is very kind of you, brother. I thank you for that. It says, random question. Remember the Stafford Goff trade? I believe that happened around the Super Bowl. Was that before the league year? I don't recall another trade before the start of the league year. I think there's something to that where it was just before the start of the league year. Let me double check the timing on that, Randall. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, so you got March 21st is the new league year. The trade happened on March 17th, Randall. And so the trade's happening on March 17th because this is the salary stuff that I talk about. So in Stafford's deal, you had salary escalators that were going to click in with the new league year. And so you had to then go to the Detroit Lions and say, hey, we've got this insert amount of money that's about to click on Goff. His reputation is not particularly high. You guys don't even maybe really want Jared Goff, but we really need to offload Jared Goff in order to accommodate this Stafford trade on the other side of it. So, hey, we're going to give you this extra draft capital so that you then pick up the Jared Goff, March 21st contract escalator that's going to kick in, which is the option bonus. Because Randall, it's back again to your Trevor Lawrence question, and this is something to think about with this. What teams are now doing is that it used to be base salary and bonus. Base salary and bonus. This used to be how teams used to structure these salary cap situations. But now what they're doing instead of that is they're doing base salary, bonus, option bonus. So this is why you can get a Trevor Lawrence deal done, Randall. It's the same thing as the Goff deal. Because what you have is you have in the Rams signing up for a contract with Jared Goff, who they don't really like that much, right? Even at that time, they're signing the contract because the guy's gotten us to a Super Bowl. He's played really well for us, 4,600 yards. We have to give him this deal. He's earned the new contract, but we kind of don't really want to as well. But he wants his money, and he's not going to wait. So, okay, here's our compromise. We'll give you the base. We'll give you some bonus, but now the option bonuses are going to give us some protections on this. So if you're less of a player, if you're worse of a player, now we have a way to pivot off of you, and we're not stuck with your contract like an anchor around our weight. So the same thing is going to be true here with the Trevor Lawrence thing, where they want to move that deal before those option bonuses kick on. And then the next team will not be on the hook for the bonus, right? So, Randall, base, bonus, option bonus. Option bonuses come through the depths of the contract. Year 3, year 4, year 5, option bonus, option bonus, option bonus. So when it comes to that deal there, you wanted the Lions to sign up for that option bonus. It was a guaranteed, by the way. The thing with the option bonus is that they're guaranteed. This is why the Rams, in their perspective there in that moment, could not just simply go, hey, we're going to release Goff, Randall, because these are guarantees. Just like with the Trevor Lawrence deal, they couldn't just cut Trevor Lawrence and say, oh, we're out the negative $30 million, wipe our hands off, keep it moving. They still have the option bonuses that are going to still click. It's a guarantee to the player. So the player, this is again that middle ground, and boy, these things, Randall, have gotten so tremendously complicated as far as these caps go. So I don't even know if I'm probably explaining it right, because it's a lot of the ins and outs, and it's just not as simple as it once was. But the baseline of it, and it comes down to it, is just that the option bonuses have changed the game. It's no longer a Deshaun Watson. You're stuck with the guy for 15 years and you're just stuck. You can get out from these deals like you haven't before, because players are more open to taking those guarantees because they're still getting their guaranteed money. It's not a bonus. You're not getting it up front, but you're still getting your money one way or the other. And that's all the players really at the end of the day care about. The timing would be great to get it in hand and in right from the jump. But if there is a sticking in the negotiations where the team's like, yeah, we don't want to do that, then to push the ball past the finish line, you'd go, okay, we're gonna do these as a yearly kind of yearly bonuses we'll put on the contract, or yearly guarantees. Randall with another $5 donation. I appreciate all of the double dip donation. Randall, if we ranked nepotism offensive coordinators, fair to say Coobs is a step up from Shoddy, but a notch below Shanahan? He worked under Shanahan like Gary did. First off, in regards to being better than Schottenheimer, yes. Schottenheimer did not have a tremendous amount of success, in my opinion, in the times that he's been OC. I don't think that I've looked at the Schottenheimer as an offensive coordinator and I said, like I would have said about Kubiak last year, Randall, he raised and elevated the talent that he inherited. His talent level was here. He brought him up to here. I think Shotty, if your talent level's here, that's the production he's getting up. If your talent's up here, that's the production Shotty's getting out from you. And I don't think that, for instance, Schottenheimer was anything special with the New York Jets. I was referencing this earlier, Randall. I don't think that a guy like Kubiak comes in, walks in the door like Shotty did with Carroll and has 70% of his playbook dictated to him. I don't think that would have been Kubiak's way as well. As far as a notch below Shanahan, I think he's younger than Shanahan. So, I mean, that's the part of this is I think it's just two different coaches here, Randall, that are they're just two different, they're in two different points of progress as far as their coaching career. And one guy's, I think, 14, 15 years ahead of the other guy. So I don't know if that I would necessarily say that it's for certain that he's a lesser coach than Shanahan is on that notch chart that you're talking about. Because look, we saw, Mike Shanahan win himself a couple of Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos. He never won anything after those two Super Bowls though, right, Randall? The second that he lost John Elway, Mike Shanahan never got anything else done. Whereas Gary Kubiak went out there and won you a Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos with a heavily, heavily diminished Peyton Manning and Brock Osweiler at quarterback. Now, it was a team that was run mainly by its defense, that's for sure, but he still got the job done too. So I don't know on that. It kind of on paper, a little bit like that, Randall, but we might come to find out that Kubiak is every bit as smart an offensive mind as Kyle Shanahan was. He's just a younger guy. And let me look at it, by the way. I want to see what the age on. I want to say there's 15 years of difference. Holy crap. Kyle Shanahan's 45 years old. I don't know why. I thought he was like 50. It just feels like football's aged him. So he's 8 years younger. Clint's 37 years old. So it's not a full 15 years there, Randall, but yeah, there's a 7-year difference. Just one guy's a little bit, I think, behind the other guy as far as how he's progressed. William Leonard, Hawks Nest, what do you think about getting a Taysom Hill factor type player this offseason? I'm not big on it, William. You can go get a move tight end that can do some of the stuff that Taysom does. You got running backs that are dynamic enough to what Taysom does. Part of the reason you use Taysom Hill if you're the New Orleans Saints is that you have Alvin Kamara and nobody else behind him, really. And Taysom looks like much of a better deal than behind that. No. I don't think so. That offense isn't really structured for really. I mean, he inherited a Taysom Hill and he found a way to use him, but I wouldn't say that his offense is structured and built to be looking for a guy like that. Jeff says, can't resign DK and Geno to have huge deals only to be average. I want plan B, whatever that looks like. I get where you're coming from on that, Jeff. I've leaned in that direction myself on it. Some of the fan bases don't want to hear that. And I have some concerns here with DK with this offense in certain respects because he's not a precise route runner. That's not his game. And you're going to ask him to now do that. And the team's got to be very careful about the choice they make this offseason, Jeff. And if they're going to be a contending team in 2025, that's going to take hyper aggression to do so. That's not going to happen by you just sort of taking a half measure and saying, well, just a year of progression, we'll get there. They're going to have to drive it home if they want to make that happen. And so that means if you sign a DK and you sign a Geno, then you need to hammer the offensive line and hammer it in free agency or hammer it via trades. Turn this thing wholly around and turn it around quick. Absent that, doesn't make as much sense to go at those two guys at that point, does it, Jeff? And I'm okay with either direction. I just want them to go hard, whatever direction they go. I don't want them to kind of go in that direction. I want them to hammer it, whatever direction you go. So if you're pivoting off DK and you're pivoting off Geno and you're going to take a step back, then take that step back and take it confidently. If you're going to push to be a contender, then take that step forward and take it confidently. Don't hedge your bets. Don't go, well, I kind of think maybe we can compete. Well, we're not going to go all the way. We'll just kind of just maybe try. Just let me see, pick a path. determine which way you think the team can go and live with it, knowing that. Jason, the last 2 Seahawks games I went to was Super Bowl 49 against the Patriots in Glendale, Arizona, and the 6-6 tie against the Cardinals in Arizona as well. Oh, those are some brutal games, Jason. I'm sorry, man. Those are not 2 games that would be fun to go check out. Rogers Green, re-sign Geno, trade both K9 and DK for offensive line and defensive line upgrades, run Sharp and McIntosh. Might be the approach they take this offseason. Martin Luther King Spags would have had Lamar on lockdown. He's done it before. To your point, King. He's done it before. Esteban, keep DK. JSN can't do it all by himself. On the outside, we need at least 2 really good receivers. We do indeed. I don't know if addicted. I think the Geno DK deals affect how hard Spoon or JSN play. I could be off. I don't think that not signing them means that those guys will play less hard because you didn't sign those guys. T-Lord, I'm off to try to find some Kubiak interviews. Hope of learning a bit about him. Makes the guy tick. I will be doing the same. That's what I'm saying, addicted. I think that there's an intelligent argument to be made for going both directions on that. Ricky, what's Kubiak known for? Passing or running? How did the O-line fare with him? And what's his reputation with quarterbacks? Reputation with quarterbacks seems to be pretty good. Obviously doesn't have a rich history of doing a lot of different things. He was with the Niners, helping them out at times, I think, as a passing coordinator guy. Certainly Derek Carr was out to having one of his better years, one of his top 3 all-time years before injury struck him last year with the Saints. So he seems to do pretty good with the quarterbacks. Everyone on that offensive line, Ricky, was improved. Everyone on the Saints offensive line from last year to this year was improved in their level of performance of play. And I think if it was just one guy or 2 guys, you couldn't necessarily give a tip of the cap over to Kubiak on having that kind of effect on them. But I think given that it was everybody across the board, that you got to give him that tip of the cap. And boy, he seems to be able to get the most out of his offensive lines too. Is it the play calling? Is it the development? We'll learn on that part. As far as what he's maybe most known for, I think he's probably most known for a diversified rushing attack, a very creative rushing attack. There's maybe some kind of shades in there of like an Arthur Smith and his willingness to have some little extra details built within it that there are other teams with more of a simplified rushing concepts wouldn't employ. So that'd be the main kind of differences there with him on it. He doesn't have a huge track record for being kind of having a claim to fame though either. Esteban says, look at Cincy. They absolutely blew their chance to cash in. Haven't been close since. True. Very, very true. And Cincy's definitely heading to a tough offseason, man. I was looking at they are losing everybody on that team. Everybody. Thomas says the Bills didn't make the plays to win the games. Allen didn't have a good game. They stopped the running Cook, and he was eating Casey's defense up. And that's true. It's true. Natalia says Josh is trash. If the Bills had Geno, they would be Super Bowl winners. Maybe. I think there's a good argument to be made that Geno would have at least played a better game than we saw of Josh today. It's a tough Chiefs defense, but Allen was not very effective. Brees says, spend the first rounder on Brandon for a coach's spot on the roster. Yeah, that wouldn't come for free, man. Nobody's got club control of me. Nicola, is there any chance we could get Russ back on a vet minimum and bridge him until we get someone? There is a chance of it, Nicola. Nothing is set in stone on this one for how it could play out. There were the rumors when he left, Nicola, that, and I can't say that there's any certainty on this as rumors, but if this part was true, this would, of course, null and void that as a possibility right from the jump, which is that Russ supposedly went to ownership trying to get both Carroll and Schneider fired. And in his bid to get another contract extension here and to remain. So, if he did that, if John Schneider had him trying to get his job axed, there's no way John's going to bring him back. The other part of this, Nicola, is John had a horrible relationship with Russell's agent. Russell's got a baseball agent who's kind of a pain in the ass because that's his only football client. And he runs his football client like a baseball player. And I don't think John was really enjoying that. There was one point, reportedly, John cursed him out on the phone because he was so tired of his stuff. So probably not. I'd put it at a very low possibility of happening. But you never know. I've also thought, Nicola, that, if Russ is on the open market and you were to let go of a Geno, that, one way Russ could kind of continue to try to maybe, fix up a little bit of the reputation that got harmed there with the Denver Broncos and leave in town is come back to Seattle on a vet minimum and try to be a good soldier in that way, especially sort of that bridge quarterback, like you say, until we get somebody else new in here. But I do think he kind of probably burnt some bridges on his way out the town, unfortunately. Brian says KC's defense never stopped James Cook, but the OC, Bill's offensive coordinator, sure did. Boy, did he ever. Should have run the ball at the one. I agree with getting Russ. It's a possibility. You never know. Rand says, pound the rock with Zach, stretch the field with K9. Kubiak will do that, I think. I think he will too. He'll put his playmakers in the position to succeed, have success. Alex says, Kansas City cheats. Do it again. Go refs. Thomas, I want an OC that is adaptable to the defense, make adjustments on the fly, but also do the trick play. I think trick plays are an important part of this game, especially if you get those teams that are aggressive and lean a lot. And I think he will be pretty adaptable. See, Lord, okay, watch Kubiak interview from his early days with the Saints. I predict with great confidence that no one will nickname him Mr. Personality. Well, those head coaches aren't always known for being the most flowery kind of bunch. Alpha Blooms. He says, hey, B, I'm back. Do you think if Tyler Warren's available at 18, he's the pick? Now that we have Kubiak, he seems like a Taysom Hill on steroids. You know what I mean? The trick plays would be fire. You could run some Taysom Hill stuff. If you're looking for a Taysom Hill-like player, you could find that in a guy like Warren. He's taken some snaps directly in the backfield, for instance, like we see a Taysom Hill take. So, he could definitely run the Taysom Hill stuff, even out of the backfield as a direct snap running back kind of thing. Warren is a really fun player, and he is my number one tight end in the draft. I do have him very, very hard lined put in their alpha bad balloons. I've got him slotted in there at a second round. I think that he's not quite the blocker to determine that he should be a first round guy. If I'm taking a tight end in the top 20, then that needs to be a guy that's an insane pass catcher. And then maybe no blocker if I'm going to go that route. So I'm going for an upside. I know Kyle Pitts hasn't realized it, but it's a little bit like going for the Kyle Pitts kind of player where he's just got to have this insane upside as a pass catcher if you're going to take that tight end that high. If he doesn't have the insane pass catching upside to it, he's got to be like the Noah Fant was, where he's the physical freak who tests through the roof, who can also block a little bit coming out of that Iowa program. And those tight ends are known for that. And so that you're getting the balanced player with also some of that upside there as the next level athleticism that he brings. And with Warren, I'm not sure, number one, that he's going to quite test at that high level of a Noah Fant. I mean, if you look at Noah Fant's combine numbers, I think it's a lot more understandable why Noah went in the first round, where you're like, oh my God, he almost jumped 40 inches. He ran that fast. This is a 10-yard split. It was crazy. I don't think Tyler's going to put up those kind of times and those kind of numbers. And the tape is really good. But I got to say that for a guy to be in the first round as a tight end, you got to kind of blow me away a little bit on the tape. If you look at just his highlight film and you just want to lock on that, then you can maybe come away from that in that way. But when I go and I watch, we just did Alpha Bad as Balloons last Monday. We went through and we did the highlight. We went through and did 3 of his games back to back. I did all of the snaps of all those games for members of the channel. And we looked at all of Tyler's snaps on that. And I think everybody kind of walked away feeling more, even if they were really in love with Tyler, of going, yeah, probably more second round. That they could kind of, once you get the feel for what he does over the course of some games and really see the impact there, you go, okay, yeah, probably more second round. Not quite first. But I do like him a lot. And he could fit into that role. Seahawks Tua says, fingers crossed, 49ers pay that clown $60 million a year, being Brock Purdy. I think that they're at least paying him $50 million a year, Seahawks Tua. They'll bury the money, but it's still going to hurt. I think $50 million space. That's my guess. 50 million sounds right. Jace, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house, Jace. Long time no see. Bills could have played better, but it seemed like every key play was up to the refs, and it was for the Chiefs every time. If that was worthy catch, was no catch, and Allen gets the spot, I think they win. Agreed, Jace. That's where I think that a lot of times people will say, people want the, with us or against us. So the people coming out of this game, they'll be the people that'll say, Jace, it was the refs. And then you'll say they'll be the people that go, no, the refs were bad, but Bills had their chance. The Bills had the opportunity and they blew it. And I think both of these things are true. I think that the Bills had their opportunities in this game and that they failed to deliver. But I also think that the refs, once again, for another football game, here we go again, the refs are helping out the Chiefs. And as I've said leading up to this game, and as I maintain right now, the Chiefs don't need that help. They don't need the help. Purely and simply don't need the help. And oh, by the way, in the last 11 playoff games, this is now another playoff game where the Bills are more penalized than the Chiefs. So we have 10 games out of 11 that the Chiefs have been more penalized than their opponents in the last 11 playoff games that they played. I don't know, Jace. I definitely think if this game was a blowout or something, you could say it differently. But the fact that it wasn't a blowout and it was a close game, and you have a collection of those plays that did swing the tide in this way, I would be a bit bothered tonight if I was a Bills fan. I'd certainly be angry at my team, but I'd be angry at the NFL as well, feeling like you guys didn't need to give them the help. Just let the best teams win. Why does it always feel like it works in their favor on all of these major calls in all of these games? It's not about even total penalties. It's just like the major shifts, those major moments, always seems to go into the Chiefs' favor of things. Sealord says, dude seems so lame back that I'd not be surprised if he has an assistant arm with a cattle prod to give him a jolt occasionally. Oh, he's got he's cold-blooded, Sealord. No nervousness from him. As Jamora, bro, this upcoming Super Bowl is buns. We already saw this matchup 2 years ago. Shaking my head. Yeah, nobody's excited for this one, man. And nobody was excited for it 2 years ago. Marco says the Brandon's live stream of the game is the probably main reason I'll watch it. We'll bring you guys all up in here. Space, I can't see them paying $60 million to Purdy. I really can't. I would be blown away. I'll do the Tiger Woods fist bump too, see Lord, if Purdy gets 60. Alan says, who do you think takes Genty from Boise State in the draft? I think the first team that's likely to probably take them, and I almost want to put money on it, I think Coach Carroll takes Ashton Genty at number 6. That's one pick away, Alan, from where the Atlanta Falcons took Bijan Robinson. I think Genty is every bit as much the talent that Robinson is, if not even a little bit better. We know that Carroll loves to have his offenses led almost before you get to even the quarterback. He wants his offenses led with his running back. Well, I can think of no better running back to facilitate into that position than this guy right here. So I think Genty goes there, and if he doesn't go there, Alan, I think he goes to the Cowboys in the teens. Addicted, you have yourself a great night. Appreciate you, man. C. Lord says the second cat sighting is as rare as a competent Seahawks O-line play. Yeah. You guys enjoyed this with Zena up top because she don't go up there very often. Seahawk to us is luckily we're in such a weak division, we can take that step back. I don't know if you're being sarcastic there. Hawks Press gets it. Oh, Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. I appreciate you for that. He says, just for fun, what will a Lawrence trade package look like? Am I wrong in thinking value slightly depressed, or age and talent always wins out? I don't think that there's going to be a massive depression. I think you end up coming out the other side of it more closer aligned to feeling like you paid market costs more than you're going to come out of that deal, Randall, feeling like you came away with a deal. there's a way you could get, I think, get a little creative with this, where there's certainly some players that you can package in that the Jaguars have needs for. So Jaguars have a hole and an opening at the cornerback position. Jaguars have a hole at the running back position with a guy like Kenneth Walker would be a big improvement, a big upgrade for them at that spot. And so it would probably cost you something along the lines of 2 first-round picks, a Walker, a Woolen, and probably like a third Randall, something like that. Would probably right in there would be about the cost to pull something like that off, I think. Big thing here is, Randall, you got to give it, the true cost of a Lawrence would probably be more of a first, a third, and those 2 players. You're probably kicking in the extra first-round pick because of the $30 million of dead money that the Jaguars have to eat. Very similar to the fact that the Rams had to throw in that extra pick for the Stafford Goff trade because they needed him to take on the salary of Goff, or very similar to the there was another trade recently where this went down like this too. Oh, the Wilson trade, Randall. Our Wilson trade, the reason that we got all those picks back as we did is that they had to pay us for the right of eating the dead money that we had to eat, which was $26 million at that time. So I think 2 firsts, a third, Walker, Woolen, something like that. 2 firsts, a second, if not the players included, Randall. So no players, probably 2 firsts and a 2. I don't think that they would get much past that for Lawrence, though. Great question. Kevin O'Connell B, do you think Bobo or White would have a chance at wide receiver 3? I think they both get an opportunity, Kevin. I think White's better suited to be an outside receiver than Bobo is. I think Bobo just is going to do his best work in this league out of the slot. I'm not as convinced that he can win on the outside as I don't think he's just got quite the speed. Remember, that was a guy that tested at like a 5-flat 40. He was on a wet track out there at UCLA, but he's still a lot closer to 4.8-ish, 4.7-ish, more than the 4.5 that you'd like on the outside. White did pretty good on the outside when we had him there for a heartbeat last year. I'd certainly like to get an upgrade over the 2 of them, though. I wouldn't want to rock either of them as the Z. Ricardo, do we trust the Eagles to end the 3-peat? I do, because I think that they're not going to get away from running the ball like the Bills did. They'll stay with if they've got those holes in the run game against this Chiefs team like that Bills team did, they'll just hammer it all day long. Why wouldn't they? The Eagles are good about knowing their identity, who they are, how they win, and fitting to type. They're not going to beat themselves, and that's a bit at the headline of that. If we've got running room, we're going to run. If you're giving us yards, we're going to go take them. Ricardo HawksNest, have you been to SoFi or Candlestick Park or whatever they call it for Seahawks games? No, I have not. I don't know if I'd want to go in the stadium as a Hawk fan, like wearing Seahawks colors. Like, there's so many fights that break out in the stadiums in California. Like, their own fans fight each other in those stadiums. It's like Thunderdome. I want to go in a stadium to watch a football game. I don't want to get into a battle with somebody. Doug says, surely we go after Tyler Booker. I hope so, Doug. He's a good player. Favorite left guard in the draft. BB, Hawks Nest, you think we could get a Jesse Brando stream for a perspective on Kubiak? I could try. I don't think that he's going to have a lot of knowledge on Kubiak, Phoebe. I mean, I'll check with him offline on DM, but Kubiak was never an OC there. So he was just like a passing game coordinator. How much can you really know from a content creator, how much a passing coordinator's done, But I'll ask him. Jordan, both refs walk down the line as if it's a first, then one ref backs up a half-yard, replay shows from the top down, one side of the ball was on the line. Like, what the F? Yeah, the top official had the first down, Jordan. I was watching closely. He was walking down the line to mark the ball as a first down. The other official on the bottom side came up and got to the ball before the top side official could. He moved it back from where that official was standing. But 2 different spots, I caught that too. They were standing at 2 different spots for where they marked that ball. Brian says, I didn't know that rule about multiple first-round picks having to be dispersed over a 3-year span. Also learning new things at the Hawks Nest. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, it's just your native picks, Brian. So you can only do 3 years worth of native picks of first-round picks. But you can obviously, if you moved to DK Metcalf and got a first round pick this year, well, you can package your 3 natives and the DK pick. You could, we're going to go get Burrow. We're taking those 3 picks and the first rounder we got. It's 4 first rounders and we're going to go get Burrow. You can do it that way. So there's ways to creatively get the extra first round picks in. Of course, no team's really done that because there's not really been anybody willing to make a trade of that big of a compensation package. But yeah, you can only go 3 first round picks. Zombie, congrats on 225 likes on the stream, Brando. Well, thank you for that. If you guys haven't already, do me a favor. Please hit that like button for me. Helps the channel out considerably. There'll be a lot of people out there right now looking for some discussion about this Klint Kubiak talk and what's going on with this guy and how good he can be. I appreciate that. Hand Grenade B, sucks for the Niners. They get a great DC back, all for us to get Kubiak, who's going to go up against a better defensive mind and Mike every day in practice. Let's go. Let's go. Everything about Kubiak going up against Mike is he gets to go up against a guy who's varied, who's going to run a lot of different stuff against him, where Salah's defense is going to kind of run the same kind of stuff over and over again. There's not a lot of differentiation. So what's the easier attack to go against if you're an offensive coordinator? Probably the one that's more varied, especially if it's a smart varied. See, Lord, I'd honestly rather draft and develop a quarterback than blast a huge crater in our draft capital for multiple years. I think that's the ideal path, Sealord. I think you only end up going this other path if that guy isn't available to you that's worthy of making that pick. If you're just getting by with kind of a try-hard overachiever type at the position because you don't want to make those trades to the other side, that's where you start to make the trades to the other side. If you've got the true blue top-end quarterback available to you to be able to go get and pick, that is the ideal. But I don't know if that's, especially as it stands for us right now, Sealord, I don't know if that's as much something that's looking at us as an availability here as we stand right now. It looks a lot more like we might have to find a creative solution to this, or we're going to try to get by on the try-hard overachiever type. You're going to go get the Will Howard out of Ohio State in the 3rd round, who's not bad, who could be functional for you, but then always has a little bit of limitation from a physical side and what he can do on a field versus going out there and getting that true blue difference maker for the position. DJ Jimenez, I think everybody's feeling pretty good about the Kubiak hire. Sealers is my Cody White comment was heavy sarcasm. I mean, I don't know, man. I think either of those guys are the answer, but I do think White's probably better for you on the outside potentially than maybe a Bobo. So I think Bobo's just more of a slot guy. Phoebe says, okay, but on the worthy catch, it hit the ground. Golden Tate's Fail Mary didn't hit the ground, but that's controversial. But a ball that clearly hits the ground is okay because the Chiefs did it. I think you got that right, Feed Me. Yeah, that's you captured that one right. You heard goof, more like it. Hand Grenade B, the black cat is an omen. It's a symbol of us having a great season. I think so, especially with how comfortable and at peace she is up on the big cat tree. I think she just realized, no, the Super Bowl's coming. I think you're right. Alan Brandon, would you trade the Cleveland Browns for Dorian Thompson-Robinson? No. No, I think if you're pivoting to go get another quarterback at this point, you're not trading for one. Just go draft one of those. There's a guy you can draft of Dorian Thompson-Robinson's talent level in this draft. I don't think that he's anything separating from the guys that are, especially in this draft that's got so many 3rd and 4th rounders. Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel. I'd just go with one of them instead. Space Allen didn't have his best game. Dave B, I think it's a great hiring with Kubiak. I think the fans really in favor of it. This is the best candidate you could have hired that was available out there. He was the best one. D-Nugget looks like Mahomie getting his 3rd in a row. I'm done. Yum. Focusing on Hawks now only. Let them do whatever they want in Middle America. Jordan, I knew after Mahomes cried about the offensive offsides call, they would get something big in their favor. They definitely did. A couple things in their favor. Great get Brandon. Brandon, DK played in a West Coast offense under Waldron. How can't he play in a West Coast offense now after only 1 year with Grubb? DK won't even be used as a deep threat wide receiver until Waldron's last year. My big belief on this, Greg, is that the offensive coordinators that came into Coach Carroll's system, and this was as evidenced by the fact that we know on record, and we had Brady Henderson, a Seahawks reporter. This isn't a rumor that comes out from somebody just kind of by happenstance, but Brady Henderson himself reported on this, that Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his playbook. And then Schottenheimer had a mutual parting ways with Coach Carroll. Why? Why do we think that probably happened? Understanding that he inherited 70% of his playbook. And what do we know about Coach Carroll? Is that he has a big effect on the offense. He dictates quite a bit of what happens over on the offense. Technically, yeah, you were in a West Coast offense. I think it was more of a Coach Carroll offense, Greg, than I would call it a West Coast offense. I think that there's a lot Waldron probably inherited from the former, like Schottenheimer did, that he had to run out there. So the two things that I have as far as worries on this or this, Greg, is that a West Coast offense is going to be short passing attack. Short passing attack is then going to require receivers to get more separation on the route. DK Metcalf is not a separating guy unless we're talking about him running a 9 route over the top. So he doesn't get a lot of separation. That's not a bad thing necessarily if you can't get that. Then you got to be a good contested catcher. You got to be a guy then that you don't have the separation. The defender is going to be hanging off you. Can you make the catch with your hands out away from your body? Can you make the catch as you're getting contacted and the ball disrupted in your hands? Well, I don't know that we've learned from DK over these last few years that that's exactly who he is as a player either on that side. So it is a bit of a concern for me. The route running, contested catches, it's the nature of the beast if you're going to run some of this tight, short stuff with the routes, and you got to be precise as a route runner as well. It's a precision-based offensive attack. And if you're not precise as a route runner, then the offense isn't going to run as well. Can you make it work? Did Waldron make it work? Yeah, but I mean, Craig, Waldron wasn't exactly exceptional here, right? He got fired because it didn't do a particularly good job. And a big part of the centerpiece of not doing a good job, Greg, was he was unable to do what? Feature DK Metcalf, right? Right. That's the whole big thing with Grubb coming in here is we got the guy who's now going to feature DK. You know, we haven't done that in the past. And like, well, why weren't you able to feature DK in the Waldron offense? Why weren't you able to feature as much in the Schottenheimer offense? Schottenheimer offense is different. That's more of one that does fit DK. But yeah, it's just a theory on this, Greg. I'm not hard-lined on it, and I'm not necessarily saying it has to happen, but I do wonder if the team's considering that part of it a little bit. Steven says the Bills just weren't good enough when it counted. No, they weren't. Greg says, how is DK average when the only X wide receiver you can say is better and more consistent than him is Mike Evans? Well, I didn't say DK's average. You might be responding to somebody else in the chat. So I definitely don't think he's average. He's a very good wide receiver. I noticed on X2 that the refs threw a flag in case Kincaid caught the ball. It would have been a called back. One way or another, they were going to get him through. Wilbur says Bills had them. The refs had the Chiefs back, no doubt. Yep, both of those are true. Bills had a chance at it, but the refs did help too. Stephen, we can't go after someone like Dak. He just signed a new contract extension last year. Just signed last year, and a major deal at that. There's no way the Cowboys are moving off that. Z-Lord, Brandon's excitement has me feeling good about Kubiak hire. Good evening, y'all. Here's hoping we and John Schneider have a great offseason. Let's go, Z-Lord. Let's go. Is the stream okay? Sometimes the stream can bounce like that when we get 8.5 hours in. It can kind of bounce around on YouTube a bit. Greg, Brandon, I should have also said if you think a West Coast offense doesn't maximize DK's skill set, I'd agree with that. But also why I think firing Shoddy, the wide receiver coach, after DK's second season was really stupid. Yeah, I think we're kind of in alignment here, Greg, in that it's not DK can't work in this offense, but is this offense built for his skill set and what he does? Not necessarily. You're going to kind of try to have to make it work around what he does. And yeah, more of the Schottenheimer attack is probably more of what DK is better suited to. This is also a little bit of why I think this is where a trade could come down to, where it's really not about DK not being a good player at that point. It isn't. It's that you don't have the kind of offense in here to run there to maximize him out in the way that you need to do so if you're going to pay him $32.5 million per year. And it's kind of all of that for me in what could drive the process for the Seahawks in looking a different direction. And then it could be a team like a Raiders team or a team like the Chargers team who say, oh, no, we are running an offense that maximizes this skill set. That's a bit of the part I wonder on this, Greg. And I'm definitely doing a little bit of advanced math on it in calculation here. But it's not to say DK isn't a really good receiver in this league. He absolutely is. Jordan, I think the Bills win if they didn't go for 2 twice, but they definitely got that first down on 4th and inches by Josh. The ref scooted the ball back half yard. He did. Greg, Brandon, have you looked at any tight end prospects yet? With the new OC being a former 49ers coach, do you think a tight end like Robbie Outs becomes an option since he's been compared to a tight end 49ers currently have? I haven't taken a look at Robbie Outs yet. I will show you. Here's currently, Greg, you can see here's my horizontal board for the first round right here. With your tight ends right here. Bang. So, why isn't it showing up when I highlight it? That sucks. So it didn't show up when I did it. Well, maybe I'll do it like this and it'll show up. There we go. More like that. Oh, that doesn't show up either. That sucks. Well, look at column E. I've got tight ends there. So I actually have 4 tight ends. I think I'm going to probably put Fannin in the 3rd round when I think about it. But I like Warren, Loveland, Fannin, and Taylor. All of those guys are very interesting. I'll have a chance to, I'll take a look at Robbie Oots. Haven't looked at him quite yet. But even Gunnar Help, Benjamin Uzirik, Rondé Gadsden, these guys were pretty interesting guys in the 4th round too. Especially Gadsden's a great pass catcher. So I think that you could very well find yourself, for instance, in the 2nd round, Greg, where you might have some tight ends that are 2nd round grades and multiples when you're picking there in the 2nd round. And that's unusual versus where it's been in recent years, where I've had some years here where I haven't had a tight end in the 1st or the 2nd round, where basically the first guy that goes off the board's in the 3rd. Brock Bowers type of tight end? There's not really a Brock Bowers tight end in this draft. Loveland or Warren would be the closest thing to that, but I think that Bowers is significantly better than both those 2 players. Hoop Grays, teams like the Dolphins and Steelers should tear it down. They have no chance of competing against the powerhouses. Probably be smart for both those 2 teams to start to try to pivot a bit there, Hoops. They've got some age on some of those rosters. The Steelers with Watt starting to get up there a little bit and losing Cameron Hayward, I think, after this year. Minka Fitzpatrick starting to get up there a little bit. Might be a time for them to do that. Of course, they're very hesitant to do that. Both those 2 franchises are not franchises that like to tear anything down. Grace's Eagles are probably the best built team I've ever seen. Not gonna lie, no big glaring hole on their team. They do a great job. Roseman is very smart in his process, and he's built this team up correctly in the right way. Hoop Craze, smart contracts, maximizing their signings, making smart signings with guys like Zach Bond. They're not here by luck with what Roseman's done. He's the best of the best in this sport. Selby One says not only was the 4th down spot bad, but the previous play was a 1st down. Stephen Hawkins says, thank you, Brandon, so much for the insight. Love from Australia. With much love back out to you too, Stephen. Thank you for watching from down under. I always appreciate that. We've got a nice contingent here at the Hawks Nest alone with the Australian contingent, and just warms my heart, Stephen, to know we got so many Hawk fans down there in Australia. I think someday I'm going to have to do a worldwide trip for our Hawk fans. You know, do a London, do an Australia. Well, I eventually get enough money to do so. I'd love to do it. Truffles, would you rather want Allen, Burrow, or Lamar on the Hawks? I would take Josh Allen when it's all said and done over any of them. I go Josh Allen, Burrow, and Lamar in that order, Truffles. Hoop Gray says, I've seen many Saints fans say that Clint Kubiak sucked at making second half adjustments. Hopefully not the case. I will say he doesn't have a lot of stuff to adjust to, Hoop Craze. You know, like if you're going, well, you know, adjust to work off Olave. You can't just keep working Olave. We don't have a lot other than Olave. So, you know, that was a pretty lean Saints team to have. You know, I think he got a lot out of what was there to be gotten out of. But we'll learn with them. That's certainly a big part that you want to pay attention to with coordinators is, can they adjust? Are they just a plan A guy? Schottenheimer was a plan A guy. My plan A is great. It's going to be great. But if my plan A is not good, I don't really have a plan B or C or an adjustment to be made. Can we have all threes in space? Kickoff. Honestly, John's been an overrated drafter. Drafted good, not great players, which separates the best teams. He's definitely had a share of draft misses in there. That's for sure. That's for sure. Little Dallas Cowboy. Hey, Brandon. Great show as always. Thank you. So what do you think Brian will look like as a head coach in Dallas? Also, never forget, Dak sucks. One thing is an absolute uniformity of opinion amongst my Cowboy brethren who come into my channel, Little Dallas Cowboys. I don't think I've had one Dallas Cowboy fan who's come in who's ever been like, Dak is it. Wait till you guys will learn about Dak. You guys think you know Dak. You don't know Dak. You don't know Dak. But thank you for the kind words. I wish I could make you feel good about this one with Schottenheimer, but you know what it is. I watched a couple of Dallas content creators, Cowboy, that they didn't even always, it wasn't almost what they were saying with their words. It was what they were saying with their tone and their lack of energy. Cowboy fan base is exhausted. Cowboy fan base knows what the problem is. And then they know what the problem is at the center of this that's causing all of the other issues that branch out of this core problem. Your owner is the general manager. Your son's, the owner's son is going to be the general manager heir apparent. So you can't even be a guy that's like, the fans like, well, once Jerry kicks it, then we'll finally be a legit organization again. It's like, no, his son's just going to keep that ball rolling. Yeah. Shoddy was not the best hire. Let's start with there, Little Dallas. He was not the best hire. He's hired because he's the best of bad options. And if you ever as an organization are making a hire, not by who is the best candidate, but who's the best of bad options, and they're bad options because you have an owner who's a general manager, it's very hard to then find success from that. You're starting from a point of failure in the first place. It's the same thing Little Dallas Cowboys I would reference when Coach Carroll was here, and he kept firing his DCs. And he would never look out along the landscape and go look for a bright up-and-coming young mind who would challenge his old ideas, who would challenge some of the way he thinks, who would help and force him to grow a little bit as a coach and with his defensive scheme. Instead, he went back in-house again and again and again. And I'd say, okay, what's likely here? That the last 3 defensive coordinator hires that we've made have all been the most brilliant men in the entire country to go grab for this position, and they all happen to reside within the VMAC? No, that's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. It's not logical. It's not reasonable. And so then you go, well, if it's not that, what is it? Oh, it's because we're not an attractive destination, because any defensive coordinator that comes in here that is that bright mind knows that Carroll's going to overrule them, override them. Why did we land on a guy like Waldron? Because offensive coordinators throughout the league knew Coach Carroll's going to override you. He's going to put his fingers in your pie. He's going to take oh, that's tasty. I'm a little more of that. Get your finger out of my pie. You're a defensive-minded coach. Why are you putting your finger in my pie? So it affects it. In this sport, it's hard to win, Cowboy. The parity is so much. Every team is doing so many things right that you cannot afford to have things you're doing wrong at a major level and expect you're still going to carry yourself to a championship. It will not happen. You do not luck your way into a championship. And right now, for your Dallas Cowboys to win, unfortunately, because Jerry is there, you have to luck your way into a championship. Schottenheimer is going to most likely be a lesser coach than what you had in McCarthy. And until Dallas realizes the central problem at play here, you're always just going to be dealing with the symptoms and not the root cause. And I hate to say that too, because I know you love the Cowboys and I want to see you guys not be stuck in misery, man. Purgatory's awful. We've been living in purgatory ourselves for 10 years. I certainly wouldn't want another franchise to be in this. But it is what it is with Jerry. He's not changing his ways. And ultimately, I'm not entirely sure that winning championships is anymore even really the most important thing to him. I think it's kind of important. I wonder if there's not other more important things to him than that, though, right now. War Chief, hey, Brandon, don't know if you went over this yet, but I'm curious, now that we've got Clint Kubiak, who do you think we target in the draft? I don't know if it changes a lot of our approach to the draft at this point. I think you're going to try to address and deal with the trenches. You got to get a nose tackle. You need 3 interior offensive linemen. You're going to need to find an outside wide receiver. You're probably going to need to find an H-back tight end. You might need to find an inside linebacker. You're going to need to find a cornerback. I think all of those positions before Kubiak came in here were possibly targeted, and they're just as likely to be targeted with him coming in. I don't think that he drives with his offense you to have to do anything real specific to accommodate his offense, which is maybe at the heart of your question. I think you can make it roll by just going through your process and doing what you're going to do. But some of that is also because his offense isn't as reliant on having this specific style of player here and that specific style of player there. It can work on a lot of different ways. You really just need a good running back that can get downhill and can push the pile, fall forward. Home run ability is also nice to have. You need receivers on the outside that can run really good routes. A tight end is always going to be utilized within this offense. So certainly I think a tight end is as much as anything that a likelihood of us drafting or going out there and finding, because I do think Noah Fant's going to be let go. But hard to say kind of at this point. I'll know a little bit more closer once we get through free agency, War Chief. That'll tell me a little bit more. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. It says trade DK, trade or cut Geno, build D and O-line, sign Mac Jones for 1 year cheap, see how Mac operates in a West Coast offense. Worst case, get quarterback in 26. It's a bit of the thing that I've advocated for that some of the fans don't want to hear from, and I get it. I understand that there's definitely some rankling that goes on when people hear about this. And whether it's a Mac Jones, whether it's a Zach Wilson, right? Randall, I mean, you can kind of put a variety of different names in this place because you're sort of taking the flyer on that 1 year anyway without much hope for really the success to be had in 25. And I think that there's intelligence behind this because you don't have any cap space going in this offseason. You got a lot of work to do. You're bringing on your first year OC here. You've got 2 contracts in DK and Geno where it's not just about keeping these guys for another year. It's that you're going to sign your 2 biggest contracts on your entire franchise this offseason by retaining those 2 guys. And if you're doing that, do you feel as certain that you're ready to compete in 2025? If you knew you were competing in 2025, it's a no-brainer. It's an easy deal. It's rubber stamp it all day. But if there's a question in your mind, then it gets a little bit harder. And if you can pivot off this 25, if you can take that 1 step back for the 2 steps forward in 26, the draft capital you get back from some of these players because you're not just holding on to them with the death grip, and now you get a little bit of capital back. The fact that you're going to have all of this cap space moving into the future to do whatever you want. It gives you so much flexibility, and you're not, the way is not as narrow as it is right now to get to contender state, Randall. Like we can get to a contender state, but it's kind of narrow. We got to make a lot of hyper aggressive moves. We got to do a lot of borrowing for tomorrow, for today. It's a narrow pathway to get through there to my eyes. Whereas if you go this other pathway, it's sort of like it kind of branches out and opens up a little bit for you, like a flower or opening to bloom. That's a bit how it feels. But that's a little bit of what I've advocated for at the heart of here to a degree on saying this might be the best path to go for us for the long-term future, to do what's best fundamentally for this organization from a health standpoint, not just in the short period of 2025, but for the next 5 years of this organization. And then maybe some of this question's got to be asked in that, what is the best thing for next year and what's the best thing for the next 4 or 5 years? And that answer could be very different on those 2 ends of the scale. Mac Jones people are out on Mac Jones, Randall. There's a heavy no. But I think if you guys don't get too caught up in Randall's Mac Jones, just think of it like it could be a Zach Wilson. It could be this guy who's a former guy that people are thinking's got nothing left in the tank. You're getting by in 25 as much as anything at that point. Randall with another $5 donation. How about this scenario? Trade DK. Trade or cut Geno, sign Fields, 12 to 15 million, build the D-line, O-line, see how Fields operates as a Jalen Hurts, limit his attempts, I to 26 for quarterback. Again, like that, that's a very similar way, and I'm okay with that. Because like you say, even on the 12 to 15 million that you're saying for Fields, that if he would have signed that, it's going to be a 1 year deal. You're not signing him to a 3 or 4 year deal. He's not earned that. So he gets a 1 year prove-it deal at about 12 to 15 million. You run a very simplified offense in that first year around what he does. Maybe it works. That certainly has a lot more upside to it than a Mac Jones with the talent level that Fields has versus a Mac Jones. And I think that there's intelligence behind going that approach, Randall. I think there'll be a lot of fans that'll be very angry about it and don't want to do it, don't even want to consider it. But I think that when we're talking about what is best for this organization in the long term, that, there's a lot to that. I also don't think you're going to have to cut. There's no chance to me that you're cutting Geno. Once Sam Darnold goes off the board, Geno becomes one of the hottest commodities out there if the Hawks aren't going to retain him to a contract extension. And I think that you may not get prime real estate back as far as draft capital on that, Randall, then, but you will get something back for Geno at that point. So I'm good with it, man. Especially the build the D and the O-line, especially the investment in the trenches. Let's make that the centerpiece of this team, center point of this team, and then move from there. Take the next couple steps from that foundational point, Randall. Well said, man. I like your ideas. I like where your head's at. I do. Doug, I won't try the last name, Doug Shab. Says, long shot, but any chance the Chiefs don't re-sign Trey Smith? We could do some salary Tetris to sign him. I don't know if the Chiefs are going to have the money to sign him, Doug, because he's going to cost, I think, around $20 million a year for a right guard position. If Robert Hunt got that last year, why wouldn't Trey Smith get that this year? So I do think he's going to be at that mark. I don't know if the Chiefs are going to have that kind of money to sign him, but you never know. They might make some moves, and Trey Smith is a very valuable part of that offensive line. Yeah, I think that the Seahawks could definitely make a run at him. Doug, they could afford the $20 million a year. The tough part comes is that there's going to probably be organizations that are going to be every bit as motivated as the Seattle Seahawks to improve the interior of their offensive line. For instance, the Chicago Bears or the Las Vegas Raiders, who have $92 million to spend. We're walking this offseason with negative $20-some million of cap space. Raiders are walking in this offseason with $92 million in cap space. So if it gets down to a bidding war between us and Trey Smith, with as restricted as we are, the Raiders are going to win that bidding war. The Bears are going to win that bidding war, especially considering that John does not tend to be a guy that wants to overpay for alignment on the open market. So we have the ability in theory to do it. We're not held back in some way if it's impossible to make it go. But it would take John having to be willing to go to that length to bring him in. I mean, it might be 21, 22, 23 million per year to beat those other teams out as far as that bidding war goes. Hand grenade, go get Gardner Minshew if you want a bridge. He's the dude you get if you want to tank, but make it look like you're not tanking. Steve Hawkins, yeah, you can stay at my place when you come over. I got a big bed, so it should work. Sounds good, Steven. Greg Brandon, tight end Caden Prescorn is supposed to be a good balanced tight end. Yeah, you can see here with this. I have looked at him, but you can see where I got him at here. I got him down the 5th round, Greg. The more tape of his I watched, the less I liked. Most of the tape that I did watch on him, Greg, was last year, because there was a chance he was going to come out in last year's draft. He is a traditional tight end, so built traditionally. He's one of those, contested catch guys where the guy gets hammered, but he holds on to the ball when he's getting hammered. He's one of those guys, real thickly built, legit 265 kind of guy, 270 guy. Not the greatest of blockers, not the greatest of pass catchers. So 5th round's kind of where I've got him at. Kevin says Fields is a trash player that the Steelers will probably keep. They very well could there, Kevin. I'm hearing the Steelers could maybe go a couple different directions. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. It says, Randy does not want to extend Geno based on age without a young quarterback on the roster. Randy open to signing Sam D if he hits free agency because of age and no draft comp pick. Darnold's a possibility too here, Randall. I really do feel like, and I'm very strongly feel this way, especially hearing that, we're listening, maybe Darnold was even on a plane already out to the Vegas Raiders to meet with Carroll. Carroll has loved Darnold for a very long time, had a big time affinity for him. And the Raiders, like I said, have $92 million. So the same thing you could apply to that Trey Smith conversation, you could apply to the Sam Darnold conversation. You are salary restricted. The Raiders are not. The Raiders want him more than you do. The Raiders are willing to pay him more than you do. You just cannot, you're not going to be able to match that offer that they would put out there. And the Raiders are just one team, but there'll be probably multiple teams in for Sam Darnold services because of the fact he is really the only hot commodity on the open market right now. It's a, what is that, a buyer's market is what you'd call that, I guess. So it's a possibility, but I would really be reticent to believe that the Raiders are going to allow themselves to get outbidded for Sam's services. Well, look at the Raiders too, Randall. You know, they don't have any real possibility facing them as far as their quarterback position goes right now into the future. They're not picking one in this draft. You know, just something else that might lead them, I think, Randall, into the direction of going that much harder for Sam Darnold. Kevin O'Connor says Fields, the D is silent. Oh, man. Jack, Jack Baloney, I'm not worried about that at all. If he doesn't adjust, Mike will lose his mind. Laughing out loud. Being Kubiak, yeah, I would estimate that'd be the case too. Jordan says if we're moving off Geno, just stick with Howell and save the money. It makes sense to go that route too. And again, if you do Fields, that's an option, but it's not going to be an expensive year. 1 year on a 12, 14 million if you're getting functional QB play. But you bring in a guy like Zach Wilson or the Mac Jones on their side, they'll be more closer to probably 4 million, 5 million on a 1 year deal. Space is Ichiro, denied Hall of Fame. Well, he got the Hall of Fame. He just denied the unanimous. That's all. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation, Ran. I hope Pete does well in Vegas. I do too, Ran. I'm wishing him well. I'm hoping him well. I definitely would never want to see Pete fail. And I think that it's very specific what he's got to do to find success. And it's not really that stuff that's like over the top. He's got to change all his ways or something. It's like these very specific ways that he just needs to adjust. Specifically just getting more hands off. If he just can do that, I think that he can find some success here as a head coach again. Because he can still build a culture. He can get that Raiders team on board with what he's trying to sell. But he's just got to keep his hands out of all the pies. Save the Geese says, apparently Kyle McCord looked like the best quarterback at the Senior Bowl so far. He's like a bigger Purdy, smart and accurate. I definitely think he's improved Purdy. I'm okay with that. I think Purdy's got way more mobility. Kyle's kind of a statue, right? Make sure I'm starting to get that place where some of these prospects confuse me, so I got to double check my notes. Yeah, he's really not very accurate. So he's a better probably thrower, bigger size than Brock Purdy. But he doesn't have Purdy's 1-5-2 10-yard split as far as escapability goes. He's a good player. Keep in mind too, there, Save the Geese. Will Howard, who Ohio State moved on in favor of Kyle McCord for, was an upgrade over Kyle McCord. So, I mean, a Will Howard, even if McCord's looking better in the Senior Bowl, the exceptional amount of tape we have to go off of both players tells us that McCord's a lesser player. And that's why I've got McCord more fifth roundish kind of area. But he's a fun guy to grab in that fourth, fifth round range. And one of those kind of guys is why the reason I think Schneider picks one of those guys this year is because there's so many in that range than there has been in recent years. I wouldn't hope for much, though, when it comes to McCord as a pro. I don't think he's going to find Purdy's level of success. Hoop Graves saw an interesting point from a Broncos fan that the Broncos are still in a better spot than the Seahawks even after the Russ trade. Can't say I disagree. They have their franchise quarterback. I don't know. I don't think that's, that having the quarterback's a very important part of the process. Don't get me wrong there, who praise it is. Does that in itself override the whole rest of the roster's talent and where the roster of the talent's at? I don't think it does. The Broncos got a long way to go. They played really well this year, but they've got still a long way to go to get to the place that they want to get to. And defensively, it's okay, but they're still, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't be in that role myself in my outlook of things. Brendan, the 49ers tight end Robbie Oots is being compared to Kyle Juszczyk. I don't know anything about Robbie Oots. He's a 49er tight end, huh? I can't even remember seeing him. Huh. I don't know nothing about him there, Greg. Sorry, man. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, not married to any of these ideas. Mac Jones and Fields' ideas buying low in a first-round talent with an eye on the future. Build a strong team, a la Hurts and Purdy. I get it. Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from on that, Randall. And I'm in the same boat. If you take that direction, it's kind of less important about the exact quarterback you're bringing in on that one-year flyer situation. It's more of the acceptance of the one-year flyer situation. That's the most key important part of that detail is that, okay, look, we're acknowledging here that we're not quite ready to contend this year. And then we got to take a bit of that step back to clear the bad cap space out, to not get ourselves into bad contractual situations that are going to impel us to not be able to get to a contending state in the future in 26 and 27. So I think it is a little bit less about the exact, is it Jones, is it Fields, is it Wilson, is it this? I think they all kind of get you to about the same place, which is whether you're winning 8 or 9 or 4 games, you're not getting to a Super Bowl with any of these guys. Not in 25. And that's the tough call to make in all of this, I think. But the most important key part of that, to your point on some of these ideas you're presenting out there, Randall, that's the key important part of it, is that there's 2 roads to take. You can take the road to contend in 2025, or you can take the road to take a step back. If the team tries to take a middle ground on this team is likely to still remain stuck in this purgatory state for years on end. If the team wants to go and be a contender, then they need to be hyper aggressive. But I worry that the middle path is the path that John's going to try to take on this one, and it's going to do nothing but to continue to set us back in that purgatory state here as we go into the future. That's my big worry coming into this offseason, is we make moves to hamper our future in the hopes of chasing after today when we're not truly ready today. I'd love us to be ready today, but I'm not sure of it. And I am sure we could possibly make a real major mistake, a couple of major mistakes to really hold this thing back in a major way into the future. Henry Mars, is Jalen Hurts better than Geno? No, he's not, Henry. No. Mike says O-line needs to be obsession of this team, or John needs to go, is unacceptable at this point. Agreed. I think the whole fan base is in this place, Mike. We're all in uniformity. Make this a point of emphasis, number 1. Make it priority number 2, priority number 1 this offseason, and turn this offensive line into a strength of the team. Obsession is the right word to use because that probably encaptures all 3 of those things, Mike. But make that the goal of where we move now into the future on this thing. Jordan captures why Hurts is not better than Geno. Hurts has the best offensive line in the league, the best running back in the league, a top 5 wide receiver, and a top 15 wide receiver. On top of, I believe he also, Jordan, you'd agree with this, probably has a top 8, top 9 tight end in the sport in addition to that. And then he has a good defense on the other side of it. Hurts has the inverse of what Geno has. He has everything working in his favor to put him on his best display. Geno oftentimes has everything working against him to make him look his worst, yet he ends up looking really good in those situations despite that. So it's the complete kind of opposite. Who craze? I'm sold on Milroe in the 3rd or late 2nd with a trade back. Elite running mobility with a good arm. Needs fixing on accuracy and processing, though. I think accuracy can be improved on a quarterback. I don't know if processing can, Hoop Craze. That tends to be one in scouting and evaluating these guys through the years. You either have processing or you don't. It does not tend to be something that comes along in your play, even as you get to a pro, even as you play many years in this sport. I could go through the quarterbacks in this draft and I can tell you which ones are processors, which ones aren't. Those that do that at the college level are those who are going to do it at the pro level. Those that don't do it at the college level aren't going to do it at the pro level. Caleb Williams, was he a processor at USC or was he just back there playing backyard football? Kind of just playing backyard football. Not much of a processor once he gets to Chicago. Jaden Daniels, very good processor at LSU. Many, many snaps where you have him going through multiple reads on a given play. We're seeing it as a pro, able to go through multiple reads on a given play. So it is something you got or you don't, kind of, I think. Justin Fields is another indicator of that. Guy who really struggles to goes through his reads. He just wants to kind of go 1, 2. There's no 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 1, 2, and then I'm going to try to run. Henry, how would Geno look behind the Eagles? Great. I don't know if he'd know what to do with all that time. AK Brandon, your football knowledge is off the charts. I just got back into watching NFL this year, and I've learned so much from watching your lives. Well, thank you, AK. Hopefully I can provide that. I try to make sure that I'm educating myself offline so I can provide this kind of information to you guys once I get online and keep myself up to speed on this stuff. But it's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate that. And that's the hopeful goal is that I can, you guys are always educating me on the other side. Lord knows that. So I can at least hold up my end of the bargain of it too, if I can. Appreciate you for that, though. Very kind of you to say. Henry Mars, should we just give Geno the Eagles whole line this offseason? That's exactly what we're advocating for, Henry. I don't know if we can quite push it up to getting the number 1 offensive line in the NFL, but you can make that the goal. Whether you reach that goal or not, let that be your North Star. Let that be the guiding thing through the night. The key with this is that they haven't taken this big stroke, Henry. It's not a matter of that our offensive line's in bad shape because John's just hammered it so hard and it's just his bad luck. It's just bad luck. It just hasn't worked. That's not the case. John has minimized this year after year after year. He has bare minimumed this year after year after year. And so time to go the other way with this. Time to, instead of one of the league least teams in the league in spending money on your offensive line, let's be one of the higher run teams in the league in spending on our offensive line. Because we've seen what happens when we're on this side. When we're on this end of it at the low end, when we're paying basement prices for our offensive line, we see that we get what we pay for, don't we? So maybe we come to find that once we go to the other end of this and we actually pay for it, that we come to find that we get quality on the other side on the return of that. I mean, we might also find out that's not the case, but we haven't tried it. And the last time that we did try it, Henry, the last time you had an offensive line that was the highest spent offensive line in the NFL, nobody in the NFL was spending more money on you. And that wasn't just you spending money. That was a top 10 left tackle over there or here. That was a first round, 26th overall pick, left guard. That's a second round center on his second contract. That's guys that you had drafted high that weren't even playing at that time, but you had hammered the position so hard with guys like Moffitt in the third round who weren't even on the roster at that point. But in addition to that, Henry, you spent more money than anybody in the NFL in 2013 on your offensive line. And look what happened. You went and won a Super Bowl. It's the part that I don't get with John, why he's got this blind spot here. The time you once did this and took this motivation, it got you to a Super Bowl. It won you a Super Bowl. When you took this approach, why have such a blind spot to it now? Why ignore it so heartily now? It makes just no sense from John's perspective. It's why so many are at their wits' end with him on this. Because it's inexplainable. There's no excuse for it. Fix it. Fix it. Henry Mars, where do the Eagles find the money? Hurts is making $50 million. The part to get caught up in here is never get caught up in what the agents tell you, Henry. So when you hear about these caps and you hear about these quarterback contracts being given out to these guys, it's never about what you want to look at is what the agents tell you. The agents are the ones that release out these numbers initially. And they say, so then ESPN reports on it and Fox News reports on it and all the major publications report and they say 4 years, $240 million, right? But that's the agent telling the reporters what to report. That's not what's coming from the team. So the important part of this, when we look at this, and I'll bring this up so you can see this, Henry, is, oh, maybe I will here. Maybe. Here's the over the cap information right here, okay? So look at Hurts's contract. And what were the words you just used? $50 million, right? $50 million, Henry? So he signs it in 2023, that $50 million a year deal in 2023. But look at the percentage of the cap over here on this side. I want you to look at this column right. I want you to look at this column right here that I'm going to highlight. Cap percentage. That is the cap percentage that player cost you up against your cap for that given season. So 2023, if you look at his numbers here, his cap number is $6 million. That's pretty far from your $50 million, isn't it? You're probably going, wait, they said it was $50 million. How is it only at $6 million if it's $50 million? How is it at $6 million? It's $50 million. It shouldn't be at $6 million. It's at $50 million because you're listening to what the agents are telling you. You're buying up the agents. And why are the agents the one releasing this information to the reporters? Because the agents want to get more players to represent. And the way you do that is by making the contractual numbers look beautiful to all the players out there looking for an agent. But it's also a complete and utter lie when it's really all said and done. Let's go to year 2. Okay, so you say, well, okay, Brandon, maybe they just lowered the first year cap here there with Jalen Hurts. Certainly 2023, he was making $6 million, 2.6% of the salary cap. That's butt low, right? So let's go to 24 this past year. What did he make this past year? $13.5 million, which is an increase over double what he made last year. But it only doubled his cap percentage too, didn't it? Because now he's still only at 5% of the salary cap. And we know really the death knell area to land on these quarterbacks is more of like the 15 to 20% range. Well, how about 25? Certainly by 25, it's up there now starting to cost we're $50 million, right? $50 million, $50 million. But what do we find? What do we find? 2025, $21.769 million. That's still third year of the deal. Man, that is still light years away from 50 million, isn't it, Henry? Ain't that light years away from 50 million? And he's still only taking up 7.8% of the cap in 2025. And then by the time you actually get to 2026, $31 million is the cap hit. We're still $20 million away from that $50 million number that you mentioned. Now, they've done some stretching here to make these numbers work. They've moved the numbers way down the line, as you can see on this in some of the years of 28 and 29 with some of the option bonuses. They're squeezing this for a reason. They're going to pay the price on this down the road to a degree. But they've also shrunken down the initial cost of him so that they can maximize the Super Bowl window while they're within it. And that's laudable. But they're not paying anywhere near $50 million, Henry. They're not anywhere near that on this deal. Technically, is that what that guy's getting by year? Is it you move the money here, move the money there, throw some option bonuses into 28 and 29? Yeah, there's all that going on. But the bottom line of it is that you stretch this money out to be able to make this work. Kevin O'Connell, man, it's frustrating to hear us just tear it half down and go stagnant for a few years. If that's the case, I would love to let Leonard Williams go so that he can go make his years winning somewhere else. I didn't arrive here as an easy point, Kevin, that's for sure, as far as leaning towards this. And I am certainly going to be a guy that will be happy to applaud this team if they want to go hyper aggressive in the other direction of it. More than anything, my feeling on this, if you want to get to a certain area of it, the certain area for me is if you take the approach you've taken for the last 10 years, that's not going to be good enough. You're going to rob from tomorrow to not be good enough today. That's the bottom line about this, is how this has played out for 10 years. And I would have a hard time with some of how you built this roster and being somewhat ready to go in certain areas, but not ready to go in other areas that you're right. It's frustrating, especially given Leonard the $20 million that you gave him this last offseason to go and have to take those kind of steps in that way. But that's also why the guiding light on this has always got to be what's best for the organization and not players individually or what the fans want. Because if you let things outside of what's just purely best for this organization and what's the right steps for the organization in the here and now, then you get caught up in other factors that will just only carry you further away from contention. So I can get the frustration with that. I totally can. And it sucks that we're here and we're not year 3 after the Russell Wilson trade being ready to hit this and lock this in place, hit the ignition switch, go to hyperdrive, like Star Wars, with a shh and firing along. You get the lights, the bright lights shooting past you. I'd love to be in that stage of things. They maybe should be, but we're not. We're not at that stage. And 10 wins is good, but 10 wins doesn't mean that you just naturally are going to be 2 or 3 wins better next year than that 13 wins. It doesn't. So I completely get that, Kevin. I do. And it would hurt if they took the step back. I would have to be talking a lot of Hawk fans off the ledge to a degree if they took that half step back. But I think there's intelligence behind both approaches. You want to be hyper aggressive. You want to be elite next year. You want to go that route. You want to put the pedal down to the metal. You want to hit that NOS button so that you got both engines shooting out. Go for it. You can do that. But that's what it will. Let's make no mistake about this, Kevin, and the rest of the chat. If you're talking about getting into a contender next year, you're not just going to get there by osmosis. It's not just going to be the natural progression of last year, just bleeds right into next year being 13 wins. It's going to take a hyper-aggressive offseason to get there. And if they're not willing to do that, which they've shown they're not willing to in recent years, I do not, in the bottom of my heart, I have a just certain belief of this. If they do not go that direction, they will not be good enough to be a contender. They might get in the playoffs. They might slide their way to 11 wins and just barely make it the playoffs. They might even win a playoff game. But they won't be a contender. And it won't be an indicator that they're going to be any close to contending in 2026 at that point. So you got in the playoffs, but what did it mean? You didn't accomplish anything. You only seem now farther away a bit from getting that Super Bowl championship. But tough decision, Kevin. It's a tough decision Snyder's looking at right now, and McDonald's looking at with that right now. Dev says, I just joined after a whole day's worth of disappointment. Sorry I missed out on your Kubiak reaction. We'll have to go back and see what you think. It's a little bit buried in there, Dev, and I'm going to try to get a video up tonight. I might not get a video up tonight because we've gone 9 hours today. So I don't know if I'm going to have a lot of gas left in the tank tonight to try to film and cut together a video of the Kubiak hire this evening necessarily. But it's a great hire. He was number one on my list, Dev. He's going to run a balanced offense. He's going to get the most out of these players. Everybody on that offensive line for the Saints this year, left tackle, left guard, center, backup center, right guard, right tackle. Everybody on their PFF score was improved this year from where they were last year prior. Kubiak's addition seemed to buttress and help up that offensive line from a performance standpoint. He was on his way to having Derek Carr have the best season of his career before Derek got injured, before his Pro Bowl All-Pro center got injured, before they lost Kamara and they lost Olave. And it was already a team that was already kind of struggling with the playmakers and not having a whole hell of a lot of them. And so I think this is a really good hire, Dev. Really good hire. And the best one that they could have made. There wasn't necessarily some shining beauty. There wasn't like a McDaniel candidate if he got let go by Miami where everybody would just be over the moon with him if you went and got that guy. But this is a good hire. It's a really, really good hire. Oh, okay. Great Cram says, Brandon, no. I was saying the tight end Robbie Unz in the draft is being compared to the 49ers Kyle Juszczyk because I saw somebody in the chat asking which Niners tight end I was talking about. Okay. I was a little confused there. My eyes are starting to go a little bit cross too here, so that's a little bit me there, Greg. But I look forward to checking him out. He sounds like an interesting player. Might be a target. And if you say about 49ers tight end, everybody's mind's going to go to Kittle. You got to say fullback. You got to say 49ers fullback with Juszczyk. Then it'll click right in with him. Monsoon says, why did the Chiefs have to win again, man? I don't know. Sometimes there's just no justice in this world, Monsoon. Who Grays, after hearing the report that the Seahawks stream was J.C. Latham, I trust Mike McDonald will make John spend resources on it. I do think so too, especially with Mike McDonald facing a season of watching that offensive line and how bad it was. I think he's going to come back and go, come on, John. You can't make me try to make this. We can't ask any OC to try to make this do. You've got to do better, buddy. And you're right. Latham was the guy they wanted. Didn't land to them. Didn't drop to them. There wasn't a guy of Latham's caliber there looking at them close to what Murphy was at as far as his talent, especially with all the offensive players that were taken off the board. The first 14 picks of the last year's draft were offense. So you had to stay with the value of your board. But I would expect them this year to, especially if they haven't hammered it in free agency, Hoop Grays. If you take care of some of these things in free agency, there's not as much of a draw to have to reach in the draft for guys like a Booker or someone else. If you actually take care of it in the free agency, you can set yourself up in the draft to be able to still pick for value. That's what smart organizations do. That's what the Eagles would do. We'll see if that's something that John actually does here because he's been so hesitant to actually spend any money in free agency on these guys. But I do think Mike's going to be in his ear heavily, Hoops. He comes from a background there, both with look at both Harbaugh brothers, where they certainly have an appreciation for a good, strong offensive line. Their teams every single year seem to have it, at the very least that. Their teams may not on a yearly basis have skill position players or a real big plethora of them, but they're gonna have they're going to have an offensive line. New Black says $97 million void year. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, the Eagles have definitely done this a little. This is where maybe Howie's not going to be looked at as quite as brilliantly as you're looking at this year right here. 2029 is the year that stands out. And folks, you want to look for the year that the Eagles are going to rebuild? You want to look for the year where the Eagles are like, all right, it's been a good run. We're going to have to just take this year off. They have $97.5 million. And the key on this is dead money. This is, look at how this rolls. So this is an option bonus that hits that year in 29, and then it's already still has the carryover. And then the year after that, you got $29 million option bonus and $19 million option bonus. Howie's making his deal with the devil. He's making his deal with the devil, New Blacks. Can't deny that. Dallas Cowboys, if I remember right, those void years all crash out on that last year. Kind of. It's they hit every single season. So I'm trying to figure out why he's got the $97 million of cap hit is the part that I'm. Of course, I guess that's all that together. So I think you're right on this. I guess it all just goes together to that $97 million at that point. It's as funky a contract as I've seen for any quarterback. I'll say that, Cowboy, but I think you're right on that. So the year before last is a contract. They'll structure for a new contract, allowing those void years to be divided and spread over the next years. I thought void years were void years. I didn't think you could restructure void years. I thought that they were just in place. Of course, again, I haven't seen many contracts structured like this, little Dallas, so maybe there's a way for them to find a creative way to that. You're still going to kind of have to be eating some major costs on that. There's not going to be a way you're just going to be able to contract extend your way out of that. Interesting contract, though. 76 Kingdom. B, do you think Juwan Johnson is inbound? He's a possibility. A tight end for the New Orleans Saints. I think the Hawks are going to... I think my thinking on this is, and it's just, I'm guessing, but my thinking on this 76 Kingdom is this. Given that there's so many tight ends in this draft, if you're looking to pivot off Noah Fant and release him of his money, and then you're going to eat, what, $4 or $5 million? Let me double check what it is so I can speak to it accurately. So if you're moving off of Noah Fant, you're going to eat about $4.5 million of dead money to do so. I don't think that you're doing that for then the reasoning to go out there and then sign a Juwan Johnson to a contract and then have all that investment kind of into the tight end position. Not that Juwan's going to make some major deal, but he's going to make something. Does he sign a Colby Parkinson-like contract from last year? Yeah, probably something like that. And when you have so many tight ends in this draft that are pretty good this year, as it's a pretty deep tight end draft, I think the Hawks would be more likely, especially given the fact 76 Kingdom, that they are limited cap-wise, that rather than spending for a Juwan, you just go get the tight end in the draft. Especially with AJ Barner kind of locked in here and for what he's doing. New master, my man, still rolling? We're still going. Henry Mars, Brandon, based on Hurt's salary breakdown, Pete has done a very poor job with our cap management. Well, it's more Schneider than Pete on that, Henry. Every team's got a bit of a different way of going about it. Eagles have been in a different place than we've been in recent years. So there's been a little bit more of, look, we're in Super Bowl window mode, so let's maximize this out. We're not been in kind of that same mode. We're trying to get to the Super Bowl window mode. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. I believe we'll draft O-line in a major way. Draft, trade, free agency, etc. I think max influence will almost force John Snyder. First indication is OC fire higher. I hope so. I hope John's listening. Because Mike's been pretty good on this so far. Hell, the most successful pick that we had in last year's draft, Randall, turned out to be who? Mike McDonald's pick, right? That's who Tyrese Knight was supposedly, John said, who do you like? Who do you want? So give me that one. That's the best pick you had in the whole last draft. So maybe John kind of can recognize on some of this that the more I want to listen to my head coach on this, maybe the better. Maybe he's got a little bit of a clearer view of these trees right now and what's going on than I might have in an overall stance of things. And I like that if John's taken that trek, Randall. I do. And certainly having been underneath Carroll for all those years, if there was one general manager who was well suited to operate in that kind of role and that dynamic, first the general managers who would be over the top of the head coaches and trying to dictate the terms to the head coaches, you will get this player and you will like this player. Little bit of a different trek here. Maybe the John's willing to take on that one. A little bit more of let's find the compromise. Let's find what's going to work for you, coach. I want you sold on this. I don't want to force this on you. Henry Gotti said John, not Pete. Yeah. And the cap's not in bad shape, John, Henry. You've got a lot of cap flexibility this offseason. You can easily create $60 million of cap space this offseason. You're sitting in 2026 and 2027, Henry. You've got as much cap space as anybody else. So when I say that it's two different teams in two different places, and you got to kind of understand, we got to look at it a little bit like that, where, look at 26 as we've got this Eagles team in its Super Bowl window. So Eagles team, where are we at right here? Let me find them here if I can. My eyes are going crossed here. So here we go. 2026, here's your Eagles team. $36 million. They have one of your least amount of cap space there for you, right? Well, let's go look at where's our Seahawks. Oh, look. We're way up here. Right? So 2026, we have $169 million and almost $169.5 million to spend for 26 versus where those Eagles teams at, right? All right, how about 27? Oh, your Seahawks have $285 million to spend in 27. How much do the Eagles have to spend? Oh, look. Eagles are the lowest team on the scale here with $100 million to spend in 2027. They have the least amount of cap space, like the Niners sitting right next to them, or like the Bills. All three of these teams are teams that are in their Super Bowl window right now. So it makes sense they're stretching out the cap now to maximize their space now, but they're hurting and hindering there tomorrow. You wouldn't want the Hawks to be doing that same thing in this moment unless they were as well in that Super Bowl window. So he's not managed the money that badly. It's actually set the stage pretty well for these next couple of years where we're at, salary cap wise. Randall McDaniel asks, who are the best? Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, pass rushers available in free agency or trade potential. The edge rushers are light. I was looking at this last night and I was starting to put together a little bit of my top 25 list of free agents, of free agent guys to attack with this. And I was looking at edge rushers within that, Randall. I want to show you this. Here we go. So this is obviously a list that's still in flux, folks. Don't take this like as the final end all kind of BA thing. But here's my list of my top 20 free agents that I'd like the Seahawks to go out and target. Trey Smith, obviously the top. Drew Dalman, center. Ryan Kelly, center with the Colts. Micah Becton, right guard with the Eagles. Tevin Jenkins, left guard with the Bears. Aaron Banks, left guard with the 49ers. Laugh as you might at Calais Campbell. Calais Campbell was the best run defending defensive tackle in the NFL, according to PFF this past year. But you can see on this, Randall, only guy that I have as an edge rushing target is Derek Barnett. Still only 27 years old, coming off a very productive year. There's not very many edges out there, though, that are available via free agency. It's very lean and light. Matthew Judon, that kind of deal, Randall. And if you're going to go that route, why not just hold on to Uchenna? There is the potential they could make the swing at a big edge guy, right? Because Myles Garrett might be on the open market this offseason. Max Crosby might be on the open market this offseason. So there's a couple of edge rushers that are major edge rushers they could take a big swing at if they wanted to, and Seattle could be uniquely maybe suited to do that because they could put a kind of a creative package together. But it's really lean. When I looked at the edge rushers last night, Randall, and I was putting together this top 20 list, I just kept looking at it, going back to the edge rushers again and again, going, God, I got it. There's somebody I could find. I just need you for pass rush snaps. I just need you to come in and be we'll have early down guys that will have take care of the run, but just come in and be a pass rusher. There's not much there. It's really lean this year, Randall. And there might be a couple more guys that end up getting cut, but nothing that looks on the surface of it straightforward here to that respect of things. Hoop Craze, Sonic Super Bowl or Sonic's comeback? My feeling is that we're going to probably see a Seahawks Super Bowl before we see the Sonics come back. I think if the NBA didn't lose the viewership out their butt like they are on a yearly basis, and then in some respects it almost feels like basketball is in like a death rattle state, that I'd say Sonics, but I think that there's no way the NBA can expand when they're losing half their audience every year. Hoop Craze, the thing is why Verse and Fist are doing great is because they're going to be 25 next year. These players are mostly developed. True. They were high floor guys that you weren't necessarily sure about the ceiling you were going to get with either of them, which meant that they would be tremendously productive from the rip, but hard to see the expectation that you just see them stair climbing their way from a progression standpoint either. It's a good point. Age is one of the bigger parts that gets forgotten about Hoop Craze when it comes to prospects and the evaluation of prospects. Take the running back class. You know, you might have a guy that you can find in this class that you like who's 23, 24 years old, and he looks better than a guy like, let's say, Dylan Simpson, maybe in certain respects. Got a little more weight than Dylan Simpson. It's like, yeah, but he's 3-4 years difference. Dylan will get there eventually. Got to do some projection there a little bit. Greg Kemp Brandon, another blocking tight end in the draft is Jackson Haas, who could be a cheap replacement for that blocking tight end Hawk signed last year, being Farrell Brown, but he didn't get much playing time because he kept getting hurt. He got a little playing time, Greg. He didn't do particularly well with it when he did get it, and he didn't block particularly well when he did get it, being Farrell Brown, Greg, but he was injured as well a couple times. I'll check out Jackson Haas. Haas? Take a look at him. Thanks for the suggestion. Definitely something that we're going to need to get there, Greg. And I will say, when looking at the free agent tight ends that are out there, not a lot of just blocking guys out there available either on that side of it. It's a lean free agent class for tight ends too. Hoop Gray saw some Ram fans saying they would give up a first and a fourth for DK. Would you do it? I don't know if I'd be real big on wanting to trade him within our own division. I think we can probably get a first and a third and a team that would give us a higher first round pick than the Rams would, where they're picking right now at like 23. I think we can get a little bit better than that, Hoop Craze. It's in the ballpark, but a little bit more. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Cross Mafia extension after year 3. Bullock numbers. I think Cross probably gets into close to $20 million on average per year, because you got the final year of his deal. You can lower down the first couple of years pretty low on that, but the average overall would be around $20 million per year. Mafe would probably be making somewhere in the neighborhood of 12. I would think something like that, 12 to 13 per 3 or 4 year extension. Something like that, Randall. Mafi's not getting to the place where I think he can drive towards the $20 million marker like Cross can. I think he's making closer to less than half a Cross on an average per year basis from Mafi's standpoint on this. But Cross has earned the right to say, look, you got to, where the price has gone for tackles and Trent Jones making over $30 million per year, and you go, look, you guys got to give me 20. You got to give me 2/3 of where Trent's at. And it's hard not to make the argument for why you wouldn't. Flag says these short contracts are killers. It's one of the places that's a completely valid place to go at John Schneider on this, to say, look, your 1 year approach deal thing ain't working anymore. One of the places that I'm looking for in John Schneider to adjust this offseason from his ways is signing too many of these 1 year deals that end up just sucking the cap down. It's like you give your buddy a drink of, here you go. Dude, I said you could have a drink. A drink. And he's just sucking the whole thing down with these 1 year contracts. 76 Kingdom, thanks, B. Appreciate you too, Keys. At 76, thank you, man. Great question. 76 Kingdom says, how to root for KC. Kelsey's a cousin of mine. Oh, that's a hell of a cousin to have. You got a couple of Kelsey cousins then. Greg Kemp, DK on the Rams with Matt Stafford as his quarterback. I like it. The Hawks wouldn't do that trade, though. Yeah, you're not going to trade in the division with a major trade like that. They just don't happen like that. Plus, you don't have to. You get probably more improved deal out there from the Raiders or the Steelers. I mean, even if just a first round pick they're offering, right? Those teams will be able to offer more of a first round pick than what you're going to get on the other side of it. Tech Mercive says, please don't get the Chiefs win. Please, Chiefs, don't win. Hoop Craze, wouldn't mind Ernest Jones walking for a comp pick third and trusting Mike McDonald to draft one high and develop him. I'm okay with that as well, Hoop Craze. I don't want to be paying the kind of money that I think Ernest Jones is trying to call for necessarily to be made. I want to get him more into where Seattle's probably at, which is more around $10 million per. And he's probably trying to beat Patrick Queen's deal by about $1 million a year. So he's probably trying to be paid about $14 million per year. That's a significant enough difference in cost at that point. I don't really want to come to a common ground of 12.5 per. I'd more say to him, hey, we'll give you 11. And good luck getting that on the open market. And you're right. If he does get on the open market, then you got the comp pick back, especially because you don't have a lot of cap space to spend money right now. Crashy says, you think tearing it down right now would be a good with the cap space coming up? Well, the teardown's not really a teardown from my perspective, Crashy. Because what it is this, is that if you're signing up a DK and a Geno contract extension this offseason, you're signing up for pulling that space in 26 and 27. And if you're not sure that you could be a contender in 2025, that makes no sense at all. So are you pulling back a little bit? It's the one step back more than the full teardown. Rick Woolen doesn't look like part of the process of this future. Probably not going to give him a contract extension. Probably could get some high return back from in draft capital right now by moving him this offseason. Kenneth Walker. Is there somebody out there that you can maybe package with a Woolen to go get even better draft capital at that point? Because you've got a little bit of a logjam at your running back position, and you're not going to be planning on paying Kenneth Walker a contract extension. You move a Geno, you move a DK. Do you collectively, between those two guys, get back a first and 2 third-round picks in addition to that? So you can see if you take this with some very specific players, you could end up with a nice package of picks in return back for this. And so are you then taking a little bit of step back? Yeah, but are you tearing everything down? No, you still got your pillar tackles. JSN's still a part of what you're doing. Barner's still there at tight end. The interior defensive line is getting rounded out nicely. Tyrese Knight's still going to be one of your starting inside linebackers in the future. Julian Love's still here. Kobe Bryant's still potentially a part of that future. Witherspoon's still locked in. There's a lot there you're still working with. It's just you're not signing up for new big money because you don't think that that's worthwhile to do so on that. Because it doesn't bring you to a contending state. Now, if they believe that it does, then you make those moves. But if you don't believe it does, then you don't. Flag Sabbath, I know he's not an edge, but isn't Travis Jones a free agent this year? Don't think. No. Nope. He came out of the same draft as Lucas and Cross, Flag. So he's got the 4th year restricted, nobody else can sign him tag option by the Ravens, right? Where they can just do the exclusive rights thing to him. I don't even think you can do the thing where he was taken in the 3rd round and so you can sign him to a contract and then you give him a 3rd round back. It won't be that. It'll be an exclusive rights tender they'll put on him. He's turned into a really good player for them. And then Michael Pierce, Flag, he's kind of at the end of his road here as far as his what he can do. Grandizer Jackson Haas, Georgia Tech, I believe, tight end. All right, I'm stoked to check him out. JSD says, do you hate the Patriots more or hate the Chiefs, current Chiefs region? It's pretty equivalent. I probably hated the Patriots a little bit more. Both teams kind of get way more of their share of calls than they kind of should. But with the Patriots, they have all the cheating stuff that they did on top of it, which to me just made them that much more hateable. Where, they got caught time and time again doing shady stuff. I didn't like that. William, hey B, is this offensive coordinator Seahawks got what you wanted, or who is winning the Super Bowl? And who is winning the Super Bowl? This was the one that I wanted, William. This was my number 1 choice, Clint Kubiak. This is the guy that I wanted this whole way. I was never really shaken off of that. I think I'll go with the Eagles winning it this time. I think that they've got the right kind of team built in the right way to take down this Chiefs team. I don't think that this is the strongest Chiefs team that we've seen go to the Super Bowl. I think this might be, next to the Chiefs team that lost in the Buccaneers, the weakest Chiefs team that we've seen that's gone to the Super Bowl. They're a little bit old in certain positions. I think the Eagles can get after them. Who cares? What are you paying Abe Lucas? His contract has to be structured with high incentives for playing time, honestly. If you get away with doing it that way, I'm okay with doing it that way, Kevin. Some of this comes down to outlook. Some of this comes down to outlook. And what I mean by that is he going to be healthy in the future or not by what the doctors are telling you, Hoop Craze? So I'm General Manager John Schneider. I go to my doctors. I say, Abe Lucas has had this surgery. Right. Okay. Bad knees coming in the door to us. Had to deal with that through some time. Got the surgery. He seems to be healthy now and rolling along. Is it you guys are training with them? You're rehabbing with them? I'm going to the trainers. I'm going to the doctors. Is the knee straight or not, Kevin? Or sorry, Hoop Craze. Is the knee not? Like, I got to get the opinion. It's not an opinion at that point. It's them saying, well, look, he's kind of most of the way through it, but it's always something he's going to be kind of dealing with. Look, if it's always something he's dealing with, there's no extension, period. And it'd be nice if you could get the incentive side of it. And if you get the incentive side of it, then put that deal together. Sign him to it this offseason. But if I do hear this offseason from my doctors and from my rehab people and from my trainers that yes, the surgery was a smashing success. He's recovered over the top of it. He's going to be able to get back out there and continue to play at a Pro Bowl level moving on into the future. And instead of having to sign that Lucas-like player who would be worth, like a Crosswood, a $20 million a year contract, I can get him onto a $10 million a year deal this offseason, knowing that he's set up in that way. Then I think that makes a lot of sense to do that, Hoop Craze. But it has to be, of course, relying on the fact that the doctors are signing off on it and telling you that that's the way it is. Not that there's this thing, because there's all these fans, Hoop Craze, that I talk to who seem to be medical doctors. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who've told me that they know exactly what's going on with Lucas's knee, when nobody does. Nobody does. The team has been very, very shady about it. So it's all really dependent upon that. And if you can get out ahead of that contract versus having him play out this year and it being a $20 million bill after this season, I think that makes a lot of sense to do that. But it's really got to be based upon where his health is at and if he's good to go. Kevin S-Ban, just sell off next season then. At least gives McDonald's the chance to make this out of every player he actually wants. Agreed, Kevin. Build it the way that's structured to what exactly the coach wants. Build it up properly. Build it up right. And sometimes that means building up a little bit slower than fans would like. And I know that we've got a fan base here, Kevin. I think that's where I worry on this a little bit, is we have a fan base who is impelled by the fact that we've been out of this running in contention status for 10 years. I've been waiting for 10 years. I don't want to wait anymore. And I get that. And they're not wrong for that. They're not wrong to be at their wits' end with that at all. It makes a lot of sense. It's not them being impatient. But that mode of thinking does not necessarily go in alignment to what gets us to a contending state. And I'm all about just one thing at this point. I have one guiding light, one North Star, one way I am pointing this ship if I'm John Schneider. What gets me to a contending state? And understanding that for the last 10 years, we've misidentified ourselves. Where all of these years, in 10 years, every single year, and this is not a guess from me, I've said this multiple times, and nobody's pushed back on this because you guys know that this is the truth. It's not a guess. Coach Carroll and Schneider, every single year for a 10-year period, have told you in press conference after press conference, quote after quote, we are contending this year. We are contending this year. Even after you moved Russell Wilson, both Schneider and Carroll said, we are contending this year. We don't look at it as a rebuild year. We're not seeing it that way. So every single year for 10 years, you've misidentified yourself. Every year on this, you know? And so this is a big part of the driver. What makes you a contending status? What are the moves that have to be made to get you to a contending status, number one? And number two, has there been a commonality of mistake that we've made over a given period that we can correct? Has there been a road we've gone down over and over and over again that we can avoid going through? Like, do we have to go through the haunted forest again this year? Or maybe can we just walk around the forest? Because we know there's monsters in there. We know it's haunted. We know there's demons in there. We know there's spiders big as 4 men combined. But every year, we head on into the haunted forest because we think there's a shortcut to be had. There's no shortcut to be had. Take the long approach. Take the proper approach. Build it right. Build it properly. And we will get the returns by doing that. Just like when you try to microwave it, when you try to shortcut it, you get the returns from that too, don't you? Kick up. I really thought the Chiefs were going to lose off the pure fact that you can't always win and the Bills would get something fluky. Losing 5 times to a team in the offseason is probably not working. It's probably not. Deb, who on the D line do you think won't be on the team next year? I don't think Hankins is going to be here next year. I don't think Uchenna Nwosu is going to be here next year. I don't think that Jaron Reed is going to be here next year. I think all 3 of those guys move off this offseason. Kickups, is the philosophy that good teams don't build through the free agency dead? Teams like Packers, who didn't spend big often, did this year and got good production. Well, I think that it's still true in the general neighborhood of this. If you're using free agency to turn yourself into a contender, you're doing it wrong. Free agency is supposed to be there to be supplemental. If you're using free agency to jump on wave one free agents all over the place, you're probably doing it wrong. Now, you can spend big money to supplement what you don't have built up on your team, but you have the other built up parts then to make that work. So it's even not that there's just you don't ever spend money, but when you look at the teams that are in the Super Bowl, for instance, right now here between the Eagles and the Chiefs, Eagles signed kind of a low-end deal with a Micah Becton, Zach Bond. What else did they do as far as, movements in free agency majorly wise? Not much, huh? Chiefs, same way. What are the big moves that they make out there in free agency to build this team in the way they built them rather than through the draft? Bills, very much the same way there. Commanders, they were able to go and get a Bobby Wagner and a Luvu and Lattimore and make a couple of stuff. They made some moves on some of those guys, but none of those guys were big free agent primers, right? So I think it's still probably pretty true here that you don't build your team up through free agency. You still supplement it. But for instance, the Seahawks could not be super active in free agency, but supplement their offensive line with the Tevin Jenkins and the Trey Smith. And technically they'd be spending big their kick up. But are they making free agency make their team at that point? Or are they really supplementing for what is a weakness on the team? And I'd offer that supplementation. It's a fine line a little bit with that. But I think that's really that proven true rule is proven true for sure. 76 Kingdom, keep Geno or trade him. I would trade him because I don't think that we're ready to contend in 2025. 76 Kingdom. If we're going to keep Geno, I want us to be hyper aggressive this offseason. That's my caveat. JSD, would you rather trade a 5th for Rattler or pick a guy like Will Howard? I would rather take a guy like Will Howard. Spencer Rattler is a guy that is fawned over, I say, JSD. I hear about him a lot on my chat. People really love Spencer Rattler. I mean, really love the guy. I don't quite understand. It's a little bit like the Joe Milton thing, where he's another guy that I hear a lot about. And I'm kind of like, what? Why? Why are we that place with it? But Will Howard's the better player. He's going to be drafted higher than Rattler was drafted last year. Rattler was obviously in a much deeper quarterback class, which is part of maybe why he might have fell down. But Rattler also fell down because of the player he is. He's and again, I almost don't like saying this because it seems like I get the impression with sometimes the Joe Miltonites and the Spencer Rattlerites that they hear me kind of talk bad about this and they just kind of get really rankled up hearing their chosen saviors kind of spoken bad about. But I just don't see it in either of those two guys. They were both 5th and 6th round picks respectively for a reason. They don't got the goods. And Will Howard's going to be a 3rd round pick because he's at least partially got the goods, or at least has the goods than those other two guys, I would say. Grashy says Rattler isn't worth it. We've already seen what happened when Clint had him. Yeah. Fritz, what do you think is the NFL's trepidation to using spot tracking tech in soccer and tennis? I don't know. I mean, Fritz, I know they're already using GPS, so I don't understand where there'd be any worry in doing that. I'm not sure what the worry would be there. I can't see a downside. Washington Visquest, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I just went to a Blazers game. Manny Sonic jerseys. That's cool. People still out there representing Washington Visquest. Out there at least able to watch a little bit of basketball. It's a hell of a drive to go see a basketball game, too. That's a good 4 or 5 hour drive, depending on traffic. Hopefully, you got some good tickets, man. Someday we'll get our Sonics back. 76, would it be crazy if the Hawks drafted Kobe Bryant? Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy having two guys with that name on the roster. But he's a fun cornerback, 76. He's a big old physical cornerback and certainly somebody that maybe Mike McDonald would like. But it would be pretty funny if you had two Kobe Bryants in your secondary. JSD says taking a running back this year is a tough idea for me. We already have a lot of running backs, but if we let K9 go next year, we could use one. That's why I pick one this year and feel good next year. You might go with one. Like you say, you are pretty filled up as far as your running back field goes, but if you're trying to get ahead of that with the Walker situation, maybe go for one more. Especially with how deep this draft is, JSD, with running backs. There's a lot of them in this one. Gene D says, Gino, 40 million, let him go. Yeah, because I just don't think, Gene, you're ready to contend this year. If I'm signing Geno Smith to a contract extension, I have to sign it with ultimate confidence that I am ready to contend in 2025. It is not a move for tomorrow. It is not a move for 2027. It is a move because I, as John Schneider, am saying with absolute certainty, shouting it from the top of Renton, that this team is ready to contend in 2025. And if I can't say that with certainty, again, G, I don't kind of say it. I don't kind of think it if everything breaks right in this way and that way and this way and that way. But with certainty, with authority, I've spoken about this prior on this, Gene, where the teams that came into it this year that thought they were contenders, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, the Detroit Lions. These contenders that came into it this year knew they were contenders coming in. They weren't guessing. They weren't saying, well, if this breaks right and that goes our way and this thing goes that way and this guy develops and that guy develops, maybe we can kind of just eke our way into becoming a contender. You are or you're not. So when I look at the Geno deal, a guy at his age, with our offensive line, with what we have to get fixed up here in Seattle, I don't look at that situation at this moment and say, you're ready to contend 2025. You've got the stones to make the moves that after you sign that Geno Smith contract extension, you got the pure and utter balls to go out there and do what needs to get done to become a contender. I don't think that John Schneider does. I don't think he does. So he wants the slow approach. He wants to do the Packer way. He wants to build it right. Then fine. I'm good with that. But then that means that, yeah, Geno would be a no-go then on a contract extension. But if they do sign the Geno extension to that deal, 40, 45, then you better be hyper aggressive around it. And if you're not, then get ready to embrace a lot of mediocrity moving into the future. Flag, I think we should try and get as many Kobe Bryants on this team as possible. I'm with that. I'm completely with that. Keon Lund, what's up, Keon? It's good to see you in the house. Just hopped on. What's your take on the Kubiak hire? I think that it's a smashing success of a hire. I think that there wasn't a litany of great, grand, bright, beautiful candidates across the board for the Seahawks team this offseason to go through as far as OCs go, Keon. I think that it was actually kind of lean out there. And you got the best candidate in what was a lean group. It's like if you're fishing in a tiny pond and there's only so many fish in that tiny pond, but there's a real good bass in there he's gonna feed you up heartily, okay? And you throw your line in there and you only get one fish. And you're like, man, we might pull out one of these smaller fishes, and I'm not gonna feel good about that. You got the big fish. And as far as him brought in, I think his offensive system works really well in this stadium. This is a West Coast offense. He is going to run the ball, and he's going to be creative in his running style. It's not going to be one note. He's not going to hammer the A and the B gap. He's going to work the edges, pitch plays, stretch plays, fly sweep, pre-snap motion, eye candy taking you this way. We're coming back that way. An unpredictability prior to the snap in a way that you haven't seen here in many years under Waldron and under Grubb, where it's going to be less of those defenses taking cheating steps prior to the snap where the play is going, and more of the defenses have to kind of be on their heels and react post-snap to what's going on. So a great hire. He's got a track record, Keon. He's had success as an OC. It's my belief that before that New Orleans cast kind of fell apart from an injury front on that team last year, that he was elevating that cast up. Something that I pointed to is if you have the PFF membership, and I'll try to show that this week when we do go live this week to talk about this a bit. When you look at the PFF scores on those linemen for the Saints, every offensive lineman for the New Orleans Saints this year was improved from where he was last year. Every one of them. to a man. Left tackle, left guard, center, backup center, right guard, right tackle, all improved. And I would, if it was just one or two guys, I'd say, well, maybe that's not the OC. When it's all of them across the board, you go, man, some of that's got to be the OC. Gene says, laughing out loud, we're going to sign an aging quarterback for $45 million is nuts. I don't want to. I don't want to. Zach, I'm with you. Sorry. 76 says Geno for max $28 million per year. That makes a lot more sense in that area of things, 76. You know, if you could find a contract similar to what you had him on the last time, where he's making between 5 and 8% of your salary cap, there's maybe a middle ground to be had there. I do think that Geno, from his standpoint of his people, though, are going to say, no, we've earned the contract extension to be paid like a Baker Mayfield. And that's where it gets sticky. Zach says, but dude's probably a third round pick if he keeps going up the board. Which guy was that, Zach? I might have missed your other comment in there. I do think that Howard's going to be a third round pick if that's who you're referencing. Caleb Daniels, thank you for the $5 donation. Caleb, thoughts on ex-Seahawks quarterback Seneca Wallace and Charlie Whitehurst? Seneca Wallace was a guy who, you know, maybe if he had come along in the league kind of 10 years after where he was drafted, Caleb, you know, if he had come along in the league after Robert Griffin had come in the league, Seneca Wallace might have been a guy who was actually looked at and viewed as a real possibility at the quarterback position by teams. You know, especially if he'd come up in that era of the read option stuff, Caleb, he would have been dangerous. He could have been easily a Jalen Hurts kind of quarterback, a Seneca Wallace, in my opinion. I don't think he quite had as much size as Jalen Hurts, but he wasn't far off. And he was probably more mobile than Jalen Hurts. An absolute awesome athlete for the position. Kind of wish we had used Seneca too more as a gadget guy, because we ran him out there like 2 or 3 times as a wide receiver. It was successful every time, but Holmgren never went back to it for whatever reason. But he was drafted to be just a backup to Matt. No one really had any faith of him ever being a starter. And he served that role well while he was here. He was a good backup. When he had to come out, he was functional for you. Charlie Whitehurst, you picked Charlie because you moved on from Matt, and there wasn't a lot of bodies out there to pick through at that point. This was at a time when there weren't a lot of great quarterbacks on the market. It was the have and the have-nots, and if you were a have-not, there was nothing to be had. Charlie was a representation of that. You know, you had Charlie, you had Tavares Jackson. You're trying to kind of get by. At the same time, you're trying to get Peyton Manning in here. You know, he was a bridge quarterback, Caleb. I think they saw him as a hopeful guy, maybe could have some upside, but it wasn't like they were, you know, throwing all of their bets on Charlie Whitehurst. You know, I think they gave up like a 3rd round pick or something for him. So he was awful though. Charlie was a horrible quarterback. There's a game where he had to go out there and start with the Browns, like the one game he started, and he was completely in over his head. He looked like Sam Howell did this year. This is some old names there, Caleb. They used to call Charlie Whitehurst the clipboard Jesus. Matt Hasselbeck had the funny tale he told of when Charlie came over to his house. His kids asked him mid-meal, you know, why are we having Jesus over for dinner? Because he looked just like Jesus with the beard and the hair. Greg, I don't get why people think DK would want to sign with the Raiders when Pete wouldn't even build the Hawks offense around DK, and the Raiders don't have a quarterback unless they drafted one last year that I forgot. It's a good point, Greg. It's a good point. That may be a preventative factor there. I thought more of the landing spot. To me, it seems more straightforward rather than, you know, DK to Raiders possible. I think the DK to the Chargers, that one makes more sense to me, Greg. But you're right. DK and where he wants to go and his part of that process also could factor into this too, because whoever is going to trade for him is going to want to sign him to a contract extension, and he's got to be willing to sign that a contract extension with that new team. That's for sure. 76 Kingdom. Give Geno incentives of $6 million for less than 10 interceptions and $6 million more for 30 touchdowns. There you go. Got to get creative with those incentives, man. Just got to be careful with the 76 on those incentives, because like the 70% completion percentage thing kind of bit you in the ass this year. Because there's a lot of times I feel like Geno would be out there scrambling around, and normally you want a quarterback just to throw the ball away, but he's thinking 70%. Gotta get that. I got that $2 million clicking in for that 70% completion percentage, man. Just hold it and take the sack. I can't say it for sure on that, but real infrequent, very few throwaways from Geno Smith this year. Gene D says DK would thrive in any offense. He's that good. Can't believe we would keep Geno, but let DK go. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm definitely not in. I think both would be the way the direction would go on that. If you go one, I think it would be both. BB says, you still live, bro? Much love, BB. Thank you, man. Zach says, Rattler and Milton are guys you draft, not trade for. Laughing out loud. Amen, Zach. Perfectly put. Hoop Craze, my friend suggested every team should just tank because Chiefs will win no matter what. Not a bad idea for the Steelers and Dolphins. Zach says, I'd rather take Ewers, and I hate Ewers. Zach, we're aligned in the exact same place. I'd be going for that more than those other two guys, that's for sure. Keon says, DK isn't a true number one receiver. I never trust him, and that kind of money is insane. Every team that pays their top wide receiver over $30 million a year never seems to win. A.J. Brown is the only one, but I don't even know what he's getting. No, he's making that amount, and you're right about that. We're just, not many of those guys are out there on teams that are out there kicking ass and taking names. And it's the truth. It's the thing about this with D. It ain't just about the talent of DK or his ability to be productive. It's about the fact that you're going to, not just $30 million a year, but you're going to be about $32 million a year on a new contract. And you get up into that price when you're talking about paying top 15 quarterback money for a wide receiver, you better be knowing exactly what you're getting. You better not be like, no, but this will be the year we maximize him. No, this year in year 7 of his career now is we're going to pay him $32 million is where for the first time we're going to maximize him as a player. It's hard for me to get there on that one, especially for a team that you might not know is ready to contend or not. Greg says, at Geno, I don't get people wanting to keep Geno but trade DK either. It just doesn't make sense. No, I don't see their thinking behind. To me, I'm with you on this, Greg. I think if you do one, it's the other. Just like probably if you don't do one, then you don't do the other. Then you end up keeping both. Then you try to be a contender, you know. So I'd be a bit of a both on that one too, Greg. Deb says, ooh, whoever's saying Radler's a Seahawks need to reevaluate their own football knowledge. I'm telling you, man, I do these streams a bit, and names that keep coming up in my chat and doing these streams, Milton and Rattler. They keep popping up. I keep trying to push them back down. It's like whack-a-mole. Flag says the draft vlog got people wound up on Rattler and Levis. That might be a little bit of Rob Stan's influence. Is he the guy that I've got to thank for this? Coop Craze, Christian Haynes reacted to Kubiak hiring with flame emojis. Maybe Haynes never meshed with Grubb and it takes a step with Kubiak. I like it. Hoop Craze. Let's go. Hope so. Flag says there's so many good running backs this year. There really is, man. I'm currently, I haven't even really dived into the depths yet, but I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in rounds 3 and 4, I've got 10 running backs alone right now, aligned. Barry Sotoro in the house. What's up, Barry? It's good to see my guy in the house. Long time no see, Barry. DK is the player you need to make JSN a legit pass catcher. It's like Sean Alexander. Big Walton Hutch made Sean elite. DK makes JSN elite. Tips cap. Definitely those two guys work off of each other well with their talents. I would say that for sure, Barry. The one thing with the JSN elite thing is that JSN had his best game of the year when DK was out this year. So I guess and maybe you can respond to this because there's been a few people that have mentioned this on this, being that when DK was out, JSN was great, you know, and so you go, well, DK down the stretch this year was not, in fact, it looked like in many ways, Barry, he was injured. There's all 22 tape I have down the stretch that I'm watching with DK getting singled up on the outside, and there's not the double coming from the safety over the top. So you can't just say, well, you know, just all the room that JSN's operating with. A lot of the times I'm watching with JSN, he's just beating his guy one-on-one. But again, the game that JSN had his best game of the year this year was when DK was out of the lineup. And if it is a proven case where DK makes JSN go, that somehow that productivity is relying on the other, well, then wouldn't that have been the case that he wouldn't have had his best game with DK out? That he would have been hemmed up and shut down in a lot of ways. I could be wrong on this. It's just a logical thought I would think to this a bit on that. That should have held up to that, along with the fact that the back half of the schedule, when some of those coverages were not quite going as hard lined as they were to double teams to DK, as teams seemed to kind of understand that maybe he wasn't working off of a full health situation, that now JSN is working through some, legit coverage that he's got to get open off the back of. Hoop Gray says, what if McDonald pulled a Liam Cohen and wanted John Snyder fired? Would have Jody let him fire him, or do Seahawks ignore McDonald then? I think that they would have ignored him. I don't think Mike McDonald would take that kind of step. I think the only reason that the new head coach Cohen took that step with the Jaguars was because Shah Khan said a week ago, right, Hoop Craves, that the next head coach could do this very act, right? So he opened the door and he said, whatever next coach wants to tell Brent Falk he's got to be fired, just tell me. All you got to do is just say the word. And then the new next coach said, say the word. But that's not how that's a representation, Hoop Craze, of bad ownership. That's not a representation of smart, good ownership that's visionary in its approach. Not Vexo says that there's just no way John doesn't fix this O-line with Clint and McDonald demanding for it. I hope so. Femi says, can we raid Z-Bot Hawks Nest? I don't know if he's on anymore. We're probably dead. We're probably the only people on. Oh, they are. They are in there. Yeah, we can raid them if you guys want. We'll put the link here in the chat if you want to go say, hey, what's up to Z-Bot? He's our roundtable host over there, of course, on the NFC West Weekly Roundtable show. So if you guys want to go over there and raid him up there, you can guys run under there and give him a hi. Say the Hawks Nest says what's up. Give him the love over there. Tell him hey. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, any specific game to watch to get a feel for Kubiak? I think the first 5 games, anything in the first 5 games of the year last year, Keon, is really what you want to highlight in on, because the Saints were in a position last year where they just offensively lost a lot of talent over the course of the year. Derek Carr got injured, knocked out for the season. Your best offensive lineman, Eric McCoy, was knocked out after only a couple of games into the year. You lost Chris Olave after 7 games. Kamara was basically fighting through injury about 8 games into the season, and he was at a lesser point of himself. So the offense is just kind of in tatters by the end of the season. So you really want to lock in on more of those first 5 games of the season to get a good view of what he does, I would say. New Master Brando, have you done a mock draft on stream yet? I've done an initial mock. I'll give you the lookout of it. We're going to do another one here, though, coming up soon. So maybe this week on Wednesdays. On Wednesday's show, we'll do another one. But here was my initial foray. If I could find it here. Somewhere here, somewhere. Looks like I lost it here. Oh, there we go. So this was just kind of the initial run that I had on it. I'll do another one this Wednesday though. But I had Kenneth Grant going in the first round, came back with Tyler Booker in the second round, Isaiah Bond out of Texas, a Z wide receiver replacement for Tyler Lockett, Emory Jones out of LSU, tackle guard convert, Seth McLaughlin, center out of Ohio State. Keon Saab has gone back to Alabama, so I would be making a different pick there in the 6th round. But then I went with Jabbar Muhammad and Kobe Bryant as 2 corners at the end of the draft. But heavy investment back into the cats are getting a little jumpy here, folks. We might have to kind of wrap this up. They're starting to get on. They're starting to roll all over me here. I'm also starting to get kind of, yeah, we're like 10 hours in. So I know tonight's definitely tough because we got a lot of the Kubiak talk we want to dive into, but my brain's starting to kind of mush out here just a tiny bit on this side of it. Why did you ask? Da, 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 da. Oh, mock draft. So that's my mock right now, the one that I ran earlier. But I'll run another one this week because I need to update it. Keon Saab's not in this draft, and I probably wouldn't go with Kenneth Grant. It was just kind of an initial foray. I think I'd most like to on the next mock try to do a trade back scenario and see if we can really double back down on offensive linemen in this draft on the next one I run. But I'll try to do it this week, Noob Master. Maybe on Wednesday's show. Kitty, come on, stop. I know. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, and you're tired of me being on. I got it. Greg, DK has never been used or treated like a number one wide receiver with the Hawks, and he's still produced. To say you don't trust DK with the only wide receiver more consistent than him is Mike Evans, and Mike is at the end of his career. Yeah, I'd have to do a deep dive on that, Greg, with the with being the most, for instance, the Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is a better X than DK is right now. I mean, that's just kind of off the top of my head. I think I can find some effective X's across the sport that are still able to produce higher to DK. And I'm not even really pushing down on DK, not to say that he's an effective player and that there is some more upside there. But you are finding yourself 7 years into this process, Greg, and saying, we're still trying to get to the place where we can hit this guy's ceiling. Oh, we're going to get there eventually on that. And you're also going to have to do this and say that while at the same point in time, this doesn't just happen in a vacuum where he comes back and plays out the final year of his contract. He wants to be paid $32 million per year. He wants to be paid like one of those upper crust wide receivers. And so the cost also does factor into this. And so, maybe at some point you're able to maximize to that great talent that he does offer, but as well as he's not gotten there. And you're going to pay the price like he has already gotten there by what you're giving him this offseason. Really, it's and I know you love him, DK, Greg. I know you love DK, and I know we've had a lot of cocks on DK, but I think that this decision does go outside of DK in a lot of ways. It goes into, are you ready to contend? Is it worthwhile to spend this amount of money for a player that you've not realized that talent really as he's gone into a 7th year? Maybe there's every excuse and reason in the book why you've not been able to get there and not making him the number one target, not doing this, not doing that. I would propose to you as well with this, Greg, there's limitations within his game. It's not just been that DK is this number one bubbling wide receiver that's just ready to, he's there to blow up and you just can't get the most out of him. There are things within his game that aren't ideal. And when you compare him to a guy like Mike Evans is a far superior player to DK Metcalf. He's a better route runner. He's got better hands. He's a better contested catcher. He's a better guy at elongating his catching radius to maximizing that to the utmost. He creates more separation. His hands are more consistent. Now, does he have a better offensive line? Has he been featured more better? Yeah, those things are true. But what I just said is also true there, Greg. It's like, I think that both of those things can be true at the same time on that one a little bit. So it's not as much really just purely about DK as a player on me. And I think with you, it's just kind of down to you're looking at through sort of the lens of just DK and where he is to me, it's more about all of these factors coming into play because it's really to be driven by what it gets you to a contender state. Are you ready to be at a contender state next year? If I'm signing DK now as he's heading into this year 7, it's got to be because I believe I'm contending right now. It's because I'm ready next year in 25 to be that contending team. And you may look at it and say, you're ready, that you think we're ready to be there. Maybe you look at it and say, it doesn't really matter. You just signed DK regardless of that. But I think that they're all kind of interlinked on that. I think it's really complicated. I don't think that there's a real clear view on this necessarily one way or the other. I'm okay with them going the other direction of signing DK to a contract extension. But I really get nervous about signing him to $32 million a year with the factors that we have at hand all across the board, from where the team is at, how he's utilized, to where he's at as a player. I don't think he's tremendously advanced over the years here, Greg. I don't think that the skills have ultimately really refined down the line. He's still a great player. I know you're going to say, well, he was top. He was 3rd in the league in receiving yardage prior to he was injured. I know that's something you'll say here, Greg. I know it's something you've said before. The other thing to keep in mind with being the top 3 in yards is you weren't running the ball through the first half of your schedule too. You led the league in passing attempts too, right? Which is part of the reason that he was at that production was the high number of passing attempts and the amount you were throwing the ball all across the yard. But it's a tough one, man. This isn't an easy one for me on that. It's a tough decision with it, but it's more driven to me by the factors that are outside of DK's skill set and more about where your team is at. And if you're going to be paying this kind of receiver at this mark, it's because he's putting your offense up into the ultimate point because you have a team that's ready to contend. Because a lot of these things I can't say yes is the answer to those questions. Instead, I go, I don't really know. Okay. I know you're all over the place. You're all over the place. Keon says, I just don't trust his hands, route running, bad time, turnovers, and his flags. Dude is great because he's an incredible athlete. His age ain't getting any younger. I'm curious if there's a Kubi game with the Vikings that stands out. I don't know on that one. I wasn't looking. I just looked at the Saints tape this year, Keon. I looked at the recent stuff on this. So, and we're going to have to kind of wrap this up because my cat's losing her mind right now about this. She's like, I need to give her like full attention. And I've been on for 10 hours. I know we can go the whole night here, but we're going to definitely kind of put a button on this one here. Zach, this team can't afford to lose Lockett, DK, and Geno. At that rate, you'd move anyone who doesn't have 2 years remaining on a contract to properly tank. No point in missing out on a good quarterback yet again. You can afford to do it. Just depends on where you're at as far as the mentality, Zach. Like you say, if you're not ready to contend, and here's the thing about this. I think some people tacitly do this thing. I'm not saying you're doing this, Zach, but I think some people tacitly will do this where they'll say, okay, well, we can't lose DK, Lockett, and Geno, and then what's going to happen then? What happens then? Wait, hold on. Where we start from is, does signing Geno, does signing DK take us to a contending state? That's the question at hand. So we've got to ask the questions the right way, and I think if we ask it from a sort of, well, if we lose this guy and that guy, then what are we going to do? I don't think that takes us to the place of getting to contender. That asks, what are we going to do if we lose these guys? That doesn't ask the question of how do we get to a contending state? Or do these guys take us to a contending state if they are here? Which is, to me, that's ultimately the only question at hand. When it comes to Tyler Lockett, you're not losing a lot by losing out on Tyler Lockett at this point. That's not a great major loss. Tyler's been a diminished self for many years, or not many years, but he hasn't been necessarily at his best for the last couple of years. He certainly has lost a couple of steps. There's certainly a lot of reason, I think, to believe that you can, without doing a lot, improve the C wide receiver position from where it's been the last 2 years, moving on from Lockett, without even having to spend a substantial amount of draft capital or money to make that happen, quite frankly. I think the bar's been kind of fairly low there. He gives you no yak, not really any contested catchability, doesn't really stretch the field anymore. I think you can replace that pretty easily. But yeah. Jordan, DK has one flag this year that has any significance. I mean, I guess it depends on what we say by significance. I mean, DK had 7 penalties this year. DK had 8 penalties the prior year. DK had 8 penalties the year before that, 7 penalties the year before that. I mean, he's on pace to have over 100 penalties in his career. He's kind of a highly penalized guy. That is the case. Kick up. One play that sticks out to me about DK was a 3rd down against the Giants. It was a must convert, and DK got strapped by Deontay Banks. Banks as a corner was gotten benched, and DK didn't separate. Lack of separation. This is some of the worries I have with DK at this point, especially as his game ages. Is DK at 29 when he loses a step? And is he going to be able to lean back on his route running, on his hands, like some players could? Like Larry Fitzgerald could lose a step moving into his 30s, but his contested catch ability was so good, his hands were so sticky that he could still become a very effective player at that point of his career. I also worry about that a little bit here with DK on that. Barry says another Kobe Bryant. Hey, why not, huh? Why not? Power says, no way you're still live, Brandon. I am still live. Wow. Flag says Kenneth Grant at 18 is a rough one. Yeah, I wouldn't take him at 1 now. That was my initial 3 weeks ago first mock. I got to update it. That's not a good pick on that one. I would take him in the first round, but I would trade back before I'd take him in the first, probably like 26, 27, 25, something in that. Pick up an extra 3rd or 2nd if I can. Jordan says, so the flag part of DK has been there. The hands and route running are fair complaints. Feel bad for Z-Bot? I feel real bad for Z-Bot. Yeah. He's going through it. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Zbot's channel is in the link of this chat. So just look for the Hawks Nest note above, scroll up to it, and you can click right in there and say what's up to Zbot. Tell him, hey, nobody be mean over there, of course. Nobody give him any hell. He's a good guy. They're a good channel. He has a right to be pretty cheesed. I can't even imagine the emotions I would be struggling with right now if I was Zbot. Greg says Nico Collins only had 7 more yards than DK this year and injury prone, so I don't think that's better. I said Mike Evans because he's been a guaranteed 1,000-yard. I mean, we can walk through it if you really want to, Greg. But Nico's had good years prior to this year, though, right? Like, so you're right, a little bit injured this year, but that's coming off last year with 80 receptions and 1,300 yards. And as we're just talking about watching Nico Collins play, Greg, on this, and just watching Nico Collins' skill set and watching DK's skill set, Nico Collins looks more refined as a pure receiver and what I want a receiver to do. I think Nico Collins is a better route runner. I think he's got better hands. I think obviously DK is a bigger guy and a faster guy, so there's good things that DK brings on that side of it too. But it was more of just a casual name to bring out there. I mean, even if you don't want to give the Nikos a better X, he's certainly on the level of DK. That's a multiple 1,000-yard wide receiver back-to-back seasons here who's, on the rise in his career. Yep, injuries came in a little bit this year, but still 68 receptions, still 1,000 yards. DK got injured this year, Greg, and he couldn't even crack 1,000 yards. I'm not trying to say that I'm down on the DK thing with this either, Greg. It's just as much of that. I think that there's sometimes a simplification that goes on when we look at these evaluations, and that it's kind of all broad brush paint to this way or all broad brush paint to that way. And then that leads us to try to simplify these really complicated decisions when they're really complicated. And with DK, to me, it seems a little bit too in this that you've got the view of a little bit of the micro and I'm looking more macro, where it's like you're kind of on the, well, just where's DK as a player? Have we maximized him out the most? And you're kind of, and that's not wrong to look at it that way. But I think that we get back to the team part of this and what's best for the team. And that's why I get stuck more in that macro view of it, where it's more about what's his cost? Where's he at in his career? Has his skill refined? Has he gotten better as a player over the last couple of years? Has he plateaued out? Is there detriments to his game that I got to take into account? It's all of that in together. And there are plus sides that DK brings to the table, but there's also the negative sides too that can't be undersold either. And when you're talking about paying the guy $32 million, you're not paying $32 million for a guy with warts. You're not paying $32 million for a guy with holes in his game. You're paying $32 million for a game changer. And if you're not getting entirely that, I don't know if you're spending your money right. This is a conversation about DK at $24, $25 million a year. I think it'd be a bit of a different discussion for me, Greg. But at 32 and a half, Greg says, Brandon, I bring up DK being third in receiving yards because it's the only time he was top 10 in targets in his career and used like a number one wide receiver. When people told me 3 years in the chat, he couldn't do it. And certainly I wasn't a guy that wasn't saying, and you can attest to this, Greg, in our conversations we've had in the past, I was never a guy that didn't say he couldn't do that or bring that up. But being third in receiving yardage when your quarterback is leading the league in passing attempts, at that time, if I'm not mistaken as well, Greg, that was right when the defense was kind of crap in the bed. So your offense was having to kind of score almost every possession, and we're throwing the ball. We're not running the ball. That's going to kind of artificially juice up stats there, right? It's not DK getting to the number 3 receiving yardage just by you running the natural, your offense naturally, and you're getting your runs and you're getting your throws, and he's just really lighting it up in that way. There's a little bit of that of he's getting a little bit more heavy targets than you would naturally if you're just playing the game kind of straight up here on this. So it's a part of that to take into account, because you can kind of get lost on that of just, well, number 3, but leading the league in passing attempts makes a bit of a difference on that too. That does boost it up. And you're right about the targets. He's not been the number 1 target. The question I might have for you that, Greg, is when I'm as a quarterback dropping back to pass and I look over at a receiver who's not the most refined route runner, and if I look over that receiver and I see that he's not generated the most separation, and I know about that receiver that he's not the best in contested catch situations, would you be confident in that moment, Greg, to make that pass, to make that throw? Or do you look somewhere else across the field in your reads? And as I look at Greg, if I look at DK's skill set and I'm looking over him as the first read and I don't see the separation and I know I'm throwing a trust ball into a tight space, I gotta be honest, I don't know if I've got a tremendous amount of confidence that he's reeling that catch in. Kick up early predictions. Who is better, Commanders or Seahawks? These teams match up next year. Check with me, kick up, after we get through the offseason moves, because the team could take two different tracks this offseason. If the Seahawks decide to be hyper aggressive and they want to be elite next year, then you're going to be better than the Commanders. But if the team wants to take a step back, then the Commanders will be better than us. J.O., if we didn't have JSN, Tyler probably has another great year. 600 yards ain't bad for number 3. That didn't seem to get used all that often. Sign Lockett to another 3-year deal. Screw it. Nick Craig, thank you for being a Hawks Nest member for 21 months. I'm in the camp of drafting a guy like Savion Williams, 6'5", 225 pounds with 80% contested catch rate with better hands, but I love DK, but not for $30 million. Understandable. Savion is really fun, Nick. He's a lot of fun as a wide receiver, that's for sure. Completely different guy in the style and how he's built from DK, even though they both are similar somewhat size-wise. But he's fun. A lot like Cordell Patterson, Savion Williams in a lot of ways. But yeah, it's that $30 million price tag is a lot of money to spend on a receiver. JL says, if I was GM, y'all would hate me. I don't know. John's getting a lot of hate. I don't know if it'd be beyond John, JL. JSD says, DK, Diva stuff's overblown. I've never seen DK get mad about not getting when we are winning, unlike AJ Brown. He also doesn't bring drama on social media, unlike Diggs and Antonio Brown. Yeah. I've never been big on the DK Diva stuff either. I certainly wouldn't label him that necessarily. Manny Blasco, Jamar is also another receiver that has 1,000 yards every season. I would say that, yep, that's another guy as an ex-receiver that's probably got DK beat. There's some stuff that Jamar does from the slot, but I think he is more of an ex-receiver than anything else. It gets flopped around. Bengals will move T. Higgins into X and Jamar to Z, and they all get moved around a little bit. Kevin O'Connell, I don't really see people really wanting to deal with Geno in a contract extension. I say let him go test the market, and I don't think he's going to find what he's looking for. We'll see on that, Kevin. My prediction on this is that I think that if the Hawks are not willing to sign him to a contract extension, that there will be a team that will be willing to trade for Geno and give him a contract extension, because there are so many quarterback-hungry teams out there right now, and there are so few quarterbacks to pick through. But that's just a prediction. I could end up wrong on that one. 76 Kingdom, DK is more like Terrell Owens, screwball. I think he's kind of a modern Terrell Owens at the end of the day. We thought we got a modern Calvin Johnson, but more kind of a modern Terrell Owens, which isn't a bad thing. Keon Lund, I'd pay $32 million for Geno, but not any receiver alive. In theory, I'd spend $16 million on Saquon and $16 million on the O-line. We might have a Saquon already, just need a line. Great point, Keon. Great points there. It's resource allocation, right? You got to find out amount of resources, reapply it the smart way. Zach says DK has never had no line that gives him enough time to get down the field for the targets he should be getting. He goes to the Chargers. He's going to be a top 7 wide receiver. Good points. Definitely, I would not push back against any of that. You've never had a good offensive line here, really, since DK's been here, to your point. So we're at 76 Keno, wish we had Rice or Largent type receiver. Definitely miss Largent. Zach says not with Geno at quarterback and a bad offensive line, so he'll never be. He flashed with Russ and looked like he was on track to be a top 5 receiver. Williams drops ball so much. A 3rd round pick, sure. But a second, I'm going to rage. He's Johnston 2.0. Well, we're in alignment, Zach. I don't see him as a 2nd round guy at all. He's a 3rd, 4th round guy to me. The thing I like a little bit over him than Quentin Johnson is Quentin Johnson was a pure wide receiver, where Savion Williams could be more of a gadget, get the ball in space to the guy and let him go work guy. You know, he can kind of drum up some of his own stuff with that a bit. Whereas Johnson just has to make it happen. He's not as much of a yak guy, really. He's got a little bit of that, but I think Williams is better at it. But yeah, no way I'd go 2nd round for him. Kevin says, man, that's a lot of fans with jerseys that they won't wear anymore. It's very true. And look, they might end up to the point on this, just signing to extension. I'm not going to be mad if they sign him for the record, I'm not mad if they sign DK to a contract extension. It's just in a general opinion. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, worst Super Bowl matchup of all the choices. Why this? I don't know, man. Two well-built teams, two complete teams with not a lot of weaknesses. In many ways, it's sort of the two teams that they got in here are the teams that were the teams with the smallest amount of weaknesses, rather than the greatest strengths, I think you could say, Keon. Greg says, Brandon, the problem is with Hawks never maximizing DK or using him like a number one wide receiver. You can't ever truly say what he can or can't do or how good he really is because he's not been given the chance. I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. I think that, and let's get to the thing that Zach had said above, to your point on this. So Zach says kind of to the same thing. DK has never had no line that gives him enough time to get down the field for the targets he should be getting. He goes to the Chargers. He's a top 7 wide receiver. So let's take this through let's just go through the worst case scenario on this. And Greg, I still would like to, if you can, let me know if you think right now we're a contender in 2025. Because that was a part of that we're talking about on this. That's a bit of my assessment into this. Do you feel like we're a contender right now here with signing DK to this extension? That we're not only ready to maximize DK out and start to get the most out of him with his new OC, but that you're ready to be a contender with that too as well? Because that's a bit of the major reticence I have first on this out the gate, before I get that to it. Is there upside there in DK that's going to be maybe maximized on a different team where he can get to the 1,600 yards? Yeah, there certainly is. Are there the limitations that I've spoke about still the real limitations that are there, Greg? From the lack of separation, the lack of refinement in route running, the hands not coming really far forward throughout the course of his career? That stuff's still part of it too. So there is still some negative you get with it, the penalties. There's still some negative you're going to get with DK. It ain't all on the plus side. But let's walk through this. We get a first and a third from the Chargers, and he goes to the Chargers and he turns into a 1,500-yard receiver. If we're not ready to be a contender in 2025, that's getting me the draft capital to getting me to be a contender in 26, 27, which is what I'm trying to do there. It's one of those places where all this could be right, where you did maximize DK out, where indeed he goes out there and he's going to have a great time and a groovy time with that next new team, and he's going to light it up in a way that he's not lit it up here, but it still is the right move for you because it's what was best for the team to get to a contending state. Because there's also that money that's saved in there that you're not spending. There's that $32 million that you're not putting DK onto a new contract for that you now get to work in other ways on top of the first and the third round return that you're getting in addition to that. Roy Stansell is slightly off topic. Did you play Fallout New Vegas? I didn't. I did put in my thumbnail for my Clips channel a Fallout symbol on it, but I never got around to it. I'd always been kind of meaning to. Roy, a lot of people have recommended it. I just never have. I've kind of been leaning away from first-person games. I like more the multiplayer ones, Flag says Williams has some concentration drops. TCU receivers freak me out. He's raw as a route runner. He's got a long ways to go. He's not in the same talent place of a DK by any measure, and you're going to have to get a lot of bodies in there to kind of offset some things there for sure. But he is a player that we could utilize regardless of DK being here or not. I think you still would look at a Savion Williams even if DK was here, because he is a guy that could add something to this offense we don't have, being a bit of that yak guy. Kick up, where would an all-time Seahawks team rank compared to other teams' all-time teams? Cowboys, Niners probably have the best players out of all times. The Seahawks would not make it out of the NFC. It's a hard question because I think we only have the one Super Bowl win. We got to back-to-back Super Bowls, but you could say that Super Bowl winning team was as strong as any of the Niner or Cowboy teams, I think, kick up. I don't think that those Niner or Cowboy teams were going up against the equivalent of the number one all-time greatest offense that the NFL had ever seen, like the Broncos were when we took them on. Sometimes your greatness is derived from the opponent that you're facing and how strong and tough they are. Cowboys' biggest wins were over a Buffalo Bills team that never got a Super Bowl win. The Niners beat up a Broncos team, I think, a couple times with Elway in the 80s. They never got anywhere until they got Shanahan there in the mid-90s. Who was the other Niners wins? Against Cincinnati? 2 wins against the Bengals, too? Those aren't... you got more Super Bowl wins, but you didn't exactly have a run of juggernauts you ran through to get there, did you? Good question. I think the Hawks are up there. I think that 2013 team has got to be considered up as at least a top 7, top 8 all-time team would be my impression. Zach is getting off so the kitty has human time. Have a nice night, everyone. Have a good one, Zach. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, he's raw as a route runner. Greg says, Brandon, that's what I've been saying for 3 years in the chat. If this is how the Hawks are going to use him, I'm only going to hold him to his 900 yards or more standard and nothing more. Fair enough. That's a fair enough outlook on it. Definitely they could be doing a lot more than they have, man. No pushback there whatsoever. You know that. Not for me. Was the Bills a good game? I was sleeping. It was better than the first game, but it was ultimately very frustrating. Kevin, I get the needing Geno now, but being as old as he is, I don't see any team wanting him longer than 2 years, including the trade next season. Maybe he becomes a merchant of a year-to-year contracts. In my impression, the way that this plays out is like this, Kevin. There's 2 quarterbacks at the top of this draft. You're going to have about 12 teams needing a quarterback. You're probably going to have about 5 or 6 of those teams that believe that if they have a functional top 10 quarterback, that they can be a contender. They're going to look at Geno, who put up a top 9 season from a PFF standpoint as far as his rating with them and with the line that he had dealt with. I'm making a guess on this, but I've got a very strong gut instinct on this, and I don't tend to speak so strongly about this unless I really do believe that it's the case. A Geno trade is going to be able to be facilitated. Geno will get a 3-year contract extension with a new team. This is going to happen because there are so many teams that need a quarterback, and there are so few teams out there, so few quarterbacks out there to be had. I could be proven wrong, and if I'm proven wrong, call me out on this, and I will adjust my ways into the future. But I really do believe this, Kevin. I'm not feeling like I'm speaking out of class on this. The quarterbacks and what derives, who gets what. Last year, you had one of the deepest quarterback classes that we've had in the last 5 years. 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks. And yet you still had the Minnesota Vikings willing to throw $150 million at Kirk Cousins coming off of a torn Achilles injury. So it is not a matter of just the talent of the player. It is not a matter of just the age of the player. It is not a matter of just the fact that you got to give the guy a contract extension. It is the need of the teams out there for quarterbacks. And is there a lot of teams that need it? Are there teams that need it now going to drive up what you get maybe back draft pick wise, but also drive up Geno to get the deal that he wants to get? I think it's very well the case. And the way that the deal would be structured, Kevin, is it would be a 3-year extension. The team would be able to get out from under the contract after 2 years. It's a lot like the Kirk Cousins deal that was just signed here, Kevin, where he signs a new contract. They draft Michael Penix. Everybody's like, what are you doing? How do you draft Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins? And they could get out of the contract after a year. So the same thing will be in place here where Geno will get his money. He'll get his guarantees. You'll get draft pick compensation back. All these things will happen. I might be wrong on it, but boy, I feel pretty strongly that this will be the way that this plays. There are no quarterbacks on the open market, Kevin. There's only 2 quarterbacks that are likely to go in the first round. Maybe a third if somebody really wants to stretch themselves. But if you're a team, like let's say Kevin, the Jets, or one of these teams out there that goes, hey, we got a good roster. You give us the top 10 quarterback, we're ready to go. I think that they can talk themselves into a Geno Smith kind of player. I do. Evan, I know the Chiefs are not a very likable team, but I find myself rooting for them because we are witnessing greatness. It's not often in history you get to experience a player or a team that good. Go Hawks. Well said, Evan. Well said. You might be the only one on that one. I ain't gonna lie. Femi, I wouldn't be mad for the Chiefs being there. If the refs were not up there giving them the calls. I think that'd be the easier. I think I would be in alignment to where you're at, Evan, if not for that part that Femi brings up here, where there's a little bit of help being given to this greatness. A little bit of help that this greatness doesn't need. Keon Lund, Lawrence, and DK will improve the Jaguars to a whopping 8 wins. Lawrence, Herbert, Allen, Jackson, all are chokers. Burrow's the only hope to dethrone Mahomes. A team with a good run game might. Well, we will see. Keep the ball in the Chiefs' hands. That's right. Run the ball with Saquon. If I'm the Eagles walking into that game, I look at Saquon, I'm like, bro, you're getting 35 touches in this game. You ready? Sleep in the hyperbaric chamber for 2 weeks. You're getting 35 touches in this damn game. Bill Anderson, Kubiak is the answer. This was my grade A #1 candidate. This is who I wanted from the start. Everyone knows that. Hearing me talk about this a couple weeks ago, we landed on my guy. So I am very happy. This was the ideal of all the possible candidates that were out there. Keonson Allen looked frazzled from the start. Definitely didn't look comfortable, man. That is for sure. Definitely did not look comfortable. Kickup says, would you say the Seahawks are a mid team, even if we were finishing that way? I think that my opinion on this Kickup is I develop a theory on this. See if you buy into it. I think a team is like, water finds itself in 3 different states, right? Liquid and solid and gaseous form. I think the teams find themselves in 4 different states. You're in rebuild mode, ascent, in between, or you're elite. And you don't necessarily go from ascent to rebuild. You don't necessarily go from rebuild to ascent to in between to elite. The way it actually goes is it goes rebuild, ascend, elite, and that's the way it should roll. You get stuck in between. You get stuck in purgatory. And I do think in recent years we've gotten stuck in purgatory, kick up. And the way that this happens is exactly the reasons why it's happened to us. You think you're better than you actually are. Every offseason you look at yourself and you say, no, now's our time. You're like the Goonies, now's our time. And it's not your time. You're actually just kind of a fringe playoff team, but you think you're a contender. And so this has been the mistake I think the Hawks have made for many seasons, about 10 seasons in a row. You made the same mistake because over 10 years, you've not been close to being a contending team. You got 2 playoff wins in 10 years, and neither of those playoff wins are very impressive. Yeah, they're on the road, but both of those playoff wins are a little bit with asterisks where you go, it wasn't an indication that you were a contending team that year. So we're stuck here a little bit, kick up. I'm worried about that. Yeah. Because those teams that get caught in between, as I said, you don't go from rebuild to ascend to elite. There's no in-between phase. You end up in an in-between as you're in between heading from ascent to elite. You just find yourself taking a left at Albuquerque like Bugs Bunny, and you find yourself stuck in this place, and you're like, how? We can't get out of here. And the worry here, kick up, is that when you do get stuck in purgatory, you are stuck there for decades. You don't get stuck there for 2 or 3 years. You're stuck there for decades. The Cowboys have been there for 3 decades. The Saints have now been there for a solid 10 plus years, pretty much. With the exception of the 1 year there where they had the Rams pushed up to the brink a little bit. They've had a few moments maybe here and there, but they're there now for the last at least 6, 7 years minimum. Kubiak's raises the floor for sure. Big knock on Kubes is the lack of halftime adjustments. Something to pay attention to. Somebody else mentioned that in the chat. Something to watch for. J.O. says, I think we're going for it. If we didn't have Geno, then maybe we wouldn't. It's possible. I could see him going both ways. I think we're also lucky to have him. We've definitely been beneficial to have him. That's for sure. Yeah, who knows where we'd be without Geno on this. Greg says, Brandon, no, I don't think the Hawks are contenders. I also said in the chat during training camp that I don't think the Hawks will ever maximize DK, and I'd rather he go to a team that wants to maximize him. That's fair enough. And I think there's not really anything I'm pushing back on your points either on this, Greg, with it. I certainly am. It's more of I've just gotten to that place of that piece you talk about making with where they're just not going to get this right. It should have happened. The team should have recognized very early on in getting him to make him that centerpiece point. And there's not a lot of good excuses as to why you haven't done more. It's not on DK's fault on this, by and large. It really is not. It is these other factors from a boring ass offense to bad pass protection, sometimes the quarterback play. It all goes together, man. It does, Greg. And the bottom line is it does suck. It sucks that you have a player with this amount of talent and you're looking at yourselves going, man, we should have gotten more. Year seven, you're still looking at yourselves organizationally saying we should be doing more for this player to get more out of him. That's a tough look for an organization. It's not a good look either. Flag says, but how much are we going for it? 1 foot or all in? If you're signing Laken Tomlinson and Farrell Brown, you're fooling yourself about going for it. That's my point with this, Flag, is what they do is they say, no, we're ready to contend. So these moves that we're making around this are going to supplement this contender that's ready to happen. And this is what's driven you at times to make even real big desperate trades like Jamal Adams. Team's great. Team's ready. We just need some pass rush. We don't have any pass rush. Who can give us some pass rush? I don't know. Jamal Adams on the market. Let's bring him in. Bring him in. This will fix our pass rush. Now we're straight. Now we're ready to go. We're ready to contend. And so this is what happens with that is that you end up doing these kind of moves that are just not enough. And that's why I say with this, Flag, if you're going to be a contender this year, you better be hyper aggressive. You better not take the same truck you've taken these last 10 years. Because one of the reasons that you're in this in-between state, for instance, Flag Sabbath, is the predominant heavy amount of one-year contracts that John Schneider gives out every single free agent period. So where he might have $50 million to spend, but it all gets cut up between like 8 players on one-year deals. And you don't end up with a lot of value. You end up with a lot of Benson Mayoas and Brandon Jacksons and Greg Olson at the end of his career. You know? Yeah, I agree with you on it, that those moves don't look all in. But the team has also told you in conjunction with these moves, Flag, we're contenders this year. And unless they're just flat lying to the fans, which that could be the case, but then you would see moves that would be moves to sort of pull back, right? You'd see some more, okay, but instead it's more of like last year, for instance, on this Flag, you convert Tyler Lockett's base to bonus. You can create more movies. You can go out there and make trades for Roy Robertson Harris and Trevis Gibson and the whatnot, right? Rather than if you just let that year of Tyler Lockett's deal go through and then you get to this offseason and then you cut Tyler Lockett, now you save even more money than you're going to save this offseason. You lost out on some of the money you could have saved this offseason by that nature of things. You restructured DK's contract this last offseason and converted base to bonus and dumped voidable years into 26 and 27. Did it because you thought you could contend this year. Didn't want to pull it back. Didn't want to just kind of eat it, even though it was the first year of McDonald's period here. And that's the thing that you see with these teams caught in between is they never are willing to pull it back. They never take the step back. They never really always take the full couple of steps forward either, but they never take the step back. You're always stuck in the middle. Keon says, buy me a line with the money we saved from DK, Lockett, and Jones, and get me a guy who can play a Jalen Hurts role and lead the 1 and 2 Sharps K9 to go to work. Let's go, Keon. I'm with it. JL says 1 foot and 3 toes. Going to save 2 toes for the trade deadline. Exactly. Kevin, no, I totally agree with you, B. I just wish we respected Geno for his worth, you know. I want to keep him because of the fact that we might be up S Creek for a while. Yeah, it's kind of similar to me with a Geno or a DK. It's just different things, different players, different parts of where they're at their career, different reasons for what's going on. But my assessment with both of them and to move on from both of them has nothing to do with them individually as players or how good they've been or how good they are. They are that, in my opinion. It's more about the state of this team and the problems that have plagued this team in recent years. That's really more my driving force to this one. It's got me looking more to the high level view of this and like, okay, let's get our fundamentals right. You know, our budget's out of line. You know, we're walking this offseason with negative 20 million in functional space. Yeah, you can create the cap space. Yeah, you can pull some levers. But how about we get to an offseason where we don't have to pull levers? How about we get to an offseason where we weren't a middling team that's now got to scramble to get underneath the cap? Isn't that kind of ridiculous? It's one thing if you're going for it. It's one thing if you're truly in a contender state to be in that cap space, but to not be a contender state to be up against the cap every year. What are we doing? Kilpie, Patrick just got the juice. I think he's going to be tied with Elway for second for starting his 5th Super Bowl and tied for second with Montana with playoff wins at 17. He's a beast. And boy, utilizing his mobility to the utmost again in this game. Daniel says, will you have a clip of the Kubiak hire on this channel? I will, Daniel. I might have to wait, I'm going to be honest with you, till tomorrow. I've been streaming for about 11 hours straight today. It might be hard for me to get a video out tonight made up because my voice is just about toast, but I will by tomorrow for sure. B, what other rookie quarterback after the first round would you like? The main guys that I like are in sort of that 3rd, 4th round area. Will Howard and Jackson Dart are kind of the guys in the 3rd round that I really do like a lot. Will just a little bit more than Jackson, but they're kind of neck and neck. If Jalen Milroe were to last into the 3rd round, I think he'd be interesting in the 3rd. 4th round, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel would be 3 guys that I'd be perfectly happy with any of those 3 guys if we're talking 4th round. In the 5th round, if you look at Curtis Rourke, Kyle McCord, Seth Hennigan, any of those 3 guys would be interesting to me in the 5th round. They're different levels as far as talent level. None of them are, tried and true 1st round pick types, but all of them got some interesting skill sets to them. And all those guys I think will find their way in the pros as far as functional somehow or another, even if it's just as a backup. Keon, I'd be totally fine if we signed Geno for under 40 for 2 years, let DK walk, buy a deal O-line, let the run game take over, and let Geno make periodic splash plays. That is what worked from 2012 to 2016. Maybe a process, maybe the way that they go this offseason, Keon. I could see that being the pathway that they take. Kilpie says, Patty stopping his peers from winning rings like MJ, Lamar, and Allen, like Ewan, Miller, Barkley, Malone. Kind of, yeah. That's kind of the case, isn't it, Kilpie? Yeah. Well said on your part. Keon, well, not walk. Trade DK for a 1st and something. Maybe a good number 2 receiver. I know what you mean on that. Yeah. Flags Abbott says, Bruce Irvin, all in. Yeah, I always love showing this graphic because there's nothing in the world that encapsulates John's ineptitude in free agent spending than this thing right here. I love bringing this thing out. It's one of those things that you can get in a discussion like this, and sometimes you can get lost a little bit, and well, you know, that's a good point. It's true. And there'd be, well, there's those good points to be made. But then there's those times where you can just go, yeah, this is just dumb. So let's walk through it again, shall we? And this is just one season, by the way. I could run this through for the last 4 years if you guys really wanted me to. I'm not going to do it 11 hours in. Okay, I'm not. But at some point, we can go all the way in if you really want to do this. Here's an offseason. Left-hand column, what is that? Those are millions. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. You had over $50 million to spend in one given offseason. This is in our Super Bowl run, by the way. This is with Russell Wilson in his prime, by the way. This is when you're going all in, all guns a-blazing, right? All guns a-blazing. Jaron Reed, 9.3. There goes 10. Greg Olsen, 6.9. Oh, there goes almost another 10. Bruce Irvin, 5.9 one-year deal. BJ Finney, 1 year, $3.5 million deal. Brandon Shell, 1 year, $3.5 million deal. This is the only of these deals that worked out. This 1 year Brandon Shell deal was the only one of these that worked out. Jacob Hollister, $3.3 million. Benson Mayoa, $3 million. Carlos Hyde, $3 million. Mike Ayupati, $2.5 million. Cedric Abuhi, $2.2 million. Brandon Jackson, $2.1 million. David Moore, $2.1 million. None of these are big contracts, but they're 1 year deals. So all of the money comes due immediately and then eats up all of the space that you have to spend. And John does this on a yearly effing basis. It drives me freaking crazy because he's been doing this for years on end and it doesn't work. The one moderate success story of Brandon Shell playing at a league average rate for you at right tackle does not make the cumulative of these deals be smart. It was stupid then when you did it. It's stupid now in retrospect, but John just keeps going. Black says, don't get me started on Brandon Jackson. I know, just a nothing, just throwing $2 million to the wind for nothing. GSD says, our recent free agent signing was Uchenna, but as soon as we extended him, he becomes injury prone. That was one of your success stories. The guy you signed on a 2-year deal. You left the 1 year deal. You went to the 2 year. You went and actually paid for some value and got value back. It's these 1 year deals in particular that are just chapping my hide. JL says, I believe Mike back. I think you can get through to John. He seems like a serious dude. That stare he gives at the press when they ask a dumb question is unmistakable. I think he's an intense dude in that way too, John. Yeah, I think he's strong opinion. I think he's gonna help John out to your point on that. I do. JSD, this is the most important offseason in John Schneider's career. He's ridden on the fumes, the utter fumes of the Super Bowl run back 10 years ago. No general manager would get this kind of run with this lack of success like he has. And Coach Carroll was a bit of the scapegoat a year ago on this. And he got to kind of swing through on that. And I'm not anti-John, but it is what it is on this. We're getting to the point where it's been a long damn time since you put together a contender. You did once, but you may very well just not be able to build one again. And especially when it comes to his absolute utter refusal to address this offensive line in a major way. If he does that once again, I think he's on the road to being out of Seattle real quick at that point. Greg, Brandon, and to your point about DK not getting 1,000 yards this year, it reminded me of how the Bucks make sure Mike Evans got 1,000 yards this year and the Hawks made sure JSN got 100 catches. True. It's like in a game, especially that Rams game, Greg, like you couldn't have found a way to fit him in, even if he was a tiny bit on the gimp side of it. I do think he was really fighting through injuries on this too, Greg. I just, that's part of what I think hampered some of this is he was not at 100%. But would have been nice to get him into the 1,000-yard range of things this season. Yeah. You just kind of completely forgot and ignored him as the year went along. And that Chicago game, there's one cut up of DK running a 9 route that just drives me crazy where Geno doesn't even look his way, Greg. And DK wins off the line of scrimmage. The safety's not over the top. It's one-on-one pure. It's like, why are you not throwing that ball, Geno? Like, give him a chance. JSD says, JSN, John Schneider really wasted Russ's prime. That chart really opened my eyes. And can keep in mind, JSD, I could show you something like that from about 18 to 22, 17 to 22. I could show you very similar stuff on that. where they took the same road again and again, where it's like, when are you guys going to try a different methodology to actually work rather than trying this one that's not working anywhere close at all? And in theory, a prove-it deal makes sense. You sign a guy to a 1-year contract in the NFL where we know sometimes when guys get guaranteed deals that they will shut it down. So it makes some sense on the surface of it, but it's one of those things that looks good on paper, doesn't really work in practicality. It hasn't worked when you try to really make it roll. So you got to dump it. And it doesn't make sense. Femi says, I heard stories before Russell even left that John tried to move him earlier and Pete vetoed it. I remember the first 3-round, the first offer was 3-round picks from the Bears for Russell, and Pete said no. I've heard that that's also the case too, Femi. Even at the end that he was fighting very much against Russell being moved. Keon says, I don't think Geno trusts DK's hands. He always goes to Lockett, and second started to really trust GSN. And those apparent route running snafus. Yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of chemistry between DK and Geno, to your point, which is weird because those guys have been throwing to each other for 6 years. That's the other kind of strange part is like, you guys should be telekinetic. Like you should be like locked in like you're on a wire. I don't understand why you guys look so out of sorts at times between the two of you. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. JL says, this is my favorite time for Hawks Nest. Late night, all the trolls have been tucked in for the night. Just the boys talking ball. That's right, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Flags have, at least in my eyes, I think John's job's unfortunately pretty cemented. I think it is this year, that's for sure. This chart's from 2020. Of course, there are flags, so. But you did have David Moore in your roster at that time. You might have cut him off at one point or another, and then he went to the Panthers that year. You definitely had him accounted for on you gave him the tender. You tendered him. Joe, oops, and girls, I suppose. What grades are you giving the Witherspoon and JSN picks after 2 years? I think the JSN pick is an A. I think the Witherspoon pick is probably an A-. Witherspoon probably had a little bit of a stronger year in his first season with you than this year, but this wasn't a bad year. I think he was still very impactful, and some of what Witherspoon brings is just not going to be able to be statistically tracked. But both smart picks. You could end up JSD, we could have ended up with Tyree Wilson or something along those lines. I think there's a couple picks in there that haven't exactly worked out great. So we've definitely done well versus some of the others. Selections that have been made. Erickson says, totally spot on with DK. I thank you, Erickson. Okay, now that Pete is on the Raiders, we can see how much of the team building was Pete or John. We're going to learn a lot about that. We'll learn a lot about, Pete at the end here and whether some of the stuff was back more on John than Pete. Maybe we learn that in retrospect. I don't think it'll be that way. I think there's holes in both of their games down the line here a little bit, but we will get a little bit more clarity on that. There's certainly a lot of pro Coach Carroll folks in there that feel that he's gotten a bad shake that come into my chat from time to time. Jesse, is Lockett retiring? I kind of think the Lockett's going to end up on a team somewhere trying to play for at least a ring in his final year. Could he go to a team like Kansas City that could find a way to use him on a real low-end deal? I mean, to me, a Lockett would be an improvement over even a Devondre Hopkins, kind of that veteran presence guy you have on the roster, especially for that offense that would probably fit well to his route running. But that's the only way I could see him not retiring as he kind of goes to chase a ring. I don't think that he'll remain here even on a restructured contract. Seattle's got to eat already so much dead money with Lockett. To restructure him, you're not really end up saving almost anything by a restructure at that point. You need to kind of move off of him just to save the full meal deal that you need to save to do your normal order of business. Him and Draymond are kind of your beginning points that you have to undertake as far as releases go, just to clear the bare minimum space to get your normal order of business done. Andrew Nate says B is the embodiment of the meme. He's a man of commitment, focus, and sheer effing will. That's right. I like that. I like that. A flag says, I was replying to Jesse about David Moore, Hawks Nest. I know the chart. It's a thing of nightmares. It's nightmare fuel, right? Keon, Pete's going to be a sad man there. The Raiders, Jags, Browns are the only teams that might out this spark out for good. Wish the guy good luck, though. Going to be such a great homecoming. Indeed, it will. Get to play the Raiders next year. Is that right? But yeah, I think he's got an uphill battle there, does Pete. This is not going to be an easy job. I think having Tom Brady take a little bit more of basically what we're hearing is that Tom Brady's really in control there with the Raiders. Not just a 10% owner, but he's having a voice in that place, a true voice. And maybe between him and Pete, there's going to be a strength of enough spirit and commitment to winning to them getting it done. But it's going to be an uphill battle with that Raiders team, especially in that city. Imagine trying to keep 21, 22, 23-year-old players in Vegas on the straight and narrow, fully committed to the process, on their grind. I don't envy anybody in that environment. Not with those kind of young players. So much temptation. Kick up, what was your grade? What grade you giving Mike McDonald? I think you've got to give him an A on the year, kick up. He took a back-end defense from bottom third to top third. He got you up to 10 wins in his first year as a first-time head coach, as the youngest head coach in the NFL. He obviously didn't inherit an empty cupboard from Carroll, but I think he did some really great work. He came in here and did what you wanted him to do. For first-year returns, that's as good as it's going to get for first-year returns. Then you start looking at next year and you're going, okay, now next year, rather than be a top third, can we be a top 5, top 7 defense and take another step up? I think there's a lot of reason to believe that's possible. Kick up, who was your number one guy last year for head coach? Mine was always Mike Mack. I was a Harbaugh guy. In all honesty, he was my lead dog, but Mike was right there behind him. And I was kind of fine with, between Vrabel, Harbaugh, and McDonald, all three of those guys, I was basically pretty happy with any of those three guys. I didn't want Quinn. I didn't really want Ben Johnson. Any of those other three guys, I think I was almost kind of would have been equally happy down the board. With Harbaugh, I gave him a little bit of a nod because there was a little bit more of a known quantity with him, a known winner. You knew what you're going to get. I know the fan base would push back 100% on that one, but I didn't mind the whole prior history thing. Great guy says, Brandon, with the Hawks not making sure DK gets 1,000 yards, it was just another example to me of the team telling people DK isn't a priority and he gets what yards and touchdowns he gets. That's the way that it's played out here, Greg. Like, as you said, he's had 1 season in 6 where he's been the top targeted guy, or not 1 season in 6 that he's even been the top targeted guy. And it's been strange, the approach to it, you know, for a guy that is such a good soldier and taking off so many double teams and running all those 9 routes and pulling coverages off like he does, that you'd kind of reward some of that to the other side. But their approach from day one with DK has been kind of strange and not trying to maximize him out in all the ways that you seemingly could. And it's just part of some of the processes at play. I mean, this has just been an embodiment, Greg, right? There's other things on this team, the 1-year contracts, but the use of DK, the belief in being a contender when you're not. There's a lot of things this team does that's just not always the most intelligent in their process. And this is why we haven't been a contender for 10 years. We've not been a contender not because of bad luck. We've not been a contender because we're not doing things right. And we're not doing things right on a variety of different ways. We're not completely broken. We're not completely raw ass backwards in every which way but loose. But there's too many things that we do unintelligently that causes us to always come up short. And we got to start thinking more intelligently in our process and what we do. And that includes things like a DK, includes the bigger picture stuff and how you spend. But this stuff's got to get rectified because there's too much commonality year in and year out of what's causing you to go wrong and bad and not find that contending state. Hoop Craze, Keon Coleman is terrible. And guess the one corner where he went off against Reek Woolen. Reek was supposed to be cornerback 1. Training camp stuff had me fooled. Brutal too, because the previous play that he wins on that same fade route that they threw to Keon Coleman in this game, Hoop Craze, that he could not bring in against the Chiefs, was the same fade route that he ran the previous play on Woolen, where Woolen knocks the ball away and does a little throat slash gesture, and then the very next play comes back and gets beat. And you're like, oh my God. If you're going to do the throat slash, then you got to be locked down. You can't go to the throat slash and then give a touchdown up on the next play. Keon, I wish our defense performed well against the good teams. I think our top 10 defense is a touch of smoke and mirrors. I think that's legitimate a bit, Keon. You certainly didn't have as many hard offenses to go against. The good offenses you went up against kind of exposed you a little bit at times. Some of that is, I think, the process of Mike McDonald's system being onboarded and getting the right personnel that fits exactly the way his scheme needs to run at its best. And that's going to be a bit of a couple-year undertaking to get that there. Part of why I think the team is better defensively next year is the adjustments you make, the right players to fit the exact way that you want them to fit. You're not going to go through a half season of Jerome Baker and Dotson as your two inside linebackers. Going to go find a true nose tackle out there that can be a big space eater and get the job done. J.O. Tom and Pete in a lab somewhere is kind of scary, actually. Good thing it's with the Raiders laughing out loud. Yeah, I think those are two really good minds, football minds. And look, Raiders haven't gotten it done in a long period of time. But if they're going to get it done, these are two of the type of guys who could make that happen. To me, it's with Pete, it's not as much even about the Raiders or the long history there. It's just as much as can he make the adjustments to his game? Can he fix the holes in his own game? We're talking about the holes in John Schneider or the holes in the Seahawks organization recently, holes in how they do what they do in certain things. Can Carroll fix those specific holes in his game to make this final chapter a smashing success? If he takes the same approach he did here in Seattle at the end, that won't happen. If he changes his ways, I'll have a lot more success that it will. Or I'll have a lot more confidence that it will. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, do you foresee more spent on offense or D this year in free agency? Will Mike demand an offensive line or money for new defenders? How about a kick returner? I think the team just brings back Jalen Durden and says, let's not create another new problem of one way that we took all of last season just to solve. You bring it back on a vet minimum deal, Keon, and you go, we're fine. That just take care of that. Let's move on to the rest of the stuff. Hard to predict what they're going to do in free agency on offense or defense at this point because I don't know if the team's really driving to be to a contending state next year. So I guess I'll answer it like this. If the team's deciding not to go to a contending state next year, you're not spending really any money in free agency would be my opinion. You're probably going to try to play the compensatory game. You'll pull your salary cap down with releases by Tyler Lockett and Roy Robertson Harris and Draymond Jones to get yourself just enough below the cap where you want to be to in order to be able to get your normal order of business done. But you're sort of punting on the next year as it is. So you're not really going to go that route. Now, if they're going to go hyper aggressive in free agency, Keon, yeah, I think that hyper aggressiveness would happen on the offensive line specifically. You would really address it there. Mike might get, you might sign Ernest Jones to a big contract as your inside linebacker, but I don't think you're really doing much more past signing some value-based cornerback out there on the open market and maybe a nose tackle. There isn't really any nose tackles available, so make of that what you will. But I think it would go to offense if you were going to be hyper aggressive. If you're going, we're spending money, we're creating all this cap space, what needs to be improved? The interior of the offensive line, maybe buying a receiver out there to fill in for Tyler. So I think that would get the onus of the money spent towards that. You know, you'd peel the Tyler, the Draymond, the Roy Robertson Harris money, the Rayshawn Jenkins money, and you probably buy a couple of offensive linemen, a Ryan Kelly, a Tevin Jenkins kind of thing. Keon, double dip on that. But a kick returner, I think they would go outside of a guy they draft that's a receiver that can do it in his game because they might very well draft a receiver in this draft, Keon, with Tyler moving on too. If you don't get a free agent, you're going to probably draft one. You might just draft a guy that can do the kick return stuff too. But I felt great with Jalen Durden back there. He's going to cost vet minimum, no big cost. He can punt return and kick return. Don't overthink it. Just go that route. Have McIntosh as the other up back guy back there. Kick up, how do you feel about Mike Mack's fourth down decision-making? It's the least favorite thing I have about him. And everyone can attest to this kick up that was here on the live stream, me doing the play-by-play. All of those decisions he had in going forward and fourth down this year, I was on the record prior to the snap saying that's the wrong decision, and then it did not work out in our favor. So I'd like to see a little bit less aggression from Mike, a little bit more times of reading the room of where the game's at. I didn't like it. Jesse says, can't think of any catastrophic coaching mistakes losing games like Chicago. Nope. There was nothing catastrophic in what he did. That's for sure. Greg says, DK plays a whole year on a broken foot, needs like 54 yards for 1K, and he doesn't get it. They fire the OC wide receiver coach after DK breaks franchise records for yards. Team doesn't build around him. Patterns. They've got patterns, Greg. Right? This team's very affixed in what it does in so many different ways. That's part of that thing I say where we're kind of stuck in this purgatory. You're not making progress forward. You're not moving back. You're just kind of where you are. And DK is a bit of a representation of that, being right around that 1,000 yards every year. He should be more. You should be doing more. You're not doing more, but You're whatever the reasons are for it, all the way around, you kind of always are where you are for the last 10 years. You're in this place where you just can't break free. You're bound up. You're in your little box, you know? And it's just one little representation, but it's all across the board. You can see it with this team in certain ways of how they go about what they do. It's like they just kind of apply the same plan all the time, and it doesn't really ever break through. Keon, I remember when Pete used to do trick plays and fake punts and field goals, onside kicks right out of the half. He was less successful the more he stopped playing fun college football. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. You ran a lot more trick plays in the early 2000 teens than you did in the late teens. What's Jazz Ferguson up to? I don't know. Keon, I just watched a game with Leon Washington killing it in the return game. I miss having that threat. He was awesome. Great trade by the Hawks, too. I think we moved like a 6th-round pick for him back in the day. Flag says analytics are really weird about going for and 4th down. Yeah, it is. You know, I'm not really a fan of the whole analytics thing of decisions to go for 4th down or not. I think they're kind of, I think it's tending to send coaches in the wrong direction on this one. It's overriding too much. It should be a factor, but it seems like it's a determining factor. And it's probably easy for coaches to, rather than say my gut feels like we should be doing this, to say, well, the analytics and the percentages say to do this. You know, the arbitrary percentages tell you to do that. Or do you just want to think about what's the right thing in the moment for how the game's going? You know, be confident as a coach. You're going to make the right call there. Kick up, it's probably going to look much better when our short yardage play calling is better. Yeah. Oh, that's true on the 4th down play calling. Yeah. It's a big part of your 4th down play calling, second kick up, especially when you try to run the ball, was that you were very predictable and teams knew where the running play was going. That's going to be the opposite of what Kubiak brings to play. It's unpredictable. You don't know what's coming. You're on your heels a little bit. Play action is a part that you got to be aware of as a real possibility on the play. So you got to kind of play it more straight up. Hand grenade B, would it be a shock? B, what big shock would Seattle do that tells us they're taking one path or another? Well, I think signing Trey Smith to the monster deal you'd have to sign him to would be an indication they're going for it. Moving a Geno, moving a DK would obviously be the indication strongly in the other way, which both moves I think would have some shocking reverberations through the fan base, especially a DK kind of move. Obviously trading for a Burrow or a Trevor Lawrence, you know, would do the same kind of thing. Bill says, imagine if they did away with punting. I wouldn't actually be against it. It would change the game in a major way, but boy, you can't deny it. I don't know. I have to think about that one. I might be actually kind of with it a little bit. Keon says, Dan went for 6 to earn 3 points. Ha ha ha. Dan was a little weird today on that one. Yeah. Kick up worst fan base outside the NFC West. Lions, Eagles fans could kind of be annoying a bit. Steelers and Cowboy fans used to be, and they haven't been good enough in a while to be loud enough. They've gotten kind of quiet. King says we gave up a good return man recently for no good reason. Ugabugi. We did. He was awesome. I love me Ugabugi. Keon, how soon before we start hearing big news on the free agent front? Does Kubiak get that ball rolling? Gonna have to be a bit patient on that one. It's probably going to be March 21st is the new league year. That's the new free agency opens up right around that time. So you're still a good 2 months out from really the true start of free agency. But you'll hear stuff leading up to that too. Mofo says NFC East is obnoxious here in VA. Yeah, they've got a lot of obnoxious commit. I mean, the Eagles and Cowboys, and they're kind of that. If you've ever been in a bar with those guys if you're in a bar with a Cowboys fan or Steelers fan or Eagles, you're hearing, you're going to hear them all across the bar. Yeah, they're going to make sure everybody hears them. Hand grenade Cowboys came back to reality. They did. They used to stick out their chest 20 years ago when they're like, 10 years ago, we won a Super Bowl. Now it's been 30 years and they're like, we got to get rid of Jerry. Yeah, you just hear them lamenting now. We just got to get rid of Jerry. Greg says, Brandon, did you say the Chargers could be interested in DK trade? Do you remember me pointing out how Chargers only re-signed Mike Williams after DK re-signed with the Hawks and then picked Quentin Johnson? I do remember you saying that vaguely, Greg. And it makes a lot of sense to me. I think this is a really good fit for DK as well. Okay, so he doesn't necessarily get featured at a high volume level. Okay. But he has in Justin Herbert, the guy very capable of making the kind of throws to feature DK right. The guy can throw a country mile. They're going to have an offensive line that's going to be built up right to protect Herbert for those long developing routes down the football field so you can get those throws off, unlike how we've been able to at times here with DK. Then you get the other part of this with it, Greg, which is you're going to have a really good, capable ground game there with the Chargers long term, where that's going to be a threat. That's going to be a threat that teams are going to have to dial in and get that extra man down the box. You can't just stay and cover two shells. So you can see where I'm going with this, which is line protection, quarterback with the arm, running game to take the heat off of DK. Now DK gets true one-on-one opportunities with a well-delivered ball down the field to really maximize his skill set. And I think he would take off in that environment. I also think this is where the Chargers can see the vision of that so clearly too, to where they're perfectly happy, Greg, to then give up the draft capital it would take to get DK. That same draft capital that some people are trying to tell me he's not going to be able to get, which would specifically be like a first and a third round pick. But you certainly know, Greg, after that playoff performance by Quentin Johnson and how horrible he looked in that and how bad he's looked for them overall, guy can't catch a cold, that they're going to need to address that receiver position. And right now this offseason, you have a draft where there's not a lot of receivers in the draft. You know, they've got their basically slot guy in Ladd McConkey for the future. They're not going to look for a Luther Burden. They're not going to look for an Emeka Buka. Those guys aren't going to fit the mold of what they want. The free agent market for wide receivers is horrible. Horrible. So suddenly now that's a very hot commodity that you have in-house. Connor's and Eagle fans give me bad lines, maybe. Connor's with me. I'm the same place on that one. GSD says, will the Bears draft Genty? No. No, I think that the Bears go a different direction, probably offensive line. Much more of a desperate need for them. I think Genty goes to the Raiders at 6. Carroll's going to be all over Ashton Genty. Raiders got no running backs right now. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. This New York general managers have got to be the worst in football. Pretty bad. Douglas had a good start to things out there in New York. That thing just went off the rails real quick. You know, he had the Jamal Adams trade, and then he signed DJ Reed. That's a great signing for them. Everything was kind of clicking into place, and it just, you don't find the quarterback. You don't get the quarterback, right? It don't matter all the good that you do. It's sort of irrelevant. And then the Giants general manager they look completely out of sorts. You talk about a team without a plan or without a vision. I mean, they're just the blind man in the dark. Just they're looking for it. Definitely pretty bad. And it's weird too, King, is it's such a brutal media market. It's like you really can't. That's the one market you can't get away with being that bad. Who craves? 2024 Chiefs get dominated against the 2013 Seahawks, Brando? Yeah, I think we're better than I think that 13 team is better than the 2024 Chiefs team. I also believe that our 2013 team would beat any of these Chiefs teams in this dynasty run. Any of them we would have beaten. Keon, Pats fans are pretty insufferable too. Never admit that Brady and Belichick cheated and all their Super Bowls are fakes. That's true. There's some insufferability out there too. Yeah. Hi, Angry. Can we talk about the sequence of events in the Commies Eagles game for a minute where the refs could award points? That was hilarious. I didn't see that part. Mofo, can we see a reality where we trade DK and Geno as a package deal? If so, what's a realistic haul? Yes. I do think a Raiders team would be a team that would be a potential team that would be at the head of the stack of that if you were doing that. It'd be very hard to pull this trade off. I don't think there's a lot of teams that this would work with. You're probably getting back, depends on where the first round pick is of the team that's moving it, Mofo. So let's take the Raiders at 6. If you're trading DK and Geno to the Raiders at 6, you're probably getting back a first round pick and maybe a third I don't think you're even getting back a first or second because the pick is so high there at number 6 overall. There's a very small outside chance you could maybe pull a second in with it, a first and second rather than a first and a third. But first and a third is probably you mentioned realistic. So if I'm being realistic, it's probably in more of the realistic place of things. Because Geno's not going to pull a whole hell of a lot back when you have to sign him to the contract extension. And you got to sign DK to an extension too, but you feel better where the talent age is at on that one than the Geno thing. So Geno's really a third, late third round pick is as high as you're going to get for Geno Smith. And with DK, he's kind of worse a first and a third. So, but that's a first and a third DK at sort of a middle first round pick. If you're getting a high first round pick, that's better value. So it's not scientific, mofo, but I'd go Raiders. You're getting kind of a first and second, first and third. It's about what you'd probably get. If it's a later first round pick, then it's more guaranteed to be, you're picking in the 20s with the team you trade to. If it's, then you're getting maybe more of a first and a second. Keon said that'd be a very Raider thing to do. It would be a very Raider thing to do. And you look at Tom Brady looking at Geno, and I'm sure Tom Brady, who knows the quarterback position, knows a thing or two about quarterbacking, would say, hey, he's a good quarterback. Hey, he's underrated out there. Especially as the Raiders need a bridge quarterback. They have no heir apparent waiting. They don't have their guy in the future. They need a bridge guy. Keon says, watching that one play, home run ball, all I could think of was those Giants from the office, those Giants front office guys are probably puking a bag right now. Saquon has definitely made it a brutal year for them not signing that deal. You talk about one player where you're just on the line of wanting to sign him or not, and you're just kicking yourself in the moment when you don't do it, and then now you just get faced with the reality of that over and over again. The Giants have so over this whole year. And you even got the quote from the owner being like, I lose sleep at night thinking about losing him. JSD, Joe Douglas was never the issue. It was coaching. The roster heading in 2024 is loaded. Yeah, I think he did a pretty good job too, JSD. Agreed. He didn't do too bad there with that. Greg, Brandon, yeah, I see where you're going with it, but it's funny because that's the kind of offense Pete claimed he wanted, but never built around DK, which goes back to my point of DK was never a priority for the Hawks. Yep. I agree with that totally, Greg. Part of the trouble there too with Pete, Greg, was that your rushing attack with Pete Carroll through the last couple of years was so boring and so uninspired and unimaginative, especially with your predilection to leading on the A and the B gap power runs, that defenses knew that they could run the cover 2 shell and stop your running game. Because we know in 2020, that's the way they shut down that great start to the 2020 season with Metcalf, the year that he did have the 1,300 yards. They just slid to the cover 2 shell. We couldn't run out of the cover 2 shell. Light box, you should be able to run. Couldn't run. And now you got DK with his double teams over the top with the 2 safety high look, running cover 2 post snap. Yep. JSD says Chiefs need a humbling. Winning and going to the Super Bowl is numb. Let them be a wild card exit next to realize how good it is to go to the Super Bowl feels. I don't think anybody wouldn't be mad about that, JSD, if we got a year where they got a first round exit. Mofo says, for a first and a second, I think I'm good. Fair enough. Fair enough. Keep in mind, you're going to also have to give those 2 guys contract extensions, Mofo, so they don't just play on the final year of their deal. King says hiring Kubiak feels like a we're all in move. Could very well be. We'll learn on that very soon. Very soon. Roy Stansel, any advice for a newer fan coming in last year and actually starting to follow more of the minutia? I've been on the B&B supply train. Well, there you go. That's a good way of starting with it, Roy. I think the 2 sites that are good sites to help always keep you educated on and to take a look at are going to be your Over the Cap site, which gives you a good view of the cap situation and what's going on with the team. And you can learn a little bit about the structures of the contracts, because that's a big part of this sport, especially a big part of what people talk about in adding or letting go of players. I think that the other sites out there like PFF that can kind of inform you on how players are playing from grades, but also from snap counts and alignment. I mean, PFF's like $7 a month. And even if you don't like the grades, the alignments information they give you, how often guys at a nose tackle role being versus out on the edge. Some of that stuff can be very, very good data and information to work off of. Stuff like Sports Track, is another really good site out there, Roy, where, they will supply you a lot of information on free agents and estimated values on free agents and whatnot like that. So if you're talking about more kind of higher level stuff, that's certainly the really great place as far as minutia goes, and learning more about kind of that high level kind of stuff going on in the sport, and front office management and team construction and contract stuff. That gives you a really good idea of those three kind of sites. Between the three of them, I think give you some really good data to go off of. And then obviously if it's just to learn and understand more about the sport, I always recommend going out there and getting that NFL Plus package that you can get on NFL.com. It's like $7 a month. And you have access to the all 22 film. So you can see the behind the basically from the touchdown level of it, from behind the team, and you can have also the high level sideline view where you see everything that's going on the field at once. All of those things are things I lean back as tools on this. Jesse's just a thought about our last playoff win was against Josh McCown, a 40-year-old quarterback who's now getting head coaching shoutouts. Yeah, that's why I say JS and JSD, this has been a problem for 10 years. For 10 years, your general manager said you're a contender. You're not a contender. Your only two playoff wins are the Minnesota Viking game, where we needed the kicker to miss a 26-yarder at the end of the game on the road in sub-negative 45-degree temperatures, and then the win on the road against the Eagles, who lost Carson Wentz in the first quarter. So you had Josh McCown on a blown-out hamstring, almost beat you in that game. In a close game, by the way. Like, you had to close that thing out to find the way to win on that one. And so, yeah, we've just not been particularly impressive in 10 years. TJC, the Seahawks are the fourth last team to reach the conference game in the NFC. Pretty jarring stat. Yep. We are the fourth last team to get the NFC conference title. It shows how long it's been since we've been a true contender. That's where I say I think we have some fans that get lost, TJC, on, are we a playoff team? It's like, we're not here to be a playoff team. We're here to be a contender. That is the ultimate goal and what we're trying to get to with it. High end grade AB, give Geno, Rake, DK, K9 to the Raiders for a sixth, then turn it into other picks. I think you get a little bit more back from the Raiders than that at that point, hand grenade. I think you get a little bit more than that. Timmy TT says, you think DK for Crosby trade could line up? Yeah. It's about equivalent value if you wanted to go that route. If the Raiders wanted to go that route, Timmy, you're in about the same place. I think they're about the same age. Edge rushers tend to get a little bit more than wide receivers, but I think that it's just about equivalent in how it would line up. Don't know if the Raiders would be interested in doing that, as I think a big part of what Carroll's going to want is that he wants those dogs on that front four. So if you're letting go of Max, who's your replacement in there at that point? But possible. Hand grenade, you probably have to throw something else in along with DK. Not for the six for Raiders. No, not if you're doing all that. You might have to if you're just putting in DK, yeah. If it's just DK for the sixth overall pick, you're probably kicking them back something. And great, imagine what Mike could do with Max Crosby. I would like to see this team with more than just having solid edges, having a star guy like Crosby on one side and a really solid guy like a Boye Mafe on the other side. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that from a McDonald defense. Jesse says, what did the Steelers do at quarterback next year? My instinct says that they probably just sign up for a Justin Fields and move that way. It doesn't feel like they're satisfied with what they got from Russ, and that he'll probably hit the open market. Hoop Craze, would Micah Parsons be available? Possibly, Hoop Craze. He is seeking a contract extension. He wants to get it done fast. The Cowboys don't do fast contract extensions, especially not of the nature that it's going to cost them $30+ million a year. So it's one that has a tendency there. There's a real possibility of that dragging out. And if that drags out, more of the possibility opens up for a trade at that point. Flag says Josh tore his hammy and was still running for first downs in that game. He was. We were having a hard time with McCown on one hamstring. Yeah, Crosby would agree. A great piece, hand grenade for McDonald. Yeah, having a game wrecker like that off the edge would be very helpful, especially with what you've got inside in Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. Thor says Seahawks and Rams are my teams in the NFC, but I moved to Kansas City 5 years ago, watched a game with Mahomes behind center, and found my AFC team. That's fair enough, man. Well, congrats, Thor. Congrats to you guys. Well done. Back to the show, third straight year in a row. Keon says, Pete will trade for Geno, DK, and Wagner. Run it back in 2020. Let Geno cook. I could see it happening, Keon. I could see it happening. Beamy, seems like you're one of the only few Seahawks creators being super excited about this hire. Yeah, I don't understand why. You know, I saw some content creators out there getting really hyped up on guys that were just untested, unproven. The last two coordinators we brought in here have been that, and they failed. So I don't know why you'd get excited about that, you know, taking another one of those risks like that, especially when you have a guy in Kubiak who is so much more certain in what he brings to the table. Hoop Craze, who's in the worst sport in the NFL right now? Worst spot in the NFL right now? The Cleveland Browns are in the worst spot right now. Hoop Craze, you made a trade for Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago, and then you have doubled back down on that guaranteed contract multiple times to try to free up money for a team like us that wasn't really ready to contend, that you thought was ready to contend. So they're in awful shape as far as their cap situation moving into the future. It is brutal, and they don't have a lot of reason to feel good about where they're at right now. Like Garrett might want to trade this offseason. Guy's never been on a winner. They're awful. Hoop Craze, when they took my Sonics, I stopped watching basketball. I get bitter about certain things, and I had to live through my youth watching sport after sport after sport. They tried to tear it away from us. You know, they already took our Mariners away essentially once when we were the Seattle Pilots. They became the Milwaukee Brewers. This was before I was even alive or around, so okay, I didn't feel that pain, but the reverberations of that pain were still felt in the Seattle area. Then you get Smolin. Then when we finally get the Mariners back, who buys the Mariners to try to move them to St. Petersburg, you get Kim Bering, an LA guy trying to buy the Seahawks to move the Seahawks to LA. You get Clay Bennett buying the Sonics to try to move them to Oklahoma City. It gets old. After a while, it gets old where you're just like, dude, we were supporting the team and you guys ripped them away. You add on top of it that the NBA has become pretty much unwatchable to me. It's nothing but a 3-point fest every single game. That's uninteresting to me. That's not the brand of basketball that I grew up on, and I don't find it terribly interesting. Jacking threes up on the constant doesn't do much for me. Greg says, yeah, Brandon, Pete spamming a gap run sucked and took a lot of the running backs, took out the running backs' bodies. Yeah, it was awful, Greg. He's like, oh, we're wearing a defense down. We're wearing a defense down. The problem is that when you're that predictable about where you're running the ball, where a defense can go to the snap and they go, okay, look, this team is not going to run the ball to the edges. Their linemen can't move laterally. They don't pull in traffic. We're not going to do any of that. It's going to be A or B gap. So just lock in on that A or B gap. That's where you're going to control the run. Don't worry about the edges. It's going to make it a lot easier to play the run game, doesn't it? Hell of a lot easier to play the run game. And that's why, despite the fact even when you run the ball somewhat well, you still weren't pulling them out of those cover two shells, because they're like, no, we can make this happen. Their running game is so unimaginative. It is so basic that we don't need the safety. And they didn't. I would love to trade back and hammer the trenches. Tate Ratledge, guard, and Deion Walker, nose tackle, my draft crutches. Walker's built like a nose tackle. He kind of operates a little bit more like a 3-tech. But he's a good player. Ratledge is a good player. And if they wanted to hammer the trenches, I would have no problem with it. Trade back's a good way to do that. You know, if you can find a way, move back 18 to 26. Probably only pick up like a mid-third, but still. You can get a hell of a player with that mid-third and not lose out on that big of a player on the other side. Jesse, the Browns were in a good spot a few years ago. They hate success, apparently. Made a desperate trade. You're right. They were in a good spot. And they didn't have the pathway to the next quarterback. And they got desperate. And they made a desperate trade. And they made a dumb deal. And Broncos did the same thing with Russ. You don't trade for a guy and then give him that kind of contract. You got to make him prove it first. Greg says, Brandon, would you also agree Pete's run game also seemed to fall off when they changed the rules on how the offensive line can block in run game? Yes. Tom Capel's whole system was based upon the cut blocking by and large. Which is, it's again, you come back to wearing guys down, Greg. It's like one of the reasons that Max Unger was so injured all the time, or Russell Okung was injured all the time. And it's the thing where Tom was just so kind of silly on his process, where it's like, that's going to wear these guys down. When you take a guy that's 330 pounds and you say, throw yourself at the ground 25, 30 times a game, not only are you potentially injuring the guy across from you that you're cutting out his knees of, but you injure your own lineman. But it was effective, right? It worked. But yeah, the second that they took that around right around 2014, 15, your run game went to crap on the back of that. Yeah. Roy says, are there any examples of good offensive lines resulting in a terrible team, historically speaking? Not really, Roy. No. It's one of the reasons I'm such a big driver behind this, especially if we're going to want to look in the modern era here at the teams that are rolling. A good indicator of this. Let me bring something up here to show you. Okay, so this is PFF. And these are PFF team grades, okay? So here's the best pass blocking teams in the NFL. I've sorted it by that column here, right? PBLK, that's pass block. Denver Broncos, 10-8, made the playoffs. Tampa Bay, 10-8, made the playoffs. Green Bay Packers, 11-7, made the playoffs. Arizona, 8-9, just missed the playoffs. Buffalo Bills at number 5, 15-4, made the playoffs, got deep into it. Eagles, playing for the Super Bowl, number 6 overall. Baltimore Ravens, got in the playoffs. I basically have the Bears and the Cardinals in my top 8 who didn't make the playoffs with a good offensive line as far as pass protecting offensive line. Well, let's look at run blocking. Let's look at that other side of it too, right? Falcons, best run blocking team in the league, 8-9, just missed the playoffs. Detroit Lions, best run blocking team in the league, 15-3. Niners, really good run blocking team, 6-11. Colts, 8-9. Rams, 11-8. Eagles, 16-3. Kansas City, 16-2. Panthers, 15-12. Steelers, 10-8. So with the run blocking, there's a couple of bad teams in here a little bit versus what we saw from the pass blocking. But I think by and large, what you're seeing of this is that you don't tend to see purely really that many bad teams. You can find maybe a couple year by year on this. But if you go through it, and if I went through this year by year, you'd see this hold up in a very similar way, Roy, where, you put your investment in the offensive line, it by and large pays off. Are there some anomalies and some exceptions to the rules? You can find maybe a couple in there, but it's a pretty hard and fast rule, especially if you hammer it in the way that I'm talking about, where you really take it past the line. You don't just go up to the line and go, good enough. You go past the line, drive it to the other side of it. Hoop Craze, Gino and DK for the 6th overall pick. I think that's a possibility here, Hoop Craze. I think you get maybe a little bit extra as a kicker in there, but that might be just the pure cost. Jesse says every Browns fan hoping Watson retires because they're stuck with him. And it's not likely to happen with Watson because he just retore his Achilles. So he's got a legit injury excuse to lean back on and just keep collecting them ducats. No, I don't think he's retiring with the torn Achilles flag. Why would he? It's got a rehab, man. It doesn't feel good. I'm just rehabbing. It's a long rehab, bro. It's going to take me a while on this one, man. Just give me my time. You know what I'm saying? Keon, full guarantee in any contract is insane. 3 things I know. Never pay a quarterback over $50 million. Never pay a wide receiver over $30 million. Never sign a top 3 free agent available for big money. It's good rules of thumbs, man. Hoop Craze, what's your greatest hate watch? Mine was last year's Super Bowl. Watching the Eagles beat up on the win against the Rams was pretty nice. For this year, that was probably my favorite 8-watch game. Seeing the Rams magic come to a close. Thank you. Not having to see them in another Super Bowl. Thank you. Have a good night, hand grenade, man. I appreciate you. Great conversation tonight. Keon says, Josh Allen losing with 13 seconds left because his garbage defense lets him down constantly. They didn't help him. Play calling didn't help him today either, Keon. No, neither of those two aspects did. Thor KC, I don't think it could happen, but I was really pulling for a Cinderella story to go head-to-head with 3-peat run. I wanted the impossible bowl. Let's go. Let's go. Later, Skater. Appreciate you, Slowy One. Damn, bro, you're a savage still going. We're about to wrap up. I know I've said it a couple times. We're 11 and a half hours in. I think this has been a good day. I think we got it in well. Flag will finish us off with this last question, and then I think we will wrap this up. Or Greg, you got one more. I'll get into that one, Greg. Flag says, how do you feel about trading for future picks? Higher picks for 26? I'm good with it. Flag, if you wanted to move 18 to 26, and let's say that you couldn't get but a 3rd round pick this year, but that same team will offer you next year a 2nd round pick, I got no problem taking that road with it either, Flag. I think that's I like the future picks thing. This paid off for us with Ruskell at the end when he moved our 2nd round pick for a future 1st round pick that eventually became Earl Thomas. I think this is the very same thing that worked out in the Eagles' favor recently when they moved a future, I think, second round pick for a first round pick. And that got them back Jalen Carter a year later, a top 10 pick. So I think it works more often than not really in the team's favor that takes that kind of draft risk. Brandon, did you get a chance to scout nose tackle Walter Nolan yet? He was the player I said I could possibly allow Murphy to move to his natural 3-tech position. And he can play some 3-tech and be moved around. I did have a chance to take a look at him. Let's take a look at one thing really quick here. Hold on, I need to bring something up. Oh, shoot. Oh. Where is my information? I hate when the search function doesn't work. Yeah, Walter Nolan. Why isn't it? Oh, I see why. Golly. Okie dokie, let's take a look at this. I want to show you this here, Greg. Okay. So the part that we're going to go to, Greg, is this right over here. All right. So what I want you to take a look at, Greg, is this right here. Okay. You see this? AGP. Number of players lined up over as a defensive lineman as a nose tackle. Okay. Versus, like you got OVT, number of player snaps lined up as a defensive lineman over the offensive tackle, right? So it's DL that you'd be over the OT, you'd be over an offensive tackle. Or you also have this one right here. BGP. Number of players snaps lined up as a defensive lineman as a defensive tackle. So what you have in this is you have specific demarcation here by PFF, and one of the plays I like in PFF, where if you don't like the grade, you at least like this, where they tell you the alignment of where the player was playing from within college football. I can see if he was a nose, I can see if he was a 3-tech, I can see if he was used out in the edge as a big heavy edge. So let's go over here. And what do we see? Okay. So here is his snap counts here on this side right here. On the far right-hand side. OUT, 28 snaps. OVT, 103 snaps. BGP, 432 snaps. So Greg, you've got an insane amount of snaps over a BGP versus the others, right? So when we come back and we can consult with our chart and we're looking for AGP, look at the AGP numbers. 13 snaps last year as a nose tackle, 19 snaps this year as a nose tackle, 432 snaps as just a defensive 3-tech nose tackle, basically. So he's a 3-tech essentially, Greg, is kind of what I'm trying to make the case for here. And watching him on tape, and the tape that I watched of him, is he is a 3-tech. He's only 305 pounds. So my player comp for him, Greg, is a bigger, slightly less explosive Kalijah Cansey. I do have a second round grade. He's a punishing 3-tech with first step quickness. He's a bolt off the line of scrimmage with violent hands, lockout power in the run game, hard to move. He puts a few SEC linemen on their backs, which is not easy. Real hunter as a pass rusher. But again, I mean, he's even got 130 snaps this year, Greg, off the edge, right? So like, that's an indicator right there. You're never going to see a nose tackle used off the edge. Tavondre Sweat was never in his college career used off the edge, much less over 100 of his snaps were off the edge. Dead set indicator to you that this guy is a 3-tech. And so if he's a 3-tech in college and that's what he's doing, he's not going to be able to start to handle 1-tech roles when you put him into the pros. You know, I'm going to get some rest here, you guys. We're going to wrap this up. And we're kind of done on the questions, guys. I do want to kind of wrap this up. I know we can keep going all night, but man, I've given you guys 12 hours. So Greg, you asked how long I've been streaming. We've been streaming for 11 hours and 40 minutes straight without a break. So I'm definitely at that point where I got to kind of tap out, guys. I'm at the end of my rope here. Tony Wright, good evening, Brandon. What is your take on upcoming free agency and trade possibilities with what looks like Atlanta's Kyle Pitts, San Francisco's Deebo Samuel, both being on the trading block? I don't think there's going to be a tremendous amount of interest for either player. Kyle has never been able to really realize his potential. There's probably even some worry with Kyle that there's maybe a little bit of backtracking in his game in certain respects. And Deebo Samuel looks like a shell of himself right now, Tony, as he finished the season. His hands, it's a guy that just is a quintessential version of a guy who got paid really high and then tanked it in. Second he got his money, he was like, I'm good, hard work over with, I've done what I've needed to do. He's just not the same player. You're going to go out there and trade for Deebo. You're not going to want to give up draft capital for a guy that's still carrying a heavy amount of base salary. I don't even know if San Francisco is going to find a deal that they can find to accommodate that one. So I think in both cases, man, it's tough when you're trying to, we have the same problem here, Tony, with a guy like Kenneth Walker, where if you do try to move this guy, you're selling him at the low end value, and you don't like to do that as a franchise. And if you're doing that, you're just kind of offloading a guy. You're certainly not maximizing back the return you're going to get for him. Tony says, and in free agency, will Russell Wilson go to Vegas to reunite with Pete Carroll? Free agents Trey Hendrickson, T. Higgins, and many more. We have to find out who's restricted and who's unrestricted. Yeah, it's a little early in that process for sure. I do believe that the Bengals will have Hendrickson and T. Higgins hit the open market, Tony. I don't think Trey Hendrickson would be a guy that would necessarily appeal to Coach Carroll because I don't think he plays the run well enough for Coach Carroll. Higgins is a possibility for the Raiders there for sure. I think it's much more likely I would put Sam Darnold as number one, the guy, Tony. Carroll's had an affinity for Sam Darnold for a really long time. He doesn't cost you anything. The Raiders have $92 million in cap space. I think that deal gets done. If it's not a Sam Darnold, I think Geno would be ahead of Russell at this point, to be honest with you. But maybe Russell's a possibility. Youngs has been popping in and out of the stream. Get some food and get some rest, man. Go Hawks. I will for sure. BLM, how the F are you still going? Wish I had your work ethic. Man, I love what I do. Conversation's been great in the chat tonight. It's always great though. So when you guys got me rolling like this with the conversation, it's hard for me to stop. I more have to force myself to stop. Sloby, I got to go back and rewatch your reaction to the OC hire. I kind of wish in and out of the stream during that. I got to get one up. I'm going to try to upload one tonight if I can too. I don't know if I got anything left in the tank tonight after the stream, but I'll try. Greg says, Brandon, that's cool. I didn't know PFF had that. So he's more like the Jags. He's more like the Jags defensive lineman the Hawks traded for. Thanks. 11 hours. It's crazy. Is that your stream record? Oh no, we went 14, 15 hours before. So I think we had a draft stream where we did 14 or 15 hours, but it's up there. It's up there today, Greg. That's for sure. Yeah, he's really good, dude, Greg. I've got him I do have him rated as a second round talent, I believe. Do I have Nolan as a second round guy here? Yeah, I got him. He's just behind Derek Harmon for me, Greg, as a second round talent and probably a mid second round guy, but not a one tech and not going to be able to make him a one tech at the pro level. Just, he's not big enough. Heavy hands, strong, violent hands, but he's legit 300 pounds. So Roy says, start walking to bed. Take care. Robs, how's it going, man? New OC, Robs. We're feeling good about it, bro. You caught me just wrapping up today here as we're just kind of finishing up the stream. Hoop Craze doing homework is way more enjoyable with Brandon. Don't know if I would have done this much homework without you. Hell yeah, Hoop Craze. I like the idea of people being able to be productive, kind of have me on the background. That's how I consume my podcast, content myself. So something about just having sometimes some background noise going on that just kind of gets you clicking in and rolling through. Rob says, how about Shamar Turner? I think you mean Shamar Stewart, don't you? I think you mean Shamar Stewart. He's 6'6", 290. So he's kind of made, he's a very interesting guy. He was used as a wide 9 in college at that size, 6'6", 290. A guy you'd kind of like to see more in college of him at the 3 tech to see if he could do that type of stuff and kick inside. So you got to do a little bit of that Keon White math with the guy. But Mike does have a need for a power edge in this defense. In Shamar, I do have a second round valuation on him. I'm a little bit worried with him because there's a bit of projection you have to do with him. You said nope, Turner. Oh, I have not looked at Shamar Turner yet. Sorry, man. I don't know if he declared though. Yep, he's officially declared. So I got my list here, man. I will write down Shamar. Shemar. I'll take a look at him. I don't think I looked at Turner, had I? There was one guy I thought I looked at just recently of Texas, too, that's not. I guess not. Starting to get that thing where I'm well over 100 in prospects, so some things you start kind of like, have I looked at him? And then all these names are kind of the same. I'll take a look at him. He definitely declared, though. Greg says, I like that Oregon defensive tackle. Also, I was going to ask you about him, but after finding out your stream time, I decided against it. Oh, it's okay. We'll finish up on this one. Yeah, he's good. Derek Harmon's a lot of fun and an absolute a pressure machine with the Oregon Ducks. Just a pressure machine from the 3-tech. 6'5", 310. He's a bigger technical 3-tech who does his best work working off of contact. Just wants to get that contact initiated, then work his really advanced hands and his technique to free himself up. Good all-around player. He approaches each snap with a plan of attack, and he's got a very separated plan of attack each time, Greg. His hands, hips, and feet just rolled together as he executes each chosen move. So you can really feel the power and the smoothness in what he does, where it's not just his hands up here making it happen, but everything's kind of working together he's got a plan and he executes it with a very, almost a drummer's-like sense of rhythm, I guess, is the way to put it. He has a bag of moves. He's got the inside, an outside swipe, a swim move he'll go to over and over again. That's one of his closers. He's got a rip move that he'll even go to from time to time. I think he's only average explosively, but he's really quick in timing himself off the snap, and he's very efficient when he was one-gapping. So sometimes he kind of increases his quickness by how quick he can be off the snap. He's got kind of that Chris Jones build. He just doesn't have the quickness and speed to be a top-end pick, though he's very solid. As a pass rusher, he's always making progress to the quarterback. It's just not a quick style of pressure at all times. But then he ended up generating 43 total pressures in college last year, which is really good. That's really good comparison to other 3-techs that are coming out in this draft. So he's not bad. He's a good player. Second round pick. I think he's going to translate very easily to the next level. Allsby, Seahawks offseason is already more interesting than the Mariners. It is indeed, Allsby. Mariners are making it very easy for Mariner fans to check out right now. And that's organization. Better be careful. You're going to cause harm here in your approach to this thing that could have some reverberations. But I also think baseball doesn't care because the more and more it sounds like they're going to have a lockout in 2 years. So Mariners, like a lot of baseball teams, are just trying to position themselves to lower down their expenses as far as humanly possible for that 2-year period so that they can get through. Kyle McCord is definitely killing it, Motive, at Shrine practices. He sounds like the best quarterback out there at Shrine. Slubby One, I'm kind of sold on Kenneth Grant. Me too, man. Well, I ran my first mock, Slubby One. I took Kenneth in the first. I took Booker in the second, man. So you'd be pretty happy with my mock. You know? Mariners, who watches them? Exactly. Birch is nice too, by the way, Flag. He's come along a little bit this year. He didn't impress me as much last year, but I've liked a lot more of what he's brought to the table. I think he's probably more third round for me. Third, fourth roundish kind of area for me with Birch. But he's got an interesting build, an interesting makeup. Another one of those big edges. The big edges are hard, man, because so much of you looking at him, you're like, man, he should be a 3-tech in college. I should have a lot of film with him as a 3-tech and know what he can do as a 3-tech versus Some teams can get away with that bigger edge and that big power edge out there in college, and they can still generate enough pressure where it's a nothing burger out there. It's not a nothing burger out there as a pass rusher too. Craig says, Brandon, and what's crazy is Harmon was only a run-stuffing defensive tackle before he lost weight and became a better pass rusher. He's sometimes they can work that way, man. You lose that 15, 20 pounds of being off that nose tackle, and it gives you that extra quickness. And he's very advanced with his hands. I think of all the nose tackles in this draft, Graham's kind of a freak show. Kenneth Grant's kind of a freak show a little bit. But I think Harmon uses his hands about as well as just about anybody in this draft from a defensive tackle standpoint of things, especially with the array of pass rush moves that he has. All right. Well, let's wrap this one up on that, folks. Good time here, almost 12 hours deep into the stream, and I am going to go and call it a day. What a stream, though, today. If you guys can do for me a favor, can you please hit that like button for me as we start to kind of wrap this one up, as I would really appreciate it. It helps this show up on other people's algorithm searches and all that good stuff. So hit that like button, subscribe on up if you can. Can TJ Sanders be a power edge? Maybe. He's a lighter 3 tech. So it's possible. He's not particularly he's not particularly twitchy or whatnot, but he's got good strength. He could set a hard edge. He's a possibility. He didn't blow me away as much as others. I think others are a little higher on him with more of a second round valuation. I think some people have him with a first round valuation. I'm more of a third round place with him myself. Slubby says, do you think Mike favors speed edges like Mafe or Hall, or let's say someone like Draymond and that Jaguar cat? No, he wants bigger edges, Slubby one. He wants his edges to set hard edges and reroute running games that go to the edges back inside. Forces the running backs into their gap control and integrity. So the bigger is the way. Jadeveon Clowney types, even in an Adafe type, that was the other edge across from Clowney, bit bigger type. A rap bro from Michigan a couple years ago. He's not a smaller guy either. Bigger edges is more of the way. Nice thing with Hall and Mafia is they also have good size to them, Slobby one. Motive says, I hit that like button when I first got in at noon. There you go. That way, Motive. You're taking care of business. Like, have a great day too, man. I appreciate you. I want to thank everybody today for a great stream. Man, just part of the reason I go so long on this is just how much fun it is, this conversation and discussion, and how many just deep envoys we've got to go through on this and get through. Especially right now, we're hiring a new OC. We're looking at 2 of the best teams here in this conference championship on both sides, the best 4 teams, and what they're doing right and what we could be doing better, and where there is that room to improve. And that's where I've said, I think in watching these playoffs and the teams that get there, you can learn some lessons about your own team and what it would take for yourself to get there. And I think we've had a lot of great discussion on that. I'm going to try to get a Clint Kubiak video up here. If not, probably early tomorrow. We'll try to by tomorrow get you guys a full upload video to kind of get a little bit of an explanation on him a bit more. But great hiring by your Seahawks. This was the right one. Is it you hitting the ball into the second deck and, no doubt about it? No, there's always some risk in these kind of hires. And there wasn't a lot of grade A candidates out there to be had. But you got the best of the bunch. You really did. You didn't overthink it. You just went for the right one. And I think Kubiak is going to be a success here. I think he's going to pair with Mike McDonald really well. And I think he's going to build a really high-functioning offense that's been better than anything that we've had come through here under Waldron or Grubb or Bevel. I think it will be beyond that. Got to see what the next moves are and who stays and who goes and what the fallout will be from these moves down the line. If Coach Carroll going to the Raiders means there's going to be some Seahawks he's going to try to pluck over there to Las Vegas. A lot of moving parts as we head into this offseason. I will be back this week on Wednesday. We got a show planned. I don't know exactly what I'll be doing on Wednesday, but we'll be setting something up at that time here for the channel. Maybe talking a little bit more about Kubiak. We'll see how it goes. We'll kind of play by ear. But we will also be back in 2 weeks for the Super Bowl. So I'll be live streaming the Super Bowl game. We'll be continuing on with the content throughout the offseason. If you're a member of the channel, I got many members in the channel here right now. We're going to be doing the call-in show this week. So please do keep an eye on your community posts for the call-in link. So I'll try to get that out. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be looking at doing the call-in show for you guys on the channel. So do keep a look at it. I'd love to have some conversations, some face-to-face on that. A lot of requests on that. And we'll try to make that go. So thank you guys for the great show here today. I really appreciate you. We had a great time with you guys as ever, as I always do on this. And we will be back soon. Great. We're moving in the right direction.